Everyone thought your fiancée, whose meridians were completely shattered, was worthless, but you didn't hesitate to throw countless royal herbs at her, because you knew she was undoubtedly the chosen one. In a small frontier town, countless mocking gazes were fixed on that cold, peerlessly beautiful young woman. A mere cripple, does she even deserve to keep her marriage contract? Just as the onlookers were heaping humiliation upon her, the sky suddenly ripped open. A celestial crane descended, radiating the overwhelming might of the Earth stage. Your messenger stepped out of thin air and slammed down an inventory ring filled with dozens of peerless royal herbs. Ding. Gift to the chosen one, binding fate in progress. A flicker of fervor passed through your eyes as you watched from afar on the divine mountain. You could clearly sense that, as she accepted the royal herbs in shock, an endless stream of transcendent insights exploded within your mind, doubling in intensity. Your cultivation surged to the peak of the spirit stage, and your 7-star skill transformed into a blinding divine radiance at your fingertips. Xuantiang Realm, Eastern Shenzhou. There stands a divine mountain, seemingly suspended between heaven and earth, radiating a faint divine aura. It hovers in the realm of the ethereal, appearing and disappearing as if a wondrous spectacle. This is the ancestral homeland of the Jiang Guild. This clan boasts a long history and profound heritage, tracing its roots back to the ancient era. It has stood firm through countless calamities. Though now secluded from the world, every prodigy who emerges from their trials becomes a legendary figure of their time, possessing unparalleled talent. In the entire Shantian realm, the number of clans that can claim immortality is few and far between. Deep within the divine mountain, in a courtyard, Xian the current divine maiden of the desolate guild, wishes to form an alliance through marriage with our Jiang family. She has even specifically requested to become your Dao companion, to support one another, and furthermore she is willing to help our branch ascend to the position of the main lineage, aiding you in becoming the young clan leader. The clan hopes you will accept this. It is a union of equals that will bring great benefits, said an elderly man dressed in a brocaded robe, his face lit by a benevolent smile as he addressed the handsome young man before him. This was the most prodigious talent their branch had produced in 1,000 years. The purity of his ancestral bloodline reached 75%, making him one of the Jiang clan's most brilliant geniuses today. He was counted among the 4 great ones of the Jiang clan. Even a divine maiden from an ancient great sect had voluntarily offered to become his Dao companion, bringing great honor to their lineage. In the future, clan resources would be allocated even more heavily in their favor. This was an immense benefit. Even he felt a faint surge of excitement. Xian raised his eyelids slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in his calm eyes. Lola, that abyssal physique? She actually wants to become my Dao companion. Could there be an ulterior motive? I think I need to give this some thought. Xian showed a hint of wariness, for 18 years ago, he had been transported to this world. Even as a child, he had displayed extraordinary aptitude and, as an exception to the rules, had become a direct disciple, causing the status of his branch to rise accordingly. He had assumed he was the protagonist destined by heaven. The treatment a transmigrator should receive, but numerous unexpected twists had arisen. During a training mission, he encountered a being who claimed to be the remnant soul of a true god and displayed extraordinary divine powers. Believing himself to possess immense divine fortune, he struck a regal pose, radiating an aura of dominance, and the so-called ancient powerhouses immediately bowed before him, offering their allegiance. As it turned out, he accepted the legacy without the slightest caution and was immediately attacked by the other party. Had it not been for the Ancestor's mark protecting his divine soul and expelling the intruder from his body, Xian would likely be nothing more than a corpse by now, the fastest dying time traveler ever. On another occasion, within an ancient secret realm, a supreme treasure suddenly appeared. Rumored to be a relic from the primordial era, it sparked a fierce battle among countless prodigies. Xian finally managed to get close, and the treasure flew straight toward him. He had thought he was the chosen one, favored by heaven and earth, that the treasure would voluntarily recognize him as its master and secure a future for him. After all, isn't that how it always goes for transmigrants? But another unexpected turn of events occurred. That treasure was actually a disguise created by the demon cult and possessed sentient intelligence. Merely because his bloodline was relatively pure, it simply sought to devour his essence blood. He was severely wounded and had to flee. Couldn't he have been any worse? The problem was, this had happened multiple times. It had been incredibly difficult for him to make it this far, and now Lola was willing to become his Dao companion of her own accord. They only met 3 times during their training. Was this really okay? Xian felt a pang of unease. Based on past experience, he'd most likely be walking into a trap. The greater the potential benefit, the deeper the pit. What's there to think about? If Lola becomes your Dao companion, you'll gain the support of a major sect, and the other 3 will be no match for you. You'll become the Jiang family's next leading figure, and naturally succeed to the position of clan leader. Who could possibly rival you? But before that, you'll need to call off the childhood engagement your father arranged for you. Besides, your fiancée has become a useless waste of space. She's simply not worthy of you. A year ago, she was still a prodigy possessing a strong bloodline and constitution, with a rapid cultivation pace. At just 17, she had reached the 4th level of soul entry, and held promise of returning to the main branch. But in the blink of an eye, her meridians shattered, and mana could no longer enter her body, rendering her unable to cultivate. Such a weakling is unworthy of following in your footsteps. Your future offspring will also be frail. Here is her information. I hope you will handle the matter properly. The clan elder's expression grew somber as he flung a sheet of rice paper toward Xian. Ink and brushstrokes materialized as if alive, revealing all of Luna's details. She and Xian had never met, but she had heard of her. It was merely an agreement between their fathers, and Xian had never taken the initiative to ask. Xian examined the paper closely and couldn't help but pause in surprise. Luna was a prodigy from a frontier city, enjoying a modest reputation. At just 17, she had been recruited by the great sect of Yushan Prefecture. Her future prospects looked bright, and she might even lead their branch back to the Nangong clan. Everything was moving in a positive direction, but suddenly Luna's meridians were severed, her dantian shattered, and she could no longer absorb mana to cultivate overnight. She became a cripple. She was ridiculed and mocked by countless people. Xian was momentarily stunned. Holy shit, break the engagement? How the hell could we possibly break the engagement? This template is the epitome of a destined protagonist. Not just one Lola, but even 10 of them couldn't compare. Someone like her, even if she were severely injured and fell off a 10,000 zhang cliff, would still reap countless benefits and be brought back from the dead. She's definitely going to be a gold mine in the future. A golden opportunity has finally fallen into my lap. How could I, Xian, let it slip away so easily? Immediately, he turned sharply toward the clan elder and replied, Clan elder, since the engagement has been sealed, I, Xian, am not the sort to lead someone on and then abandon them. Even if Luna's cultivation is completely ruined, she is still my fiancée. Please convey to the clan that Xian cannot comply and refuses to break engagement. The smile on the clan elder's face froze. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Refuse break engagement? She's just a good-for-nothing. Even if she were of peerless beauty, with a grace that could make the moon hide its face and the flowers blush, she's not worth this. Has Xian gone mad? Moreover, once the engagement is broken, he could become a Dao companion with Lola. In the future, he'd gain supreme authority, rule over the immortal clans, rise above all others, and even have the resources of both major factions poured into him, allowing him to go much further on his cultivation path. And he didn't even give it a second thought? Instead, he chose a good-for-nothing? The clan elder felt as though the world had gone mad and that he was dreaming. Xian, we're doing this for your own good. You need to think this through. This will be an obstacle to your future. On the path of cultivation, how can you let emotions dictate your actions? How will you ever go further? The clan elder swept his sleeve aside, growled hoarsely, and stared at him with a grave expression. Xian, however, shook his head calmly. I'm sorry, my mind is made up. Ding. Congratulations on breaking a plot point once. According to the, you will lead a mediocre life and fade into obscurity among the masses. You have rejected break engagement and gained the blessing of the heavenly chosen protagonist's destiny, becoming a bearer of great destiny. Your destiny has been enhanced, favored by your ancestors. The purity of your bloodline will rise to 90% within 10 days, making you the strongest member of the Jiang clan in this generation. Xian paused for a moment, taken aback. Had he finally activated his golden finger? Those who conform remain ordinary, those who defy become immortals. Cultivation is, by its very nature, a defiance of heaven. How could one simply follow the script and lead a mediocre life? Every time you break a rule and alter your own destiny, you will receive a reward. Looking at the system prompt, Xian fell deep in thought. No wonder he faced one calamity after another for the past 18 years. So he'd been wrong all along? As the reward took effect, the bloodline within Shen roared, radiating a dazzling divine glow. It seemed to contain endless laws, clearly something extraordinarily mystical. Immediately, Shen turned to the clan elder and declared sternly, "Do not mention this matter again. Even if she, Luna, is merely a mortal, I will protect her so she may live a long and carefree life." He then gave the elder the hint to leave. "Elder, I've had a sudden epiphany. Please feel free to go." The elder's eyebrows twitched furiously with anger. He wanted to persuade Shen not to act on impulse, but upon seeing the bloodline surging around Shen, as if he'd gained new insights, he immediately fell silent and turned to leave. All that is a story for another time. Nothing is more important than the improvement in Shen's own strength. Leaving Shen's cave residence, he returned to the ancestral hall of their branch. Numerous elders were gathered there upon seeing the clan elder return. They all looked at him questioningly. The clan elder hesitated, then shook his head and sighed deeply. "Shen refuses to break the engagement and marry Lola." "What?" The elders froze, their faces instantly betraying disbelief. "But Nina of the Nangong family has long been a cripple. How can she possibly compare to the divine maiden of the Desolate Guild?" The grand elder, seated at the head of the table, grew even more somber, his expression grave. This was trouble. An alliance with the Desolate Guild was a major event for their branch. It wasn't something they could simply refuse. After all, given the Desolate Guild's status, the fact that they had specifically named the family and proposed the alliance was in itself a gesture of goodwill, a lowering of their status. A decisive refusal would be tantamount to slapping them in the face. It would also make the Desolate Guild a laughingstock throughout the entire Shantian realm. Given their status, how could they not be furious? Once they fly into a rage, even the slightest signal they send out would pose a massive obstacle to Shen's bid to become the Jiang clan's divine son and succeed as clan leader. The grand elder's expression darkened slightly, and worry crossed his face. If Shen truly refuses this marriage alliance, our branch will inevitably fall out with the Desolate Guild. Our branch has only just begun to thrive. We cannot withstand the Desolate Guild's wrath. The clan elder's eyebrows twitched as he said in a deep voice, "But this is, after all, Shen's marriage. Naturally, Shen's wishes must take precedence." "But," the grand elder was about to say something else, but was cut off by the clan elder, who said, "Let us discuss this further once Shen emerges from seclusion." Glancing around at the other elders, the clan elder's tone grew slightly graver as he said sternly, "This is a matter of great importance. Until a decision is reached, it must not be leaked under any circumstances." "Yes." The elders' hearts tightened, and they hurriedly replied. Yet they all couldn't help but furrow their brows, their minds filled with confusion and worry. Whether it was talent, appearance, background, or potential in every respect, Lola was far superior to Luna. With such a clearly better option available, why was Shen so stubbornly fixated on that woman from the Nangong clan, refusing to break off the engagement? If they truly angered the Desolate Guild, their branch would face immense difficulties, and Shen's bid for the clan leader position would be fraught with obstacles. Shen, what on earth is he being so stubborn about? Although the clan elder had strictly forbidden the disclosure of any information, there is no such thing as a wall that doesn't leak. So news of Shen's refusal of the Desolate Guild's marriage proposal eventually leaked out. With the help of those with ulterior motives, within just a few hours it had spread throughout the entire Jiang Guild. In an instant, a storm of upheaval swept through the entire Jiang family. Tens of thousands of clan members, from top to bottom, all cast puzzled glances toward Shen's cave residence. What on earth? What on earth is he up to? Shen actually turned it down? In the cave residence of Leo, one of the four venerables of the Jiang clan, Leo, stood up in astonishment upon hearing the news. His gaze, imbued with boundless profundity, pierced through the cave and across the void, fixing on Shen's lineage for a long moment. His brow gradually furrowed, his mind filled with confusion. Shen, has he gone mad? Such a tremendous opportunity, and he actually turned it down just like that? After all, the Desolate Guild was an ancient great sect in no way inferior to his own Jiang Guild, dominating a vast region of Shenzhou and holding the power of life and death over hundreds of millions of cultivators. Moreover, this generation's Lola had awakened the abyssal physique, a phenomenon that occurs only once every 10,000 years, and her extraordinary talent rivaled that of the Desolate Guild's founding divine lord. A great master skilled in divination once predicted that once this generation's Lola rose to power, she might even surpass a true god and vie for supremacy in the Shantian realm. A power like this, a heavenly prodigy like her offering to form an alliance through marriage, and Xian actually rejected it without a moment's hesitation. And all just over a mere marriage contract. Especially when the other party to the contract was a good-for-nothing whose meridians were completely severed, rendering him unable to cultivate. To squander such a stroke of fate truly, what boundless recklessness. Leo's lips curled slightly upward as the weight on his heart lifted. If Xian's lineage had indeed formed an alliance through marriage with the Desolate Guild, Xian would inevitably have gained the Desolate Guild's support, which would have placed immense pressure on them. The Desolate Guild's strength rivaled that of his own Jiang Guild. If the Desolate Guild were to signal its support for the Xian branch, Xian would be virtually guaranteed victory in the race to become the Jiang clan's divine son and succeed as clan leader. For this reason, his own branch had even prepared to fight to the death. In fact, the other two branches were in the same boat. But who would have thought that the situation would take such a dramatic turn? The Xian branch actually rejected the Desolate Guild's proposal for an alliance. Leo pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly, then turned to the clan elder with a smile and said, "The Xian branch has only recently risen to prominence. I wonder if they can withstand the wrath of the Desolate Guild." The clan elder understood, nodded slightly, and chuckled softly. "I'll relay this message to the Desolate Guild immediately. The moment their branch falls out with the Desolate Guild, they've already lost." Leo nodded, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked pensive. An aura of extraordinary presence swirled around him. As if a thought had occurred to him, he added, "Also, I'd appreciate it if you could send a signal to the Desolate Guild. I, Leo, have long admired Lola. If the opportunity arises, I'd be honored to sit down with her and exchange ideas." Upon hearing this, the clan elder's eyes lit up. The Desolate Guild had been rejected by the Xian lineage, a blow to their prestige if word got out. They might face ridicule from countless factions across the Shen-Tian realm. But if they went with the flow and instead formed an alliance through marriage with Xian's lineage, which, on the surface, would still be an alliance with the Jiang Guild, it would save face for the Desolate Guild. Moreover, Leo and Xian were both among the four venerables of the Jiang clan. In terms of talent, strength, and background, Leo was in no way inferior to Xian. "I am confident the Desolate Guild will not refuse our goodwill," the clan elder said with a smile as he stroked his beard. At that moment, in Xian's cave residence, a brilliant crimson light shone like a gushing fountain of blood, flowing gently as surging bloodline power shook the heavens and earth. Vaguely, countless mysterious forces of the laws seeped out from the void, slowly surging into Xian's body, enhancing his bloodline and tempering his physical form. Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling radiance burst forth from his gaze, as if containing ancient mysteries. "My bloodline concentration has reached 77. After briefly sensing his own bloodline, Xian couldn't help but grin. Bloodline concentration is determined at birth and is virtually impossible to increase later in life, unless one encounters a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain those legendary artifacts of divine providence. Yet, in just a few hours, his concentration had risen by a full 2%. Though it may seem like only a 2% increase, the impact on his innate talents amounted to nothing short of a significant transformation. Among the four greats of the Jiang clan, he had always held the upper hand, vaguely outshining the other three, all because his bloodline concentration had reached 75, while the others were only in the low 70s. Now, with this additional 2% increase, he could naturally suppress the other three even more effortlessly. Rumor had it that Leo had recently enjoyed many fortunate opportunities, resulting in a noticeable rise in strength. His cultivation seemed to have surpassed Xian's. Yet Xian remained confident that he could still defeat him with ease. "My cultivation bottleneck has loosened as well. It seems I've touched upon the peak of the divine entry realm." Xian chuckled softly. "Cultivation is divided into 9 realms. Body tempering, foundation stage, divine entry, spirit transformation, earth profound, heaven origin, Tao fusion, paragon stage, void god, and true god. Reaching the earth stage alone is enough to dominate a region, master the power of heaven and earth, and travel through the skies. Those at the heavenly origin and unity stages were as elusive as a dragon, hard to encounter in the mortal world, and capable of founding their own sects. Even the immortal clans dared not easily offend those at the paragon stage. Even the Jiang clan possessed few such peerless powerhouses. As for true gods, with the rules of this era incomplete, no one had crossed into that realm for a full 10,000 years. Those stuck at this level are known as void gods, and each one is invincible. As for Xian, simply due to this 2% increase in bloodline concentration, He had already reached the peak of the divine realm, a feat that would be terrifying enough in the outside world. At that moment, the notification appeared once more. Bloodline concentration continues to rise. In 3 days, it will reach 80%, triggering a bloodline transformation and the inheritance of the 7-star skill from the star ancestor. Xian sighed. This golden finger really is a great thing. But immediately afterward, Xian thought of the matter of breaking the engagement. And a hint of distress flashed in his eyes. Setting aside the requirements of the golden finger, just looking at her life story, she was clearly a female lead destined by heaven. If he were to break the engagement, he, Xian, would become a minor villain boss in the blink of an eye. No, I can't just sit here doing nothing. I need to do something for my fiancée and boost my favorability points, Xian mused, rubbing his chin. Immediately, Xian took out a sheet of rice paper, using his divine consciousness as a brush and the mana of heaven and earth as ink. He wrote a few words filled with concern and solemnly promised to fully respect her as long as she had no intention of breaking off the engagement. He would never give up on her. Someone, come here. A powerful member of the Jiang family at the Earth stage walked in, clasped his hands in a bow and said, "Greetings, young Master Xian." Xian sealed the letter with his own hands and simultaneously took out an inventory ring containing most of his hoard accumulated over the past few years. Handing both to the man, Xian instructed him with a serious expression. "Ride the immortal crane and deliver this letter to Luna in person as soon as possible. Do not delay under any circumstances." "Yes, sir." The Jiang clan powerhouse nodded solemnly, turned, and left the cave residence. He summoned an immortal crane also at the Unity stage and rode it. Out of the Jiang clan's sacred mountain, soaring high above the clouds at breakneck speed toward the Nangong clan, located on the frontier of eastern Shenzhou. You have once again broken the rules, bestowing a gift upon the heaven-chosen protagonist to aid her growth. The binding has been successfully established. From now on, every time Luna gains new insights, you will receive them as well and even double them. As Nangong Mingyu's strength grows, her destiny will rise alongside it, recognized by heaven and earth. Once bound to her, you will share in this as well. Xian's eyes lit up. If she improves, he'll gain a corresponding boost as well. After all, she is the heaven-chosen female led. Once that golden finger is activated, her cultivation will skyrocket. Did I give her too little? Xian pondered for a moment, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. Xuantiang Realm, Western Divine Continent. Amidst 10,000 li of barren wasteland, a vast, majestic immortal mountain loomed amidst the clouds, surrounded by countless ancient Tao patterns where light and shadow intertwined, evoking a solemn and awe-inspiring sense, as if one were gazing upon an ancient god. Suddenly, a resplendent divine voice rang out like a bolt of heavenly thunder. The immortal mountain trembled, the heavens and earth churned, and all living beings across the 10,000 li of barren wasteland quaked in fear. The petty Jiang clan has gone too far. At the summit of the divine mountain, the divine lord of the wasteland sat high upon the divine hall of the wasteland. Upon learning that Xian had refused the proposed marriage alliance, he flew into a rage and roared furiously. His face twisted with malevolence, his divine eyes flashing with icy light as he barked coldly. "Order the heavenly venerable Lu Ming to go to the Jiang family and ask that Jiang Xian brat. In what way is my Lola unworthy of him?" Throughout the divine sect, the young prodigies and powerful figures all shuddered inwardly. The Lu Ming celestial sovereign was a god of slaughter. Once, when a first-rate power in the region failed to show respect to his desolate guild, the Lu Ming celestial sovereign emerged from seclusion, slaughtered tens of thousands of its disciples, annihilated its lineage, and caused the deaths of all 3 Paragon stage ancestors. For the divine lord to dispatch the Lu Ming celestial sovereign himself, it seemed he was truly enraged. But upon realizing that the Jiang family's son had actually dared to refuse the marriage alliance, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, their anger boiling over. Consider the divine maiden of the desolate guild. Setting aside the fact that she is backed by the desolate guild, possesses a background reaching to the heavens, and is endowed with the abyssal physique her innate talent rivals that of the sect's founding ancestor, making her virtually invincible, her breathtaking beauty rivals that of a celestial maiden. The prodigies and talented youths from the great sects and noble clans across the Shen-Tian realm are all captivated by her and yearn for her affection. The divine maiden had set her heart on Xian of the Jiang family, and they had already resented this, believing him to be far inferior. But only because the divine maiden had repeatedly insisted did they lower their standards and proactively propose a marriage alliance with the Jiang family. Yet that young man from the Jiang family actually dared to refuse? His reason was that she was already betrothed to someone else? They heard rumors of that betrothal as well. The bride-to-be was merely a girl from a minor clan in the frontier lands. And now, with all her meridians severed, she become a cripple. To reject the divine maiden of the desolate guild for the sake of a cripple. Did he take them for fools? Such a lousy excuse? Who the hell would believe that? They're all cultivators. Cold-heartedness and a lack of loyalty are the norm. To give up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a mere invalid. Unless that Jiang family's Xian is a fool. It's obvious that the young upstart from the Jiang family clearly looks down on his sect's divine maiden and has deliberately made up an excuse to fob them off. Wait a moment. At that moment, Lola, who had been standing quietly to the side, hurried forward to intervene. First, she bowed respectfully to the desolate heaven divine lord, then turned to face the numerous elders and prodigies in the hall. Her expression was calm, neither sad nor joyful, as if it weren't she who had been rejected for the marriage alliance. A marriage alliance is, after all, a matter of mutual consent. Since Xian is unwilling, then let it be. How can we force someone against their will? If word gets out, how will the billions of cultivators in the Xian heaven view me, Lola? That I can't get married? Or that I can't find a husband? Lola's lips curled slightly into a faint smile, as radiant as a meteor streaking across the sky, dazzling the world. As soon as her words fell, they were like a pebble tossed into calm waters, sending ripples of uproar through the crowd. The elders and prodigies alike cried out in alarm. "Goddess, you must not do this!" An elder in black robes, his face dark with fury, glared at Lola and growled in a deep voice. "Goddess, you must not show any mercy to such an ungrateful wretch. Since Xian is so arrogant and looks down on others, he is clearly not a suitable match. Why does the divine maiden still bother speaking to him?" The divine lord of the wasteland stared at Lola, his divine eyes filled with bewilderment, and said in a deep voice, "Xinglan, do you realize that if word of today's events gets out, your reputation will be just as tarnished? Even our divine sect will be mocked by the major powers of the Shantian realm. We went out of our way to seek an alliance, only to be ruthlessly rejected. When has our desolate guild ever been humiliated like this?" Lola's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly, a hint of helplessness in her heart. How could she not know that this had damaged the desolate guild's reputation? But Xian, I absolutely must not fall out with him. She had a secret that no one knew. In truth, she was a reincarnated soul. In her previous life, with the peerless might of the abyssal physique, she had swept aside all the prodigies of her generation, achieving an unparalleled reputation, and once led the desolate guild to challenge for supremacy in the Shantian realm. But 100 years later, the desolate guild faced a great catastrophe. Powerful enemies invaded, and the once mighty desolate guild collapsed overnight. Even she was powerless to resist and fell in battle. In this life, to prevent this tragedy from recurring, she has been searching for a solution. But having been reincarnated, her soul is incomplete, and her memories have been forcibly sealed. She can only recall scattered major events from later eras. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on her was Xian of the Jiang family. If she was the invincible prodigy who swept through an entire era, then Xian was the supreme being who single-handedly subdued the entire Shantian realm. In fact, even before she had broken through to the true god realm, Xian had already shattered the shackles of the Shantian realm's order and ascended to pursue the mysteries of a higher Tao. Therefore she wanted to seek Xian's help. And the most reliable method, naturally, was to form an alliance through marriage and become Tao companions. To this end, she had repeatedly inquired about Xian, including details of his betrothal. She had originally assumed that, given her status and talent, such a marriage alliance would be a natural progression. Yet she never expected Xian to be so deeply loyal and devoted. Even after the woman in question had become a cripple, he still remained by her side, refusing to abandon her. A man so loyal and devoted, if I show him goodwill now, he'll be even more likely to help my desolate guild weather the coming calamity in the future. Lola couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, convinced she had chosen the right person. As for whether or not to form an alliance through marriage, that was merely a means, not an end. She could still show goodwill even without it. Perhaps following him would be a more suitable course of action, Lola mused to herself. Immediately, Lola raised her beautiful eyes slightly, looked at the divine lord of the wasteland, and bowed respectfully. The fault does not lie with the other party. If we insist on confronting them, it would only make our divine sect appear overly domineering. Moreover, it would unnecessarily create enmity with the Jiang Guild. It simply isn't worth it. It was Xinglan who acted too impulsively. Without first ascertaining the other party's intentions, she insisted on the marriage alliance, bringing shame upon our divine sect. Xinglan acknowledges her mistake and humbly requests the divine lord's punishment. Gazing at Lola, the divine lord of the wasteland sighed deeply. With a touch of resignation, he waved his hand, bringing the matter to a decisive close. Since you've put it that way, then so be it. Let us put this behind us and never speak of it again. Lola was the most promising divine maiden his sect had seen since ancient times, with a strong chance of leading them back to their former glory and challenging for supremacy in the Shantian realm. How could he bear to punish her? Although the arranged marriage had been rushed, leading to this series of absurd events, at the end of the day, it had merely tarnished their reputation slightly. It was no great loss. Besides, even if the major powers of the Shantian realm wanted to mock the Desolate Guild, they would have to weigh whether they could withstand the wrath of the Desolate Guild. Seeing this, the elders and prodigies could only suppress the anger in their hearts and swallow their indignation. At that moment, the elder in black robes seemed to think of something. He clasped his hands once more and said, "I report to the Divine Lord." When the Jiang family's clan elder delivered this message, he also mentioned that Leo, one of the 4 venerables of his branch, has been on friendly terms with the Divine Maiden for a long time and wishes to find an opportunity to sit down and discuss matters with her. I wonder. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted. They weren't fools. How could they fail to grasp the subtext? A long-standing connection, a chance to sit down and discuss matters? Was Leo intending to form an alliance through marriage with the Divine Maiden? If that were the case, it wouldn't be out of the question. After all, as one of the Jiang clan's 4 great ones, Leo's talent and strength were no less than Xian's. He was also a strong contender for the title of the Jiang clan's divine son, and even clan leader in this generation. An alliance through marriage with him would effectively be an alliance with the Jiang Guild, which would naturally preserve the Desolate Guild's prestige. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Lola. The desolate divine lord did the same, his gaze fixed on Lola. This plan had merit, but it could only work if Lola was willing. Lola furrowed her brow slightly. Leo? Who was that? She'd never heard of him. She had absolutely no memories of Leo from her past life, not even the slightest sense of familiarity. Clearly, he was just an ordinary prodigy. And yet he dared to discuss matters with her and propose a marriage alliance? Did he really think she was unmarriageable? Lola's expression instantly turned cold as she coldly retorted, "Is he even worthy?" At those words, everyone froze for a moment, staring blankly at Lola with looks of bewilderment. If Leo wasn't worthy, then why were you so determined to form an alliance with Xian? There's no difference between the two of them, is there? Seeing the goddess's cold demeanor, the crowd was tactful enough not to say anything further. And so, they all withdrew from the grand hall. Lola also took her leave and returned to her own cave residence. But she couldn't bring herself to focus on cultivation. She sat motionless on the jade pedestal of the immortal mana crystals, lost in thought. Since the arranged marriage had clearly failed, should she take the initiative to befriend Xian and follow him? As she pondered this, Lola's thoughts returned to her rejection, and her cold, striking features finally revealed a hint of the wistful resentment typical of a young woman. Who rejects someone right off the bat? At least meet me first. What's wrong with me? Lola wrinkled her delicate nose slightly and snorted indignantly. Is Xian truly that loyal and devoted? To stay by the side of someone whose meridians have been completely severed? Lola's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, her heart brimming with curiosity about this Xian. Wait, Luna! Lola jolted upright, her eyes filled with deep confusion. Why did that name feel so familiar to her? Could it be that this Luna was also a powerful figure in her past life? A useless person with all her meridians severed that couldn't be? Could it? At the same time, on the frontier of eastern Shenzhou, in Hangyue City, home of the Nangong clan. Within the Nangong clan, in a somewhat sparse cultivation hall, the younger generation of the clan sat cross-legged, listening to the Grand Elder's martial arts instruction. In a corner of the hall, a young woman dressed in a plain training robe sat with her eyes tightly closed, seemingly engrossed in her cultivation. Though she wore only simple training robes, They could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Her delicate, elegant eyebrows held a hint of resolve, naturally exuding an indescribable, otherworldly aura, as if a celestial being had descended to earth, standing apart from the world. However, she was now drenched in sweat, her expression one of struggle. Clearly, her cultivation was not going smoothly. The disciples listening to the lecture would occasionally glance sideways at this woman. Their expressions varied: regret, indifference, mockery. All were present. Grand Elder Nangong cast a glance at the woman and couldn't help but sigh gloomily to himself. Was the once promising prodigy of the Nangong clan truly destined to fall like this? Indeed, this woman was Xian's fiancée, Luna, whom he had never met in person. Senior, I've done exactly as you instructed. Why is my cultivation still so slow? Luna opened her beautiful eyes in resignation, her mind filled with frustration as she questioned the fragmentary soul residing within her. A year ago, by a stroke of fate, she had awakened this fragment of a soul that had been slumbering in the Nangong clan's ancestral hall. It claimed to be a close friend of the Nangong clan's founding ancestor, once a supreme true god-level powerhouse known as the Fairy of the Bright Moon. Due to certain upheavals, she had perished in a great calamity, with only a wisp of her soul surviving to the present day. Luna was overjoyed and absorbed the soul into her body, using her own spiritual energy to sustain the Fairy of the Bright Moon's remnant soul. The entity was also extremely generous, bestowing upon her a transformative cultivation technique and explaining that mastering it would reshape her physique to the highest degree, granting her invincibility. Luna, without a hint of doubt, began cultivating this technique on her own. However, the technique was far too ruthless. It required her to first destroy her dantian and sever all her meridians, drawing transformation from destruction. Only then could she reshape her supreme physique. The Moonlight Fairy had repeatedly assured her that, with her guidance, she would surely succeed within a year. But a year has long since passed, and she has only managed to restore her dantian and meridians, far from achieving the level required to reshape a supreme physique. She felt she had been deceived, because, over the past year, she had clearly sensed that the other party's remnant soul had grown significantly stronger, which made her suspect that the other party was using her. How was I to know that your branch had fallen into such a state of decline? You don't even have basic healing elixirs. Fairy Bright Moon knew full well that Luna now harbored resentment toward her. But she was at a loss as well. In the era she had lived in, the Nangong clan of this lineage had stood shoulder to shoulder with the immortal clans teeming with powerful figures and boasting profound foundations, possessing even several sacred herbs. In her mind, a mere healing elixir should have been something they could use at will. But she never imagined, without those potent healing elixirs, it took Luna a full 10 months just to restore her dantian and meridians, and that was only with the aid of her soul power. Otherwise, whether she could have recovered at all would have been anyone's guess. Just then, a crisp crane's cry pierced the sky. Startled, everyone looked up at the sky. A Di-Xian-level expert, clad in a Taoist robe and wearing the Jiang family's divine token at his waist, descended on the back of a celestial crane, landing within the training grounds. The overwhelming might of the Earth stage naturally radiated out, casting a domineering presence over the entire area. The expressions of the Nangong family members all changed. A Di-Xian-level expert from the Jiang Guild. After all, the strongest cultivator in their entire Hengyue city was merely at the Unity stage. Yet any random member of the Jiang Guild who stepped forward was an Earth stage powerhouse. May I ask, Venerable One, what brings you here? Grand Elder Nangong stepped forward and asked respectfully, clasping his hands in a bow. The Jiang family expert glanced at Grand Elder Nangong, furrowed his brow slightly, and asked indifferently, "Where is Luna? Young Master Xian has a message for me to deliver." Hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they immediately began to speculate. Break engagement. Has it finally come to this? Grand Elder Nangong's expression shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What was bound to happen had finally happened. His branch of the Nangong clan was merely a small family situated on the fringes of East Shenzhou compared to a colossus like the Jiang Guild. They weren't even worth a single hair on its head. What's more, his branch of the Nangong clan had been in steady decline in recent years, and in the past few years, it had suffered joint suppression from several other major clans in Hengyue City, leaving it teetering on the brink of collapse. However, it was a stroke of good fortune that his Nangong clan had produced a prodigious young woman who had made a name for herself. She had been recruited by Yushan Prefecture and, moreover, had caught the eye of the Jiang Guild, leading to a betrothal. Thanks to the connection with Yushan Prefecture, and even more so because of this betrothal, the Nangong clan had weathered the storm and grown increasingly powerful, showing signs of becoming the foremost family in Hangyue City. But the good times were short-lived. A year ago, Luna suddenly suffered a catastrophic transformation. Her meridians were severed, her dantian destroyed, and her cultivation completely lost. The once celestial prodigy fell from grace overnight. A month ago, experts from Yushan Prefecture had visited to assess Mingyue's injuries. Seeing that she showed no signs of recovery, they turned away with cold expressions, taking with them her status as a disciple of Yushan Prefecture. At that time, the entire clan had been speculating that the Jiang Guild might soon come to break the engagement. After all, as the most outstanding prodigy of an immortal clan, how could he possibly tolerate having a partner who was now a useless cripple, incapable of cultivation? To be honest, they had already steeled themselves for this possibility. Still, when reality finally struck, they found it somewhat difficult to accept. Upon hearing this, Luna rose calmly and walked up to the Jiang family's powerful figure. Luna. She had long been mentally prepared for the Jiang family to call off the engagement. She had always resented this marriage arranged by her parents against her will. After all, she didn't even know what her fiancé looked like. Now that it was over, it was actually a good thing, although there was a certain degree of humiliation involved. But who is to say that she, Luna, couldn't rise again and reach the pinnacle of the Shantian realm? When that time comes, she'll repay them all at once. As the saying goes, never look down on a poor young person. She had confidence in herself. The powerful figure from the Jiang family gave Luna a deep look. Though he harbored doubts, he said nothing further and simply handed her the letter and the inventory ring. He had also heard rumors about young Master Xian's refusal to break off the engagement, but that was a matter for the higher-ups. It wasn't his place to interfere. Taking the letter and the inventory ring, Luna remained as calm as ever, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. She didn't even seem inclined to open the letter. You need not be angry. Once you have rebuilt your supreme physique, your rise to prominence is only a matter of time. The Fairy of the Bright Moon said in a somewhat icy tone. Though the Jiang family is an ancient clan of immortals with a long heritage, if you master your cultivation techniques, you'll have every chance to dominate the Jiang family and avenge today's humiliation. After a year of getting to know her, she had genuinely come to care for and cherish her as her successor. Seeing her successor suffer a break engagement today left her deeply displeased. Grand Elder Nangong sighed inwardly and cast a pitying glance at Luna. Over the past year, this child had endured her share of hardships. However, the gazes of the young disciples at that moment held a different meaning. Perhaps there was some sympathy, but more than that, greed. Their eyes were all fixed on the inventory ring on Luna's finger, clearly compensation from the Jiang family for the broken engagement, which must contain no small amount of precious cultivation resources. If only they could seize it. Whoosh! Nangong Qingfeng, a collateral line disciple, stepped forward, snatched the letter and the inventory ring from Luna's finger, and said mockingly, Luna, you're nothing but a good for nothing now. Wouldn't it be a waste to let you use these cultivation resources? You might as well contribute them to the clan. It'd be a way for you to serve the clan in your twilight years. Luna's expression turned icy as she retorted coldly, It's none of your business how I conduct myself. Nangong Qingfeng's expression immediately darkened. He glared intently at Luna, his eyes flashing with deep resentment. What right did a good-for-nothing have to act so haughty? Did she really still think she was the heaven's darling she once was? Clutching the letter tighter, Nangong Qingfeng let out a cold laugh and said, enunciating each word clearly, Cousin, why aren't you reading young Master Xian's letter? Could it be that you lack the courage to face the fact that your engagement has been broken? In that case, let your cousin take care of it. She tore open the letter, and celestial and earthly mana surged forth as Xian's concerned voice slowly echoed. The engagement is set. You are my wife, Xian's wife. I shall protect you. Once I've grown stronger, I'll reshape you and guide you on the path of cultivation. The entire hall fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. No, it wasn't a broken engagement. Thud. Nangong Qingfeng instantly collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. The Jiang family hadn't broken the engagement. Luna was still the fiancée of young Master Xian of the Jiang family. Didn't his actions just now amount to courting death? Nangong Qingfeng hurriedly crawled to Luna's side and cautiously handed her the letter and the inventory ring. Luna cast a faint glance at him, took back the letter and the inventory ring, and lowered her eyes. Ripples of emotion stirred within her heart, leaving her far from calm. He was actually willing to stand by her no matter what, even promising to help her rebuild her physical constitution. The fairy of the bright moon fell silent for a moment. In the cultivation world, where deceit and treachery were the norm, was there really someone who took his promises so seriously? Thinking of her own past, she felt a pang of sadness and sighed softly, then urged Luna. Take a look at the cultivation resources inside the inventory ring. If there are 1 or 2 potent herbs, I'm confident I can help you return to the soul entry realm within 3 months. Luna nodded. As her divine sense swept over the inventory ring, she instantly froze in astonishment. The tie by Blue Lotus, which has the effect of calming the mind and soothing the spirit to aid cultivation. The earth-profound ginseng. Refining this ginseng when breaking through from the unity stage to the earth stage can increase the breakthrough probability by 10%. Li Hua Tianchao, a royal herb of the fire path, contains a vast amount of fire path laws. 9 dragon vine, June cold dew, dragon blood fruit. There were dozens of royal herbs alone, not to mention countless rare and spiritual herbs. It must be noted that spiritual herbs are already extremely precious cultivation resources. While great medicines are a rarity seen only once in a century, there are merely a handful in all of Hangyue City, let alone royal herbs. Even for the 2 premier powers within a 10,000 li radius, Yushan Prefecture and Qingyang sect, royal herbs are extremely precious cultivation resources, universally regarded as supreme treasures that are never used lightly. A wave of warmth washed over Luna's heart. In the year since she had fallen from grace, she had endured countless scornful glances and insults. Almost no one held her in high regard. Yet she never expected that her fiancé, whom she had never even met, would not only not despise her for having become a cripple, but would also lend her such unwavering support, directly sending her so many cultivation-grade royal herbs. She knew full well that even for the young master of the Jiang clan, parting with so many royal herbs at once would certainly be no easy feat. Fairy Bright Moon also sensed the aura of the royal herbs in her inventory ring and was instantly stunned. Dozens of royal herbs? Is he really that generous? Are there truly people in the cultivation world who value loyalty and righteousness this deeply? Fairy Jiaoyue found herself lost in thought for a moment. After all, these were all priceless treasures essential for reshaping meridians and breaking through cultivation realms 2 or 3 tiers superior to the list of medicines previously entrusted to Luna. Now she had absolute confidence that she could restore Luna. Upon hearing the young master's words, the Jiang clan's powerful figures felt a chill run down their spines. Only then did they realize just how unwavering the young master's resolve was not to break the engagement. Immediately, they unleashed the overwhelming pressure of their earth stage cultivation, crushing all around them, and barked coldly. Luna is the fiancée of our Jiang clan's Xian young master. Anyone who dares to show disrespect toward her is showing disrespect toward the young master himself. Those who show disrespect will be executed. His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, reverberating throughout the entire city of Hangyue. A staggering aura of killing intent surged forth like raging waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. Inside and outside the training ground, countless people were instantly struck with terror. Unable to bear the might of the Jiang clan's powerful figure, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. A storm of shock and disbelief raged within their hearts. Could the young Master Xian truly be willing to marry Luna? This useless person. The gazes of the Nangong clan disciples toward Luna changed instantly, filled with reverence, completely devoid of their earlier mockery and scorn. With the Jiang clan's backing, even if she remained unable to cultivate, her status far surpassed their own. She was not someone they could mock at will. At that moment, the expression of the Nangong clan's grand elder shifted, and he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. He never would have imagined that the young master of the Jiang clan could be so compassionate and loyal. His gaze toward Luna was instantly filled with a sense of relief. With such a husband, Mingyue, you have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, in a mansion elsewhere, Steward Wang of the Yushan Manor stationed in Hangyue City was suddenly jolted awake from his cultivation by the warning cries of the Jiang clan's powerful figures. He cast a terrified glance toward the Nangong residence. The Jiang clan hadn't issued a break engagement? His face instantly turned pale. This was trouble. Just a month ago, the Yushan Manor had revoked Luna's status as a disciple. If the Jiang family found out, the Yushan Manor would likely be unable to withstand their wrath. After all, although the Yushan Manor was a first-rate power dominating its region, in the face of a colossus like the Jiang Guild, it was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Once the Jiang Guild was enraged, the downfall of Yushan Manor would be at their mercy. Steward Wang frantically pulled out the secret decree and hurriedly relayed the news back to Yushan Manor. 3,000 li away from Hengyue City, deep within the Qianzhong Xiong Mountains, stood Jade Towers, enveloped in a mist of ethereal spiritual energy, resembling a sacred sanctuary. This is where the Yushan Prefecture's headquarters is located. Inside the main hall of Yushan Prefecture, the prefect upon receiving the news saw his expression change drastically in an instant. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the sides of his face, and a deep sense of fear welled up within him. Fear of the Jiang Guild. Summon all the elders to the main hall for a meeting, the prefect of Yushan Prefecture said in a deep, stern voice. Moments later, numerous elders of Yushan Manor, radiating divine light, poured into the main hall. Seeing the Manor Lord's worried expression, they couldn't help but wonder. What could possibly have the Manor Lord so flustered? May I ask, Manor Lord, why have you summoned us so urgently? The chief elder asked, clasping his hands in a bow. The Manor Lord of Yushan Manor surveyed the elders and said in a solemn voice, "The Jiang family has not broken the engagement." What? The expressions of all the elders changed instantly. The Jiang family hadn't broken the engagement? What was going on? That's impossible. The Grand Elder's face paled as he exclaimed in shock and disbelief. I personally went to investigate a month ago. That Luna showed no signs of recovery whatsoever. She's clearly become a good-for-nothing who can no longer cultivate. Why hasn't that young lord broken the engagement? Hearing this, the elders looked slightly stunned, their minds filled with confusion. The young lord of the Jiang clan was a peerless prodigy of his generation, with the potential to rise to the position of divine son or clan leader of the Jiang clan to become a supreme powerhouse who would rule the Jiang Guild and dominate a vast realm. How could such a prodigy possibly tolerate having a useless partner? The lord of Yushan Prefecture's eyes were also filled with confusion, but he had no choice but to suppress his inner bewilderment and said in a solemn voice, "Now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Since the Jiang clan has not broken off the engagement, we must make our stance clear. If the Jiang clan were to learn that Yushan Prefecture has revoked Luna's status as a disciple, their wrath would be unimaginable." The elders' hearts sank, and their expressions immediately darkened. They understood exactly what this implied. The wrath of an immortal clan was something they could not afford to bear. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondered for a moment, then softened his expression slightly and said calmly, "I shall go to the Nangong clan at once to restore his status as an inner door disciple." But the elders exchanged glances and hesitated. If we merely restore his inner door disciple status, might that not be insufficient? After all, we were the ones who revoked his status in the first place. The Grand Elder shook his head and chuckled. Restoring Luna's status is for the Jiang clan's benefit. It's not truly meant to compensate Luna. As long as we haven't embarrassed the Jiang clan, that is enough. I personally investigated Luna's condition. Her dantian is shattered, and her meridians are completely severed. There is absolutely no possibility of recovery. How could such a good-for-nothing possibly catch the young lord's eye? Breaking off the engagement is only a matter of time. Inner door disciple status is sufficient. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with disdain for Luna. That good-for-nothing. For a mere waste of space like her, being granted inner sect disciple status was already a tremendous blessing. The Manor Lord and the other elders were taken aback for a moment, struggling to keep up with the Grand Elder's line of reasoning. Then why not break the engagement today? The Grand Elder shook his head and chuckled. For no other reason than to preserve my own reputation. Luna cannot cultivate. Her lifespan is short. At most, she'll live another 100 years. 100 years is but the blink of an eye to us, let alone to that young lord. In 100 years, Luna will have passed away from old age, while that young lord will have achieved great cultivation and established a formidable reputation. By then, it will be the perfect time for him to seek a cultivation partner. In this way, we can also earn a good reputation, which will benefit our bid for the position of divine son. Why not? After speaking, the Grand Elder stroked his beard with a confident smile, his aged eyes sparkling with wisdom, as if he had already seen through everything. The Manor Lord and the other elders looked pensive. After giving it some thought, they deeply felt that the Grand Elder's reasoning was highly plausible. Otherwise, there would be no explanation whatsoever for why the young master of a prestigious immortal family, one of the most outstanding prodigies of this generation, would tolerate a good-for-nothing as his fiancée. If word of this got out, even if it didn't invite ridicule, it would at the very least be a blow to his reputation. Lord Yushan pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Senior Elder, your insight is profound, and you speak the truth. We shall proceed as you suggest and restore Luna's status as an inner sect disciple. The senior elder bowed with clasped hands. This old servant obeys your command. Immediately, he swept his sleeve, stepped out of the grand hall, summoned his magical beast the Yushan eagle and, slicing through the void, soared into the clouds, heading for Hangyue City. Several sticks of incense later, the Grand Elder arrived at the Nangong clan, landing in the training grounds. After scanning the crowd and spotting the Jiang clan's powerful cultivator present, he hurried forward to pay his respects. The Jiang clan's powerful cultivator gave a faint nod, showing little deference despite the other's Earth stage cultivation level. In this remote frontier region, let alone cultivators of the same realm, even if the prefect of Yushan Prefecture himself were to arrive, he would have to pay his respects to him, because he represented the Jiang clan. After paying his respects, the Grand Elder turned to Luna and said calmly, "The prefect greatly admires your steadfast Tao heart. Even having lost all your natural talent, you have not wavered in your pursuit of the Tao. He wishes to restore your status as an inner sect disciple. Are you willing?" At these words, the onlookers from the Nangong clan were taken aback. Hadn't her status been revoked just a month ago? How could her inner sect disciple status be restored so quickly? The Nangong clan's Grand Elder stood to one side, his eyes slightly lowered. Yushan Prefecture's sudden about-face was clearly due to the Jiang clan. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Though Mingyue had lost all her natural talent, finding such a fiancé was, in a way, a blessing in disguise. Luna's beautiful, resolute eyes fluttered slightly. She knew full well that the claim of admiring her unwavering devotion to the Tao was nothing but nonsense. They were merely afraid of her fiancé and feared the Jiang family would hold them accountable, so they were stepping in to mend the fence after the sheep were lost. She still vividly remembered the icy expression on this Grand Elder's face a month ago when he revoked her status as a disciple. And now he wanted to take her back. Luna is nered inwardly. Though she had become a useless person, she still possessed her pride. She'd rather go without than accept charity. Just as she was about to refuse, a resounding voice suddenly rang out from the heavens, its tone brimming with mockery. "Fu Rong, you're just a lowly inner sect disciple, and you dare to try to recruit a heavenly prodigy like Luna? You at Yushan Manor are being far too petty." A middle-aged man clad in white robes, riding the mythical beast Blazing Fire Crow, descended from the clouds. A scorching heat wave rolled out from him, spreading like a sea of fire that seared the heavens and earth. The crowd was instantly startled. It was Bei Qing, the sect master of Qingyang sect. How had he arrived here? This was a peerlessly formidable figure. Originally a lone cultivator, he had inadvertently provoked the Jade Mountain Prefecture, which had issued a warrant for his arrest. Yet he had managed to turn danger into safety time and again, even going so far as to kill dozens of the prefecture's prodigies in retaliation. Later, thanks to a stroke of extraordinary luck, he reached the Tianyuan realm, founded the Qingyang sect, and stood on equal footing with the Jade Mountain Prefecture. After thousands of years of development, Qingyang sect has now risen to become a first-rate power in the borderlands. Although its foundations remain considerably weaker than those of Yushan Prefecture, its momentum far surpasses that of the latter. It is said that as early as 100 years ago, Bei Qing had already reached the half-step Paragon stage, standing just a single step away from the Supreme Paragon stage. The Blazing Fire Crow at his feet was of extraordinary origin. It was said to be the guardian spirit beast of the legacy Bei Qing had inherited, possessing a trace of the Golden Crow's bloodline within its body, with strength rivaling that of the invincible Paragon stage. This was one of the reasons why the Qingyang sect, despite its foundations being far weaker than those of the Yushan Prefecture, was still able to stand on equal footing with it. Fu Rong looked in the direction of the voice, his expression immediately darkening. "Bai King, what business is it of yours that our Yushan Prefecture is recruiting disciples?" Bei Qing stepped down from the Blazing Fire Crow and first bowed his hands in greeting to the Jiang family's powerful figure. Since the other was a member of the Jiang family, even though his own strength far surpassed theirs, he had to be exceptionally courteous. He feared Yushan Prefecture not, but the Jiang Guild that was a force to be reckoned with. A clan bearing the name of Eternal life possessed such profound foundations that it could shake the entire Shantian realm. Even the Qingyang sect was nothing more than a mere speck in comparison. Then, turning to Fu Rong, Beiqing gave an amused smile. Recruiting disciples?
Mere inner sect disciples.
Fu Rong, your judgment is as poor as ever. Back then, when I wanted to become your disciple, you said my talent was lacking and I was unfit for the great Tao, and you even had people throw me off Yushan Manor. Beiqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked slowly toward Fu Rong, his expression slightly cold. The Jade Mountain Manor, standing 3,000 zhang high. At the time, I was merely at the body-tempering realm. Fortunately, I survived. Not only did I survive, but I've also achieved what I have today. Today, with a heavenly prodigy standing right before you, you dare to offer her nothing more than an inner sect disciple position. Don't you think your judgment is a bit too poor? The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. So there was such a deep-seated grudge between sect master Beiqing and Yushan Prefecture? Fu Rong's expression instantly darkened. He glared intently at Beiqing but could not refute him. The other was speaking the truth. And moreover, Beiqing's current strength far surpassed his own. What exactly are you trying to do? Start a war? We at Yushan Manor will see it through to the end. Fu Rong growled under his breath. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze to the breaking point. Everyone's expressions tightened. Could it be that the two great overlords, the only ones within 10,000 li, were about to go to war today?
Beiqing chuckled. Va?
You're not even worthy of it. Today, I intend to show you just how poor your judgment really is. Pushing Fu Rong aside, Beiqing walked straight toward Luna and held out a fire crow token radiating a golden glow. I wish to take you as my disciple and name you the foremost true disciple of my Qingyang sect. Will you consider it? The crowd was taken aback. Had this person also come for Luna? The tense atmosphere instantly eased. Everyone's gaze turned to Luna, their minds filled with confusion. Wasn't she a cripple? How had she suddenly become so sought after? First, the Grand Elder of Yushan Prefecture had sought to restore her status as an inner sect disciple, and now even the sect master of the Qingyang sect had appeared of his own accord to take her as a disciple. The foremost true disciple. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would even be the designated successor to the Qingyang sect master. What on earth are these powerful figures thinking? She asked Luna, a good-for-nothing whose meridians are completely severed and who can't cultivate at all. Meanwhile, the Jiang family's powerful figure, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, cast a deep glance at Beiqing and let out a faint smile. To put it bluntly, weren't they just trying to curry favor with his family's young master through Luna? The first direct disciple. Huh? Well, that does fit her status as the fiancée of the Jiang family's young master. Fu Rong stared intently at Beiqing's retreating figure, a flicker of disdain and sarcasm passing through his dark eyes. Taking Luna as the first disciple just to curry favor with the Jiang clan? What an idiot! Luna stared blankly at the fire crow token Beiqing held out, her expression inscrutable. Instead of reaching out to take it, she looked up at Beiqing and said calmly, "May I ask, master of the Qingyang sect, are you impressed by my talent? Or by my fiancé?" As soon as those words left her lips, everyone froze in shock. Their minds in an uproar. Their instinct told them Luna must have lost her mind. Saying it so bluntly, aren't you just slapping him in the face? Yes, the Qingyang sect's top disciple. It's obviously to curry favor with the Jiang family. Do you really think he's genuinely interested in your talent? Besides, what talent do you even have? With your meridians severed and your dantian destroyed, you're a complete waste of space who can't even practice cultivation. Beiqing was also taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected the other party to ask that question. Yet he showed no sign of anger. On the contrary, he was extremely candid, laughing frankly as he said, 70% is to curry favor with the Jiang family, and 30% is because I value your talent. If we gain the Jiang family's favor, it will greatly benefit our Qingyang sect. We might even surpass Yushan Prefecture and become the sole overlord within a 10,000 li radius. Furthermore, I trust the young master of the Jiang clan's judgment. The fiancé he has chosen must surely be a heavenly beauty. Secondly, in you, I see my former self. Even after falling into the dust, you remain tenacious and unyielding. That kind of devotion to the Tao is truly rare and precious. If you can set foot on the path of the Tao once more, what's wrong with entrusting the Qingyang sect to your hands? Luna was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a prominent figure to speak so candidly about his intentions to curry favor with the Jiang family. Her heart instantly filled with admiration for this powerful figure. Without further hesitation, she took the token from his hand and knelt on one knee, bowing her head. "Greetings, master." Bei Qing smiled faintly, lifted her up with both hands, and then announced in a loud voice, "From this moment on, Luna is the foremost true disciple of our Qingyang sect. Anyone who shows her disrespect is provoking the Qingyang sect." Everyone's heart sank, and they couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. In just a short while, the once worthless Luna had suddenly transformed into a true disciple of the Qingyang sect. Even, she was also the fiancée personally chosen by the young master of the Jiang clan, a status above all others. The crowd stared at Luna in stunned silence, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. That once beloved prodigy of the heavens seemed to have returned. Fu Rong, who had witnessed this scene, saw his eyes fill with unease. Daring not to linger any longer, he hurriedly summoned his spirit beast and departed. If the Qingyang sect curried favor with the Jiang family and earned their approval, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for his Yushan prefecture. What was even more devastating was, it seemed he had underestimated Luna's significance. Could it be that the young master of the Jiang family has truly designated Luna as his fiancée? On the way back, the more Fu Rong pondered this, the more terrified he became. It seemed he had truly misjudged the situation. With matters here settled, the Jiang family's powerful figures departed first. Luna had become a true disciple of the Qingyang sect, an arrangement that could be considered satisfactory, and he would have an explanation to offer the young master upon his return. Bei Qing would temporarily stay with the Nangong family, allowing Luna a day to rest before they returned to the Qingyang sect together the next day. Within the Nangong clan, the emotions of over 100 clan members from top to bottom were a roller coaster of turmoil and excitement. What they had witnessed today far exceeded their wildest imaginations. They knew that the once beloved, Heaven's darling had returned. As a result, whenever they passed by Luna's residence now, they would unconsciously quiet their footsteps, afraid of disturbing her. In the cultivation chamber of Luna's residence, seated cross-legged on a piece of black jade, Luna stared blankly at the inventory ring on her finger, her thoughts churning, unable to snap out of it for a long time. She knew full well that everything that had happened today stemmed entirely from her fiancé, Xian. If not for him, she would still be that good-for-nothing who was mocked and scorned by everyone. She instinctively clenched the ring tighter. A resolute gleam flashed in Luna's eyes. As bright as moonlight, she absolutely must not disappoint Xian's high expectations. "Senior, please help me with my cultivation," Luna said calmly. The remnant soul of the moonlight fairy floated out and instinctively glanced at the ring in Luna's hand, a hint of admiration and deep envy. In her lifetime, she, too, had experienced a love so profound it was etched into her very being. Yet she hadn't been as fortunate as Luna. In order to break through to a realm beyond true God, her lover had ruthlessly ambushed her, forcibly stripping her of the Tao foundation within her body. Had she not been protected by a supreme treasure, allowing her to split off a wisp of her soul to escape, she would likely have been refined into a puppet by her lover. After gathering her composure, immortal Jiaoyue said solemnly, "Bring out the Li Hua Tianchao. I will help you refine it. With this Fire Tao royal herb, you can begin to reshape your physique and forge a post-heaven Fire Tao spirit body." Although a postnatal Fire Tao spiritual body isn't considered an exceptionally extraordinary constitution among the immortal clans and ancient great sects, it's more than enough to place you among the foremost prodigies. Luna's eyelids fluttered slightly as she asked nervously, "Then how far am I from Xian?" The fairy of the bright moon saw right through her thoughts and chuckled softly. "You're still a long way from him right now, but rest assured the transformative cultivation technique I've entrusted to you contains supreme potential. If you master it completely, you can forge a nirvana physique, a constitution that rivals the innate holy physique. By then, you'll be every bit as formidable as that young master of the Jiang clan. In fact, it might even be possible for you to protect your fiancé and ensure his eternal life and peace of mind." Teased by the fairy of the bright moon, Luna's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She instinctively clenched the ring in her hand, then took out the celestial fire grass, calmed her mind, and began to refine it. The Li Hua Tianchao transformed into pure fire path spiritual essence, surging into Luna's body. A fiery divine radiance shone brightly as boundless fire path rule energy filled her entire body, revealing a mysterious Tao essence, accompanied by faint, ancient Tao chants. However, the fire path rule energy was far too powerful, far beyond what Luna could currently withstand. The power of the laws erupted violently. The immense energy, like a storm, rampaged through Luna's fragile meridians, wreaking havoc. The Moonlight Fairy's expression remained unchanged. As a royal herb imbued with the power of the laws, only Earth stage cultivators would typically dare to attempt its refinement. Luna had only recently restored her meridians and dantian and possessed virtually no cultivation base naturally. She could not refine it on her own. According to the original cultivation plan she had devised for Luna, this step was not to be undertaken until Luna reached the unity stage. However, seeing how eager Luna was to advance, and moved by the deeply affectionate gesture of her fiancé, she had offered to help Luna directly forge a post-human fire path spirit body. There was of course a price to pay, but Fairy Bright Moon smiled faintly. It is said that the great Tao is without emotion, but today I am fortunate to witness that there are still those in the cultivation world who value affection deeply. Paying a small price is well worth it. Immediately, Fairy Bright Moon channeled her own scarce divine soul energy into Luna's body, soothing the restless forces of the fire Tao laws and guiding this energy to fuse with Luna's physical form. Moments later, countless flames and runes surged around Luna, and faint divine radiance of the fire Tao flickered. She resembled a primordial fire spirit, possessing boundless fiery power. The postnatal fire Tao spirit body was complete. At this very moment, however, the Moonlight Fairy's soul form had grown exceptionally faint, appearing and disappearing intermittently, as if it might vanish at any moment. She was originally nothing more than a wisp of a soul. It had taken her a full year of nurturing within Luna's body to barely regain a shred of vitality and accumulate a small amount of divine soul energy. Now, having expended nearly all of that energy to help Luna forge her physical constitution, she was utterly drained. She was now extremely weak and needed a period of slumber to recover. As she was about to fall asleep, Fairy Bright Moon gazed at Luna, a gentle light flickering in her eyes, and left a message. The great Tao is merciless, and those who cultivate the Tao are even more so. The cultivation world is rife with deceit and treachery. Those who will treat you with genuine sincerity are very, very few. Someone as deeply loyal as Xian is exceedingly rare. This is your good fortune, you must cherish it. Then she flew back into Nangong Mingyue's body and fell into a deep slumber. At that very moment, Luna was assimilating the insights provided by the post-heavenly fire Tao spirit body and had already entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Several hours later, blazing flames erupted all around her, and countless fiery Tao patterns swirled, containing explosive power. The great Tao of fire manifested accordingly, condensing within Luna's body into a flame as tangible as solid matter. If the master of Qingyang sect, Bei Qing, had been present, he would surely have cried out in astonishment. The intent of the fire Tao, the essence of the Tao, the very beginning of the great Tao, is essential for breaking through to the soul transformation stage. In other words, only cultivators who have grasped the essence of the Tao and reached the peak of the soul realm have the potential to advance to the soul stage. Luna's talent for the fire Tao was already extraordinary. She had gained a preliminary understanding of the essence of the fire Tao a year ago and was just one step away from mastery. Now that she has forged her post-heaven fire Tao spirit body, it was only a matter of time before she comprehended the essence of the fire Tao. At the same time, flames and Tao patterns swirled around Luna, coalescing into a fiery vortex. Endless devouring power surged forth, frantically drawing in the mana of heaven and earth. Mana from 100 zhong in all directions surged back, pouring into Luna's body like a storm. A divine radiance of flame erupted, and a faint aura of might rippled out. Luna's cultivation soared at an astonishing rate. Body tempering, first level, second level, fifth level. In one fluid motion, she broke through 5 minor realms in succession. Luna slowly opened her eyes. A flash of fire flickered in her gaze as she sensed the power surging within her, and a smile immediately spread across her face. Although she had only reached the 5th level of body tempering, she believed that with her current post-heaven fire path spirit body constitution, it wouldn't take long at all to return to the soul entry realm. At that moment, immortal Fairy Bright Moon's recorded voice flooded her mind. Luna's expression faltered slightly. She lowered her eyelids, instinctively clenching the ring in her hand, her resolve growing even stronger. Train hard. Reach Xian's level as soon as possible. Immediately, Luna stepped out of the meditation chamber and headed toward Bei Qing's residence. She was eager to improve her strength and didn't want to waste a single moment. At that moment, Grand Elder Nangong and the others were hosting a banquet for Bei Qing. Upon seeing Luna arrive, they all turned to look at her, but when they sensed her cultivation level, they were all taken aback. 5th level of body tempering? Luna has reshaped her physique? A storm of shock instantly swept through their minds. Holy shit, that fast? Has the young lord of the Zhang clan become so powerful that he can reshape a constitution from a distance? Bei Qing's hand, holding his wine cup, trembled involuntarily, his heart filled with utter astonishment. After all, reshaping a constitution was already a feat that defied the heavens without a divine elixir of creation. Even he couldn't accomplish it. And yet, the young lord of the Zhang clan was actually able to reshape Luna's constitution from a distance? What the hell kind of supernatural power is that? That's way too outrageous. But as Bei Qing gave it a moment's thought, a smile instantly lit up his face. His precious disciple was, after all, that young master's fiancée. Why should he worry about not being able to get close to that incredibly powerful young master of the Zhang family? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and it had been exactly 5 days since Xian went into seclusion. Because Xian had refused to break off the engagement and had also rejected the desolate guild's proposal for an alliance, the entire Zhang family was now shrouded in a tense and ominous atmosphere, especially now that the news had reached the desolate guild. Everyone in Xian's branch from top to bottom was filled with anxiety, fearing that if the desolate guild were to fly into a rage, it could jeopardize Xian's bid for the position of junior clan leader. After all, the desolate guild is currently at the height of its power, and even the Zhang guild must weigh the consequences of their wrath. Meanwhile, the branches aligned with Liu and the other 2 young lords have been waiting to watch the show, eager to see how Xian's branch will handle the fallout. The desolate guild's wrath is not so easily appeased. But Xian, the one at the center of it all, had no mind for such trivial matters. He was currently meditating on the 7-star skill. 2 days ago, his bloodline had risen to the 80th level, allowing him to inherit the 7-star skill from the star ancestor. This was a divine ability to divine the mysteries of heaven, drawing on the power of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. It allowed one to glimpse the slightest shifts in the Tao of heaven. Cultivated to its peak, it could even foretell the future, helping one seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. At that moment, a surge once again erupted within Xian's body. Viscous blood energy, like a gushing fountain of blood, bathed the entire cave residence in a crimson glow. A dazzling divine radiance surged around him, accompanied by countless traces of immortal essence and Taoist aura, making him resemble a newly born deity. Having just reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 7-star skill, Xian slowly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his face. My bloodline has risen to 85 this quickly? A look of distress involuntarily crossed his face. The rise in his bloodline was accompanied by a massive surge of energy. The slightest misstep could cause his cultivation to rapidly break through, even propelling him into the soul stage. But this was not what he desired. Strength isn't always directly tied to cultivation level, especially in the early stages of cultivation, when a solid foundation is of the utmost importance. The more robust one's Tao foundation, the greater one's combat power, and the smoother one's future path will be. In fact, if one could break through the limits and forge a supreme Tao foundation, even at the spirit stage, one would possess the absolute combat power to challenge the soul stage. More crucially, forging a supreme Tao foundation would elevate one's potential, granting invincibility and significantly increasing the chances of becoming a god in the future. This is the realm he currently strives to attain. In fact, all prodigies from immortal clans follow this path. They do not blindly pursue higher cultivation levels, but instead focus on refining their foundations. However, the other 3 young lords of the Zhang clan had long since been unable to suppress their cultivation and had broken through to the soul stage. Xian, however, was able to steadily suppress the other 3 young lords at the soul stage with his spirit stage cultivation, a clear indication of just how profound his foundation was. To forge a supreme foundation, over the past 5 days, aside from contemplating the 7-star skill, he had spent every waking moment painstakingly suppressing his energy, using it to temper the foundations of his physical body and prevent a premature breakthrough that would leave his foundation unstable. But he never expected that, just as he had digested the energy from his previous bloodline enhancement, his bloodline would rise once again. The surging qi and blood within his body flowed like an ocean, causing Xian's physical form to seem as though it had expanded slightly. Xian's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth and persevered, desperately suppressing and channeling the energy to temper the foundations of his physical body. But the energy unleashed by the Bloodline's rise to 85 was simply too overwhelming. His body, as translucent as lapis lazuli, shattered time and again, only to heal just as quickly. Countless faint golden auras surged forth, and indescribable power seemed to solidify into a tangible form, shaking the void and sending ripples throughout the cosmos. Half an hour later, Xian smiled helplessly. His physical body had already reached its limit. Continuing the tempering would only damage his foundations, with no benefit to be gained. He had no choice but to open his mind and guide the energy to break through the barrier and transcend the realm. Boom! Blazing divine radiance burst forth, and his bloodline viscous as magma boiled and roared. In the blink of an eye, Xian entered the perfect divine realm. His divine soul, seated cross-legged at the center of his sea of consciousness, gradually solidified into a tangible form, radiating an ancient energy that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the Tao, mysterious and profound beyond measure. Only then, after 85% of his bloodline had been fully unleashed, was he able to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, activating the Tao imprint. Left behind in this realm by the Zhang clan's founding ancestor. The winds and clouds swirled, and the heavens split apart. In the profound depths of the cosmos, a magnificent divine sanctuary materialized, bathed in endless divine radiance. It was solemn and majestic, resembling the resting place of the gods. An ancient, mysterious, and vast aura enveloped the Zhang Guild's towering divine mountain. Tens of thousands of Fang clan members, from the highest to the lowest, felt their bloodlines tremble. They immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves in reverence. Every one of them gazed at the sky with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. This was the Zhang clan's divine shrine, the imprint of the great Tao left by the Zhang clan's founding ancestor in this realm. Should a descendant of the Zhang clan reach a certain level of bloodline concentration, it would trigger the descent of the divine shrine, bestowing blessings upon that descendant and passing down the legacy of the Zhang ancestors. This is a blessing reserved solely for the immortal clans, for they are born with divine blood, a blessing from the founding ancestor. Their bloodline is their innate talent. Those with a powerful bloodline can even rival those with an innate sacred physique. In the previous era, the Zhang clan boasted a prodigy whose bloodline traced back 83 generations, overwhelming countless powerful physiques and dominating an entire era. Several powerful, decaying auras erupted from the Zhang clan's ancestral lands. One by one, ancient monsters who had once ruled the Shentian realm were roused by the divine shrine. They awoke from their slumber, opened their aged divine eyes, and gazed intently at the shrine. Deep delight shone through their clouded gazes. One's bloodline concentration must reach at least 85% to be worthy of activating the divine shrine. Has a top-tier ancestral bloodline re-emerged among the younger generation? Is another invincible figure about to emerge in this generation of the Zhang clan? Investigate immediately. This prodigy of the Zhang clan must not be overlooked. Such a bloodline is worthy of becoming the young clan leader. One after another, the ancient titans released their divine senses, commanding their younger clan members to swiftly determine which of this generation's prodigies had triggered the divine shrine. At that moment, the divine shrine trembled slightly, and an ethereal divine form stepped out from within. Its gaze pierced through the void, landing on Xian. It nodded with satisfaction and smiled, then ascended to the 9 heavens. With a casual wave of its hand, it summoned myriad laws, transforming them into 3,000 sword energies that swirled around its body. The sword energies swirled, cleaving the void. Their boundless sharpness caused the heavens and earth to tremble. This is
Svärd ancestor Yang Tai.
the sword ancestor Zhang Tai who, 100,000 years ago, cleaved the heavens with a single sword strike and slew a true god. An elder of the Zhang clan suddenly leapt to his feet, crying out in astonishment. Over 1,000 prodigies of the Zhang clan immediately began to breathe heavily, their eyes brimming with envy. Who exactly was this clan member whose bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots? He had actually summoned the divine form of the sword ancestor Zhang Tai, who was now imparting the way to him. At that moment, the sword ancestor Zhang Tai spoke with eloquent grace, his sword Tao spanning the heavens. Endless sword chi scattered, and boundless truths of the sword Tao surged into Xian's mind and spirit. Xian instantly gained enlightenment. Sword light flickered in his eyes, and sharp streaks of sword energy surged from his body. A razor-sharp sword intent was rapidly taking shape. He had always excelled in the way of the sword, and was already but a step away from comprehending its true essence. Now, with the ancestral sword sage imparting his teachings, condensing his sword intent was a natural progression. Thousands of the Jiang clan's prodigies stared longingly at the divine image of sword ancestor Jiang Tai. Knowing that the sword ancestor was delivering his teachings but unable to hear a single word, they immediately grew frantic, tugging at their hair, scratching their faces, and pounding their chests in frustration. The return to ancestral bloodlines activated the divine shrine, bringing down the ancestral legacy. This was the blessing of the founding ancestor, but it was limited solely to the one whose bloodline had returned to its origins. They had neither the right nor the fortune to eavesdrop, unless that clan member voluntarily granted permission, but that was clearly impossible. Half a shurchen later, Xian suddenly opened his divine eyes, turned his finger into a sword, and thrust it forward. Endless sword energy surged forth, piercing the void. The sharpness of the strike was enough to make one's heart tremble. The sword intent was complete. Jiang Tai, the sword ancestor, smiled with great approval. Our Jiang clan has a worthy successor. Immediately afterward, he rose and returned to the divine shrine. The winds and clouds stirred once more, the heavens closed in, and the majestic divine shrine slowly dissipated. Leo stood at the entrance to his cave residence, gazing up at the sky, his expression a mix of light and shadow. This clan's ancestral bloodline had activated the divine shrine, and now they had received the sword Dao inheritance from sword ancestor Jiang Tai. Given time, they might threaten his position as young lord. Xian sensed the mysteries of the sword intent and the rise in his own strength, grinning widely. With a bloodline of 85, I activated the divine shrine and received the sword Dao teachings from sword ancestor Jiang Tai. What if I reach 90? Just then, a notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Luna, you have forged the postnatal fire spirit Dao body. You have received the corresponding feedback. You're in luck, a critical hit. You have obtained the fire Dao spirit body and the essence of the fire Dao. Xian's body, as translucent as lapis lazuli, was instantly engulfed in raging flames. Countless fire Dao patterns swirled around him, making him resemble a deity wielding fire. Moreover, a ball of flame, as tangible as solid matter, hovered in the palm of his hand. The essence of the way of fire. Xian blinked, his astonishment plain to see. At the peak of the spirit stage, one must comprehend the essence of a single great way to break through to the soul stage, but no matter how prodigiously talented a prodigy might be at the spirit stage, they can only comprehend the essence of a single great Dao, far from being able to master two. There exists an insurmountable barrier of the great Dao in this regard. Throughout history, countless defiant prodigies, boasting of their peerless talent, have attempted this only to end in failure, squandering their gifts in vain. But today, simply by receiving Luna's feedback, he effortlessly shattered that barrier and mastered two Dao essences. The protagonist of destiny really is in a league of his own. It's only been a few days, and he has already forged a post-heaven fire Dao spirit body. However, my golden finger is clearly a bit stronger. Xian grinned. Keep it up, my fiancée. Immediately afterward, he focused his mind, began to assimilate the gains from his breakthrough, and refined his foundations to an even deeper level. Earlier, his physical body had reached its peak. Now, having comprehended the essence of the sword and the essence of the fire Dao, his understanding of the great Dao had also reached its peak, bringing him one giant step closer to the supreme Dao foundation. However, Xian had a vague feeling that merely reaching the pinnacle might not be enough to forge the supreme Dao foundation. What if I were to break through that pinnacle? At that moment, within the Jiang clan's sacred mountain, elders from all branches had gathered to discuss how to locate the prodigy whose ancestral bloodline had triggered the divine shrine. Even the ancestor slumbering in the ancestral lands had been roused, and with plans to appoint this prodigy as junior clan leader, they had no choice but to treat the matter with the utmost caution. After all, the four venerables and the major lineages behind them had been locked in a stalemate for over a decade, vying for the position of Jiang clan leader without a clear resolution. Now, a prodigy had emerged who was set to rise directly above the four venerables. They could not accept this lightly. The elders of each branch deliberated for a full half-day before finalizing their plan. They announced to the entire Jiang clan that a trial in the ancestral lands would begin in 10 days' time. The victor would receive the bloodline baptism and be installed as junior clan chief, revered by the entire Jiang clan. In an instant, the entire Jiang clan was abuzz. Was the position of junior clan chief a subject of contention for over a decade finally about to be settled? Hundreds of the Jiang clan's prodigies immediately began rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to prove themselves. Each branch also began urgently recalling their prodigies who were traveling abroad. The Jiang clan's sacred mountain, which had always been tranquil, grew increasingly bustling day by day on one immortal peak after another. Powerful auras would occasionally surge forth. Many had already reached the soul stage. Everyone in the Jiang clan was speculating about who would claim the position of young clan head. Would it be one of the four venerables? Or perhaps one of the prodigies traveling abroad who had already made quite a name for themselves in East Shenzhou? Or could it be the one who had previously undergone a bloodline regression and triggered the divine shrine? Everyone was well aware of the ancestral land trials. Put simply, they were a contest of bloodline concentration, cultivation realm, and Tao foundations. Of these three, bloodline concentration went without saying naturally. The one who had experienced the ancestral bloodline revival was the strongest. A bloodline concentration of 85 far surpassed everyone else's. In terms of cultivation realm, the prodigies traveling abroad held the advantage. It was said that all of them had already reached the late soul stage. As for the foundations of the Tao, the four venerables are naturally the strongest, especially young venerable Xian, whose foundations are so profound that he can even suppress the other three. Among the younger generation of the Jiang clan, no one can match him in terms of Tao foundations. But when all three factors are taken into account, it remains highly uncertain who will ultimately claim the position of junior clan leader. On this day, a majestic immortal vessel sliced through the clouds and sailed into the Jiang clan's sacred mountain. From within the vessel, a young man clad in black robes and carrying a spirit sword on his back slowly stepped out. A murderous aura swirled around him, refusing to dissipate, accompanied by the faint, piercing howls of demons and monsters. The aura of the soul stage surged like a tide, overwhelming the surrounding realm. It's Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei is back! Someone from the Jiang clan exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, countless gazes from the Jiang clan's major immortal peaks turned toward this young man in black robes. Zhang Bei was the second most promising prodigy of the Jiang clan's younger generation, surpassed only by the four venerables. His bloodline concentration had reached an astonishing 65. 5 years ago, after reaching the peak of the spirit stage, he had left the mountain to train and seek an opportunity to break through to the spirit transformation stage. Over the past 5 years, he had not only broken through to the soul stage but also traveled across most of eastern Shenzhou, slaying nearly 100 demons and monsters of the same cultivation level, thereby earning immense renown. Enthusiasts had come to honor him as the Jiang clan's sword master. It is said that Zhang Bei had already reached the 7th level of the soul stage a year ago. Given his cultivation level, he is undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of the Jiang clan and a strong contender for the position of junior clan leader in this ancestral land trial. Zhang Bei surveyed the clan members from all branches of the Jiang clan. A dark gleam flashed in his cold, piercing eyes as he said indifferently, "The position of junior clan leader belongs to none other than me." Over the years, he had honed a sword heart, giving him absolute confidence that he could rival or even surpass the four venerables. The spirit sword on his back instantly burst forth with a razor-sharp glow, slicing through the 10,000 zhang thick cloud layer. Immediately afterward, he stepped through the air, returning to his own branch. The prodigies of the various Jiang family branches felt a chill run down their spines at the 7th level of spirit transformation. His strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Half an hour later, roar! A savage dragoness roar echoed across the Jiang clan's sacred mountain. 3 crimson-blooded dragons charged wildly, carrying a resplendent golden palace as they raced toward them. A blood-red aura, as vivid as fresh blood, rolled out in waves, reverberating across 100 li. The Feng family was thrown into a state of alarm, and everyone turned to look with astonishment and suspicion. The crimson blood dragons were ancient beasts bearing the bloodline of true dragons. They were wild and ferocious, and could only be commanded by a true powerhouse. Who could it be returning this time? Someone capable of commanding 3 crimson blood dragon serpents? The crimson blood dragon serpents circled above the Jiang clan's sacred mountain. The palace opened, and 2 elderly men who appeared to be servants emerged, hunched over, their bodies naturally radiating the aura of the Earth stage. Earth stage as servants? The crowd was taken aback. After all, in the outside world, Those at the Earth stage are mighty figures who dominate their respective regions. Even for the Jiang clan, a prestigious family of immortals boasting countless Earth stage experts, only the elders are qualified to have Earth stage experts willingly bow their heads and serve as servants. Who exactly was this prodigy of the Jiang clan who had returned? How had he managed to achieve such a feat? At that moment, a handsome young man clad in a golden and jade Taoist robe strolled out of the palace. Holding the golden jade mountain and river fan, he was enveloped in an aura of immortality, as if embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, a sight of the utmost wonder. The young lord of Qianquan? Everyone in the Jiang clan was utterly astonished. Ken, one of the four venerables, had been trapped by the limitations of his cultivation realm 3 years ago and had entered the mortal world to train. For 3 years, there had been almost no word from him. Had it not been for the fact that his life token in the Hall of Eternal Life remained intact, they would have suspected that the young venerable of Qianquan had met with misfortune. They never expected him to return today, and he seemed so sacred and extraordinary. Ken stood above the void, calmly surveying the Jiang clan's prodigies from all quarters. His gaze finally settled on the immortal peak where the Xian lineage resided, and he offered a detached smile. I, Jiang Kuan, have become a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild, and my cultivation has now reached the peak of the soul stage. I have returned to the clan today for no other reason than to claim the position of young clan leader. Even if the Xian clan forms an alliance through marriage with the Desolate Guild, I will not back down a single step. What is mine, no one can take it away. As soon as these words were spoken, they sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. The young lord of Qianquan had actually become a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild. The Yin-Yang Guild is the oldest sacred site in the Shantian realm indeed. There is none other like it. It is said that even before the immortal clans had emerged, the Yin-Yang Guild had already dominated the Shantian realm. At its peak, all sects bowed in submission, the gods paid homage, and every cultivator in the entire Shantian realm prostrated themselves at the feet of the Yin-Yang Guild. There should be no suspense regarding the outcome of this ancestral land trial. The prodigies of every branch could not help but feel a sense of gloom. The young lord of Qianquan, backed by the Yin-Yang Guild, possessed terrifying cultivation at the peak of the soul stage, a bloodline that had reached a staggering 72, and exceptionally solid foundations in the Tao. Taken together, it seemed no one among the younger generation of the Jiang family could possibly rival him. If the Xian and Desolate Guilds were to form an alliance through marriage, they might still stand a chance after all. The weight of what the Yin-Yang Guild represents is simply too great. Leo, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped out of his cave residence. Exuding an ancient, divine aura, his presence had grown considerably more profound than it had been in the previous few days. Clearly, his strength had made significant progress in recent days. Leo gazed calmly at Ken from afar, his expression serene, without the slightest hint of emotion. At his side, however, the clan elder of his lineage wore a look of concern. First there was Shen, who caught the Desolate Guildess. Then came the return of the Swordmaster Jiangbei, and now Ken, of whom we heard nothing for so long, has actually become a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild, with his cultivation reaching the peak of the soul stage. Mingho, be extra careful during this ancestral land trial. If things become too difficult, you can always withdraw. Leo shook his head and chuckled. The ancestral land trial assesses bloodline, cultivation level, and Tao foundation. No matter how powerful one's background is, it's still useless. These three are nothing to worry about. Especially Ken. I don't know what he has been through these past 3 years, but he has put the cart before the horse by forcing his way to a higher realm. Though he has reached the peak of the soul stage, his Tao foundation is clearly hollow. He is nothing but an empty shell. His tone carried a hint of disdain. As for that clan member whose bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form and activated the divine shrine, we need to keep a close eye on him. His bloodline concentration is 85, far surpassing ours, and he poses a significant threat to me. However, Leo, surrounded by an aura of divine energy, smiled with confidence. I'm not afraid either. Recently, he had mastered a great ancestral art, increasing his bloodline concentration by 2% to 75, now on par with Shen, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the soul stage. He was highly confident in his chances of becoming the young clan chief. News of the ancestral land trial had, of course, reached Shen's ears as well. The victor will be appointed young clan chief? Is this finally going to be settled? Shen murmured. The 4 elders of the Jiang clan had been vying for the position of clan chief for over a decade, locked in a stalemate, but now, it seemed, The conflict was finally coming to a close. Young Master Lola has sent a message. At that moment, a figure walked in, presenting a letter with both hands. Xian furrowed his brow slightly and opened the letter with some puzzlement. A vast, ethereal divine radiance surged forth, coalescing into a message that flowed into Xian's mind. Within our desolate guild, a fragment of a lost world has emerged. According to the Divine Lord's detection, this is the ruins of a true god. It may contain mighty and dangerous remnants, the legacy of a true god, the secrets of ascension to godhood, and other opportunities for transformation. The Divine Lord has even sensed a trace of the World Tree's aura. There may even be a seed of the World Tree within. Currently, only a handful of immortal clans and ancient great sects are aware of this matter, so there won't be too many prodigies participating. I take the liberty of inviting young Master Xian to come to my desolate guild in half a month's time to enter it with me. You may take whatever benefits you wish. If we are fortunate enough to obtain the seed of the World Tree, I am willing to present it to you. A world fragment? The ruins of a true god? The seed of the World Tree? Xian was taken aback for a moment. What on earth was this Lola up to? He'd already turned down her marriage proposal, yet she was still being so enthusiastic? Something's not right here. I'm afraid this Lola doesn't have good intentions. Xian muttered to himself. So many rewards, why would she give them all away to him for nothing? What's the point of that? Is she trying to make a fool of herself? She must think I'm an idiot. Without hesitation, he replied with two simple words. No way. You've broken the plot once by rejecting Lola's invitation. Reward: 1 breakthrough insight. When you break through the soul stage, you'll experience a sudden epiphany that will significantly boost your strength. Reward for rejecting Lola twice in a row: 1 random draw. As the prompts flashed before his eyes, Xian's expression froze. Was this really considered breaking the plot? And he even got a random draw? Whatever else may be said, this Lola is definitely a lucky charm. Farming rewards, I hit the jackpot every time. Xian chuckled. Drawing in progress. Congratulations. You've drawn the key to the true goddess ruins, located within the fragments of the Shenguang world. Here's a bonus message. The passage to the true goddess ruins is located in the desolate guild. A flash of white light, and an ancient-looking divine token appeared in Xian's hand, featuring a relief of a ferocious dragon's head. Even just a fleeting glance sent a chill deep into his heart, as if he were staring directly into the eyes of a terrifying, malevolent spirit. Staring blankly at the divine token in his hand, Xian's mind was filled with question marks. I turned Lola down, got a raffle ticket, and now you're giving me a key to the true goddess ruins? Are you trying to create a closed loop here? I've already sent that damn letter. Who are you trying to mess with? Xian's mouth twitched, his mind overflowing with complaints. I suspect the Deus Ex Machina is messing with me. But this is a key to a true goddess ruins. After all, for a moment, Xian couldn't find a reason to convince himself not to go. But the letter rejecting Lola had already been sent. Oh well, at worst, I'll just annoy Lola a little. I've already turned down the marriage proposal. One more bit of annoyance won't make a difference. Xian consoled himself. Just then, the vast heavens and earth suddenly warped. Endless laws manifested. Auspicious clouds surged from 10,000 li away, and 10,000 golden blossoms rained down, scattering across the Jiang clan's sacred mountain. From the immortal peak where Xian's lineage resided, a resplendent cry suddenly rang out like a celestial melody, rolling out and reverberating for 10,000 zhang. Within the sound lay a profound divine intent, as if a deity were awakening. A vision of a divine bone, as majestic as a sacred mountain, stretched across the heavens, its dazzling divine light radiating in all directions. This sacred vision startled the Jiang clan's powerful figures far and wide. Even the ancient monsters slumbering in the ancestral lands opened their eyes one after another, gazing upon it with astonishment and delight. Divine bone. Among the descendants of the Jiang clan, a prodigy with a natural divine bone had actually emerged. A natural divine bone provides the foundation for ascending to godhood. It signifies a natural supreme being. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, if this prodigy grows up smoothly, they will inevitably ascend to the rank of true god, overlooking the mystic heavens. First, there was the prodigy whose ancestral bloodline returned to its origins, stirring the divine shrine. Now, there is a natural supreme being born with a divine bone. This generation of the Jiang clan truly heralds a time of great prosperity. In the ancestral hall of the Xian branch, The clan elder and the other elders all wore excited smiles. Excellent. First came the Xian. Young sovereign, and now a natural sovereign. How could our branch fail to rise, take control of the Jiang clan, and become its main lineage? The clan elder excitedly pumped his fist. His face flushed red as he laughed with delight. A younger clan brother with innate divine bones has appeared in your branch. He is hailed as the heaven-born supreme. As the notification flashed before his eyes, Xian's expression froze, and he was instantly taken aback. Heaven-born supreme, with innate divine bones? And he's my younger clan brother? This plot, why does it feel so familiar? The next moment, Xian's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils contracting violently. Bones stealing? Holy shit! He shook his head hurriedly, forcing himself to calm down. His eyes flickered as he thought it through calmly for a moment. Though the divine bone is powerful and bears the title of innate supreme, it still falls far short of the Jiang clan's eternal bloodline. My bloodline is about to reach level 90 enough to rival a holy body. I don't need divine bone at all. Surely the clan wouldn't be so foolish as to do something this stupid, right? Without dwelling on it further, Xian refocused his mind, channeling the energy surging from his evolving bloodline to temper his physical body and foundational cultivation. Empowered by the fire intent and sword intent, his physical body and foundational cultivation, which had already approached their limits, began to shift once more, allowing Xian to glimpse the possibility of breaking through those limits and forging a supreme Tao foundation. Fire intent blazed all around him, while sword intent pulsed in and out. Tremendous energy permeated every muscle and meridian of his body, refining them repeatedly. The Tao foundation suspended in his dantian was like a profound abyss, quietly absorbing energy and solidifying to an even deeper level. And so, half a day later, bloodline enhancement complete. Viscous blood energy surged and churned like an ocean. Dazzling divine radiance shone as endless cosmic laws surged from the void, flowing into Xian's body to help him further temper his physical form and Tao foundation. Outside the cave residence, atop the Jiang clan's divine mountain, the winds and clouds swirled. The sky split apart, divine radiance rained down, and the divine shrine reappeared. Elders from all the clans stepped out one after another, each wearing an expression of both complexity and shock. Could it be that prodigy had once again undergone a bloodline regression and activated the divine shrine? In just 5 short days, could his bloodline regress twice? What the hell kind of talent is that? To activate the divine shrine again, his bloodline concentration must be at least 90, right? Which clan does this prodigy actually belong to? A bloodline concentration of 90. Looking back over the Jiang clan's million-year history, there have been only a handful of prodigies whose bloodline concentration reached 90. Every single one of them was known as invincible, sweeping through their era, forging their own path to the heavens, and leaving a legacy that shook the ages. With this youth present in the ancestral land trial, the 4 venerables' chances are likely slim. The clan elders from each lineage pondered the situation for a moment, then all shook their heads and sighed. If the 4 venerables were to fall to this youth, it would be an outcome they could accept. After all, in any era, a bloodline concentration of 90 would be more than sufficient to qualify one as the young clan leader. In the past few days, the Jiang clan's prodigies had all returned, numbering in the thousands. Now, every one of them stepped out of their cave dwellings to gaze up at the Jiang clan's divine shrine in the sky, their eyes flickering with unspeakable astonishment. Holy shit! With such a terrifying bloodline concentration, he'd be unstoppable in the ancestral land trials. How the hell were they supposed to compete? Zhang Bei, with his spirit sword slung across his back, gazed up at the sky and fell silent. After a long while, a murderous aura surged skyward from his body. His spirit sword trembled wildly, emitting a chilling, razor-sharp glow. Even with a bloodline concentration of 90, if your cultivation is inferior to mine, you'll still fall by my sword. Zhang Bei's face contorted into a ferocious grimace, his expression bordering on hysteria. Bloodline concentration? Ken sneered. Among the geniuses of all generations, a bloodline concentration of 90 would indeed be enough to become a young clan leader. But unfortunately for you, you've run into me. He had become a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild, inheriting one of its ancient sacred arts, a power capable of defying the heavens by usurping the forces of Yin and Yang. If pushed to the absolute limit, he could even use this art to usurp an opponent's bloodline and channel it into his own body. This was precisely why he had disregarded the fragility of his Tao foundation and forcibly pushed his cultivation to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. To be prepared for any contingency with his cultivation, he could easily subdue anyone, and then replace their bloodline with his own. Gazing up at the divine shrine in the sky, Leo furrowed his brow, feeling momentarily at a loss. In terms of cultivation and Tao foundation, he was confident he could outclass anyone of his generation. Even Ken and Xian were no match for him. But bloodline, I hope this younger clan brother will behave himself a little. Leo sighed softly, a flash of icy murderous intent passing through his eyes. Natural talent doesn't mean everything. Without rising to prominence, there's always the possibility of an untimely demise. At that moment, the divine shrine trembled slightly, and an ancient divine figure strode out. Its supreme aura, like thunder, raged across heaven and earth, shattering the void. An indescribable domineering presence surged toward the heavens, like an emperor wielding absolute power. Even simply standing there, it compelled one to bow in reverence. Is that the Thunder Ancestor? The Zhang clan was shaken to its core. Elders from every branch flew out one after another, hastily bowing in reverence. The Thunder Ancestor, the first progenitor of the Zhang clan from the ancient era. In that era, the Zhang clan faced an unprecedented catastrophe. Surrounded by powerful enemies and on the brink of extinction, it was the Thunder Ancestor who, single-handedly, held back countless invaders and protected the Zhang clan. In other words, without the Thunder Ancestor, there would be no Zhang guild today. The Thunder Ancestor cast a faint glance over the crowd, nodded indifferently, and then slowly faded away, reappearing in Xian's cave residence the very next moment. His scrutinizing gaze, as imposing as a divine mountain, bore down upon Xian. Xian's expression shifted slightly. The overwhelming pressure bearing down on him was almost too much to bear. Just then, the pressure vanished instantly, and a hint of satisfaction flashed through the Thunder Ancestor's deep gaze. Yet within that satisfaction there was a hint of something eerie. For the Thunder Ancestor's gaze did not seem to be directed at a bloodline descendant, but rather at someone he was sizing up a physical body. I have a secret technique of my own creation that can raise the purity of your bloodline to 93%, a level comparable to that of a third-generation ancestor. Furthermore, I possess a legacy that can help you forge an indestructible thunder body once perfected. It will rival a innate sacred body. As long as you develop successfully, becoming a god is merely a matter of time. Xian was taken aback. So many benefits? When his bloodline purity was at 85, the Sword Ancestor had manifested but only to impart the Tao to him. Now, at 90, the Thunder Ancestor was directly offering to teach him secret techniques and an ancestral legacy? Was a 5% difference really that significant? Wait a moment, if the mere blessings of the bloodline were this bountiful, wouldn't the rewards be even greater if he outright refused to break the rules? Xian's heart suddenly burned with excitement. The Thunder Ancestor stared intently at the dazed Xian, convinced that the other had been swept off his feet by the promise of his legacy and blessings, and smiled coldly to himself. 2 million years he had waited, a full 2 million years, and finally, a descendant of the Zhang family had arrived with a bloodline concentration of 90. He, the Thunder Ancestor, could finally be reborn. Back then, with his peerless Tao foundation, he had forcefully ascended to the realm of true gods, single-handedly fending off countless powerful enemies to protect the Zhang clan through its trials. However, because of that battle, he had damaged his own Tao foundation, leaving him unable to pursue realms beyond that of a true god. He lived out his life until his lifespan was exhausted, passing away with deep regret. On his deathbed, unwilling to accept his fate, he sacrificed himself, using a secret art to seal a wisp of his remaining soul within the Zhang clan's divine shrine. When a descendant of the Zhang clan with a bloodline concentration reaching 90 activated the divine shrine, he would be awakened. Then he could take possession of that body. The Zhang clan owed him this. He had sacrificed his own path to ensure the Zhang clan's survival. It was only right that a descendant of the bloodline serve as his physical vessel to aid his rebirth. In this lifetime, I shall surely transcend the true god realm and step beyond the Shen-Tian realm. The Thunder Ancestor's mind had gone mad with obsession, and he laughed maniacally within. By taking possession of this youth and drawing upon the foundations of his past life, he was fully confident he could fulfill the unfulfilled wish of his previous incarnation, to transcend the true god realm and step into a higher realm. Though the Thunder Ancestor's mind was consumed by madness, his outward demeanor remained domineering and majestic. He looked Xian straight in the eye and said calmly, "But I am currently merely an imprint. The secret arts and legacies are all tied to the great Tao. I must delve deep into your sea of consciousness and meet your divine soul face to face to impart the Tao. If you're willing, open your sea of consciousness and allow me to enter." The secret arts and legacy he promised were, he believed, impossible for anyone to refuse. Even Xian was deeply tempted at that moment. Such benefits, even a holy son would covet them. If he refused, would he be able to gain such rich rewards? After pondering for a moment, Xian scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Thank you, Thunder Tao, for imparting the Tao. But this young man's natural talent is still lacking. I'm afraid I cannot bear the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor. He'd take a gamble after all. He'd already gained quite a few benefits just by refusing before. And this time, the temptation was even greater, far more outrageous than any alliance with a divine maiden, and all within easy reach. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Thunder Ancestor's expression froze instantly. What had he just heard? This kid, was he rejecting him? The Thunder Ancestor's expression turned icy as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what you're saying? My secret arts, my legacy, countless prodigies and prodigious talents would kill to have them, and you dare to refuse? I'll give you 3 breaths to reconsider. I hope you'll treasure this opportunity." Xian was instantly puzzled. Why was the Thunder Ancestor reacting so strongly? Though confused, he replied with unwavering resolve, "Thank you for your generosity, Thunder Ancestor. I hope you will not hold this against me. Congratulations on breaking a plot point. Once you've refused an offer no one could possibly turn down. Otherwise, the Thunder Ancestor would have possessed you, turning you into the vessel for his rebirth. Bloodline purity has increased to 93%. You have obtained the complete embryonic form of the indestructible Thunder body, which is half as powerful as what the Thunder Ancestor offered. It must be slowly cultivated using a supreme treasure of the Thunder Tao." As the prompts flashed before his eyes, Xian's expression suddenly changed. He had been wondering why this old fiend was being so generous, offering secret techniques and legacies, but it turned out he had set his sights on Xian's physical body. He wanted to use this to tempt Xian, lulling him into a false sense of security so he could possess him. Damn it! Xian had refused time and again, and the Thunder Ancestor had grown furious. He was merely a wisp of a remnant soul, surviving by relying on the divine shrine. He possessed little power of his own, and could not remain in this world for long. Among the descendants of the Jiang clan, those with a bloodline concentration reaching 90 were far too few. He had waited 2 million years just to find this one. He absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. The Thunder Ancestor's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he let out a harsh, cold laugh. "You're stubborn and unyielding. Don't blame me for what comes next." Boom! Using his divine avatar to draw upon the power of the divine shrine, he waved his hand to summon the Tao of Thunder, manifesting thunderbolts that sealed off the entire cave residence to prevent his aura from escaping and being detected by the outside world. His remnant soul then flew out of the divine avatar, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the defenses and entered Xian's sea of consciousness. With only a wisp of his soul remaining, he had no divine form to draw upon the power of the divine shrine. His strength was virtually non-existent, save for his mastery of the Tao of Thunder, which possessed power rivaling that of the Tao itself. But Xian was merely at the spirit stage. Even with his command of the intent of the Tao of Thunder, it was enough to forcibly devour his opponent's divine soul and take possession of his body. Within Xian's sea of consciousness, the Thunder Ancestor enveloped in thunder didn't waste any words. He immediately channeled the essence of the Way of Thunder to unleash a devastating technique, striking directly at Xian's divine soul. 3,000 bolts of thunder danced wildly like silver serpents, coalescing into a thunder prison to suppress Xian. Xian stared directly at the descending thunder prison, remaining calm and composed, even a touch of disdain. The essence of fire surged from his left hand with a sweeping gesture. Blazing flames expanded into a sea of fire 10,000 zhang wide, instantly engulfing the thunder prison. The two forces clashed, each depleting the other. Sword intent rose from his right hand, materializing into a blue blade. Gripping the blue blade, Xian strode forward and struck at the Thunder Ancestor. As the sword descended, its sword energy stretched 3,000 zhang. The Thunder Ancestor's remnant soul was instantly split in two. Impossible. This can't be. Unable to accept his own complete demise, The Thunder Ancestor's face contorted in fury as he roared hysterically. "You're still in the spirit stage. How could you possibly break through the shackles of the great Tao and master two Tao intentions?" Xian gave a cold smile, showing no intention of explaining. He channeled his divine soul, conjuring a profound vortex that swallowed every fragment of his opponent's remnant soul. Though it was merely a wisp of a remnant soul, it was, after all, the remnant soul of a true god. The quality of the divine soul's energy was exceptionally high. Even a mere fragment caused Xian's divine soul to expand instantly. Xian sat cross-legged, calming his mind to refine the energy and temper his own divine soul. An ancient divine radiance rippled slowly, with faint flashes of lightning flickering within. At the same time, the bloodline within Xian's body roared violently, surging forward at breakneck speed. This was accompanied by a colossal surge of energy. His physical body and Tao foundation had already reached their limits until Xian found a way to break through the ceiling. He could not advance further. However, he did not wish to break through to the spirit transformation stage just yet. Left with no other choice, he diverted a thread of his consciousness to guide the energy. Channeling it into the thread of the Thunder Tao, he had grasped upon devouring the Thunder Ancestor. Thunder surged all around him, and the immense energy rapidly coalesced into one thunder pattern after another, surging into his physical body. 5 days later, boom! Vital energy, as vast as mighty rivers and streams, surged ceaselessly, while a sacred and supreme aura permeated the air, as if harboring the ancient, supreme secrets of the Tao. Moreover, blazing flames, 100 zhong-long sword aura, and countless thunder patterns like the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man guarded Xian on all sides. Within his body, as translucent as lapis lazuli, thunder flashed, exuding an aura of destruction. The indestructible thunder body, rivaling the innate holy body, had begun to take shape. At that moment, Xian slowly opened his divine eyes, and a flash of profound divine radiance flickered across them. It was merely a fragment of a residual soul, yet it took me 5 whole days to refine it. A hint of resignation flashed across Xian's face. Fortunately, the gains were substantial. First and foremost was his divine soul. By devouring that fragment of a true goddess soul, he had directly shattered the limits of his current realm. Although his divine soul was still at the spirit stage, it was now on par with the spirit transformation stage. Secondly, through the fragment of the Thunder Ancestor's soul, he had comprehended the Tao of Thunder. Using his own energy, he had advanced the Tao of Thunder by leaps and bounds. He was likely not far from comprehending the true essence of the Tao of Thunder. In other words, Xian, still in the spirit stage, had already comprehended the 3 great Tao paths of sword, fire, and thunder. The Tao constraints that had held back countless prodigies and exceptional talents seemed non-existent to him. Furthermore, thanks to the reward from his golden finger, he had successfully forged the embryonic form of the indestructible thunder body, causing his physical strength to surge dramatically once again and shatter the limits. Xian was confident that, with his current physical strength, crushing a prodigy in the early Hualing stage with a single punch would be no problem at all. As the oldest of the Thunder Path constitutions, the indestructible thunder body, once perfected, could rival the innate holy body, a testament to its terrifying power. Of course, perfecting the indestructible thunder body was by no means an easy task. It required vast quantities of Thunder Path treasures and divine artifacts. This was something that would have to be done gradually. Finally, there was the matter of increasing the purity of his bloodline. Originally, thanks to the Golden Finger reward, it should have risen to 93, but after Xian devoured the fragments of the Thunder Ancestor's residual soul, the purity of his bloodline actually increased once more, reaching a staggering 95. It had already reached the level of a second-generation ancestor. It had to be said that the Thunder Ancestor, that old geezer, though he was no saint, truly understood the meaning of self-sacrifice for others. Both my divine soul and physical body have broken through their limits. Now only my cultivation remains. Once my cultivation breaks through its limit, I will surely forge the Supreme Tao Foundation in one fell swoop. Xian grinned. I hope the Ancestral Land trial holds some surprises that will allow me to smoothly break through my cultivation limit and forge the Supreme Tao Foundation. Just then, however, an unexpected change occurred. Within Xian's bloodline, which raged and roared like molten lava ancient, dark restraints suddenly emerged. They crawled out like a poison clinging to his very bones, intertwining to weave a pitch-black totem. The totem was hideous and icy cold, resembling an entity of ultimate yin and evil, sending a chill down one's spine. The entire hall instantly felt as though it had been plunged into an ice cellar. A wave of coldness enveloped his heart, and Xian shuddered uncontrollably. Just as Xian was gripped by shock and confusion, the totem suddenly soared upward and branded itself onto the center of his brow. A sinister, eerie laugh echoed within his mind. 8 great royal clans. Accept this sovereign's curse. Your descendants shall live in eternal fear until their very extinction. Ha 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 ha. Boom! Xian fainted. In his dream, he returned to the primordial age. The human race waged war against the myriad races of the cosmos, while the 8 royal clans guarded the 9 heavens and the 8 wildernesses, slaying gods, exterminating immortals, slaughtering demons, and cutting down monsters, driving out countless races across billions upon billions of star rivers. The final battle of the primordial age. Kill! The 8 royal clans, along with hundreds of millions of human cultivators, charged against the flow of the star rivers, advancing toward the ancestral lands of the demon race. Divine light, Tao talismans, immortal runes, and boundless power of the laws raged across the starry sea. Obliterating stars, the boundless void collapsed, revealing profound darkness. Corpses, severed limbs, and shattered blades piled up into mountains. Eerie blood surged like a mighty river. The starry sky was bathed in blood, the cosmos wailed in grief. The demon clan was nearly wiped out, and their ancestral lands lay in ruins, all within the span of a single day and night. Meanwhile, high above the starry sky, amidst the chaos, the 8 great human kings channeled the art of Tai Song to jointly attack the Tsongming demon emperor, severing his life force and extinguishing his cycle of reincarnation. The Tsongming demon emperor retreated step by step, powerless to turn the tide. In his fury, he sacrificed his own imperial body and unleashed a cataclysmic curse. Fire, pitch-black flames. It ignited quietly upon the Tsongming demon emperor's imperial body, where coiled dragons lay entwined. His form, vaster than the stars themselves, became fuel for the laws of the universe, burning into wisp after wisp of profound black lines, chilling and eerie. The black lines twisted and wove, forming a pitch-black totem. Upon it, the Tsongming demon emperor's ferocious grin flickered, radiating an aura of malevolence and treachery that sent chills down the spine. As his imperial body burned to ashes, the totem obscured the chaotic void, sweeping toward the 8 great human kings. It transformed into a series of restrictions that surged into their bodies. 8 royal clans. Accept this sovereign's curse. Your descendants shall live in eternal fear until their very extinction. Ha 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 ha. Xian jolted awake, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. He instinctively touched the pitch-black totem on his brow. Relevant information flooded his mind, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. Xian let out a wry smile. The curse of the Tsongming demon emperor. Vaguely visible, the once vigorous black hair at the temples of Xian's head had withered slightly. According to the feedback from his bloodline, during the final battle of the primordial era, the Tsongming demon emperor sacrificed his own imperial body to cast a devastating curse upon the 8 royal clans. Anyone bearing the blood of these royal clans would be eroded by the curse, causing their lifespan to be drastically reduced. The higher the bloodline concentration, the greater the reduction in lifespan. For those below 80, the reduction is generally around 20%. Upon reaching 80, lifespan is reduced by 40%. At 90, lifespan is reduced by 60%. As for him, whose bloodline concentration had already reached 95, his lifespan could only reach 300 years at most. Unless, within that remaining time, he broke through to the divine stage and utilized the power of the laws which only true gods could command, he could barely withstand the curse's power and extend his lifespan to 500 years. But there were no records of any of this in the ancestral texts. A bloodline concentration of 90, only those few ancient ancestors from the early primordial era could achieve that. In other words, aside from the progeny of the first ancestor, almost no one could reach the 95 bloodline curse. No wonder no one knew about it afterward. Even if their lifespan was shortened, people would simply attribute it to other causes such as various hidden ailments that developed during their growth. And since there were so few with a bloodline concentration above 90, naturally, no one paid them much attention. Xian shook his head in frustration and couldn't help but curse under his breath. This is toxic. Even with my god mode at my disposal, I've still managed to let my joy turn to sorrow. Divine stage. Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, lowering his gaze slightly as a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. With his golden finger at his disposal, along with the legacies and divine abilities of the top-tier sex, and having even comprehended 3 Tao paths, his foundations were so profound that he was truly one of a kind in the entire Shantian realm. With such terrifying depth of cultivation, ascending to the divine stage was merely a matter of time. But the problem now was, he was damn well short on time. 300 years. Xian shook his head, his tone growing slightly stern as he muttered to himself. Even for a top-tier prodigy, 300 years would barely be enough to reach the Tianyuan realm, right? I need to speed things up and secure as many cultivation resources as possible. Immediately, Xian rose and emerged from seclusion. He raised his eyes slightly, his gaze growing increasingly intense. I must secure the position of junior clan leader this time. Only then can I mobilize the entire Jiang clan's resources to advance my cultivation faster. And the True God's ruins, if I can seize them, my chances of breaking through to the True God realm in the future will undoubtedly increase significantly. Xian's brow furrowed, slightly set against the totem on his forehead. It lent him an air of ferocity. Instantly, Xian stepped into the void, soaring into the sky and transforming into a dazzling divine radiance that sliced through the clouds. A moment later, Xian arrived at the ancestral hall of their branch. Hundreds of gazes turned toward him simultaneously. The clan elders, the senior elders, and the hundreds of Jiang family prodigies participating in this ancestral land trial had all been waiting for quite some time. They knew full well that in the contest for the position of junior clan leader during this ancestral land trial, only young Lord Xian from their branch was qualified to compete. As for the naturally born supreme being who had been born a few days prior, given his talent, he would naturally have a strong chance of rising to prominence. Unfortunately, he was born too late, having not yet set foot on the Tao path. He was ineligible for this ancestral land trial. The clan elder gazed at Xian. Seeing that, though his aura had grown much more robust, he remained at the spirit stage and had not yet reached the soul stage, his heart sank. He offered words of comfort. Xian, there may be unforeseen complications in this contest for the position of junior clan chief. If the situation becomes untenable, you may withdraw. All the prodigies who had been traveling far and wide had returned, and many had already entered the soul stage. With Xian still at the spirit stage, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Not to mention Ken, who had reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage, and that prodigy whose ancestral bloodline concentration had reached 90%. While Xian's foundational cultivation was indeed robust, relying solely on that would likely be insufficient to defeat those few. The elders felt the same way and urged him to reconsider one after another. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. With his lifespan rapidly dwindling, he was in a terrible mood, even appearing somewhat sullen and cold. His icy gaze swept over the elders as he said indifferently, "The position of junior clan leader must be mine." Immediately afterward, he strode into the teleportation array, heading for the ancestral lands. The crowd was taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment and doubt. Where did Xian get such confidence? The clan elder lowered his gaze slightly. He had watched Xian grow up and knew him better than anyone else. Today, Xian seemed a bit off. Could it be that something had gone wrong with his cultivation, giving rise to a heart demon? A thread of worry welled up in the clan elder's heart. Unable to make sense of it, he could only set his doubts aside. Turning to the young prodigies, he ordered, "Remember this well. This matter concerns the succession to the position of young clan leader. You must do everything in your power to assist young Lord Xian. If necessary, you must be prepared to sacrifice your own lives." The young prodigies felt a chill run down their spines and immediately bowed respectfully. "We shall remember." The clan elder nodded slightly, waved his hand, and allowed the prodigies to enter the ancestral lands. The elders fixed their gaze on the teleportation array, worry flickering in their eyes. They believed in young Master Xian's natural talent and potential in the great era to come. He would surely shine brilliantly, sweep aside the younger generation, and dominate the major divine regions of Shantian. However, relying solely on his bloodline foundation to compete against the other 3 young lords would likely prove quite difficult. The ancestral land lay within the Fang clan's sacred mountain, yet it existed in a separate dimensional space. A second-generation ancestor had once used great divine power to fuse a fragment of a world into the Fang clan's sacred mountain. The microcosm contained within that fragment became the site of the Jiang Guild's ancestral land. Throughout the generations, the Jiang family's mightiest figures, upon reaching the end of their lifespans, would enter the ancestral land, construct their own divine tombs, and slumber within them. Under the protection of the special rules governing this ancestral land, the flow of lifeblood tends to solidify, passing extremely slowly. Thus, the limit of life and death is naturally extended. Should the Jiang clan face a great calamity, these ancient titans would emerge one by one, contributing their final strength to defend the Jiang clan's reputation for immortality. The desolate ancestral land lay shrouded in gloom, resembling a corner forgotten by the world. The great Tao, laws, rules, and order all stagnated here. Even time itself seemed to slow down slightly. Streams of divine radiance fell like shooting stars, landing upon a vast, boundless river. As the divine radiance dissipated, Ken stepped forward first. At the peak of the spirit realm, his cultivation surged like a raging tide, shaking heaven and earth. Yin and yang energies intertwined around him, resembling the Taiji, encompassing the great Tao and all things. The mountain and river fan in his hand manifested vast landscapes. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood atop the landscape, looking down upon the gathering of prodigies around him. His eyes were slightly lowered, radiating utter contempt. Today, the position of young clan leader belongs to none other than him. Jiang Bei flew out on his own, carrying his spirit sword on his back, as 3,000 sword energies sliced through the void. He stepped calmly onto the spirit sword, his cold gaze sweeping contemptuously over the four venerables, a murderous aura brewing in the depths of his eyes. In his view, most of the four venerables were all talk and no substance. They wouldn't stand a chance against a single stroke of his sword. Leo, clad in a white robe, wore a faint smile as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Ignoring the icy stares of Ken, Zhang Feng, and the others, he strolled down from the heavens with composure. A mysterious aura swirled around him, giving him the air of a Taoist immortal. He cast a casual glance at the gathering of prodigies, silently pondering. Who exactly was that prodigy with a bloodline purity of 90? That individual was his greatest threat today. Then there was Zhang Feng, another of the four venerables, along with other long-established prodigies. Each radiated a dazzling divine glow, with the great Tao swirling around them, making them transcendent and otherworldly. Their divine eyes were icy and sharp, each revealing a determination to vie for the position of young clan leader. Xian's expression remained impassive as he ignored the veiled glances of the prodigies from all sides. His physical form rose and fell as if breathing, while the Tao foundation within him shimmered with an ancient divine radiance, its vital energy flowing endlessly. His physical body and divine soul had already transcended their limits, and now his cultivation foundation yearned to break through its own boundaries as well, thereby forging a supreme Tao foundation in one fell swoop. At that moment, the great river churned, its surging waves sweeping across the heavens and earth, as if the Milky Way had turned upside down, engulfing a vast expanse of primordial chaos. Roar, roar, roar! Amid the vast and majestic river, a boundless expanse of barren wasteland suddenly materialized. Within this wasteland, countless strange and ferocious beasts roared menacingly, their malevolent aura filling the wilderness. A streak of dazzling silvery white light split the gloom of the ancestral land, illuminating the churning river. Amid the vast starry sky, an ancient divine tomb floating upon the void and bound by the chains of the Tao drifted slowly toward them. Though its speed was painstakingly slow, as if it were a feather carried by the wind, in the blink of an eye, the majestic tomb had already settled upon the great river. Ancient energy surged forth, subduing the churning waters, subduing the myriad roaring beasts. Boom! The entire ancestral land once again fell into profound stillness. An indescribable sense of awe swept over them, shaking the very souls of the gathered prodigies. The divine tomb trembled gently, radiating an ancient, decaying, supreme aura. Mysterious Tao laws diffused like immortal mist, accompanied by an obscure divine radiance that flickered and gradually coalesced into a hazy, ethereal figure. Clothed in a pure white Taoist robe, his features were indistinct. A vast and boundless aura naturally radiated from him, causing the surrounding void to warp and overlap. It gave the illusion of the vastness of the cosmos, as if what stood there was not a single person, but a mountain and sea suppressing the starry rivers. The celestial prodigies immediately wore expressions of fervor and reverence. The mountain ancestor, the foremost figure of the Jiang clan since the ancient era, possessing unparalleled destiny. In his youth, he was fortuitously taught by a supreme being who transcended time and space, enabling him to comprehend the secret arts of the mountains and seas. He manifested the mountains and seas from beyond the heavens, attained divinity, and ruled an era in the profound heavens. The mountain ancestor raised his hazy eyes slightly, his vast gaze sweeping over the gathering of prodigies, and said calmly, "The great river before you was carved out by the second ancestor of our Jiang clan. He gathered 30,000 rare treasures and exotic beasts and cast them into it, forming the 10,000 beasts secret realm, a place unique in all the heavens as a trial ground for the descendants of the Jiang clan. Upon entering the 10,000 beasts secret realm, you must do your utmost to slay the beasts. For every spirit stage exotic beast, you will earn 1 point for the blood of a soul stage beast, 10 points, and for an earth stage beast, 100 points. With a wave of his sleeve, the mountain ancestor caused a light screen to descend before the divine tomb, displaying the names of all the prodigies. Within 10 days, the one with the highest score will be rewarded with a Tao herb, and those ranked in the top 10 will qualify to enter the divine tomb to receive our legacy." The young prodigies' hearts immediately raced, and even their breathing grew slightly more rapid. A Tao herb surpasses even a royal herb in rarity. Its value is beyond question. Even those at the Paragon stage may not possess one. If they could obtain a Tao herb, their foundations would surely rise to a higher level, making them invincible among peers of the same realm. As for the ancestral legacies within the divine tomb, those were truly unparalleled blessings, beyond one's wildest dreams. If they could win the favor of the ancestors and receive their legacies, they would definitely have a chance to surpass the 4 young lords. Perhaps even take their places. After all, this was a points-based challenge. As long as they killed enough beasts, they had a chance to break into the top 10. In an instant, all the prodigies were filled with fighting spirit and stepped into the great river without hesitation, entering the secret realm of 10,000 beasts. Zhang Bei slowly drew the spirit sword strapped to his back and slashed at the river. The fierce sword energy actually split the surging river waters in two, creating a zone that was nearly void of anything. "For young lords, it's time for you to make some room." Zhang Bei shot a defiant glance at Xian and the other 3, let out a cold laugh, and transformed into a streak of sword light, plunging into the great river before landing on the barren soil. 3,000 strands of sword energy surged from his body, instantly slaying several soul stage beasts and yielding 3 drops of their essence blood. A full 30 points, propelling him straight to first place. Xian and his 3 companions all furrowed their brows, cold glints flashing in their eyes. This ancestral land trial was a contest for the position of junior clan leader. In other words, a showdown between the 4 of them. Zhang Bei, who does he think he is? How dare he provoke them? Ladies and gentlemen, if we let Zhang Bei steal the spotlight, the 4 of us will truly lose all face. Leo chuckled softly, then strolled into the great river. Layers of vast Taoist energy surged around him, naturally forming spells that effortlessly reaped the lives of one exotic beast after another. His points accumulated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Feng snorted coldly and followed him into the great river. His muscles bulged like coiled dragons, and a murderous aura surged around him as he moved like a ferocious beast in human form, slaying the beasts with every punch and palm strike. His ferocious momentum was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Xian gazed at the churning river without making a move. Instead, a faint smile played on his lips. He had just accessed the information about the secret land of 10,000 beasts from the Thunder Ancestor's memories and discovered an intriguing secret. The second ancestor had established the secret land of 10,000 beasts ostensibly to test the disciples of the Jiang clan, but in reality, to nurture that true dragon egg sealed at the very center of the secret land. Using the beasts as nourishment, and subtly transforming and refining it through the Jiang clan's fortune. Xian raised an eyebrow and murmured in surprise, "The second ancestor, what immense ambition, what a grand undertaking, to actually attempt to hatch a true dragon that belongs solely to the Jiang clan." It is said that in the ancient era long before the primordial age, the dragon clan reigned as the absolute overlords, towering above all the heavens. As the undisputed sovereigns of the dragon clan, true dragons possessed such immense power that even the ancient gods and demons would retreat 3 steps in fear. However, at the end of the ancient era, a great catastrophe struck. The heavens fell silent, the myriad realms withered away, and all races suffered a devastating blow, nearly facing extinction. Even a race as mighty as the dragons was forced to flee en masse. Since then, the dragons have never been seen in the heavens again. Yet, unexpectedly, the second-generation ancestor had obtained a true dragon egg and was bold enough to attempt to alter, refine, and tame it into the Jiang family's guardian divine beast. First place on the leaderboard. A flash of insight struck Xian. Gazing at the leaderboard, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems there's a loophole to exploit. Instantly, Xian transformed into a beam of divine light and entered the great river. Once he was deep within the wasteland, he paid no heed to the strange beasts around him and shot straight toward the heart of the wasteland. With a true dragon egg in hand, why worry about the essence blood of strange beasts? Ken, who had remained stationary until then, saw Xian enter the wasteland, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Yin-yang energy surged from his fingertips as he tapped the mountain and river fan, transmitting a secret order. As the secret order was transmitted to the prodigies scattered across the desolate lands, 3 of them flashed a brief gleam in their eyes, quietly vanished from sight, and ceased hunting the strange beasts. Instead, they darted at breakneck speed toward Xian's location. Their auras had, to everyone's astonishment, reached the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Ken's gaze grew deep, and a hint of contempt curled the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for the Holy Lord's repeated warnings that Xian was suspected of having the Desolate Guild backing him, posing a significant threat to Ken's bid for the position of junior clan leader, and that Xian must be eliminated first to eliminate the threat once and for all. With Xian's meager spirit stage cultivation, what right did he have to catch Ken's eye? Why would Ken need to waste his time scheming against him, going so far as to dispatch the prodigies he had secretly recruited to ambush him? 3 mid-stage spirit transformation cultivators ambushing you together, such a grand display. Xian, you're dying with some dignity at least. Ken smiled faintly. This time, he had come bearing the Holy Lord's solemn entrustment, determined to seize the position of junior clan chief. If he could successfully claim the position of junior clan chief of the Jiang family, his status as a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild might rise another notch, propelling him to become the Holy Son, second only to the leader and above all others. Immediately, Yin-Yang energy swirled around Ken, like a pair of giant hands pushing aside the surging river waters as he strolled leisurely into the wasteland. Among the 350 prodigies participating in this ancestral land trial, he possessed the highest cultivation level, and the top spot on the leaderboard was naturally his for the taking. The Tao herb, the ancestral legacy, and the position of junior clan chief all were his, and they could only be his, in the southeastern part of the wasteland. Xian landed beyond the 3,000 mountains and, without a moment's hesitation, raced directly toward the central region where the true dragon egg lay. Divine light streaked across the sky, slicing through the vast expanse of the heavens. Along the way, he caught the attention of many prodigies, who cast puzzled glances his way. Why wasn't young Lord Xian hunting the strange beasts? Could it be that he realized his cultivation was insufficient and had simply given up? But immediately afterward, more than a dozen soul stage prodigies appeared, streaking through the air as if in pursuit of Xian. This sight left everyone even more bewildered. They could understand why Xian, still in the spirit stage and thus slow at hunting beasts, had chosen to give up, but why were these soul stage prodigies doing the same? Could it be that a rare treasure has emerged? The prodigies' hearts stirred, and their imaginations ran wild. The more resourceful among them even raced off in Xian's direction, eager to investigate. A moment later, 3 prodigies caught up to Xian and decisively unleashed their lethal divine techniques. Boom! Silver serpents danced wildly, rivers of blood surged. A chilling aura of murderous intent shook the void. An entire mountain range collapsed as a result, rocks flying in all directions as if a natural disaster had struck. The indestructible thunder body automatically protected its master. Ancient thunder patterns danced, deflecting every single attack. Xian came to a halt, turned to face the 3, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Which lineage do you belong to? Attacking this young master without cause? Have you all grown tired of living? The 3 prodigies exchanged glances, their eyes holding a faint, almost imperceptible hint of amusement and scorn. Spirit stage, and yet you manage to block our divine abilities. You do have some skill after all. Zhang Kai, the leader clad in a black robe, looked at Xian with a condescending gaze. But you, a mere spirit stage cultivator, where do you get the nerve to keep hogging the position of young master and enjoy the clan's vast cultivation resources? Xian's eyes grew slightly cold as he stared directly at Zhang Kai. Do you have a problem with that? That's right.
Yang Kai snorted coldly.
Having you sit in the young master's seat only brings shame upon the Jiang clan. His combat prowess and talent were clearly far superior to Xian's, yet the resources he received were less than a tenth of what Xian received. He refused to accept it, seethed with resentment, and was consumed by jealousy. Ha! Xian gave a non-committal chuckle. His smile was faint and cold, while the malevolence between his brows grew ever more intense. Burdened by the curse, Xian was in a terrible mood, having bottled up a surge of pent-up frustration and aggression. Until now, he wanted to kill someone. Upon hearing Jiang Kuai's words, the other two prodigies couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. They urged him in hushed tones. Xian is only at the spirit stage. Let us attack together and crush him outright. We need to return and report back. Don't delay the young master of Chenkuan's plans. It won't take long. He's just Xian. I can cut him down with a single stroke. Jiang Kuang let out a savage laugh as a murderous, blood-red aura surged from his body, and a fearsome broadsword gradually materialized between his hands. The young master of Chenkuan had saved his life. He repaid that debt by serving at his side. Today, acting on the young master of Chenkuan's orders, he was here to slay Xian. But the young master of Chenkuan was far too cautious for a mere Xian at the spirit stage. He actually had to dispatch all three of them, all at the mid-Hualing stage, to take action. He really didn't know if the young master of Chenkuan didn't trust their abilities, or was simply overestimating Xian. However, no matter what, the outcome would be the same. Today, he would personally chop off Xian's head with the broadsword in his hands. What kind of creature is this? Does he even deserve to be the young master of the Jiang clan? Jiang Kuang gripped his broadsword tightly with both hands as viscous blood, and killing energy gushed forth. Boom! Jiang Kuang transformed into a streak of bloodlight and shot toward Xian. In the blink of an eye, he leaped 100 zhong and appeared instantly before Xian. Strike! Jiang Kai roared furiously as he brought his broadsword down with all his might. Colossal spiritual energy surged forth, carrying the blood slaughter energy and forming a sword aura 100 zhong long. Wherever the sword aura passed, the void shook violently, and faint cracks began to appear, as if the very laws of the universe were collapsing. That's the blood aura sword art.
Young Kai.
It's him, Jiang Kai. Among the prodigies following behind, someone recognized Jiang Kai's identity, their eyes widening in shock as they cried out in astonishment. What? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all wore expressions of disbelief. Is that the Jiang Kai who awakened the blade body, the one who reached the foundation stage in 3 years, entered the divine realm in 5, and attained the spirit transformation realm in 10? I heard that 3 years ago, when he first entered the world to cultivate, he with mid-spirit transformation realm cultivation defeated a late-stage spirit transformation realm demon, son of the heavenly demon sect, which led to the heavenly demon sect hunting him down. We had no word from him for 3 whole years. Everyone assumed he met a tragic end. Because of this, the clan elders of his branch even took matters into their own hands and slaughtered 3,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect to vent their anger. I never would have thought he's actually still alive, one prodigy murmured, recalling Jiang Kai's glorious exploits. Not only is he alive, but his strength seems to have improved considerably. The Blood Gale sword art is one of the top 3 sword cultivation traditions of the Jiang clan. It's said that when mastered to perfection, it rivals a quasi-saint technique. Jiang Kuai has clearly grasped the essence of the Blood Gale sword art. His combat prowess is likely already approaching the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Watching Jiang Kuai charge toward Xian, someone gasped in astonishment. Jiang Kuai is truly bold. How dare he attempt to assassinate young Master Xian during the trials? If the elders investigate this, he'll likely face severe punishment. He's clearly coveting young Master Xian's position and seeks to take his place. The prodigy in the blue robe analyzed calmly. Xian is only at the spirit stage, yet he has long held the position of young master, enjoying vast cultivation resources within the clan. Many have already grown dissatisfied. It's no surprise that Jiang Kai is making his move now, and he certainly won't be the last. Xian is still only at the spirit stage today. He'll likely meet his end at Jiang Kai's blade. Another prodigy speculated. Wouldn't it be good if Xian died? With one less young master, we'll have a chance to advance further. The young prodigy in the green robe replied with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback for a moment. After careful consideration, their eyes all lit up, and a look of anticipation gradually began to appear in their gazes. Facing the blade aura slashing toward him from Jiang Kai, Xian's eyes darkened slightly as he coldly uttered a single phrase. You're asking for death. A surge of icy, murderous intent erupted from him. He extended his right hand. Ancient thunder patterns flickered across his powerful arm, while the Tao laws of the thunder Tao coiled around it like thick chains, giving rise to 300 bolts of thunder that raged wildly. With a physique that had broken through the limits of the physical realm, bolstered by the undying thunder body, he was a match even for a youthful ancient god. No one knew what kind of earth-shattering power was truly stored within Xian's seemingly frail frame. Perhaps one could glimpse a hint of it from the distorted void around him, crushed by the sheer force emanating from his body. Facing the blade aura head-on, Xian unleashed a punch. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp, crack, crack, crack. The 100-zhong-wide blood slaughter blade aura shattered instantly like clay pots and earthenware, vanishing into thin air.
Impossible.
Zhang Kuang let out a low growl of disbelief. 3 years ago, with that very same strike, had been enough to slay a demon disciple of the heavenly demon sect at the late spirit transformation stage. Today, his combat power had surged more than several times compared to 3 years ago. How could Xian, who was merely at the spirit stage, possibly shatter his blade? Meanwhile, Xian had already closed in. Enveloped in thunder, Xian resembled a ferocious beast of the thunder, Tao, domineering, savage, and terrifying. One punch, then another. Using the simplest, most direct method, he delivered the most effective counterattack to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang frantically tried to block, but it was already too late. An indescribably colossal force surged toward him like a raging wave, shattering his defenses completely. To him, Xian felt like a primordial colossus bearing a divine mountain on its back, sweeping toward him with terrifying power capable of overturning the heavens and upending the seas, while he was like a frail, powerless ant, able only to stare blankly and await his doom. Powerless, helpless, and above all filled with despair. Boom! Blood spurted from Zhang Kai's mangled skull, splattering across the vast mountain range and adding an eerie crimson hue to the landscape. Accompanied by Zhang Kai's piercing screams, Xian presented the crowd with a vivid display of violent aesthetics. So vivid that countless prodigies were left trembling with fear. With Zhang Kai's talent and combat prowess, he would easily rank among the top 10 of the Zhang family's younger generation, yet, in the presence of young Master Xian, he didn't even have the right to fight back. He was trampled upon at will, like an ant. Gulp! The prodigy in the blue robe swallowed hard, forcing his trembling legs to move as he quietly edged away from the ferocious young Master Xian. Originally, he too had coveted Xian's position as young master. Only now did he belatedly realize just how naive his thoughts had been. Of the 4 young lords of the Zhang family, only Xian was at the spirit stage. That fact alone spoke volumes. Crack! Xian casually snapped Zhang Kuang's neck, shook the blood from his hands, raised his gaze slightly toward the 2 prodigies who had accompanied Zhang Kuang, and asked in a flat tone, "Speak up! Who sent you here?" The 2 prodigies' eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Fear had already consumed them. They knew Zhang Kuai's strength all too well. Although they were both at the mid-soul stage, it took the combined efforts of both of them to barely hold him at bay. In other words, even someone as powerful as Zhang Kuai was utterly helpless against Xian, mercilessly crushed. If the 2 of them went up against him, the result would be the same. In fact, they might even die even faster. Exchanging a glance, the 2 prodigies forced their trembling bodies to speak with great difficulty. We'll tell you, we just beg the young master to spare our lives. You're not worthy of bargaining with me." A cold voice rang out. Xian had already transformed into a beam of divine light, flashing before the 2 of them. He grabbed one by the neck with each hand. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, the life force of the 2 prodigies rapidly drained away in Xian's grasp. Mystical Tao laws swirled in his palms, forcefully invading their minds, shattering their divine souls, and extracting their memories. Soul scanning. A moment later, a deep, cold gleam flashed in Xian's eyes. Ken. He raised his gaze slightly toward the sky, where a light screen projected the scores of all the prodigies. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ken had already earned 62 points, temporarily placing him in first place. Zhang Haoming with 56, Zhang Feng with 53, and Zhang Bei with 49 followed closely behind. Xian's gaze grew even more profound, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He then turned and soared through the air, racing toward the central region. Half an hour later, Xian's figure appeared above the 10,000 zhang deep canyon at the center of the wasteland. Clusters of eerie black mist drifted like flowing water, completely enveloping the canyon, making it impossible for anyone to see what lay within. Not even divine sense could penetrate the black mist. An indescribable aura permeated his mind and spirit, suffocating and oppressive, as if some unspeakable horror lurked within. Xian furrowed his brow, a vague sense of unease welling up within him, as if he were sensing a suppression originating from the very fabric of life itself. Recalling the records of the true dragon egg, Xian couldn't help but speculate. The true dragon egg is likely about to hatch. Xian's heart immediately raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he plunged through the black mist, entered the canyon, and plummeted at breakneck speed toward the canyon floor. Ha! Outside the great river, mountain ancestor, standing atop the divine tomb, noticed the scene and couldn't help but break into a surprised smile. This kid he's quite interesting. The divine tomb trembled slightly, and a strand of dense energy surged forth, gradually coalescing into a towering ethereal figure. The ancient ancestor. Since the ancient times, the Zhang clan's foremost master of physical cultivation. It was said that the ancient ancestor's physical body had already reached the realm of the divine, tearing true gods apart with his bare hands and traversing the starry skies with his physical form were all effortless feats for him. Is this lad simply lucky? Or did he already know the secret of the true dragon egg beforehand? The ancient ancestor's tone carried a hint of surprise and puzzlement. The mountain ancestor chuckled. After entering the wasteland, this lad didn't hunt a single strange beast. He headed straight for the true dragon egg. Clearly, he knew about it in advance. However, being able to uncover the secret of the true dragon egg is, in itself, a stroke of his luck. This is his destiny. The ancient ancestor raised an eyebrow thoughtfully and said, "Could it be that he is the disciple whose ancestral bloodline has regressed to 95? If that is the case, we may continue to sleep soundly, awaiting the arrival of the great era." Since ancient times, the most powerful figures of each generation of the Zhang clan, upon reaching the end of their lives, would bury themselves within the divine tomb, confined like prisoners, solely to contribute their final reserves of strength should the Zhang clan face calamity. He did so, and the mountain ancestor did the same. At present, their true forms remain asleep. They have merely manifested a wisp of their soul consciousness to witness the prodigies of this generation of the Zhang clan with their own eyes. After all, the great era sweeping across Shantian and even all the heavens is about to descend, and the cataclysm engulfing the 10,000 realms is bound to return with renewed force. Probably not. The mountain ancestor shook his head slightly and said calmly. His Shen bloodline concentration is 75, which is why he secured the position of junior venerable. If he had the opportunity for his bloodline to revert to 95, it would have happened long ago. It's unlikely he'd have waited until now. The ancient ancestor's brow furrowed slightly as he shifted his gaze to the other prodigies hunting strange beasts. Scanning them one by one, he took in their innate talents and combat prowess at a glance. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face, and concern for the Zhang clan's future welled up within him. He sighed softly. After all, the Shen Heaven realm has been dormant for so long, it's time for it to reawaken. The great Tao shifts, and the cycle of reincarnation never ceases. In this lifetime, we are destined to usher in a new era that will turn the world upside down and usher in a new heaven. These disciples may seem like once-in-a-millennium prodigies, but in the end, they are merely inevitable products of the prevailing trends. If the Zhang clan has them, other factions will naturally have them as well, perhaps even more. With only these disciples, the future of the Zhang clan is cause for concern. The mountain ancestor nodded in agreement. If our Zhang clan is to remain steadfast as a mountain amidst the violent upheavals of this great era, relying solely on these prodigies will certainly not be enough. If we wish to preserve our status as an immortal clan and stand tall in the Shantian realm for another 1,000,000 years, we must produce a prodigy of unparalleled talent. If we wish to go even further, then we must produce a peerless prodigy, one who is invincible in this era. The ancient ancestor furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and spoke slowly, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I've heard that the 4 venerables of our Zhang clan in this generation all possess the potential to attain the Tao. If they were to inherit our legacy, they would surely advance even further. Isn't that enough to call them prodigies? The mountain ancestor shook his head and chuckled. In past eras, that would have been enough. In this era, it's a stretch. What about that young man who entered the canyon? Since he is one of the 4 venerables, if he were to subdue a true dragon, he would surely leave the rest in the dust and earn the title of prodigy. The ancient ancestor's tone grew slightly somber. The mountain ancestor nodded slightly. If he succeeds in subduing the true dragon, then certainly. But the true dragon is, after all, merely an external aid. Aside from his 75% bloodline concentration, Xian's physique, natural talent, and insight are all rather unremarkable. Even with the true dragon's assistance, he would likely still fall far short of the prodigies cultivated by those ancient divine sections. The ancient ancestor's expression grew grave, a lingering trace of worry clouded his hazy features. By your words, does this mean the Jiang clan cannot escape a great calamity in this lifetime? The mountain ancestor looked down upon the interior of the great river, watching the prodigies hunt down strange beasts. His vast eyes were as deep as an abyss as he chuckled. It's not quite that hopeless. That disciple whose bloodline has regressed to 95, and that divine bone who was recently born both possess the makings of prodigies. If we cultivate them to the fullest, there is a chance they could become peerless prodigies, sweeping aside the younger generation of the Shantian realm. As long as those two grow up successfully, in this lifetime our Jiang clan has a bright future ahead. Ancestor Gu's expression grew solemn, and he nodded gravely. The mountain ancestor nodded in turn, then withdrew his gaze to continue. Observing the prodigies in the wasteland, hoping to identify the prodigy with the ancestral bloodline regression among them. It was possible that the individual was deliberately concealing themselves even though he had ascended to the supreme realm. He still could not discern any clues, let alone pinpoint their location. Could it be that this disciple with the ancestral bloodline regression harbors some reservations? Why must they insist on hiding themselves? Otherwise, we wouldn't have to search for a needle in a haystack like this. His tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. He had spared no effort in expending his already scarce lifeblood to split off a strand of his soul consciousness to preside over this ancestral land trial, all for the sole purpose of finding that disciple with ancestral bloodline regression, intending to pass on his own legacy to them and help them advance even further. Unexpectedly, the other party was so cautious even while clearly within the Jiang clan's ancestral lands, they still chose to conceal themselves and lie in hiding. The ancient ancestor could not fathom the reason. After spending a great deal of mental energy searching for a long time, he still found nothing and could only give up for the time being. Turning his gaze once more to Xian in the canyon, he said to the mountain ancestor in a feigned jest, "If Xian is the one whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral roots, and if he were to subdue a true dragon as well, he would surely be hailed as a peerless prodigy, sweeping through an entire era. Even if the golden age were to dawn, he could easily dominate it." The mountain ancestor knew the ancient ancestor was joking, so he laughed and scolded him in exasperation. "If he really were, I'd crawl out of the divine tomb right now to drive his chariot and guard his path." The ancient ancestor laughed as well. They were buried within the divine tomb to evade the ravages of time, which was the only way they managed to survive until now. Once they crawled out, the rules of time would take hold, and their lifespan would rapidly dwindle. Even if they sealed themselves away and did nothing, they'd have at most 3 months to live. They slept within the divine tomb like prisoners, all to protect the Jiang clan. Certainly wasn't he meant to clear the path for a single young sovereign. After all, in every era, the Jiang clan selected 4 young sovereigns. Having lived for so long, they had witnessed at least 8,000, if not 10,000 young sovereigns. Among so many, Xian was by no means the most outstanding one. Even if he might be able to tame a newly hatched true dragon. After breaking through layer upon layer of black mist and falling for a full incense stick's worth of time, Xian finally reached the bottom of the canyon. The canyon, which should have been pitch black, was strangely as bright as day. A dark golden divine radiance flowed like a river, illuminating the entire interior of the canyon. Primitive, violent, sacred, supreme, profound, and so on aphorisms with almost no common ground interwove in a complex tapestry, fusing together to form an indescribably mysterious energy that enveloped the entire canyon. Before his eyes stood a series of fierce, ancient bronze beast sculptures, towering and lifelike, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Puzzlingly, all these ancient beast sculptures faced the massive bronze cauldron at the center, their colossal bodies all bent as if they were bowing in worship of something. Xian cautiously made his way forward, approaching the massive bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron stood a full 10 zhang tall, resembling a small mountain. Its imposing presence radiated out in waves, inspiring an involuntary sense of awe. Engraved on its uneven surface were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts formed from mysterious divine runes, exuding a faint, enigmatic charm, as if they contained the profound and obscure truths of the heavens. Xian instinctively reached out and touched the patterns on the cauldron's surface. A streak of profound, mysterious light flashed, piercing Xian's palm like the tip of a needle. Xian winced in pain, his brow furrowing slightly. He instinctively reached to pull his hand back, but a youthful dragoness roar echoed deep within his heart, as if guiding him to remain as he was. Is a true dragon about to hatch? Xian pondered, so he pressed his palm firmly against the heavy cauldron. Blood welled up from the palm of his hand and flowed slowly along the grooved patterns on the cauldron's body, as if tracing something. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound of a shell cracking came from inside the heavy bronze cauldron. A sacred aura surged forth like an ocean, instantly filling the entire canyon. It surged and churned, radiating outward from the canyon's center to spread across the barren lands in all directions. Wherever the aura swept, the ferocious beast's eyes went blank with deep fear and awe. They fell to the ground with a thud, their mighty bodies trembling uncontrollably. The group of prodigies was utterly astonished by this sight. Seeing the trembling beasts, they were too excited to think twice and immediately set out to harvest them. These were all points. If they seized this opportunity to slay hundreds or even thousands of these beasts, they would undoubtedly climb into the top 10 of the points rankings and secure a chance to enter the divine tomb to receive the ancestral legacy. But just then, roar! A resounding dragoness roar, like a majestic celestial sound, suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth, causing the entire wasteland to tremble. Countless mountain ranges cracked open, revealing harrowing gorges. Immediately afterward, the heavens shifted, and the winds and clouds swirled in the opposite direction. The sky, which had been hazy, seemed as if stirred by a giant hand, revealing a deep vortex. Profound Tao principles, dazzling divine talismans, mysterious Tao patterns, and supreme laws, like exiled lambs, they emerged from the depths of the void, piling up layer upon layer, intertwining with one another, and gradually sketching out a colossal ethereal form. With the great Tao as its eyes, its gaze slightly open, a sacred golden light soars toward the heavens. With divine talismans as its scales, myriads of talismans, myriads of golden scales clad across its entire body, their icy radiance cleaves the void. With Tao patterns as its claws, it soars through the air on 4 claws. Accompanied by countless Tao patterns, heaven and earth seem to lie entirely beneath its grasp. With the laws of the universe as its horns, endless laws swirl around it. Its 2 majestic horns stand pointing skyward, their domineering might overwhelming all. These seemingly chaotic and disorderly divine phenomena were, in fact, perfectly fused within this ethereal figure, as if everything had been born from it. Roar! The phantom's eyes narrowed slightly as it let out a deep, dragon-like roar. It then swiftly contracted, transforming into a beam of golden light that tore through the void, hurtling toward the massive bronze cauldron deep within the 10-zhang-wide canyon. The supernatural phenomenon dissipated. Yet the barren land, which had been filled with ferocity and brutality, fell into an eerie stillness. One by one, the crouching beasts rose to their feet. With eyes ablaze with fervor, they silently raced toward the 10-zhang canyon. They moved swiftly yet made not a sound. Anyone looking down upon this eerie scene would surely be left speechless and even filled with dread. A tide of beasts returning. Meanwhile, the prodigies who had been hunting these beasts all froze in their tracks, their faces etched with uncontrollable shock and excitement. That shadowy figure was a true dragon. Could it be that the secret realm of 10,000 beasts still harbors the legacy of a true dragon? Everyone's hearts burned with excitement as they rushed toward the canyon. If they could truly obtain the true dragon's legacy, they would surely be able to forge a supreme Tao foundation, ascend to the rank of true god in the future, and even break through beyond true god, leaving the Shantian realm to travel through the myriad heavens. If we can obtain the true dragon's legacy, why bother hunting strange beasts? No matter how powerful the ancestor's legacy is, it's nowhere near as great as the true dragon's legacy. Jiang Feng cracked his neck and burst into laughter. Boom! Before his words had even faded, he had already transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the 10,000 zhang deep canyon. The true dragon legacy is mine. Jiang Beijian's eyes flashed slightly as he transformed into a beam of sword light, tearing through the void. Leo did the same, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he stepped through the air, his sights set on the true dragon legacy. Bunch of fools. Watching the impatient expressions of the prodigies, Ken let out a derisive, maniacal laugh. So what if you go first? Even if you seize the true dragon legacy, so what? In the end, you'll all have to hand it over to me. Yin-yang energy surged from Ken's fingertips as he tapped the mountain and river fan, intending to summon Jiang Kuang and his two companions back. His three followers were all at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. With their assistance, he would be more than capable of dominating this barren land, and the true dragon legacy would naturally be within his grasp. However, despite tapping his fingers repeatedly and channeling yin-yang energy, the secret order failed to transmit. Ha! The smile vanished from Ken's face, replaced by a grim expression. He muttered under his breath, "Useless fools!" There were only two possible reasons why the secret order couldn't be transmitted. One was that a rule barrier prevented the formation from penetrating it, but since they were all within the wasteland, that possibility was out of the question. The answer was obvious. Jiang Kuai and his two companions were dead. To actually die at the hands of a beast. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ken's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I hope you eliminated Xian before you died. Otherwise, don't blame me for going after your loved ones. Xian was merely at the spirit stage. He was absolutely no match for Jiang Kuai and his two companions. In Ken's view, the three must have encountered a powerful beast and met their end by accident. He didn't really care that three of his followers were dead given his exalted status as a true successor of Yin-yang. He would never lack for prodigies willing to submit and follow him. What bothered him was that he didn't know for sure whether Xian was dead or not. Never mind. I'll secure the true dragon legacy first. As for Xian, if he is still alive, I'll deal with him on the side. Before his words had even faded, Cheng Kuan was already soaring through the air, heading toward the 10,000 zhang deep canyon. Did that kid actually succeed? The ancient ancestor's expression was slightly peculiar. That kid, what incredible luck! It had been nearly 10 million years since the second-generation ancestor had opened the secret realm of 10,000 beasts to refine and transform that true dragon egg. Over those 10 million years, there had certainly been prodigious disciples who had uncovered the secret of the true dragon egg and eagerly set out to hatch and tame the true dragon hatchling, but all had returned empty-handed. In fact, when he and the mountain ancestor had undergone their ancestral land trials back in the day, they had also attempted it. Yet, faced with that bronze cauldron as still as death, they had all been rebuffed and sheepishly given up. After all, for a true dragon hatchling to break free from its shell, it requires sufficient time and energy and, above all, unimaginable serendipity and fortune. This lad's fortune is astonishing. He is indeed a prodigious talent. The mountain ancestor's eyes grew deep as he remarked calmly. But whether he can protect the true dragon hatchling amidst the covetous eyes of so many prodigies, that will depend on his true abilities. Setting aside that disciple with the ancestral bloodline who lurks in the shadows, even among the four young lords, Xian's strength is the weakest. Taming the true dragon hatchling won't be that easy. At the bottom of the 10,000 zhang gorge, sacred golden light shot forth, pouring into the interior of the heavy bronze cauldron. Roar! The youthful dragon's roar rang out once more. This time, it did not originate from Xian's heart, but was a tangible sound emanating from the heavy bronze cauldron one after another, growing from faint to resounding, from feeble to powerful. The youthful dragon's roar was maturing at a clearly visible pace. Moments later, the intangible dragon's roar materialized into ripples radiating golden light, as if they were solid circle after circle, layer upon layer, radiating outward and rippling. Nothing could stop or hinder them. Even the ferocious ancient bronze beast sculptures and the rugged canyon walls were effortlessly penetrated. Strangely, however, whenever these ripples passed over Xian, they all abruptly vanished without a trace, as if they had merged into his body. Xian was unaware of this. He was focused on the blood gushing from the palm of his hand. Like an unending stream, it flowed along the patterns on the cauldron's surface, spreading out and gradually staining the deep blue-black body of the cauldron red. From Xian's perspective, this scene resembled a vast army draped in blood-red robes, step by step, attacking and devouring this magnificent, heavy bronze cauldron. The process appeared to be extremely slow. So slow that, across the entire wasteland, tens of thousands of strange beasts had gathered on both sides of the sheer cliffs of the 10,000 zhang deep canyon. They prostrated themselves fervently on the ground, displaying an unfathomable devotion toward the canyon. Meanwhile, the more than 300 prodigies from the Jiang clan participating in the ancestral land trial had already broken through the black mist and were plummeting one after another to the bottom of the canyon, coming into Xian's line of sight. One by one, inscrutable gazes focused on Xian. They had their suspicions, yet dared not act rashly. The phenomenon of the true dragoness illusory form might indeed have been triggered by Xian, but since the true dragoness legacy had not yet appeared, they could not be certain. They feared that if they disturbed Xian, it might disrupt the timing of the true dragoness legacy coming into the world. Therefore, they chose to wait in silence, awaiting the emergence of the true dragoness legacy. To Xian's perception, however, the process unfolded with remarkable speed. His mind and spirit were drawn into the patterns of the heavy bronze cauldron, immersing him in a mysterious state of clarity and emptiness. In the depths of his consciousness, he heard voices from a great distance, so distant that they seemed to come from the very edge of time. Descendant of the Jiang clan, I am Jiang Kong, the second-generation clan leader of the Jiang family. While traveling through the starry skies, I chanced upon this true dragon egg. After much deliberation, I established this secret realm of 10,000 beasts. By nurturing this true dragon egg, I intend to refine and transform it into the Jiang clan's guardian divine beast. True dragons are the overlords of the heavens, proud, domineering, and unyielding even unto death. Even a true dragon hatchling, fresh from its shell, is no exception. To fully subdue it will be no easy task. Descendant of the Jiang clan, you must stain the heavy bronze cauldron with your blood to master the divine restriction technique I have imbued within it. Only with this divine restriction technique can you control and subdue the true dragon hatchling. Take heed. This divine restriction technique was created by me using my great divine power, augmented by the royal bloodline of the Jiang clan. Anyone with a Jiang clan bloodline concentration below 90 who rashly activates this restriction risks being struck down by its backlash, draining their vital essence until death. Remember this. Remember this. With his mind returning to the present, Xian's eyes widened in surprise. A bloodline concentration of 90. Was this definitely not tailor-made for him? After all, even the second ancestor's bloodline concentration was only 93. Since the second ancestor, the number of Jiang family descendants whose bloodline concentration reached 90 could be counted on one hand. Is my luck about to turn? A flicker of hope stirred in Xian's heart, but he immediately recalled the hardships he endured over the past decade or so, especially the incident with the Thunder ancestor just a few days ago, and couldn't he help but grow suspicious again. Could there be a damn trick to this? Still, it seemed too late to back out now. Xian stared at the heavy bronze cauldron before him, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. His blood had already saturated the entire cauldron. The eerie blood flickered, alternately bright and dim. Against the backdrop of the cauldron, it gradually coalesced into strands of strange bloodlines. The bloodlines converged and wove together, forming a series of mysterious and ancient blood-brown restrictions, as if imbued with the highest intent. The restrictions flew out on their own and surged into Xian's body. Xian suddenly felt a mysterious sensation, as if he had formed an indescribable connection with the true dragon cub inside the cauldron. He seemed able to sense the true dragon cub's emotional fluctuations. "Daddy, I want to go out." A childish voice rang out within Xian's mind. Xian was taken aback for a moment. Had he just tamed the true dragon cub? It seemed a bit too easy, didn't he? This didn't fit with his usual circumstances. Of course, it could also be that his recent rapid advancement meant that the misfortunes brought on by some not too outlandish opportunities were nothing to him. After a moment of silence, Xian reluctantly accepted the reality, gathered his composure, and decided to further communicate with the true dragon hatchling. But the true dragon hatchling, having been trapped for far too long, was desperate to break free from its bonds and escape this cramped space. It was thrashing its body and ramming wildly against the confines. Crack, crack, crack. Deprived of the restraining energy, the heavy bronze cauldron, faced with the true dragon cub's formidable physique, was like a piece of porcelain, all show and no substance, and soon began to show crack after crack. Witnessing this scene, the group of prodigies instinctively held their breath, secretly anticipating the outcome, their hearts growing ever more fervent and excited. Soon, boom! A heavy rumble echoed. The heavy bronze cauldron suddenly shattered, its fragments scattering across the ground. The true dragon cub, radiant with golden light, leapt forth like the great sun illuminating all realms. Its sacred golden light illuminated the Tenjiang deep gorge, dispelling the layers of black mist as it shot forth, dazzling the entire wasteland. That unrivaled, domineering might unique to the true dragon surged forth like a raging tide, rolling out to overwhelm the entire landscape. The myriad beasts prostrate on both sides of the canyon were overcome with excitement. They bowed their heads repeatedly, letting out deafening roars to welcome the birth of the supreme true dragon. Inside the canyon, a true dragon hatchling? All the prodigies wore expressions of shock. Their eyes gradually turned red, and even their breathing grew rapid against their will. They had originally thought it was the true dragoness legacy emerging. They never could have imagined that what had appeared was a living, pure-blooded true dragon hatchling. While the true dragon legacy was indeed peerlessly powerful, even surpassing holy arts no matter how mighty it was, it could never compare to a living, breathing true dragon. After all, adult true dragons possess terrifying power rivaling that of gods and demons. If they could successfully tame it, it would mean they gain the aid of a god or demon. This would bring them unimaginable benefits in their future quest to attain the Tao. In what seemed like an instant, Zhang Bei had already drawn his sword and charged toward the true dragon hatchling. If he could claim it, he would undoubtedly rise above the four venerables and seize the position of junior clan leader. Zhang Bei, the true dragon hatchling, is not something you have any right to lay a finger on. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in fury as he roared, then charged forward to block Zhang Bei's path. From the moment the true dragon cub was born, he had already regarded it as his own. Anyone who dared to covet it would die. Of course, among all the prodigies present, who didn't share Zhang Feng's mindset? Zhang Haoming, who looked as ethereal as an exiled immortal, was consumed by envy. Ken, who prided himself on being invincible among them all, was thrown into turmoil. Over 300 prodigies all sprang into action. They all unleashed their most powerful divine abilities and charged toward the true dragon hatchling. Wealth stirs the heart, and what more so than a divine beast like the true dragon hatchling? Even if it meant death, they had to fight for it. Xian, on the other hand, who had previously been the center of attention among the prodigies, was now completely overlooked by everyone, reduced to a mere bystander. Watching the crowd descend into madness as they clashed violently, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Xian's mouth. This is rather interesting. Xian watched the melee among the more than 300 prodigies with glee, showing not the slightest urgency. He even nonchalantly pulled out a small stool and some sunflower seeds, chose a spot with a good view yet well hidden, sat down, and began munching on the seeds while enjoying the spectacle. While he was certainly eager to claim the top spot on the leaderboard, use the Tao herb to shatter the limits of his cultivation, and forge an unparalleled foundation in one fell swoop, he was even more delighted right now to watch this group tear each other apart. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. He hoped that these prodigies would each take a turn, piling on enough damage to kill Ken. Even if they couldn't kill him, severely wounding him would suffice. He'd then deliver the finishing blow to send him to the afterlife. Originally, he and Ken hadn't had a single thing in common. Their only conflict of interest was the position of junior clan chief. That could have been handled completely in the open, a fair competition. If he'd been outmatched, he wouldn't have had a single complaint. In fact, the four sovereigns had all tacitly agreed to this rule. But that bastard Ken, he played dirty and actually sent people to ambush him in secret. He killed Ken's men. And now, a blood feud had been born. To root out evil completely, he was now eager to finish off Ken as soon as possible, to prevent that scumbag from pulling any more dirty tricks later on. The chaotic melee involving over 300 prodigies continued, growing ever more intense. Dazzling spells, razor-sharp sword chi, surging vital energy. The canyon echoed with constant roars. The fierce slaughter was chilling. One ancient bronze beast sculpture after another was caught in the crossfire, shattering into pieces on the ground. Their remains mingled with dripping blood. There were quite a few wounded. Perhaps, at the beginning, everyone had held back somewhat, exercising restraint after all. They were all of the same clan, sharing the same bloodline, making it difficult to strike a fatal blow. But now that the battle had reached this stage, most were already wounded, and a surge of rage naturally welled up within them, coupled with the irresistible temptation of the true dragoness hatchling. Everyone's killing intent was gradually being stoked. The melee escalated once more. Moreover, the battlefield had clearly divided into 5 distinct zones. Centered around Ken, Zhang Haoming, and Zhang Feng, the prodigies and followers of their respective lineages clustered together, forming 3 distinct factions. As for the relatively weaker lineages, fully aware that their own strength was insufficient to stand against the 4 venerables, they decisively chose to band together. Led by Jiang Bei, they had already reached a secret agreement. No matter what, they had to drive the 4 venerables out first. The final faction, however, was somewhat peculiar. They were the prodigies of the Shen lineage. They were now feeling somewhat distressed and at a loss. The other 3 young venerables had already gathered their forces and begun their factional battles. Yet they hadn't even found the Shen young venerable yet. Left with no choice, they could only step back a bit and watch from the sidelines. It was precisely through this head-on confrontation that the group of prodigies gained a direct and clear understanding of the strength of Ken and the other 3 young lords. 1 against 10, and they handled it with ease. Keep in mind that in the outside world, they were all prodigies seen once in 1,000 years. Sweeping aside opponents of the same tier and fighting across realms were commonplace for them. With their own strength, a group of over 10 could even hold their own against an Earth stage powerhouse. In other words, the combat prowess of Ken and his 2 companions was likely already on par with the Earth stage. The melee had clearly reached a stalemate. This had Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, frantic with anxiety. He was still waiting for Ken to get injured so he could step in and deliver a fatal blow. Don't be so fucking stupid. Xian couldn't help but curse under his breath. You've got over 200 of you, why are you spreading out? Just pile on Ken, you'd have killed him ages ago. But Xian only muttered this under his breath. After all, if he actually shouted it out loud, he didn't know if they'd listen. But they'd almost certainly notice him and start focusing their fire on him. After all, he was one of the 4 venerables, and at the spirit stage he looked like the easiest target. Daddy, what are you eating? I want some too. Just then, a slender arm, as white as a lotus root, suddenly appeared before Xian's eyes, waving a chubby little hand. Spirit fruit seeds I got from the clan elder, and some sunflower seeds I roasted myself. Xian replied instinctively, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. Where had that voice come from? Glancing to the side, he saw that standing right beside him was a little girl named Nina with her hair in a braid. Her 2 big, watery eyes were staring intently at him and the sunflower seeds in his hand. A chill ran down Xian's spine. When had this Nina appeared? He hadn't noticed her at all. Most crucially, Xian noticed that this Nina was floating above the ground. And there wasn't the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. That meant she could fly. Aside from those mythical beasts and divine creatures born with the ability to fly, flying without using spiritual energy or relying on external aids seemed to be something only those who had reached the Earth stage could accomplish, right? Xian froze in place, instinctively drawing on his past experiences and immediately concluding that this seemingly harmless Nina must be an ancient demon, the Tianshan old maid who had lived for who knows how many years. Daddy! Nina waved her little hand. Seeing that Xian was still lost in thought, she pouted, took the sunflower seeds from Xian's hand on her own, and shoved them all into her mouth at once. She began chewing them in big mouthfuls. Munch, munch! The astringent taste of the sunflower seed husks washed over her, and Nina's face instantly contorted into a somewhat ferocious expression. Spit! 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 Nina not only spat them all out, but also used her little hand to push her tongue around, trying to get rid of the bitter taste in her mouth. Watching this, Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. This old lady of the Tianshan Mountains. Has her IQ regressed to that of a child as well?
Daddy, I am hungry.
Nina glared at Xian with a pout, her face contorted in frustration. Daddy? Xian looked somewhat bewildered as he stared back at Nina. Hearing her somewhat familiar voice, his eyes widened, and he finally realized, You're that true dragon cub? Nina nodded vigorously. Xian was dumbfounded. He turned to look at the group of prodigies, who were still in a state of confusion. About 1,000 zhang above their heads, that golden, radiant true dragon was still circling, radiating a heart-stopping, domineering dragon aura. The true dragon hatchling wasn't it right there? Withdrawing his gaze, Xian looked back at Nina. Oh my, Daddy, you're so clueless. Perhaps because of their special bond. Nina sensed Xian's thoughts. Shaking her twin ponytails, she said with a grin, That was an illusion I cast. These people want to snatch me away from Daddy. Humph, they're all bad guys. Nina wrinkled her cute little nose in disgust. If they want me, let them fight over me. It'd be best if they all died. Xian was stunned. Casting an illusion, using herself as bait to lure a group of prodigies into fighting and killing each other? Is this really something a newly hatched true dragon hatchling could come up with? This little thing. Could she really be the old lady of Mount Tianshan? Daddy, I'm hungry. I want something to eat. Nina looked at Xian, her big, crystal-clear eyes blinking as she adopted a pouty, aggrieved expression. Xian fell silent. He felt a chill run down his spine and cursed under his breath. I knew it given my life as script. There's no way I could tame a true dragon hatchling that easily. It's all a trap. This isn't a real dragon cub at all, it's clearly an old monster in the guise of a cub. If he hadn't mastered the restrictive techniques left by the second ancestor and been certain he could fully control the creature including its life and death, he would already pulled a fast one and made a quick getaway. Xian thought for a moment and didn't refuse outright instead. He came up with a reasonable excuse. I'd love to take you out to eat, but I can't get out right now. Xian shrugged, explained the points-based trial for hunting strange beasts to her, then forced a smile. Once I've earned more points than everyone else and taken first place, I'll take you out to eat. Okay? Nina sucked on her finger, her big eyes darting around. After thinking for a moment, she asked, as long as you have the essence blood of beasts, you can get points? Xian nodded. Then if we get all the essence blood from the beasts, we can just go out right away, can't we? Nina's eyes lit up. Xian looked bewildered. It sounded good in theory, but this secret realm of 10,000 beasts was home to tens of thousands of beasts, including plenty at the Earth stage. Getting their blood from all of them. That was just ridiculous. Daddy, watch me, Nina said confidently. Nina raised her little hand and actually lifted Xian right up. A mysterious aura of laws emanated from her, forming a sort of special barrier that obscured everyone's view. Carrying Xian, she slipped away silently and flew out of the Tenjiang Canyon. Of course, even without this factor, those prodigies who had already set their sights on killing him probably wouldn't have noticed that Xian had slipped away. Even if they did notice, they likely wouldn't have cared. They might even have watched Xian leave with looks of contempt. After all, a true dragon hatchling was circling right above their heads. With the divine beast still present, there was no way they would give up. Upon exiting the 10,000 Zhang Gorge, their eyes were met with a sea of strange beasts prostrate on the ground, a teeming mass. The naturally emanating malevolent energy had condensed into a thick black cloud, and an indescribable sense of awe washed over them. Xian's expression grew slightly grave. How had so many strange beasts gathered here? If these beasts were to riot, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he'd be damned if he didn't meet his end right here. After all, he could sense the auras of no fewer than 10 Earth-stage beasts. Xian's gaze involuntarily turned to Nina. Right now he had no choice but to trust this old lady of Tianshan, who was disguised as a true dragon cub. He hoped she'd truly live up to her word. Daddy, watch me. Nina grinned widely, bared her teeth, and let out a loud whoa at the tens of thousands of beasts lying prostrate before her. There was nothing special about it, at least that's how it appeared to Xian. But a breathtaking scene unfolded. Tens of thousands of beasts all lowered their heads in unison, pressing them close to the ground, and let out a deep, rumbling roar. It was as if they were responding to Nina, for to Xian's ears, these beasts seemed deeply stirred and devout, much like fervent believers who had received a divine revelation. The roars, each with its own distinct timbre, layered upon one another like the thunderous bellow of a mythical kuei ox, heavy and resounding, spreading outward in all directions and forming ripples in the void. The heavens and earth shifted, the entire wasteland seemed to tremble. Drops of dazzling essence blood emerged from the massive bodies of these beasts, slowly floating toward Nina and gathering into a pool of blood. It worked! Nina cupped the pool of blood in her small hands and held it out to Xian, her big eyes sparkling with mischief. Daddy, promise me that once we get out of here, you'll take me to eat something delicious, and I'll give you the beast's essence blood. Xian looked at the pool of blood, then at Nina, his expression somewhat complex. He was now even more certain that this seemingly cute and adorable Nina must be an ancient monster from the true dragon clan. Who says she's a newly hatched true dragon hatchling? She's clearly the Tianshan old maiden, reincarnated into a second life using some secret art. What kind of dragon hatchling could, right after hatching, already scheme and cast illusions to lure prodigies into a deadly battle? What kind of dragon hatchling could command 10,000 beasts with a single wah-oh, and make them willingly offer their essence blood? Damn it! Thank goodness I've cast a restraining spell and hold her life and death in my hands. Otherwise, with her ability to command beasts at will, I'd be dead in a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, Xian actually felt less worried. After all, he held the absolute upper hand. Even if she was an ancient monster from the true dragon clan, it didn't matter. Of course, he still had to play along a little. As Xian took the pool of blood, he ruffled Nina's hair and said with a smile, "Once we get out of here, I'll take you to eat something delicious. You can have whatever you want, eat as much as you like. Go all out. Yay!" Just as Xian accepted the pool of blood, composed of the essence of tens of thousands of beasts, the projection of the leaderboard hanging in the sky above the wasteland began to change. Behind the character Xian, the solitary zero suddenly transformed into 1,270,011. His ranking shot up from the very bottom, leaving Zhang Bei 70 points and Zhang Feng 75 points in the dust, overtaking Liu 80 points and sweeping past Ken 100 points in a single stroke, instantly claiming the top spot. The leaderboard trembled violently, as if caught in a fierce struggle. A moment later, with a boom, the leaderboard exploded. The shattered leaderboard transformed into dazzling golden streaks, scattering in all directions like sparks. Outside the wasteland on the great river, the ancient ancestor looked slightly startled as he gazed at the mountain ancestor with a hint of bewilderment. "I recall, mountain ancestor, that this leaderboard you forged has already developed an artifact spirit. In a sense, I senti it already comparable to a Tao artifact. How did it explode?" The mountain ancestor waved his hand to gather the remnants of the leaderboard, then fixed his gaze on Xian. After staring at him for a long while, he finally looked away. The corner of his mouth twitched as he explained, somewhat at a loss for words. "Xian has suddenly obtained the essence blood of every exotic beast in the secret land of 10,000 beasts. No matter how hard the other prodigies try to hunt these beasts, they can never surpass Xian. In other words, Xian has already secured first place on the leaderboard ahead of schedule, so this Tao trial should come to an end. But this situation has never occurred before, and there is certainly no precedent for ending a trial early. The artifact spirit was only recently born, its sentience is still very weak. It simply couldn't wrap its head around this, didn't know how to handle it, and then it crashed." The ancient ancestor looked utterly bewildered. The artifact spirit crashed on its own? This was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a situation. It was truly baffling. If Xian were here, perhaps he'd understand it instantly. To put it bluntly, the artifact spirit on the leaderboard had burned out its own CPU. "So what should we do now?" The ancient ancestor looked at Xian in the barren wasteland and asked strangely, "These prodigies haven't even started giving it their all yet?" Shanzu thought for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Let us end it. Luck is part of one's strength. If they don't give it their all, they have no one but themselves to blame." Immediately, Shanzu waved his hand, sweeping away the roaring waters of the great river and fully exposing the barren land. He announced matter-of-factly, "The trial is over." The top-ranked contestant on the leaderboard, Xian, the mountain ancestor's voice echoed across the barren land, reaching everyone's ears. At the bottom of the Tenjiang Deep Canyon, the prodigies, who had been fighting desperately, froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell, their faces filled with bewilderment. "The trial is over? What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to last 10 days? How long has it even been? At most less than 2 hours, right? How did Xian end up at the top of the leaderboard?" Ken, Leo, and the others wore grim expressions, a surge of anger welling up inside them. Damn it, while they were fighting over the true dragon hatchling, Xian had been secretly racking up points behind their backs. Despicable. With that thought, Ken and the others all turned their gaze toward the true dragon hatchling circling overhead. The battle for the top spot on the leaderboard was already decided. It was too late for them to regret it. Of course, they didn't really care that much anyway. With their current points, making it into the top 10 and qualifying for the Divine Tomb was no problem at all. As for the reward for the leaderboard's top spot, Tao Herb, well, if they missed out on it, so be it, they wouldn't dwell on it. After all, no matter how precious Tao Herb might be, it was nowhere near as valuable as even a fraction of the true dragon hatchling. As long as they managed to snatch the true dragon hatchling, they would still be the ones with the greatest haul. Ken and the others' thoughts were, naturally, the same as those of the other prodigies. In this trial at the 10,000 years of longevity secret realm, they couldn't very well come away empty-handed. Could they? And so the group of prodigies grew even more frenzied. One after another, They unleashed all their hidden trump cards and charged toward the golden glowing true dragon hatchling overhead, eager to beat everyone else to it and claim it for themselves. Get lost! The yin and yang energies swirled wildly around Ken, pouring into the mountain and river fan, manifesting a miniature landscape that swept down to suppress the crowd, striving to block them and buy himself time. Just as he had imagined, Ken led the charge and was the first to reach the true dragon hatchling. Gazing at the true dragon radiating immense majesty, Ken broke into an excited smile. By taming this true dragon hatchling, he would surely claim the position of junior clan leader, and in the future, he would have a strong chance of becoming the holy son of the Yin-Yang Guild. Attaining divinity would be only a matter of time. Filled with indescribable excitement and anticipation, Ken reached out toward the true dragon hatchling. The dazzling golden light dissipated like a fleeting illusion. The true dragon hatchling was gone. Ken froze mid-air, his hands still outstretched, completely dumbfounded. Was the true dragon hatchling a fake? It wasn't just Ken who was dumbfounded. All the prodigies were now completely baffled. So all that scrambling they'd been doing, even going so far as to fight their own kind, was it all just a farce based on nothing? It was like a bucket of cold water dumped on everyone's faces, and they gradually calmed down. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then suddenly it dawned on them. Could this true dragon hatchling have been something Shen concocted just to toy with them? After all, from their perspective, the true dragon hatchling's appearance was all because of Shen. Yet during the ensuing scramble, Shen had vanished without a trace, and now he'd even snatched first place on the leaderboard behind their backs. Everyone present was a loser, only Shen was basking in triumph. Shen! Ken realized this too. His expression gradually darkened, his eyes clouded over and flashing with a cold, predatory glint as he ground out through clenched teeth. I'll never be human again unless I kill you. Liu, Zhangfeng, Zhang Bei, and even the other prodigies all looked absolutely horrified, as if they'd just swallowed a fly. If they had lost honorably to Shen, they would have accepted it, but Shen had won through underhanded tactics. Moreover, Shen was merely at the spirit stage. The thought that they had been played like fools by a mere spirit stage cultivator like Shen reduced to the role of a clown filled them with rage. They were so enraged they wanted to charge out right then and there to kill Shen and wash away the shame they felt. The prodigies of Shen's lineage, meanwhile, exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment and excitement. Truly worthy of the title Young Venerable. To have single-handedly toyed with everyone and effortlessly claimed first place on the leaderboard, outside the Tenjiang Gorge. Shen also heard the mountain ancestor's voice. He blinked in surprise. Had the trial really ended? He couldn't help but glance at Nina. This Tianshan old maid, disguised as a true dragon cub, certainly had a twisted sense of humor, but her true abilities were undeniably impressive. Whoa! With that, the Dao herb was in his hands. Daddy, you promised me once we get out, you'll take me to eat something delicious. Nina stared intently at Shen, her big eyes sparkling. Shen paused for a moment, then nodded cheerfully and laughed. Don't worry, whatever you want to eat, you'll get to eat. Immediately, guided by the mountain ancestor, Shen took Nina's little hand and stepped out of the barren land. Ken and the other prodigies had already emerged ahead of them. As Shen appeared, their gazes turned toward him filled with resentment, malice, coldness, and a whole range of other emotions. If not for the mountain ancestor's presence, these prodigies would likely have already attacked and torn Shen to pieces. As for the little girl beside Shen, they completely ignored her. First, all their hostility was focused on Shen, leaving them no mind to spare for Nina. Second, they couldn't fathom little Nina's true nature, or rather, she was shrouded in obscure laws that greatly diminished her presence. Of course, without knowing the truth, who would associate a harmless little Nina with a true dragon hatchling, a divine beast of the highest order? As the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor watched this scene, their gazes, whether intentionally or not, fell upon Shen, and they were filled with awe. This kid had actually succeeded in taming and bringing out a true dragon hatchling right under the covetous eyes of all these prodigies. The key was that he managed to conceal it so skillfully. This kid, he is a master of self-preservation. Ancient ancestor coughed lightly, sending a telepathic message to mountain ancestor with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mountain ancestor's mouth twitched slightly. He knew ancient ancestor was referring to the one who said, "This tribulation has only an 80% chance of success," rounding it up. What is the difference between that and going to your death? That individual's natural talent was good enough to rank among the top 5 of the Jiang family's prodigies throughout history. Yet he was exceptionally cautious. No, cautious, didn't he even begin to describe him. He was downright terrified of death. He had clearly reached the peak of true godhood long ago and was just a step away from passing the tribulation to ascend beyond true godhood. Yet he delayed the tribulation indefinitely. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, he would only say, "Wait a little longer, just a little longer." He even claimed, with great solemnity, that he intended to establish the way of survival. Later, they all buried themselves in the divine tomb, and all news of that person was lost. It's for the best. The mountain ancestor pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "Times have changed. A great era is approaching. To survive, one must be cautious to go further. Moreover, he has tamed a true dragon cub. If he acts too brazenly, it will easily attract the covetous eyes of those ancient great sects and sacred lands, which would be extremely detrimental to his own path." The ancient ancestor nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, the mountain ancestor swept his gaze over the gathering of prodigies and announced the trial results in a flat tone. 10th on the leaderboard, Jiang Wuhan, 49 points. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Wuhan, who stood not far from Xian. Their expressions shifted between anger and resignation, all tinged with a touch of resentment and jealousy. Jiang Wuhan, a prodigy of the Xian lineage, possessed a bloodline concentration of 67 and had just entered the soul stage. His natural talent wasn't bad, but among the more than 300 prodigies present, he could only be considered in the lower middle tier. If the trial had proceeded normally, given Jiang Wuhan's strength, he might not have even made it into the top 200, let alone the top 10. But today's trial had ended abruptly after just 2 hours, allowing that kid Jiang Wuhan to score a huge windfall. Lucky bastard. Many of the prodigies cursed inwardly, seething with envy. It was simply because they landed in a poor spot and hadn't hunted many beasts at the start. Otherwise, given their strength, their scores would certainly have been much higher than Jiang Wuhan's. As for Jiang Wuhan himself, he was completely dumbfounded. He knew his own limitations. His foundational cultivation, natural talent, and strength were nothing to write home about. In this ancestral land trial, his primary duty was to protect young Master Xian and help him secure the position of junior clan chief. As for obtaining spiritual herbs or serendipitous opportunities, he hadn't harbored the slightest hope. As for entering the divine tomb and qualifying to receive the ancestral legacy, he hadn't even dared to dream of such a thing. But who would have thought that with his pitiful 49 points, he'd actually ranked 10th on the leaderboard? Jiang Wuhan instinctively slapped his forehead. Am I dreaming? Yet the looks of jealousy bordering on madness from the prodigies around him were all too real. Jiang Wuhan's eyes widened in fury, his gaze blazing, and his entire body trembled with excitement. Without hesitation, he hurried over to Xian's side, bowed deeply and said, "Jiang Wuhan pays his respects to the young master. If it weren't for the young master seizing first place on the points leaderboard and ending this trial early and giving him another 10 years to hunt beasts, he never could have made it into the top 10. Xian waved his hand to help Jiang Wuhan up, chuckling, "This is your destiny, there is no need to thank me." At that moment, the others finally came to their senses, and their expressions grew even more grim. It was all that rotten apple. Xian's fault. He'd ruined everyone's chances. Of course, resentment aside. Now, the group of prodigies harbored an added sense of anticipation. With the trial ending early, many hadn't had time to hunt the beasts. Perhaps they, too, might get lucky like Jiang Wuhan, break into the top 10 of the rankings, and earn the qualification to enter the divine tomb to receive the ancestral legacy. Among them, the most excited were undoubtedly the prodigies from Xian's lineage. This was because, during the chaotic battle at the bottom of the canyon, they hadn't been able to locate the Xian young lord and had been forced to watch from a distance. Since they were just watching with nothing else to do, they each sought out a few strange beasts slumbering at the canyon's bottom, slew them, and collected their essence blood to accumulate points. 9th on the leaderboard, Zhang Ting. 8th, Zhang Fengming. 7th. 6th on the points leaderboard, Zhang Hao, 65 points. Silence. Amidst the roar of the surging river, the group of prodigies fell into an eerie stillness, frozen in place, lost in thought for a long moment. 10th through 6th. Every single one of them was a prodigy from the Xian lineage. Zhang Ting, Zhang Fengming. We offer our deepest gratitude to the young master, Zhang Ting, and the other 3 prodigies who had entered the top 10 of the rankings. Suppressing their inner excitement, bowed deeply toward Xian one after another. They knew full well that all of this was thanks to young Master Xian. Not only had the young master outwitted everyone to claim first place on the rankings, but he had also helped them secure spots in the top 10 in the process. Their respect for Xian naturally soared to new heights. The same was true for the other prodigies of the Xian lineage. Although they hadn't made it into the top 10 this time, with the precedent set by Zhang Wuhan and his 4 companions, the next ones might very well be them. At the very least, they could be certain that, by following young Master Xian, they would certainly not be shortchanged in the future. As for the others, their expressions at this moment could no longer be described as merely grim. They looked as if they'd lost their own mothers, their faces contorted with rage, their expressions utterly twisted by resentment and jealousy. 5th on the leaderboard, Zhang Bei, 70 points. 2nd on the leaderboard, Ken, 100 points. As expected, the 5th through 4th places on the leaderboard were held by Zhang Bei, Zhang Feng, Zhang Haoming, and Ken. They were, after all, the leading contenders for the position of junior clan leader, and their combat prowess was clearly a cut above the rest. However, the expressions of Ken and the other 3 did not change in the slightest despite making it into the top 5. They continued to stare intently at Xian with murderous glares. Their expressions were grim, their eyes icy. In their eyes, securing a spot in the top 5 of the leaderboard in this manner was like Xian slapping them in the face in utter disgrace. This scene naturally did not escape Shan Zu's notice, though he did not pay it much mind. Competition that remained within manageable limits was a good thing. Immediately, Shan Zu continued. First place on the leaderboard, Xian with a score of 1,270,011 points. The moment that score was announced, it sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone was stunned. 1,270,000 points. Are you fucking kidding me? All eyes turned to Xian at once. Did he cheat? Come on, over 1,000,000 points. Ken, who came in second, only scored 100 points, for crying out loud. Xian is clearly only at the spirit stage. How could he possibly outscore Ken, who is at the peak of the soul stage, by more than 10,000 times? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their incredulous gazes were filled with deep confusion and skepticism. How on earth did this guy cheat? Ken's face darkened even further. He clenched the mountain and river fan in his hand tightly, suppressing the raging fury and murderous intent surging within him. He had never taken Xian seriously. Sending men to ambush him had been solely due to the Holy Lord's warning. In his eyes, Xian, a mere spirit stage cultivator, was nothing more than an ant he could crush at will. Yet he never imagined that this ant would humiliate him time and time again today. The prodigies of Xian's lineage, meanwhile, erupted in cheers. They felt a sense of shared glory. With over 1,000,000 points, an astronomical score, the young lord had crushed the competition. Given this achievement alone, who in this ancestral land trial had the qualifications to challenge him? The position of young clan chief belongs to none other than young Master Xian. Seeing this reaction, Ken, Leo, and the others were grinding their teeth in fury. They had never hated anyone as much as they did today. At that moment, the mountain ancestor waved his hand. The top 10 in points shall enter the divine tomb. The majestic divine tomb trembled gently, radiating a milky white divine glow that coalesced into a towering gateway standing 3,000 zhang tall. Its surface was adorned with intricate, profound patterns as if containing some ultimate truth of the Tao, so awe-inspiring that no one dared to look directly at it, for fear of being lost within its depths. The group of prodigies who had failed to qualify turned and left, filled with deep envy. Standing there watching, they could do nothing but feel bitter. It was far better to make the most of their time and cultivate before the trial ended. After all, the ancestral land was a small dimensional world where not only was mana abundant, but it was also easier to grasp the laws of the Tao. It would be no exaggeration to call it a sacred place for cultivation. If they could seize the opportunity to break through to a higher realm, it would count as a gain. At least they wouldn't return empty-handed. Ken and the others shot Xian a cold glance, then took a step forward, passing through the portal and entering the divine tomb. Zhang Wuhan and the others gathered around Xian. As long as Xian didn't move, they dared not overstep their bounds and go ahead. Daddy, let us go in quickly. There's yummy food inside. So much, so much. Nina tugged at Xian's sleeve, her big eyes fixed intently on the entrance to the divine tomb without blinking once, her mouth practically watering. Good food? And so much of it. Xian's eyelid twitched, and a chill instantly ran down his spine. Damn it, The Divine Tomb is where the Jiang family's ancestors have slept for generations. What else could possibly be inside besides those nearly decayed ancestral remains? Sure enough, it's an old monster disguised as a true dragon cub. You want to devour the ancestors to restore yourself, do you? As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. He raised his right palm, and streams of blood surged forth, forming a blood-red restriction. Xian summoned the restriction technique that controlled the true dragon cub, held it in his hand, and said sternly to Nina, "Once we're inside, no matter what you want to eat, you must get my permission first. Understand?" Nina looked at the barrier in Xian's hand, a hint of fear in her eyes. She pouted slightly and said reluctantly, "Got it." Xian nodded in satisfaction, then took Nina by the arm and walked toward the portal. Jiang Wuhan and the other four followed close behind. The moment they stepped through the portal, a sensation of weightlessness washed over them. After a brief spell of dizziness, the scene before their eyes quietly shifted. It was a desolate little realm, permeated by a heavy, decaying aura as if an entire world had been reduced to nothingness, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Only a series of coffins, cast from gold and stone, stood in the center of this realm. Their immense, ancient, and supreme majesty washed over them, as if ancient gods and demons stood there in silence, reaching to the heavens and anchoring the earth, guarding this realm and protecting the Jiang Guild. Xian and the others looked up, suddenly feeling insignificant. A deep sense of reverence welled up within them. To protect the Jiang family, these ancestors had abandoned their pursuit of the Tao and forsaken their own glory, choosing instead to bury their physical forms here, slumbering in endless darkness while silently withstanding the ravages of time. When the Jiang clan needs them, they will awaken from their slumber, revive their long-decayed physical forms, burn through every last remnant of their being, and sacrifice their spiritual power, physical bodies, divine souls, lives, and even their right to reincarnation. The ethereal shadows of the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor appeared before the group and said softly, "In a moment, I will guide your divine souls to resonate with the spiritual realm of this place, where the soul imprints and the legacy of the great Tao left by our ancestors throughout the ages reside. Whether you gain anything depends entirely on your own destiny." "Yes." The group bowed respectfully. The mountain ancestor nodded slightly, his aged gaze sweeping over each of them in turn, finally resting on Xian. Of the 10 prodigies on this journey, this youth had the greatest chance of earning the reputation of a prodigy beyond compare. Perhaps he would win the favor of an even more ancient ancestor and obtain a more powerful legacy. "Keep your minds focused. Begin." The mountain ancestor spoke in a deep voice at the same time. With a gesture toward the heavens, the miniature realm dimmed. Suddenly, from the farthest reaches of the profound sky, a milky white radiance descended. It resembled the Milky Way stretching endlessly across the 9 heavens. Beneath the hazy and obscure laws and Tao, faint streaks of light flickered. Xian and the others sat cross-legged, keeping their minds focused, channeling their divine souls, and projecting their soul awareness as they attempted to touch this beam of light. Half an incense stick later, Jiang Wuhan's bloodline surged of its own accord from the eerie crimson hue. Mysterious laws began to flicker, resonating with the milky white light. A crisp sword chirp rang out. From within the milky white radiance, a faint human figure stepped forth. The figure held a long sword in both hands. Looking at Jiang Wuhan, he nodded approvingly and said calmly, "I have a Tao-level sword technique to bestow upon you. I hope you will study it diligently." "Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing this technique." Jiang Wuhan opened his eyes, bowed respectfully, and then began to receive the inheritance. The figure nodded slightly, then transformed into a hazy orb of light that surged into Jiang Wuhan's body. Boom! A corresponding coffin trembled violently. A heavy sword intent slowly spread out, like a towering mountain suppressing the heavens and earth. Then, from within the coffin, a strand of the sword Taoist laws surged forth, flowing like a gushing spring into Jiang Wuhan's body. Meanwhile, the dense aura of the sword Tao surrounding Jiang Wuhan was visibly growing stronger. "This is way too fast. I see it?" The ancient ancestor's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Resonating with the spiritual realm, attracting the favor of the ancestors, and receiving the legacy this isn't something where faster is better. On the contrary, the slower the process, the greater the chance of awakening the soul imprints of the Jiang clan's more ancient forebears and obtaining a more powerful legacy. Otherwise, as in Jiang Wuhan's case, One can only awaken the ancestors of recent times, that is, those slumbering within the coffins. It's not that those in the coffins aren't powerful, it's just that their legacies aren't strong enough. After all, he and the mountain ancestor already represent the upper limit. At most, they offer only saint-level legacies. But one must understand that within the spiritual realm, there exist the soul imprints of ancestors from throughout the ages. The legacies they contain are almost all saint-level, and there are even some that surpass the saint level. In fact, it's said that even the founding ancestor's legacy is among them. For someone like Jiang Wuhan to obtain only a Tao-level legacy is truly a bit of a waste of this spot. But there's nothing to be done about it. Given Jiang Wuhan's natural talent and strength, he wasn't originally qualified to enter the divine tomb and receive a legacy. One could only say it was a twist of fate. The mountain ancestor also smiled helplessly. You know full well what these few are capable of. It's already no small feat for them to obtain a legacy. There's no need to demand more. Let us see what kind of legacies those others can obtain. As he spoke, his gaze had already turned to Xian, tinged with a hint of anticipation. The ancient ancestor felt the same way. In their view, given the four venerables' aptitude, obtaining a saint-level legacy shouldn't be too difficult, but beyond the saint level it seemed only Xian who had tamed a true dragon cub had any real hope. However, neither the mountain ancestor nor the ancient ancestor noticed that Nina, sitting beside Xian, was currently staring at Jiang Wuhan's sword Tao legacy with wide eyes, her eyes sparkling and her mouth watering. "Daddy, I want to eat that." The mischievous Nina thought this to herself, and through the special bond between them, the words were transmitted directly into Xian's mind. Xian was using his soul sense to scan the spiritual space when Nina's words startled him. Once he processed what she said, his expression darkened, and he sternly snapped, "You can't eat that!" Oh, Nina pouted unhappily but managed to hold back. At that moment, Xian was using his soul sense as a vessel, moving upward against the flow within the milky white glow. This was the spiritual realm, where numerous figures existed, the soul imprints of his ancestors. But for some reason, every time Xian passed a figure, it would take 3 steps back, bow respectfully, and then vanish without hesitation, as if it were avoiding him. "Come on, I've got a bloodline concentration of 95%. Haven't even reached the spirit transformation stage yet, and I've already grasped 3 great Tao paths, not to mention I possess the indestructible thunder body. With this talent and potential, you won't find a second person like me in the entire Shentian realm, right? And yet you still look down on me?" Xian's face darkened, and he felt deeply annoyed. What he didn't realize was that this situation had arisen precisely because his aptitude was too extraordinary. Normally, these precautions would have been explained in advance, but the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor had been in slumber for so long that they'd simply forgotten about it. After all, guiding prodigies to receive their legacies wasn't originally their responsibility. It was only because a great era was approaching, and a prodigy with a 95% ancestral bloodline had emerged within the clan, that they decided at the last minute to come and take a look. In the spiritual realm, Xian received no response to his soul imprint from the ancestors and could only press on with a grim expression. 100 zhong, 500 zhong, 1,000 zhong, 2,000 zhong, 5,000 zhong. He had already traversed 2/3 of the entire spiritual realm, yet still none of the ancestors responded to him. As soon as they spotted him, they hurriedly vanished just like mice seeing a cat. Xian was numb, his heart heavy with weariness. But the frustration didn't end there. Nina's voice would occasionally drift into his mind, asking him, "Can I eat this? Or can I eat that?" Through their connection, he had a rough idea of what Nina wanted to devour. The Tao inheritance. From the sword Tao inheritance Jiang Wuhan obtained at the very beginning, to Jiang Ting, Jiang Fengming. Come on, these were all prodigies from his lineage. To put it bluntly, they were his core team, his underlings. They worked so hard to obtain the ancestral legacies. What would it mean to let you devour them? So Xian flatly refused them all. Until Nina pointed to the near saint-level sword Tao legacy that Zhang Bei had obtained and asked if she could eat it. He had to admit he wavered. One step ahead leads to many steps ahead. If Zhang Bei were to lose his inheritance, Xian would gain a massive lead over him. In the race for the position of junior clan leader, he could naturally knock Zhang Bei out of the running right from the start. Not to mention, he hadn't obtained an inheritance himself yet, so he certainly couldn't let Zhang Bei get one and pull ahead of him. But just as Xian was about to nod and give Nina permission to absorb it, he hesitated again. Although the competition was fierce, at the end of the day, they were all members of the Zhang family. sharing the same bloodline. To so coldly destroy the other's chance at the legacy went against his true nature. Going against his true nature and harboring impure thoughts would inevitably affect his Tao heart and, furthermore, hinder his path to enlightenment. Wasn't this purely a case of harming others without benefiting himself? Xian pondered for a moment or two, but ultimately relented, warning Nina not to eat. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng obtained a pre-saint level body refining technique, Liu acquired a saint level art of slaughter, and Xian followed suit, stopping Nina each time. Nina looked at the delicious offerings one by one, her mouth watering so much she could have cried. But fearing the restraints in Xian's hands, Nina could only grit her teeth and force herself to hold back. Until, Ken's bloodlines surged, the yin and yang energies swirled within him, and his soul consciousness soared upward in his spiritual realm. Striding forward, he walked for a full half-hour before reaching the 3,000 zhang mark. A heavy aura of oppression and a vast, overwhelming presence descended upon him like a towering divine mountain. Ken's soul consciousness trembled violently, cracking in multiple places, and seemed on the verge of collapse. After struggling for a long time, Ken came to a halt with a composed expression, abandoning his attempt to press forward. He had reached his limit. Going any further would inevitably cause his soul consciousness to collapse, and his divine soul would suffer a backlash. At that point, not only would he fail to obtain the legacy, but his very foundations would be damaged. He had to know when to stop. 3,000 zhang, that's enough. Ken exhaled a breath of stale air and murmured confidently, "Given Jiang Ming, Hao and the others' aptitude, they'll reach 2,500 zhang at most." As for Xian, humph! Ken let out a cold laugh. Xian's bloodline concentration was indeed the highest among those present. But his cultivation was, after all, only at the spirit stage. He'd likely struggle even to reach 1,000 zhang. At the 3,000 zhang mark, I'm certain to obtain a saint-level inheritance, perhaps even one of the more powerful ones. As for Xian, he'll probably struggle to even get a near saint-level inheritance. The position of junior clan leader is definitely mine, Ken declared confidently. At that moment, the figure of an ancestor clad in a Taoist robe stepped forward, radiating a faint aura of saintly might, a supreme presence that sent shivers down one's spine. The figure looked at Ken impassively and nodded with satisfaction. "You possess the yin-yang qi. You are worthy of inheriting my sacred art. My name is Zhang Feng. I once created a sacred art called the Tai Chi Palace Diagram, and now I wish to pass it on to you. Are you willing?" Ken's eyes widened, and he was instantly overcome with excitement. Ancestor Zhang Feng. The very same Zhang Feng from his ancestral lineage, the one who had shaken the world in the late ancient era, slaying 3,000 true gods with his Taiji Palace diagram alone? It was said that back then, this ancestor had already penetrated the mysteries of the great Tao, transcended the realm of true gods, and stepped beyond the Shen-Tian realm. He never imagined that this ancestor had actually left behind a legacy within the spiritual realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Ken hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. "I am Ken, a descendant of the Zhang family. Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing this art upon me." Zhang Feng nodded. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the yin and yang energies, which transformed into the Tai Chi fish and flew out of the spiritual realm toward Ken. "Is that the Tai Chi Palace diagram?" Both mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor were taken aback, utterly astonished. The mountain ancestor remarked with a touch of awe, "The sacred art legacy of our ancestor Zhang Feng ranks among the very best in the entire Shen-Tian realm, even among the sacred level legacies of all major Tao lineages. By mastering this legacy, this young man's potential will increase by at least 30%. In the future, he might even have a chance to earn the title of prodigy." While the two ancestors marveled, Nina, staring at Ken's legacy, already had bloodshot eyes and drool streaming all over the floor. Yum! Something even more delicious than all the others combined. "Daddy, I want to eat it." Nina's voice rang out in Xian's mind. She had been rejected time and time again, and each time she had no choice but to endure it. She had already vaguely realized that Daddy didn't want her to eat these things. But this time she really couldn't hold back anymore. She was hungry, so hungry. Unexpectedly, Daddy gave her a decisive and straightforward reply this time. "Eat. Eat heartily." Almost instantly, before Xian could even finish saying the word eat, Nina had already acted. Her two chubby little hands waved in a wondrous trajectory. Streams of nearly transparent rules rippled out, as if an invisible giant hand had firmly grasped the Taiji fish, which had evolved from the Taoist legacy. After a futile struggle, the Tai Chi fish vanished abruptly. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Kenneth's eyes snapped open, his face etched with disbelief. Where was his inheritance? This was the holy level inheritance of ancestor Jiangfeng. Once he mastered it, his strength would increase by at least 50%. At that point, sweeping aside everyone present and seizing the position of junior clan leader would be nothing more than child's play for him. But how could the legacy have suddenly vanished? Ken couldn't accept it. He simply couldn't accept it. He sprang to his feet and charged madly toward Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor, crying out to them like a wronged child, "Ancestors, my Tao legacy is gone." The Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor exchanged glances, a hint of complexity and helplessness flickering in their eyes. The true dragon cub had plundered Ken's Tao inheritance. Its divine abilities were utterly astonishing, even they were deeply shaken by them, and its actions were extremely covert. Yet, given the vast disparity in their cultivation realms, they had, of course, witnessed everything clearly. But what could they do? Ask the true dragon cub to hand over the Tao inheritance? Didn't they see that the true dragon cub was currently clutching the Tai Chi fish and devouring it in huge bites? It was eating with such relish. Even if it were to hand it over, there would likely be nothing left but a few scraps, a severely fragmented holy level inheritance that might not even measure up to a Tao level 1. What use would it be to get it back? Furthermore, that was a true dragon cub, the clan's guardian beast left to the Jiang family by the second ancestor. Its value and importance far exceeded even that of a sacred weapon. And what about Ken? He was merely one of the 4 great talents of the current generation of the Jiang family. His talent didn't even qualify as prodigious. The Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor knew all too well which was more important. However, as ancestors, they simply could not stand by and watch their own prodigious descendants return empty-handed. The Mountain Ancestor pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. According to the rules of the ancestral lands, every prodigy who enters the divine tomb has only one chance to resonate with the spiritual realm and obtain an ancestor's legacy, and may inherit only one legacy. If one fails to win the favor of the ancestors, there will absolutely be no second chance. But your situation is indeed rather special. Given your talent, you rightfully deserve to receive a legacy from one of the ancestors. I shall make an exception and guide you into the spiritual realm once more to obtain your legacy. Upon hearing this, Ken lowered his gaze slightly. He did not show much excitement. On the contrary, he felt quite aggrieved inside. The Tai Chi Palace diagram legacy he had just obtained was exceptionally powerful even among holy level legacies. Crucially, it was a perfect match for him, and cultivating it would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if he were to enter the spiritual realm again and obtain another holy level legacy, it would likely be difficult for it to rival the Tai Chi Palace diagram. However, with things having reached this point, Ken knew full well that the legacy that had mysteriously vanished was probably lost forever. All he could do now was acquire a new Tao inheritance. "Thank you, Mountain Ancestor," Ken said, bowing with clasped hands. Immediately afterward, he sat cross-legged once more, released his soul awareness, entered the spiritual realm, and traveled upstream to seek a response from the ancestral soul imprint. Could Xian be behind this? Ancient Ancestor glanced at Nina, whether intentionally or not, and asked Mountain Ancestor in a low voice. The Mountain Ancestor looked at Nina with a deep gaze, staring at her for a long time before speaking slowly. Xian is, after all, one of the 4 ancestors. She would still abide by the necessary boundaries. It must be that this true dragon hatchling acted on her own. Freshly hatched, lacking energy, and in desperate need of replenishment, she must be hungry. The Ancient Ancestor nodded thoughtfully. Nina devoured the Tai Chi fish, drawing upon the Tao energy within to replenish herself. She had been sealed within the bronze cauldron by the second-generation ancestor and refined and transformed through the secret realm of 10,000 beasts. This not only greatly delayed her emergence but also severely depleted her innate chi, forcing most of her bloodline and the true dragon legacy rooted within it to seal itself away. Therefore, she now urgently needed vast amounts of Tao energy to gradually unseal her bloodline and access its heritage. As a result, she was very hungry. As the Tao energy within the Tai Chi fish was consumed, a hazy golden glow naturally rippled around Nina's body. Visibly, on Nina's left arm, which resembled a lotus root segment, lay layers of profound light and shadow, flickering and wavering. Those were dragon scales. Having devoured the Tai Chi fish, Nina had barely managed to unlock one layer of her bloodline and obtained a true dragon legacy. At the same time, Xian's mind stirred slightly, and a profound, mysterious insight welled up within him. In an instant, it seemed as though he had mastered a technique from the legacy. Wisp after wisp of yin-yang energy surged from the palm of Xian's hand, weaving itself into a nearly ethereal Tai Chi fish. It was none other than the holy level legacy of ancestor Zhang Feng. The Tai Chi palace diagram. Nina had merely absorbed the great Tao energy within the legacy. As for the insights it offered, they paled in comparison to her own true dragon legacy. To her, they were of little use, a waste of time to cultivate. Rather than squander her time on them, she decided to bestow them upon Xian through the special bond between them. Ha! Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. Allowing that Tianshan old maid to devour Ken's great Tao legacy actually yielded such a benefit? Although the absence of the great Taoist energy would make comprehension much more difficult, and his progress in the early stages would be extremely slow, but this was, after all, a saint-level legacy. Who would turn down a free windfall? Moreover, acquiring a legacy is a one-time only event, meaning that within this spiritual space, each person can only obtain one legacy, and he had directly broken through that restriction in this peculiar way. Most importantly, this was originally Ken's legacy. Inside the goddess tomb, with the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor present, he likely wouldn't have a chance to kill Ken, but giving the other guy a taste of his own medicine and sending him away empty-handed was still something to celebrate. Well done. Xian praised Nina, a rare occurrence. Then, Xian set the matter aside, glanced at the spiritual realm where the end was faintly visible, pursed his lips, and a hint of frustration crossed his face. He had now reached the 8,000 zhang mark, yet the soul imprints of those ancient ancestors were still evading him as before, as if playing hide and seek. He had no choice but to press on. Half an incense stick later, 12,000 zhang. A frail, elderly figure clad in white robes appeared within Xian's field of vision. Seeing this, Xian silently breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, an ancestor wasn't hiding from this young master anymore. Xian, a disciple of the Zhang clan, pays his respects to the ancestor, Xian said, clasping his hands in a bow. The aged figure gazed at Xian without speaking. The expression in his hazy, Taoist eyes shifted from initial indifference to one of gravity and complexity, until finally he shook his head to himself, revealing a look of regret. I am Zhangzhen, known as the Mountain Ancestor. I received the Mountain and Sea secret art, a single technique of the Tao from a sage beyond the heavens. I have recorded it here, intending to pass it down to the descendants of the Zhang clan. The Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint spoke with a complex tone. Xian looked at the Mountain Ancestor in astonishment. No wonder he had a vague sense of familiarity. It turned out the other was actually the Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint. With this thought, Xian couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. As the foremost figure among the ancient descendants of the Zhang clan, Shan Zu's cultivation realm likely fell short of that of the ancient ancestors who lived before the ancient era. Yet his Tao inheritance had appeared at this mark of 12,000 zhang. This implied that Shan Zu's legacy must be exceptionally powerful. After all, at the 10,000 zhang mark, he had once encountered the soul imprints of several ancient ancestors. Their auras were exceedingly ancient, giving him the impression that they predated even the ancient era. Ancestor Shan's legacy has likely already reached the pinnacle of the saint level, Xian surmised inwardly. Immediately, Xian hesitated no longer. He bowed deeply and said earnestly, I humbly beseech the Mountain Ancestor to bestow his legacy. The Mountain Ancestor shook his head with a complex expression and sighed. The concentration of your ancestral bloodline has regressed to 95, a level already on par with a second-generation ancestor. Though my legacy is not inferior, passing it on to you would only needlessly hinder your natural talent. Moreover, my true form is merely at the peak of the true God realm. I am not qualified to be your master. You must continue onward. With that, the Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint flicked his sleeve and faded away somberly. Xian looked up in astonishment, watching the Mountain Ancestor vanish, and was momentarily lost in thought. I get it. I understand everything now. So all those ancestors before him weren't looking down on him, they simply felt their legacy wasn't worthy of him and were too ashamed to show their faces? Xian's mouth twitched, and he was suddenly overcome by a sense of unreality. Wait, if you thought you weren't worthy, you could at least said something. Thank goodness I didn't belittle myself or give up so easily, otherwise a genius like me would been held back by you lot. So in here, The concentration of my bloodline is impossible to conceal? Xian finally realized. A sense of alarm welled up within him. In this place of inheritance, if my bloodline is exposed, so be it. These ancient ancestors certainly won't harm me. But once I step outside, he'd have to be even more cautious. Who knows if those individuals and factions harboring ill will toward him might possess special methods of detection. Without even considering the distant future, just take Ken's lineage. They were now mortal enemies. If they found out his bloodline concentration had reached 95, they'd surely stop at nothing to destroy him. I need to find a cultivation technique that can conceal my presence as soon as possible. Xian mused. Then, Xian continued moving upward against the flow. Based on the information from the mountain ancestor's soul imprint, Xian had already come to a clear understanding. The higher he went, the more powerful the Tao legacies became. Moreover, his 95% bloodline concentration was equivalent to holding a pass, allowing him to press forward without the slightest burden or pressure. In other words, when others entered, it was up to the ancestors to select them and bestow the legacies, but for him, got to choose the ancestor and select the legacy. What more is there to say? It's just plain awesome. Xian's gloom had vanished. He walked forward cheerfully, as if strolling through the Grand View garden. Just then, Nina's voice rang out again. Daddy, can I eat that? Through their mental connection, Xian learned what Nina wanted to eat: Ken's Tao legacy. That bastard, how did he manage to get another legacy? Xian was a bit baffled. And it seemed to be a saint-level legacy, too. Eat it, Xian replied bluntly, without a shred of hesitation. Then, Ken opened his eyes once more. His bloodshot eyes were filled with shock and rage. The Tao inheritance he'd obtained through such great hardship had vanished once again. Unlike the first time, the pressure was tenfold as he re-entered the spiritual realm. Every step forward was incredibly difficult. Coupled with the fact that he'd already expended a vast amount of mental energy, his struggle to retrace his steps in search of the inheritance was naturally an arduous ordeal. Even so, he fought his way to the 2300 Zhang mark, where he caught the eye of an ancient ancestor who practiced the way of assassination, who bestowed his inheritance upon him. It was a unique holy-level legacy, neither offensive nor defensive, but an extremely elusive and deceptive concealment technique. According to the ancient ancestor himself, this secret art was obtained from the ruins of a divine demon site and was suspected to be a legacy of the divine and demonic realms. If cultivated to its peak, even beings above the level of true gods would be unable to discern its true nature. Naturally, this secret art couldn't compare to the Tai Chi Palace diagram, but thanks to its elusive and deceptive nature, its effectiveness already surpassed that of the vast majority of holy-level legacies. Ken was overjoyed by this, but he never expected. Just as he was about to accept the legacy, it vanished once again. It was exactly the same as before. Ken was on the verge of losing his mind. No, he had already lost his mind. Thud! Ken knelt before the mountain ancestor, his face etched with resentment, grievance, and barely suppressed rage, as he cried out, I beg you, mountain ancestor, grant this disciple another chance to connect with the spiritual realm. Having already gone through this once, he knew full well that once the Tao inheritance vanished so abruptly, it was surely lost forever. Rather than wasting time dwelling on it, it was far better to beg the mountain ancestor for another chance. After all, the time allotted to enter the divine tomb was limited. He couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Could he? In the entire history of the Jiang clan, such a scenario had never occurred. Even the most mediocre prodigy had at least managed to obtain a Tao-level inheritance. He didn't want to become that exception. Forever branded as a disgrace to the Jiang clan, the ancient ancestor cast a somewhat sympathetic glance at Ken, then looked at the mountain ancestor, as if about to say something. The mountain ancestor, however, gave a subtle shake of his head to stop him, then looked at Ken, sighed, and said helplessly, What is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be should not be forced. This is your last chance. I bow in gratitude to mountain ancestor. This disciple is deeply grateful. Ken bowed his head deeply, then once again channeled his soul awareness to enter the spiritual realm. Ancestor Gu glanced at the true dragon cub, which was once again feasting heartily. His brows furrowed tightly, his face betraying anger, and he demanded in a deep voice, This is clearly Xian up to no good behind the scenes. Why does mountain ancestor turn a blind eye and let him run wild? Casting a faint glance at the ancient ancestor, the mountain ancestor revealed a hint of a smile. Beneath his calm tone lay an uncontrollable excitement. My soul imprint has encountered Xian. The ancient ancestor-s expression froze. He was well aware of the mountain ancestor-s Tao inheritance. It was terrifyingly powerful, comparable to the peak of the saint level. It was precisely because of this immense power that mountain ancestor-s soul imprint had surpassed many other ancestors, reaching a position of 12,000. Zhang. Xian had actually reached 12,000 Zhang? Ancestor Gu's pupils immediately contracted, his face brimming with surprise and delight. A bloodline concentration of 95? Mountain ancestor nodded with a smile, saying with a touch of wistfulness, "That kid sure knows how to hide his true potential." A bloodline concentration of 95, having subdued a true dragon cub and obtained your legacy. The ancient ancestor grew more and more excited as he spoke, his entire body trembling as he exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "In the future, he will surely sweep through the Shentian realm and rise above the realm of true gods." Mountain ancestor's expression darkened, and he sighed softly. A bloodline concentration of 95, his natural talent rivals that of a second-generation ancestor. How could my meager legacy possibly be worthy of him? Not to mention, at my current cultivation level, what qualifications do I have to be his master? Hearing this, ancient ancestor froze, looking at mountain ancestor in astonishment. "You didn't bestow your legacy?" Mountain ancestor shook his head.
No.
"My soul imprint has driven him to press forward, in search of an even more powerful legacy." Lifting his aged gaze slightly, mountain ancestor looked toward the spiritual realm. His eyes followed the milky white radiance upward, and he said with hope in his voice, "With this lad's talent, he might just have a chance to explore the primordial ancestor's legacy at the very end." Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor's heart stirred, and he followed his gaze, his mind filled with anticipation. If Xian truly obtained the primordial ancestor's legacy, given his talent and potential, it would only be a matter of time before he earned the title of the Invincible, ascended above the true gods, and stepped beyond the mystic heavens. There would even be a reasonable chance for him to attain eternal life, achieve the status of a saint, and become an immortal sage. Moreover, even the immortal throne lost long ago in the distant ancient times might not be beyond Xian's reach. At that very moment, within the spiritual space, derive the celestial calculations, conceal one's fate, cultivate to the pinnacle, and let a single leaf obscure the heavens, the heavenly derivation's secret art. Xian took a moment to process the newly acquired legacy and couldn't help but look stunned. This was an extremely enigmatic, mysterious, and powerful concealment legacy. While its power certainly fell short of the vast majority of saint-level legacies, its effectiveness was extraordinarily potent in some respects, far surpassing most saint-level legacies. Most importantly, he desperately needed this legacy right now. Even at the very beginning of cultivation, he could conceal his cultivation level so that it appeared no higher than 2 major realms below his actual level, making it impossible to see through. It could even conceal his bloodline. Even a true god-level powerhouse, unless they probed his body with their soul sense, would be unable to discern the concentration of his bloodline. This was like finding a pillow just when he was dozing off. Could Ken be my money-bringing fairy? Xian mused with a playful smile. Putting his recent windfall out of his mind, Xian pressed onward. Without the corresponding Tao energy to guide them, these legacies were not easy to comprehend or master. He would have to wait until his trials were over to go into seclusion, settle his mind, and slowly contemplate and cultivate them. Along the way, he saw dozens of figures of ancient ancestors, all possessing powerful saint-level legacies, and even a few legacies surpassing the saint level. Like the soul imprints of the mountain ancestor, these ancient ancestors were astonished by Xian's bloodline concentration. Though they were eager to bestow their legacies, they possessed enough self-awareness to realize that offering their legacies would merely be a waste of Xian's time. With deep regret, they faded away, urging Xian to press on. Soon, half a shurchen had passed. Xian had reached a height of 18,000 zhang, and the edge of his spiritual realm had come into view. There, perhaps, lay the legacy of the primordial ancestor. And just then, a towering figure strolled out, exuding an overwhelmingly domineering aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Though it was merely a soul imprint, simply standing there, it exuded a supreme might, as if it could prop up the heavens with a single hand and obliterate stars with a palm, as if even a boundless starry river would have to prostrate itself at its feet. Descendant of the Jiang clan, are you willing to accept my legacy? Xian came to a halt, gazed at the figure, and said calmly, "May I ask the name of this ancestor and the nature of the legacy you offer?" The imposing figure looked at Xian with detachment and laughed heartily. "My name is Jiang Xian, and my title is True Destiny Master. My legacy is the art of life, taking a divine art bestowed by an immortal which usurps one's fate, defies heaven to rewrite destiny, and reshapes the body to achieve supreme physical prowess through postnatal cultivation. Back then, my bloodline concentration was less than 50, and my natural talent was abysmal. It was difficult for me to comprehend the great Tao, and I might never have reached the earth stage in my lifetime. However, by a stroke of luck, I stumbled upon a mysterious immortal realm. There, upon observing murals of immortals, I was bestowed the life-seizing art by the immortals themselves, a technique to seize the vital energy of all beings, the power of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, the foundations of gods and demons, the power of the great Tao, and the destinies of all living things. It reshaped my very bones and forged a supreme physique, allowing me to advance triumphantly and attain eternal life. True Destiny Master fixed his piercing gaze on Xian, struggling to contain his inner excitement. Back then, my natural talent was abysmal. I was practically a good-for-nothing. Yet, relying on the life-seizing art, I was still able to attain the way of eternal life. Your bloodline concentration stands at 95%. You are truly a prodigy of unparalleled talent. If you cultivate the life-seizing art, you will be invincible for an entire era, sweeping through the myriad heavens and challenging the realm of immortality. Moreover, the Zhang family's bloodline of eternal life is both a blessing and a shackle. The inheritance of this bloodline has been growing weaker over time. If the entire Zhang family were to rely solely on this bloodline, we would only gradually decline and wither away. I imagine you've experienced this yourself. In ancient times, our Zhang clan was at the height of its power, with countless prodigies possessing a bloodline concentration of 80 or higher. But what of today? Those with a concentration of 70 or higher can now be counted on one hand. You possess great destiny, allowing your bloodline to revert to its ancestral state, but the descendants of the Zhang clan may never again produce someone with such magnificent destiny as yours. True Destiny Master looked at Xian and said earnestly, with your natural talent, you are destined to become the next clan leader and take charge of the Zhang clan. For the sake of the Zhang clan's future, you must think of change and find a new path forward for the clan. The art of taking lives is one such path. True Destiny Master's words hit Xian like a thunderclap, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The art of taking lives? Seeking a new path for the Zhang clan? Xian was a bit dazed. What Master Xinming had said sounded grand and lofty. The immortal art of taking lives contained the power to defy the laws of creation. After all, it could alter one's innate constitution through postnatal cultivation, enabling an underdog to achieve enlightenment that alone was already enough to shock the world. Yet, Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. But perhaps because his own cultivation in the great Tao was still shallow, he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Xian fell deep in thought. What are you still thinking about? Master Xinming's tone was urgent. With your talent, cultivating the art of seizing life will allow you to make rapid progress. Surpassing the founding ancestor in the future will be absolutely no problem. Wait a minute. This feeling, Xian's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively took a few steps back, and his gaze toward True Destiny Master grew more cautious. Recalling his own eventful past decade or so, every time he thought his protagonist aura had activated and a stroke of luck was about to strike, it was always like this, always that same feeling. Sometimes, intuition can save your life. After all, the memory of that thunder ancestor from a few days ago was still fresh in his mind. That old bastard promised him a whole host of benefits. But wasn't he at all just to take over his body? Luckily, that thunder ancestor was nothing more than a wisp of a soul, and Xian had managed to eliminate him using various methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be called Xian anymore. This True Destiny Master was clearly at a much higher cultivation level than the thunder ancestor in life. If he were to try to take over Xian's body, with Xian's current abilities, at this thought, Xian couldn't help but shudder. In that case, he would likely have no choice but to wait for death. Xian trusted his instincts, so he hesitantly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, ancestor, but this disciple wishes to try to win the favor of the primordial ancestor and bring back the primordial ancestor's legacy." Ever since the second ancestor left the Shentian realm, the primordial ancestor's legacy had been severed within the Zhang family. It was said that the first ancestor's legacy still existed within the spiritual realm of the sacred site, but to this day, no one had been able to obtain it and bring it back. As Venerable Xinming had said, the bloodline legacy would dilute and weaken with each generation. Unless blessed with extraordinary great fortune, few descendants could trace their bloodline back to its ancestral roots. Even if they could, they would fall far short of the level required to obtain the first ancestor's legacy. Of course, with a Xian bloodline concentration as high as 95 on par with a second-generation ancestor, he naturally possesses the ticket to enter. As for whether he will succeed, that remains to be seen. You're rejecting me? Venerable Zhenming was stunned, almost unable to believe his own ears. His legacy consists of immortal arts. It is no exaggeration to say that even the ancestor's legacy might not be able to rival it. With my legacy, surpassing the primordial ancestor is merely a matter of time. But if you insist on pursuing the primordial ancestor's legacy, even if you succeed, your ceiling will be no higher than matching the primordial ancestor. Zhenming Shangren was somewhat annoyed, but he still kept his composure and advised him gently, "You should consider this carefully. The disciples of the Jiang clan have gone from one generation to the next, each worse than the last. It has been a full 5 million years since his soul imprint first appeared here, yet not a single person has managed to reach this place. This young man before him is the first. He cannot let this opportunity slip away. He does not want to wait another 5 million years. Moreover, even if he could wait, given the Jiang clan's current state, it's far from certain whether the clan will even survive another 5 million years. So, he would pass down the art of death to Xian, so that Xian could use it to transform the Jiang clan and safeguard its future. But the more urgent True Destiny Master became, the more cautious and wary Xian grew. Thank you for your kindness, ancestor. But this disciple would like to try again. With that, he walked on without looking back. Master Zhenming watched Xian's retreating figure, his expression shifting between hope and despair. The place of inheritance had been established by the founding ancestor and contained supreme rules of order. Even if he wanted to forcibly bestow the inheritance upon Xian, he would be blocked by those rules. Never mind. May this young man truly break through the shackles of his bloodline, emulate the founding ancestor, and extend the Jiang clan's fortune for another million years. True Destiny Master sighed helplessly, and his figure slowly faded away. Congratulations on breaking a game mechanic once. If you had accepted the life-stealing art inheritance, it would have continuously refined your bloodline, causing your innate talent to decline. However, the curse would not be lifted, and ultimately, due to insufficient talent, you would be unable to break through to true God, and you would die when your lifespan ran out. You have refused True Destiny Master's inheritance. Reward: a portion of True Destiny Master's combat insights. As the prompt floated before his eyes, Xian froze for a moment, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Good news. The True Destiny Sage was just a little impatient, but he is a good person, no, a good ancestor. He genuinely wanted to pass down the life-stealing art to him. He is not a scumbag like the Thunder Ancestor. Bad news. The True Destiny Sage's legacy clashes with my destiny and will continuously erode my innate talent. Come on, with my current lifespan not even 300 years left if you keep eroding my natural talent. How the hell am I supposed to break through to true God? If I cultivate the art of death, wouldn't that be like killing myself? One even better piece of news. He tactfully declined the offer and even received a tiny bit of reward. True Destiny Master's partial combat insights, though incomplete, still came from a supreme being above the level of a true god, making them incredibly valuable. After fully absorbing and digesting them, his foundational strength would increase by at least 20 to 30%. Ugh, what kind of mess is this? Xian continued onward, muttering to himself. Protagonists in other stories have everything they could ever want. It's as if all the best things in the world are rushing right to their doorstep. But when it comes to me, I finally get a rare opportunity, and I still have to be on guard against it being a trap. As he climbed higher, the number of ancestor imprints containing legacies became noticeably fewer. When he first entered, there was roughly one every 10 zhong after 3,000 zhong. He'd encounter one only once every 100 zhong, and now, he might find a figure representing a legacy only once every 1,000 zhong. Along the way, he encountered two more ancient ancestors. Both were very humble, lacking the arrogance of the True Destiny Master, and honestly informed Xian that their legacies were of little use to him. Given his 95 concentration bloodline, they were hardly worth mentioning. They encouraged Xian to press on, urging him to try and bring the founding ancestor's legacy back to the Jiang clan. After all, the era of the founding ancestor marked the very zenith of the Jiang clan's glory. Even the sages, with their eternal lives and far-reaching vision, would have to bow their heads in deference. If Xian could revive the ancestor's legacy and reach the ancestor's supreme heights, The Jiang clan would surely restore its ancient reputation as an immortal clan of eternal life, dominate the mystic heavens, and look down upon all the heavens. After about 2 sticks of incense had burned, Xian arrived at a height of 20,000 zhang. This was the very edge of the spiritual realm. Beneath a milky white glow, the walls as solid as physical matter were engraved with profound patterns. They exuded a deep, ancient aura, as if representing the very origin of the Tao, drawing one into a state of utter absorption. Is this the end? Xian was a bit dazed. There wasn't even a single soul here, let alone the so-called ancestoress legacy. Even an ordinary Tao inheritance was nowhere to be found. Am I turning into a fucking clown? Xian's mouth twitched. It was a foregone conclusion that Ken would return empty-handed once they got out. He'd most likely be nailed to the Jiang family's pillar of shame, where his name would be passed down through the generations. But he didn't want to be celebrated alongside Ken. Come on! Xian grimaced, clenched his fists, and pounded the milky white wall. The wall trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow, and a chill surged into Xian's body. Far from being cold, it was incredibly invigorating, and Xian's mind cleared somewhat. His thoughts seemed to grow much sharper. With a clear mind racing at top speed, a flash of insight struck Xian. According to the ancestral records, the ancestral legacy should exist within the land of inheritance. There shouldn't be any mistake. But I've already reached the end and haven't found the ancestral legacy, which means... Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the wall blocking his path, his resolve growing stronger. This isn't the end of the legacy realm yet. He channeled his 95 concentration bloodline. A brilliant crimson light shone as he manifested profound laws through his soul awareness. Xian slammed his fist into the wall. The profound laws surged into the wall like a swarm of beasts returning to their lair. The intricate patterns on the wall burst into brilliant light, as if verifying the concentration of Xian's bloodline, and then accompanied by a series of crack, crack, crack sounds, the seemingly solid wall began to show cracks, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Just as I thought. A thought struck Xian. It seemed that behind this wall lay the Jiang family's south most sacred place of inheritance. The ancestral legacy might very well be within. Immediately, Xian stepped inside. It was a relatively small, secluded chamber. Unlike the previous 20,000 zhang of spiritual space, this place wasn't shrouded in milky white light. On the contrary, it was extremely dim, with only a faint glow, and a heavy, oppressive feeling washed over him. Xian instinctively surveyed the space. It was completely empty, with nothing out of the ordinary, not even a trace of energy. It was plain and unadorned. Xian was completely baffled. Just then, quite abruptly, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. In fact, figures wasn't even the right word to describe them. A head with half of it severed. Although no blood was flowing, it still gave off a gruesome, mangled impression. A skin and bones arm, covered in writhing, evil runes truly spine-chilling. And an eye with no scara. Xian's eyes widened instantly, and a chill crept into his heart. Even though he was now merely a wisp of soul consciousness, he couldn't stop himself from trembling, and indescribable fear filled his entire body. Had it not been for the radiance that shot forth from that eye, soothing Xian's mind, he would likely have fled in a panic by now. Descendant of the Jiang clan, do not be afraid. We are all members of the Jiang clan. My name is Jiang Zhu. The eye rolled, and a voice materialized out of thin air. I am Jiang Zhua, said the arm. The half-head chuckled lightly. I am Jiang Tongtian, the 9th-generation ancestor of the Jiang clan. Hearing this, Xian felt slightly reassured, but his mind remained somewhat numb as he stared blankly at the 3 ancient ancestors, completely bewildered. In the ancestral records, there were scattered accounts of these 3 ancient ancestors, all from ancient times, when the Jiang clan's forebears were immensely powerful. Their terrifying strength was said to rival even gods and demons, capable of defying the divine. Such beings, having left their soul imprints and legacies here, why would they manifest in such a terrifying form? Time is limited. We cannot answer all your questions one by one. We can only give a general explanation of the reasons. Listen carefully. The 9th ancestor spoke rapidly. In the final battle of the primordial age, the 8 great royal clans led their forces into the ancestral lands of the demon clan to launch a counterattack against the Tsangming demon emperor. As the Tsangming demon emperor lay dying, he cast a colossal curse upon the 8 great royal clans. The descendants of the royal clans with the strongest bloodline and innate talents would all have their lifespans diminished. The stronger the bloodline, the more severe the reduction. If the bloodline concentration reaches 95, one's lifespan is reduced to a mere 300 years. The ninth ancestor gazed at the pitch-black totem on Xian's brow with a grave expression. I trust you are already aware of this information. Xian's expression was solemn as he nodded. By the time of our generation, that is, in ancient times, the vast majority of the Jiang clan's peerless prodigies with a bloodline concentration of 90 or higher perished prematurely because of this. Even many prodigies with a bloodline concentration in the 80s met a tragic end midway through their lives due to the curse, causing the Jiang clan's overall strength to decline dramatically. The ninth ancestor continued. Then came the invasion of gods and demons. Surrounded by powerful enemies who took advantage of the Jiang clan's weakness to launch a massive assault, the clan suffered a devastating blow. We lost nearly all our powerful warriors, and the entire Jiang clan nearly perished as a result. The three of us also fell in that great battle. Our bodies were shattered beyond recognition, leaving only these tiny remnants. After the great battle, the second ancestor awakened the spiritual essence within our three shattered bodies and sealed us here, awaiting a descendant of the Jiang clan who could find this place. As for the second ancestor himself, he left the Shen realm and traveled through the myriad heavens in search of a way to lift the curse. Xian froze, staring blankly at the three ancestors, somewhat puzzled. Ancestors, why are you waiting here for a descendant of the Jiang clan? Only disciples whose bloodline concentration reaches 90 or higher can enter this place, which also means they must have been severely afflicted by the curse and have little lifespan remaining. The ninth ancestor looked at Xian with pity and said in a solemn voice, currently, there is only one way to delay the curse, and that is, to ascend to the divine stage as soon as possible. Especially you, child. Your bloodline concentration has reached 95, and you have only 300 years left to live. In the era when I attained the way, the Jiang clan also produced two prodigies with a 95 concentration bloodline, but without exception, they failed to attain the status of a true god and perished when their lifespans ended. Breaking through to true god within 300 years is simply too difficult. Even with the ancestor's legacy, your chances are likely only a sliver. Moreover, the second ancestor once said that the ancestor's legacy is highly unique, and since the ancestor left no soul imprint, obtaining it relies solely on Jiang clan disciples comprehending and grasping it on their own, a feat as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, the second ancestor sealed our withered bodies here, hoping that our remains would serve as nourishment to lend a helping hand to those who come after us. With hollow eyes, the ancient ancestor Jiangju echoed these words, sighing, "We have waited in vain for tens of millions of years, yet we never once saw a disciple of the Jiang clan enter this place. We even thought the Jiang clan had fallen into decline and perished. Fortunately, we waited for you." Ancestor Jiangzhu chuckled. "Young one, your bloodline has regressed to 95 on par with the second ancestor. You are truly a figure of great fortune for our Jiang clan. As long as you do not perish, the future of the Jiang clan will undoubtedly rest in your hands. Rest assured, with the three of us old-timers here, we will certainly help you comprehend the founding ancestor's legacy. Obtaining the founding ancestor's legacy may only give you a sliver of a chance, but at least there is some hope." Xian stared blankly at the three ancestors, his heart filled with mixed emotions. To help the descendants of the Jiang clan, they had sacrificed their withered bodies, waiting in this cramped space for tens of millions of years. Most crucially, the outcome of their wait was to burn their remains, sacrifice themselves, and be completely obliterated. Even so, the three ancestors harbored not a shred of resentment. They even embraced it willingly. A deep sense of reverence welled up in his heart. Xian was speechless, choked with emotion, and could only bow respectfully. Xian, a disciple of the Jiang clan, pays his respects to the three ancestors. The three ancestors chuckled, their laughter tinged with satisfaction and hope. The continuity and prosperity of a clan hinge most importantly on its legacy. "We have merely done what we were meant to do," the ninth generation ancestor said solemnly. "Make the most of this time, keep your mind focused, and the three of us will help you comprehend the legacy of the founding ancestor." Xian nodded solemnly, sat cross-legged, focused his mind, and entered a state of clarity. The three ancestors of the ninth generation did not hesitate for a moment. Gentle, bright flames instantly ignited from their withered bodies, illuminating the dim space and warming Xian's soul. An indescribable force of space-time flowed in like a gentle stream. The confined space collapsed, folded, and compressed, transforming into a singularity before vanishing without a trace. It was as if they had left the spiritual realm and crossed over to another space-time continuum. Or perhaps, as if they had traversed the river of time, leaping into the past or the future. In fact, even Xian's physical body, outside the spiritual realm, vanished abruptly along with it. Shan Zhu and Gu Zhu jolted to their feet, teleporting to where Xian had been standing. They searched frantically in all directions but found not a single trace or hint of his presence. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment and panic. Xian, where is he? Gu Zhu's voice trembled slightly. If Xian had vanished right under their noses, they were destined to become traitors to the Jiang family. Even if they died, they would never be able to forgive themselves. Xian, possessing a bloodline concentration of 95%, was simply too important to the Jiang family right now. Even if all of them, these old fools, were to perish, not a single hair on Xian's head could be harmed. Shan Zuo's face was equally somber, his eyes dark and foreboding, as an indescribable malevolence raged within him. Boom! 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 At the very center of those towering coffins stood a stone coffin forged from the divine peak, shaking violently as a terrifying aura surged forth like towering, furious waves sweeping across the entire realm of the divine tomb. An ancient, decaying, and supreme vital energy surged forth like immortal mist, shrouding the heavens and transforming into a vast, boundless mountain and sea as deep as the ocean and as heavy as an abyss. Boom! A terrifying might pressed down from above. Jiang Haoming and the other prodigies, who were in the midst of comprehending the Taoist legacy, could not withstand this unparalleled might. They instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to their knees, and opened their eyes in terror, gazing at the mountain ancestor with bewilderment and fear. What had happened? Why was the mountain ancestor so furious? The ancient ancestor remained silent. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the oppressive force from the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Continue your contemplation with peace of mind, do not panic." Without offering further explanation, they watched the mountain ancestor anxiously, silently praying that Xian must not come to any harm. The mountain ancestor was now drawing upon the power of his true form, using his great divine abilities to thoroughly search the divine tomb for the slightest clue. In this era where the paragon stage reigns supreme, void gods do not emerge, true gods slumber, and sages are but elusive, ethereal beings. In the entire Xiantian realm, no one could have taken Xian away without a trace right under their noses. There must be someone skilled in the art of concealment who has obscured their perceptions. In other words, although Xian vanished abruptly, he is undoubtedly still within the divine tomb. A moment later, the mountain ancestor opened his eyes and slowly shook his head. His vast, Tao-infused eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness and dullness. Even his already aged face had visibly withered and faded somewhat. This was the price of forcibly awakening and drawing upon his true form's power. His already meager life force had been significantly depleted. Gu Zuo's expression changed drastically. His mind in a panic, he stammered, "Now, what should we do?" The mountain ancestor's expression grew extremely grim. "What else can we do? Awaken all those old fools and search them one by one. Even if we turn the divine tomb upside down, we must ensure that Xian." But just then, a sudden boisterous burst of laughter interrupted the mountain ancestor's words.
"Eva succeeded.
I've succeeded again. The Sacred Array Legacy. A peak-level sacred grade legacy far surpassing the Tai Chi Palace diagram. The position of junior clan leader is still mine." This was Ken's voice. Although having his Tao inheritance plundered twice in a row had thrown his mind into turmoil, driving him to the brink of madness, one could not deny that Ken's talent was truly extraordinary. The fact that he had become one of the Yin Yang Guild's true disciples despite his sensitive status as a Jiang clan disciple spoke volumes. Although these two failures made it exponentially harder for Ken to obtain another inheritance, he persevered. In fact, through destruction came rebirth. Under the immense pressure of the spiritual realm, his soul realm underwent a metamorphosis, allowing him to advance even further to the 6,000 Zhang mark and attain a Tao inheritance even greater than the Tai Chi Palace diagram. A peak-level holy tier inheritance. The 5 elements reversal of the World Holy Array. Unlike martial arts legacies, array-based legacies are far rarer, especially those of sacred arrays. Across the entire Xiantian, they can be counted on one hand. Typically, only the most ancient sacred lands and great sects possess a few, and most of these are incomplete. After all, since the great cataclysm of the ancient era, sages have long since become ethereal, elusive beings, no longer existing in this world. Not to mention the sacred array masters who have attained enlightenment in the way of arrays. Ken, bearing the legacy of the Yin-Yang Guild and mastering the Yin-Yang Qi, if he successfully masters the 5 elements defying the world sacred array, transforming Yin and Yang into the 5 elements, his combat power could soar by at least 50%. At the same time, he could attain enlightenment in the great Tao of arrays in one fell swoop. By cultivating both the way of arrays and the way of martial arts, his depth of cultivation and foundational strength will surely far surpass those of his peers. Not to mention the position of young clan leader of the Jiang clan, even the title of Yin-Yang Holy Son would be within his grasp. It is no exaggeration to say that he has already envisioned his future. Martial arts in his left hand, the way of formations in his right, sweeping aside countless prodigies, reigning supreme over the Shen-Tian realm, attaining the supreme Tao, and standing alone as the unrivaled master of an era. Suddenly, from within the milky white radiance, a formation diagram as tangible as solid matter rippled into view. The laws of the 5 elements swirled around it, shimmering with a dazzling array of colors. The aura of the 5 elements in chaotic disarray was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. This time, Ken had learned his lesson. Instead of waiting in place for the inheritance to be instilled, he charged forward, determined to absorb the entire inheritance into his body even if it meant some impact on his foundational cultivation. It was far better than having the inheritance vanish into thin air. After all, this was his last chance, and it was an extraordinarily powerful inheritance. There was no room for error. Yet as Shan and Zhu watched the scene, their brows furrowed deeply, their faces betraying displeasure, even disgust. It was certainly good that Ken had obtained a sacred array legacy. He now had a chance to earn the title of Demon Prodigy. In the past, they would have been overjoyed, but now they were in a panic over Shen's disappearance. Seeing Ken so elated, their opinion of him naturally plummeted. If possible, they would trade 10,000 Kens for Shen's safety. After all, given Ken's potential, the absolute limit for him would be the invincible Shen-Tian realm. But the heights Shen could reach were to transcend the Shen-Tian realm, sweep through the 10,000 realms, and vie for supremacy across the myriad heavens. Grandfathers, father is currently receiving the legacy and has stepped away for a while. You don't need to worry. At that moment, Nina suddenly spoke up, then looked up at Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor with pleading eyes, pointing at the sacred array inheritance. Also, Daddy told me to eat that. Can I eat it? She was absolutely starving. Through their mental connection, she knew her father had gone to receive the inheritance, but she couldn't reach him anymore. So the part about Daddy telling her to eat it was, of course, a lie she was making up. The auras of the Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor were incredibly powerful. Her intuition told her that if she were to eat right under their noses, her life would likely be in danger. She had to come up with a good excuse. She could tell that the Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor were very concerned about her father, which meant they would probably show her a little favoritism as well. So, she decided to give it a try. After all, the energy of the great Tao within that sacred array inheritance was far more concentrated than that of the Tai Chi Palace diagram from earlier. If she could absorb it, she would surely be able to break through another layer of her bloodline seal. It was no wonder Xian was wary of this true dragon cub. Suspecting her of being the reincarnation of an ancient monster, her spiritual wisdom far surpassed that of her peers, reaching the level of a prodigy. Both the Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor were taken aback. Was Xian currently receiving a legacy? What kind of legacy could cause even her physical form to vanish completely? Moreover, not even they could discern the slightest hint of it. Could it be? The Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor exchanged glances, instantly forming a conjecture, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The Primordial Ancestor's legacy. Only the Primordial Ancestor's legacy could cause Xian to vanish. Without a trace, without even them noticing. With that thought, the tension in their hearts finally eased. Excited smiles broke across their previously somber faces. Eat! Ancestor Gu waved his hand grandly and said to Nina with gusto. Xian was currently receiving the Ancestor's legacy. Once he succeeded, the future of the Jiang family would become clear and bright. Overcome with joy, the Ancient Ancestor's gaze toward Nina grew full of affection. As mentioned earlier, they would be more than happy to trade 10,000 Kens for Xian's safety. And now, they were merely consuming the legacy of a single Ken. Moreover, it was being consumed by Xian's true dragon cub. As the true dragon cub grows stronger, It indirectly enhances Xian's foundational strength and power. Nina's big eyes lit up without a moment's hesitation. Her chubby little hands began to wave once more. Subtle and profound patterns of the Tao rippled out like waves. At this very moment, Ken was cradling the array diagram in both hands, gradually absorbing it into his body. The process wasn't too slow, but it certainly wasn't too fast either. After all, the array diagram was composed of the rules of the 5 elements Tao and contained immense Tao energy. Even at the peak of the soul stage, Ken found it somewhat taxing to forcibly absorb it into his body. Ken was both excited and cautious, remaining vigilant at all times, afraid that his inheritance might vanish once again. But, as it often happens, his fears came true. The array diagram vanished. Even though it was clearly being absorbed into his body, it disappeared, abruptly vanishing into thin air without a trace. Of course, it wasn't entirely without a trace, it was just that, at Ken's current cultivation level, he was still unable to see through the divine abilities of the true dragon clan. Ken froze. He stared blankly at the empty space before him. Silence. Stupor. Ken's mind and spirit suffered an unprecedented, massive shock. His gaze was unfocused, and his soul was in violent turmoil. His aura became chaotic as a result, with spiritual energy flowing backward within him, creating utter chaos. Boom! The rampaging spiritual energy erupted outward. No! Ken threw his head back and roared, his hair flying wildly, his eyes bloodshot, disheveled, bedraggled, and seemingly mad. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently, splattering in all directions. Having lost control of his mind, Ken could no longer bear the successive blows of the disappearing legacies. He fainted and collapsed to the ground. Leo and the others, who had been continuing to study the legacies, were startled by Ken's outburst. They looked over in astonishment, puzzled. How on earth had he managed to knock himself unconscious out of the blue? They couldn't help but glance at Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor, their eyes filled with questions. Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor remained silent. Deep down, they felt a pang of sympathy for Ken. To have 3 powerful saint-level legacies snatched away one after another would drive anyone to the brink of collapse. But sympathy aside, there was absolutely no way they would step forward to uphold justice for him. Of all people to offend, why did he have to pick Xian? What terrible luck! As the saying goes, 10,000 Kens aren't worth a single Xian. A minor mishap occurred while Ken was receiving the legacy, nothing serious. You all may continue your cultivation, there's no need to be distracted. Zhang Wuhan and the other 4 didn't give it a second thought and continued to immerse themselves in comprehending the legacy. Upon hearing this, however, Leo, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Bei felt a stir in their hearts, a hint of joy creeping in. The fact that Ken had hit a snag meant he might not have received the legacy, effectively knocking him out of the upcoming contest for the position of junior clan leader. Their chances of winning had greatly increased. Wait a minute. Where is Xian? Leo and the other 2 suddenly realized that Xian had also vanished. Could it be that his legacy transmission had failed as well? The 3 felt even happier. The contest for the position of junior clan chief was now effectively a contest among the 5 of them. In fact, Zhang Bei didn't even count, it was really a contest among the 4 of them. Now that both Ken and Xian had been eliminated early on, things had clearly become much simpler. Leo and Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief wash over them. They exchanged glances, sizing each other up, their competitive spirit fully on display. Then, they immediately threw themselves into comprehending the legacy. It was their final sprint toward the upcoming contest for the position of young clan chief. Nina devoured the formation diagram in great gulps, absorbing the energy of the Tao. A mysterious golden light rippled in layers around her, giving her an air of sanctity. Vaguely, one could see faint golden patterns emerging on Nina's forehead, as if a pair of dragon horns were gradually taking shape. The energy of the Tao, even more vast than that of the Taiji Palace diagram's legacy, was sufficient to support Nina in breaking the second layer of her bloodline seal. Dragon horns. The 5 elements reversal of the world holy array naturally fed back to Xian as well. However, at this moment, Xian was completely unaware of any of this. Or rather, the feedback had not yet surged into his mind and spirit, all of it blocked by the power of time and space. This was a truly wondrous place. The water shimmered. The stream murmured. The crystal-clear stream reflected the brilliant glow of the sunset. Through the dazzling glow, one could see stones of various shapes. These were no ordinary stones. Xian was absolutely certain of this at a single glance. Because the stones contained the essence of living beings. Not just one or two living beings, but 100 million, 1 trillion. Each stone was a world unto itself. A flash of insight struck Xian, and he was instantly filled with dread. What exactly was this place? And where was the ancestor's legacy? Xian scanned the stream back and forth, his confusion mingled with urgency. The 3 ancestors had sacrificed their lives to send him here. He had no right to delay or waste time. Unable to find the key, Xian grew impatient and could only jump into the stream, attempting to tap into the ancestor's legacy through the most primitive means. In the stream, he scooped up stone after stone, examining them closely and feeling each one. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor how many stones he had fished out. Xian had transformed from a teenager into a stooped old man with ashen hair, a weathered face, hollow eyes, and a numb soul. He had forgotten who he was, where he came from, why he was here, and most of all, why he was fishing for stones here. He simply repeated the same motions over and over. He'd pick up a stone, look at it, realize it wasn't the one he wanted, and then toss it back. He didn't know which stone he was actually looking for, nor did he know what that stone even looked like. He just picked them up, looked at them, tossed them back. Finally, he grew tired. His life came to an end and he collapsed. Just as he picked up another stone, instinctively decided it wasn't the one, and was about to toss it back. He tossed his very life away along with it. He collapsed. He fell into the babbling stream. His withered body gradually sank into the stream, becoming a new stone. The water shimmered and murmured, seemingly no different from before. And just as he turned into stone, a young boy appeared by the stream. Gazing at the murmuring stream and sensing the presence of countless living beings within the stones, he wore a look of horror. Then, the boy leaped into the stream, scooping up stone after stone and feeling each one. Eventually, the boy, too, turned into an old man, collapsed into the stream, and became a new stone. Then, another boy arrived, and so it went in an endless cycle of reincarnation. One after another, the boys leaped into the stream and scooped up stones. One after another, the elders collapsed into the stream, becoming stones, until Xian gazed at the stream, his heart filled with urgency. He couldn't delay. This was a waste of the 3 ancestors' lives. Instantly, he was about to leap into the stream to try and access the primordial ancestor's legacy through brute force. But just then, the stones in the stream suddenly began to tremble in unison. The billions of mana pulses within each stone fluctuated, rising and falling in a distinct, rhythmic pattern. Xian froze. He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the stones as he carefully sensed their energy. Until, after he deciphered the information contained within that pattern, his pupils suddenly contracted violently. These stones were all himself. Don't jump down. Don't jump down. Boom! This peculiar place shattered with a thunderous crash. Xian awoke. He had returned to that cramped space. The remnants of the 3 ancestors' bodies had already burned to ashes, leaving only a wisp of soul consciousness that clung on by sheer force, waiting for Xian's return, waiting for the outcome they had anticipated for tens of millions of years. They wanted to know, had their millennia of waiting and the sacrifice of their bodies helped Xian obtain the primordial ancestor's legacy? Had it given him an extra measure of confidence on his path to resisting the curse? Child, did you succeed? The 9th generation ancestor asked with a weary smile. Xian recalled and reflected. Then, looking at the 3 ancient ancestors, he nodded solemnly. I succeeded. His voice was somewhat hoarse, somewhat aged. Endless reincarnations had imbued Xian from his voice to his spirit with a touch of the passage of time. That's good. That's good. The 9th generation ancestor and the other 2 smiled with satisfaction. With that vigorous laughter, the last remnants of their souls dissipated into nothingness. Only one sentence remained, echoing, long after. My child, the Jiang clan is now in your hands. Xian lowered his gaze slightly, a look of sadness on his face. He rose slowly, turned toward the spot where the 3 had vanished, and bowed respectfully. Xian, a disciple of the Jiang clan, I bid farewell to the 3 ancestors. Xian gathered his composure and prepared to leave the spiritual realm. He hadn't lied to the 3 ancestors. He had indeed obtained the founding ancestor's legacy. But, in a way, he had deceived them as well. The founding ancestor's legacy could not help him. Not only would it not allow him to cultivate to the level of a true god any faster, but for a very long time, he would be unable to utilize the founding ancestor's legacy at all. This period during which he could not use it if his calculations were correct would last until he attained the way and became a sage. A sage in this era where not even a void god had emerged, had already become a legend floating above the Shention realm. By the time he attained the way and became a sage, who knows how long it would take, it might as well be in the distant future. Not to mention, he now had less than 300 years of lifespan remaining. Ancestor, I really can't blame you that this legacy hasn't been passed down. Xian pursed his lips and couldn't help but complain. Is the ancestor's legacy powerful? Very powerful, extremely powerful. In fact, it's so powerful that it transcends the scope of Xian's current understanding. But this legacy is far too obscure and profound. Containing the ultimate truths of the Tao and delving into the mysteries of time and space, it's not something ordinary people can comprehend or practice. No, even a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy might not be able to even touch upon its threshold. Even he, possessing a 95% concentration of the Jiang clan's bloodline, coupled with the self-sacrificing assistance of the three ancestors, had only barely managed to grasp a sliver of the truth within the ancestor's legacy. As for entering its gates and cultivating it, that was utterly impossible. Just imagine, how could such an earth-shaking legacy possibly have been passed down through the ages? Not to mention that the Jiang clan today, having suffered a series of great calamities, curses, and persecution, has long seen the caliber of its prodigies decline by several tiers. Even without these external factors, given the natural law that bloodline talent diminishes with each generation, it would be extremely difficult for the Jiang clan to produce another prodigy with such extraordinary talent as his. After all, his current 95% bloodline concentration is entirely due to the golden finger. There's one more thing. Xian strongly suspects that even the second-generation ancestor, who also possessed a 95% bloodline concentration, likely never comprehended the founding ancestor's legacy. After all, if the second-generation ancestor had mastered the founding ancestor's legacy, the Jiang clan wouldn't have suffered such a devastating loss during the ancient invasion by powerful enemies, with its strong warriors nearly wiped out and its lineage nearly severed. Just as Xian was about to leave, an epiphany regarding the five elements reversal world holy array suddenly surged into his mind, causing him to exclaim in surprise. After gaining a general understanding, he couldn't help but laugh. This really is my money-bringing guardian spirit. Immediately, Xian's soul consciousness left the spiritual realm, and his vanished physical body reappeared. As his soul returned to his body, Xian slowly opened his eyes. Before him, Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor were staring at him as if he were a rare treasure. Xian hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply, and laughed nervously. Xian greets the Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor. Did you succeed? The Ancient Ancestor, suppressing the excitement welling up inside him, asked urgently. A thought crossed Xian's mind. Why did the reactions of the two ancestors feel a little off? Could it be that the fact my bloodline concentration is 95% has already been exposed? That can't be. Xian remained cautious. He was not yet ready to reveal his bloodline, as this would attract the attention and even assassination attempts from other lineages and external enemies. Immediately, Xian gave an embarrassed smile and nodded. To answer Ancient Ancestor, yes, I succeeded. By sheer luck, I obtained the legacy of Elder Jiang Feng, the Tai Chi Palace diagram. Upon hearing Xian say the word success, the Ancient Ancestor nearly leapt for joy, but the moment he saw Xian summon the Tai Chi fish with a wave of his hand, his expression froze. That expression, halfway through excitement, then suddenly frozen, was as comical as it could possibly be. The Mountain Ancestor, however, showed little emotional reaction. He narrowed his eyes as he studied the Tai Chi fish in Xian's hand, lost in thought. He felt a touch of exasperation. This kid was being a bit too cautious, wasn't he? Did he really have to hide his true abilities even in front of them? Perhaps it was because it lacked the support of the great Taoist energy, or maybe because Xian had only gained an insight and hadn't yet fully comprehended or cultivated it. The Tai Chi fish in his hand was extremely faint. Compared to the tangible Tai Chi fish that Ancestor Jiang Feng had manifested from his inheritance just moments ago, the difference was like night and day. However, the sacred aura it exuded was undeniably genuine. This was an extremely powerful holy-level inheritance. Yet, it was clear that the Ancient Ancestor and the Mountain Ancestor weren't interested in that. They wanted to know whether Xian had actually obtained the primordial ancestor's inheritance. The ancient ancestor, somewhat impatient, was about to ask directly. But the mountain ancestor beat him to it, intercepting him with a sole thought and transmitting his voice. Whether or not he has obtained the primordial ancestress legacy, his bloodline concentration is 95 that cannot be faked. Since he wishes to be cautious, to lie low and avoid assassination by his enemies, let us grant his wish and help him keep it hidden. But the ancient ancestor was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he hesitated. If he doesn't reveal his talent, how can we allocate resources to him? And how can we pass the position of junior clan leader on to him? The mountain ancestor glared at the ancient ancestor and snapped. With the two of us backing him, who in the entire Jiang clan would dare to say a single word against it? Gu Zhu suddenly saw the light and nodded silently. Immediately, Shan Zhu wasted no more time. He waved his hand, rousing all the prodigies who were meditating on the ancestral legacy, including Ken, who had fallen into a faint. Now, let us select the junior clan leader. Before he could finish speaking, Ken had already leaped to his feet. The Tai Chi Palace diagram. So it was you who stole my legacy. Xian, I'm going to kill you. Ken noticed the Tai Chi fish in Xian's hand. His eyes widened in fury as he instantly pieced together the entire sequence of events. His eyes turned blood red. A murderous aura surged around him, and a chilling intent to kill poured forth like ink. Yin and yang energies surged wildly, infusing the mountain and river fan in his hand. The mountain and river fan manifested a magnificent landscape, majestic mountains, and surging rivers whose terrifying might rolled and surged, shaking the very void. Ken flipped his hand, overturning the landscape, and crushed down upon Xian. Jiang Wuhan and the other four saw his expression change and rushed forward, determined to block this terrifying divine technique for the young lord. Admittedly, even with their combined strength, the five of them were no match for Ken. Yet they showed not a shred of fear. It was because of the young lord that they had been granted the privilege of entering the divine tomb and receiving its legacy. This blessing alone was enough to make them willing to go through fire and water for him. Meanwhile, Leo and the other two watched from the sidelines. Though they didn't understand how Xian had reappeared or why Ken was so enraged, they were more than happy to witness the spectacle. Admittedly, given Xian's pitiful entry-level divine realm cultivation, it was unlikely he could inflict mutual destruction on Ken, but even if he managed to wound Ken just a little, that would be excellent. In any case, it would certainly work to their advantage. Xian watched Ken charge at him impassively, his expression unruffled. Although his cultivation was still at the spirit stage, with all his hidden cards up his sleeve, he did indeed have a chance to face Ken head-on. It was true that Ken was at the peak of the soul stage, but his cultivation level had been forcibly broken through. It was insubstantial. Father! A flash of worry crossed Nina's eyes, but without hesitation, she stepped directly in front of Xian. Although her mind was as cunning as a demoness, thanks to the second ancestor's refinement and transformation and the fact that she had been incubated and born because of her father, she genuinely believed Xian to be her father. Moreover, having now broken through 2 layers of bloodline seals, her strength had increased dramatically. Holding off a peak soul stage cultivator was absolutely no challenge. In fact, she had more than enough means to turn the tables and kill him, but what happened next took everyone by surprise. The ancient ancestor intervened. With a single finger, he pressed forward no flashy displays, just a plain, unadorned gesture. Yet it was as mighty as a towering mountain, crushing Ken's divine abilities completely and pinning Ken himself to the ground. Behave yourself! The ancient ancestor scolded disapprovingly. Jiang Wuhan and the others were astonished the ancient ancestor had intervened, and judging by his attitude, it seemed he was siding with the young lord. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei, however, felt a jolt of unease, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. The ancient ancestor seemed to be favoring Xian. Nina also froze for a moment. She blinked her big eyes, a flash of fear crossing her face. These 2 old guys were truly terrifying. She feared she'd have to break at least 5 more layers of her seal just to barely stand a chance against them. Thank goodness she hadn't gone ahead and eaten on her own just now, otherwise she'd really have been in trouble. Even Xian herself was a bit bewildered. The ancient ancestor's move made no sense. He grew even more cautious. Could it be that his bloodline had truly been seen through? No way. He had to start cultivating the Tianyan secret art as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'd be exposed at any moment, and that made him feel incredibly insecure. Of course, the most baffled of all was Ken, who was pinned to the ground. He was furious, he didn't understand, and he felt deeply wronged. Why? Perhaps driven by his intense hatred for Xian, Ken summoned an unprecedented resolve. Under the ancient ancestor's terrifying finger, he stubbornly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the ancient ancestor as he roared. May I ask, ancient ancestor? Xian stole my legacy first. What is wrong with me taking it back? It's one thing for the ancient ancestor not to punish Xian, but why must you intervene to stop me? I dare ask, ancient ancestor, why is this happening? As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of Jiang Haoming and the other two changed instantly, and a storm of shock and disbelief raged within their hearts. Xian stole Ken's legacy? This is impossible. Acquiring a legacy involves resonating with the soul imprint within the spiritual space, after which the legacy descends and is infused into one's body. How could Xian have stolen it? How could a spirit stage cultivator possibly possess such terrifying abilities? The mountain ancestor looked at the defiant Ken and sighed softly. Xian's talent is extraordinary naturally. He has earned the favor of ancestor Jiang Feng. The implication was clear. The legacy Xian possessed was not stolen from Ken. Hearing this, Jiang Haoming and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief. Admittedly, they were astonished that both Xian and Ken had actually earned the favor of ancestor Jiang Feng, a situation they had never heard of and had never seen before. But compared to the idea that Xian possessed the means to steal others' legacies, they were clearly more inclined to accept Mountain Ancestor's explanation. However, Ken didn't believe a single word of it. Having had his Dao inheritance stolen 3 times in a row, he had long since descended into madness. His mind had become utterly consumed by obsession, and he was convinced that Xian had stolen his inheritance. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor were clearly taking Xian's side. I don't believe it, Ken roared furiously. As revered ancestors of the Jiang clan, are you not showing contempt for our clan's rules by favoring Xian like this? Having lost the last shred of his sanity, Ken directly lashed out at the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, accusing them of flouting the clan's rules. Complete silence fell. Jiang Haoming and the others stared blankly at Ken, silently wondering if he had gone mad. Confronting the ancestral elders like that wasn't that practically asking for death. Sure enough. Boom! Ancestor Gu's finger struck down once more, shattering Ken's body and causing blood to gush forth. Ancestor Gu had actually held back. This was merely a light punishment. He would recover in a few months of recuperation. Otherwise, given the ancient ancestor's realm, a single finger would have been enough to crush Ken into dust. I am an ancestor of the Jiang clan. How the clan's rules are enforced is entirely up to me, the ancient ancestor said indifferently, gazing coldly at Ken. Silence. Not to mention Ken and Jiang Haoming, these prodigies. Even Xian was startled by the ancient ancestor's domineering words. But he had to admit, deep down, Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. With the ancient ancestor backing him up, wouldn't he be able to walk all over the Jiang clan from now on? Before the crowd could process those words, the ancient ancestor continued, the mountain ancestor and I have already agreed. Effective immediately, Xian shall assume the position of junior clan leader, and everyone in the Jiang clan shall respect him. If anyone dares to defy this, even if they're not at the Paragon stage, just come find me. I'll kill every single one of them. The faces of Jiang Haoming and the other prodigies suddenly paled as they stared at the ancient ancestor in disbelief. Their hearts filled with confusion, resentment, and resentment. They had all set their sights on the position of junior clan leader and were confident that, with their numerous hidden cards, they could definitely outshine the others and claim the title. But they never imagined that the ancient ancestor would directly appoint Xian as junior clan leader. Was this contest over before it even began? Then what was the point of their journey? Was it merely to accompany Xian through a mere formality? The group hesitated, wanting to protest the injustice, but faced with the ancient ancestor's unquestionable demeanor, fear crept back into their hearts. First, he had subdued Ken with a single finger. Now he had spoken bluntly, declaring that anyone who disrespected Xian would be killed on sight. They simply didn't dare risk their own lives to test the ancient ancestor's limits. The one who suffered the most, of course, was Ken. First, Xian had stolen 3 consecutive holy-level legacies from him. Now, he had returned empty-handed from the divine tomb. He, a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild and one of the 4 revered ones of the Jiang clan, had become a laughingstock, nailed to the Jiang clan's pillar of shame. Not only did the ancient ancestor and the mountain ancestor fail to stand up for him, but they also brazenly sided with Xian, ruthlessly pinning him to the ground like a thoroughly humiliated, homeless dog. Now, they had gone so far as to directly strip them of their right to compete fairly for the position of junior clan leader, instead appointing Xian to the role by imperial decree. Hatred for this injustice. Overwhelmed by rage, Ken spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the area. Unable to withstand the terrifying might of the ancient ancestor's single finger any longer, he instantly fainted. The ancient ancestor and the mountain ancestor paid little attention to this, not even bothering to glance his way. In their hearts, they had already developed a deep loathing for Ken. Overwhelmed by jealousy and unable to accept his own failure. With such a disposition, how could he possibly walk the Great Tao? And how much genuine devotion could he truly muster to dedicate himself to the Jiang clan and strive for its sake? The ancestral land trial has concluded. You may all depart now. The mountain ancestor's gaze swept over the gathering of prodigies, finally settling on Xian. Smiling, he spoke plainly to Xian. The fact that you are now the junior clan chief does not mean you will remain so forever. As the young clan leader of the Jiang clan, you should be unrivaled among your peers. If one day you are surpassed by a peer of equal talent, you must step down willingly and make way for the more capable. Whether it be that prodigy with ancestral blood, the divine-boned one born today, or any other prodigy of the Jiang clan. As Shan Zhu spoke, his gaze swept one by one over Jiang Haoming and the others. He and Gu Zhu had jointly appointed Xian as junior clan chief, so Jiang Haoming and the others were bound to harbor resentment. He wouldn't say anything explicitly, but he might as well give them a little incentive, a little hope the resentment in their hearts would naturally transform into motivation to move forward. Furthermore, this would also spur Xian to work even harder to grow. After all, this kid is so cautious. If he isn't given a little pressure, he might truly end up like that one from back in the day, hiding until death without ever facing the tribulation. Sure enough, as soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei all lit up. They looked at Xian in unison, their eyes glinting with a hint of mockery and deep amusement. They had now realized that the mountain ancestor and the others had clearly already tracked down that prodigy with the ancestral bloodline, but were keeping it a secret. Presumably, the prodigy was still very weak and hadn't fully matured yet, so they were protecting him in this way. As for Xian being designated as the junior clan leader, it wasn't because he was particularly strong. It was simply that the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor had happened to choose him to serve as a shield against assassination attempts by hostile factions. Even if they couldn't wrest the position of junior clan leader from Xian in the future, once that prodigy emerged, Xian would still have to relinquish his title. Besides, Xian was only at the spirit stage. How could they possibly fail to defeat him? Once they figured this out, they immediately felt a sense of relief. Facing the meaningful glances from the crowd, Xian kept his composure, though inwardly he was cursing like mad. Those two ancestors were up to no good. They had clearly seen right through him. He was the disciple with the ancestral bloodline regression, which was why they hand-picked him as junior clan chief. Then, they deliberately kept it vague, leading everyone to believe the monster with the ancestral bloodline regression was someone else, thereby providing him with cover so he could continue to scrape by. There was nothing wrong with that. But the problem was, they also made it clear that his position as junior clan leader wasn't permanent. Wasn't this deliberately provoking Jiang Haoming and the others to challenge him? Damn it. Now that everyone's coming after me, I've become the center of attention for the entire Jiang clan. How the hell am I supposed to hide my bloodline and keep lying low? Once we get back, I've got to start cultivating the heavenly derivation secret art right away, Xian thought to himself. Otherwise, he figured he'd be exposed in a matter of minutes. Let us go back. The mountain ancestor said no more. With a wave of his sleeve, a gentle force surged forth, transporting Xian and the others from the divine tomb, along with all the prodigies cultivating in the ancestral lands, out of the ancestral lands. Are we really not going to awaken our true forms? Leave this place? And protect that kid's path? The ancient ancestor looked at the mountain ancestor with concern and hesitated. We're just a bunch of old fossils. If we die, so be it. But that kid has a bloodline concentration of 95%, on par with a second-generation ancestor. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Mountain ancestor lowered his gaze slightly, his tone level. That kid has already become the young clan chief. The elders within the clan naturally know what to do. Since the great era has not yet arrived, the elder's strength is more than enough to protect Xian. If you and I were to emerge from seclusion to protect him, it would only cause turmoil, arouse suspicion among hostile forces, and draw even more attention to Xian. That wouldn't be protecting him, it would be throwing him into the fire. Moreover, once our true forms awaken, we can exist for no more than 3 months. 3 months pass in the blink of an eye. Xian may not even face any misfortune, but we would be completely annihilated. Wouldn't that be a sacrifice in vain? Perhaps because he had found Xian, this prodigy with ancestral bloodline. The mountain ancestor felt pleased and, in a rare moment of playfulness, teased, "You, my friend, are simply letting your concern cloud your judgment and lose your sense of proportion." The ancient ancestor glanced at the mountain ancestor and chuckled. "You're the one who said it. If Xian is a prodigy with ancestral bloodline regression, you'd crawl out of the divine tomb to drive his chariot and guard his path. You're not admitting it now? When Xian needs me, I'll step out on my own accord even if it means facing death," the mountain ancestor said calmly. The two ancestors conversed for a long time. Having been buried for 1,000,000 years, it was a rare occasion for their souls to emerge. So naturally they wanted to ease the endless loneliness that the passage of time had brought them. A long time later, the majestic divine tomb trembled gently, rippling with layers of milky white divine radiance, as it once again sliced through the starry sky, returning to the profound Milky Way. Meanwhile, the Jiang clan was in an uproar from top to bottom. "We pay our respects to the young clan leader." On the Jiang clan's ancestral peak, as Xian and the others returned from the ancestral lands, everyone in the Jiang clan, from elders and clan elders of various branches to great powerhouses and even prodigious disciples, bowed in unison. When the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor had officially appointed Xian as junior clan leader, they had already declared to the entire Jiang clan that whether they acknowledged it or not, nothing could change the established fact that Xian was now the junior clan leader of the Jiang clan and would, in the future, hold the clan's authority and lead the Jiang guild. Even if they did not acknowledge Xian's talent or abilities, or harbored grievances, under the current circumstances, they absolutely could not reveal the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. The ancient ancestor's words, "Anyone below the paragon stage will be killed on sight," were no joke. None of them dared to risk their own lives to test the truth of the ancient ancestor's statement. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei were naturally included in this group. They exchanged glances, suppressed the restless urge in their hearts to challenge Xian and reclaim the position of junior clan leader, and obediently bowed with clasped hands. Now was not the time to challenge Xian. After all, the two ancestors had only just made their proclamation to the Jiang clan. If they were to challenge him immediately afterward, regardless of the outcome, it would be a direct slap in the face to the two ancestors. They understood the most basic principles of conduct. Moreover, they hadn't yet fully comprehended or assimilated the legacy they received, so there was absolutely no need to rush. Once they fully mastered the legacy and their combat power had undergone a metamorphosis, they could then issue the challenge and they would surely succeed without a hitch, crushing their opponent with ease. But clearly, Ken was not among them. When he was sent out of the ancestral lands, the mountain ancestor had already channeled heaven and earth mana to heal his wounds, so he naturally regained consciousness. Facing Xian, who had usurped the position of junior clan chief that rightfully belonged to him, Ken simply could not suppress the rage burning in his heart, let alone bow and pay respects to him. He'd rather kill him. Humph! Ken snorted angrily and soared into the sky. As one of the four venerables, his sudden departure at such a crucial moment left everyone utterly stunned. Many elders furrowed their brows, a hint of displeasure rising in their hearts. The clan elders and powerful figures of Ken's lineage also looked rather grim. Ken's disregard for propriety had earned the elders' distaste, and their entire lineage would suffer the consequences. That, in itself, wasn't the main issue. The primary reason for their grim expressions was they couldn't understand how, with Ken's strength, he had failed to secure the position of junior clan leader. Most crucially, he had actually been defeated by Xian. Xian's cultivation was only at the spirit stage among the four venerables. He was clearly the weakest. Ken was at the peak of the soul stage and had mastered numerous techniques of the Yin-Yang Guild. How could he have lost to Xian? Of course, it wasn't just the Ken lineage that was baffled. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, Jiang Bei. In fact, apart from Xian's lineage, members of all the major lineages were deeply puzzled and baffled. What exactly happened during the ancestral land trial? How could the position of junior clan chief have been snatched away by Xian? No matter who took it, it certainly wasn't Xian's turn. At that moment, the frail and aged Grand Elder stepped forward, gazing at Xian with a look of anticipation in his aged eyes. "May I ask, young clan leader, have you recently undergone a bloodline regression?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire ancestral peak fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on Xian. Their thoughts varied, yet all were deep in contemplation. If Xian were that prodigy whose bloodline had regressed to level 95, then his ascension to the position of young clan leader would make perfect sense. Xian remained impassive and shook his head. The Grand Elder overestimates me. I'm nowhere near having the fortune for my bloodline to regress to that level. Well, the Grand Elder was taken aback, clearly not expecting this response. Seeing this, Jiang Haoming stepped forward and relayed the mountain ancestor's words. Upon hearing this, the way everyone looked at Xian changed instantly. Especially the clan elders and powerful figures from the major lineages, their minds began racing. So the prodigies from their respective lineages still had a chance. The senior elder and the other elders furrowed their brows slightly. The excitement they felt moments ago vanished almost entirely. If Xian wasn't the prodigy with the ancestral bloodline, then who exactly was it? Why had they been hiding, refusing to reveal their identity all this time? Clearly, in the minds of the elders at that moment, they had already come to view Xian, the young clan leader, as a mere front for that prodigy with the ancestral bloodline. Naturally, their respect and esteem for him had diminished considerably. Seeing all this, the members of Xian's lineage grew anxious. They looked at Xian, wanting to speak but holding back. In response, Xian merely chuckled and said casually, "I haven't fully assimilated the inheritance yet, so I'll be heading out first." Then, taking Nina's small hand, he led his own lineage members away at a leisurely pace. It was only then that everyone noticed. Xian was actually holding the hand of a little girl? Weren't they supposed to be entering the ancestral lands for the trials? Where did this little girl come from? Doubts arose in their minds, but they vanished in an instant. She was just an ordinary little girl not worth their attention. Right now, the most important thing was to pour all their resources into supporting the prodigies of their own lineage, so they could challenge Xian as soon as possible and take his place. With these thoughts in mind, members of the various branches departed one after another, leaving only the elders behind, who exchanged glances, looking at one another in silence. Grand Elder, Xian is clearly a scapegoat put forward by the mountain ancestor. So what about his status as junior clan leader? One elder spoke hesitantly. Many elders turned to look at the Grand Elder, their faces filled with confusion. Should a mere scapegoat really be granted the cultivation resources and status befitting a junior clan leader? Everything proceeds as usual. The Grand Elder's eyes were deep and inscrutable as he said calmly, "Since he is a scapegoat, he must play the part convincingly. Otherwise, how can we deceive the outside powers?" The same applies to the status of his guardian. Second Elder, go and request the Grand Elder to serve as Xian's guardian, the Grand Elder ordered. Understood. The Grand Elder looked at the assembled elders, his gaze hardening slightly as he said solemnly, "Xian is the young clan chief of the Jiang clan. He is that prodigy, whose bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form." The elders were taken aback at first, but they quickly grasped the first elder's meaning. They nodded thoughtfully. Yes, good news. The information about Xian's ancestral bloodline regression had indeed been kept hidden. No one suspected a thing. Bad news. The first elder intended to use Xian as a prodigy with ancestral bloodline regression to deceive outside factions and draw their fire. If the mountain ancestor were to find out about the Grand Elder a series of arrangements, he'd likely be so furious that he'd crawl out of the divine tomb to personally ask the Grand Elder just what kind of twisted logic he was operating under. Ken's dojo. After storming off in anger, Ken returned to his dojo, dismissed his attendants, summoned a spiritual artifact, and contacted his master in the Yin-Yang Guild, the Guild's holy master. As Yin-Yang energy poured into the spiritual artifact, it emitted an obscure glow.
Yin-Yang runes spread out, gradually outlining a hazy Yin-Yang realm.
Within the Yin-Yang mirror, an ethereal figure appeared. Though not a trace of energy could be sensed, there was still a suffocating sensation as if standing face to face with a supreme being. Ken immediately knelt on the ground. "I humbly welcome you, master. Why have you summoned me?" The Yin-Yang sovereign looked down at Ken, his tone indifferent. "I report to you, master, that this disciple has failed." Ken's body trembled as he forced himself to suppress his inner anxiety and, with deep reverence and trepidation, recounted everything that had happened in the ancestral lands in meticulous detail. "The mountain ancestor has designated Xian as the young clan chief?" The Yin-Yang sovereign's expression grew slightly stern. His intuition told him something was amiss, and a suspicion immediately arose. Could it be that Xian is that demonic prodigy whose bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form? Ken shook his head hastily and replied with absolute certainty, "Absolutely not. At the time, this disciple feigned a fit of rage and fainted. I overheard the mountain. Ancestors say that Xian was merely a pawn they put forward to take the heat for that monstrous prodigy with the ancestral bloodline." Oh! The Yin-Yang sovereign narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded thoughtfully. That made much more sense. The Jiang Guild had already fallen into decline if a peerless demonic prodigy with a bloodline concentration of 95 had emerged. They would never have dared to so brazenly appoint him as the young clan leader wouldn't he that be inviting assassination attempts from all the major powers? If he were merely a scapegoat, then everything made sense. Furthermore, Xian's bloodline test at birth had registered 75. It was simply impossible for him to reach 95, and postnatal enhancement was extremely difficult. This move by the Jiang clan was very foolish. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord pondered for a moment, then said to Ken, "I made it clear to you earlier. The position of junior clan leader of the Jiang clan is the task I have entrusted to you, and it is also a test of your mettle. If you succeed in seizing the position of junior clan leader, I shall bestow my legacy upon you and appoint you as my holy son. Given your strength, this test isn't actually that difficult. But you still failed." Ken bowed his head in shame and said, "This disciple has failed to live up to Master's trust." The Yin-Yang sage shook his head, his tone utterly unflinching. Looking at Ken, he said calmly, "Failure is not to be feared. I can give you another chance. But if you fail again this time..." Ken suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with determination, and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Master. I will do my utmost to pass your trial. Please instruct me, Master. What should I do?" The Yin-Yang sovereign nodded and smiled. Since Xian was put forward as a scapegoat if he were to die, well, Ken hesitated. After all, we're not in the ancestral lands right now. If I were to openly assassinate Xian, I'm afraid I wouldn't escape death either. The Yin-Yang sovereign shook his head. "You need not take action yourself, but I will make the necessary arrangements. When the time comes, you need only lure Xian and all those who pose a threat to your claim for the position of junior clan chief into a trap and slaughter them all. Once all your rivals are dead, the position of junior clan leader will naturally be yours." Upon hearing this, Ken's heart skipped a beat, and a deep sense of unease instantly enveloped him. If he were to have Xian and the others all massacred, he could certainly become the Jiang clan's junior clan leader by rightful claim, but it would also mean that this generation of the Jiang family would be severely decimated. One false move, and the Jiang Guild, a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, would be destroyed in an instant right under his own hands. After all, the ancient sages had long prophesied that this era would be one of the revival of the 10,000 realms and the return of gods and demons. A great era is also a great calamity. Those who successfully navigate it will prosper, those who do not will perish. He did indeed harbor deep self-interest. But at the end of the day, he was a member of the Jiang family, and the thought of so cruelly slaughtering his own clan's prodigies filled him with dread. There were simply too many of them. In fact, if it had been just one Xian, he wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. He would have spared no effort to tear Xian to pieces. The Yin-Yang sage lord saw the hesitation in Ken's heart at a glance and coldly rebuked him. "You fool! You should know the Jiang clan's current state better than I do. Our bloodline is growing weaker by the day. Each generation is inferior to the last, and prodigies are few and far between. Were it not for the great era approaching with its magnificent fortune nourishing the Shen-Tian, the Jiang clan, with its current foundations, would struggle to produce even a prodigy like Xian. I ask you, how can a Jiang clan in such a state withstand the overwhelming calamity that will accompany the arrival of the great era? And how can it preserve itself and uphold the Jiang clan's legacy of immortality?" Gazing intently at Ken, the sage of Yin and Yang spoke earnestly. "As a prodigy of the Jiang clan, you must make the survival, continuity, and growth of the Jiang clan your personal mission. With your talent, given time, you will surely earn a reputation as a prodigy. If you take the reins of the Jiang clan and ascend to the position of Yin-Yang Holy Son, combining the strengths of both families, what great calamity could you not easily weather? In the face of such a calamity, the Jiang clan would naturally have nothing to fear." This? Ken was stunned. His master's words presented a perspective he had never considered before. It was as if a door had been opened for him, giving him a sudden sense of enlightenment. Seeing that his words had taken effect, the Yin-Yang sovereign decided to go all out with Ken, saying in a deep voice, "Let me be frank with you. I hold you in high regard. If you can take control of the Jiang clan, I intend to appoint you as the next Yin Yang sovereign. At that time, with you at the helm of the Yin Yang Guild and the Jiang family as your backing, you'll be unbeatable. You'll even have a real chance to go a step further and dominate the Shentian realm." Kenneth's eyes suddenly widened, flashing with a gleam of determination. Control the Jiang family, lead the Yin Yang Guild, and dominate the Shentian realm? An unprecedented wave of ambition surged through his mind. His breathing grew noticeably more rapid. Kenneth's gaze instantly hardened as he looked at the Yin Yang sovereign, bowed respectfully, and said solemnly, "Thank you, Master, for guiding me. I know what I must do." In the short term, harming Xian and the others would indeed damage the Jiang family's foundations. But that was all an illusion. Given Xian and the others' aptitude, they are simply incapable of shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding the Jiang clan, let alone expanding its influence or restoring the glory of the Jiang clan as an immortal lineage. Not even that divine bone, nor that prodigy with ancestral bloodline regression, would be up to the task. Time waits for no one. The great era could dawn at any moment. Only he has the qualifications and the ability to accomplish all of this. Eastern Shenzhou, the far western reaches. Myriad ethereal, indescribable immortal mountains, scattered like stars, float upon a boundless ocean. The deep, surging waves contain a heart-stopping, colossal energy. The misty immortal mountains are adorned with countless mystical talismans, displaying a profusion of sacred phenomena that illuminate the heavens and earth. Though these two magnificent landscapes seem at odds, they are miraculously fused into one by an indescribable set of rules and order, as if born as a single entity. This is the very location of the Yin Yang Guild. The ancient Yin Yang Guild's lineage stretches back to a time beyond record, even before the Shentian realm was first chronicled. The Yin Yang Guild already existed, standing tall atop the Shentian realm. From fragmented images found in lost ruins across the realm, it is vaguely understood that during the Yin Yang Guild's heyday, even gods and demons would keep their distance. However, during those grand and dramatic eras, the Yin Yang Guild would instead maintain a low profile, even retreating from the world for a time. Consequently, knowledge of the Yin Yang Guild is extremely scarce throughout the entire Shentian realm. Only one thing is clear. The Yin Yang Guild is ancient and powerful, and not to be trifled with. Vaguely visible, coiled around these immortal mountains, are massive Dao chains as thick as dragons. The other end of these chains connects to a magnificent immortal palace. The immortal palace exists in the void, appearing and disappearing intermittently. It quietly pulsed with an eerie aura where Yin and Yang intertwined. The Yin Yang Sacred Palace. Inside the palace, the Yin Yang sovereign, clad in a white gold Taoist robe, waved his hand to dismiss Kenneth's communication feed. His eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an obscure glow of light and darkness. Yin and Yang. A profound beam of light surged from within the sovereign of Yin and Yang's body. Obscure Tao patterns scattered, gradually coalescing into a human figure shrouded in black mist. If any outsider were present, they would surely be utterly astonished. For the figure in the black mist, his face was identical to that of the sovereign of Yin and Yang. "You, my disciple, are naively endearing," the figure said with a sinister chuckle. The Yin Yang sage lord cast a casual glance at the figure, his expression unruffled and his tone level. The easiest to deceive are always these prodigies, those of mediocre talent yet with ambitions as high as the heavens. They refuse to fall behind others, yet never face their own mediocrity head on. They only blame their failures on external factors. Such people are consumed by jealousy and have insatiable desires. With just a little instigation, they can be easily manipulated and controlled. Ken is no exception. The figure gave a soft click of the tongue, and couldn't help but clap in admiration. As one who has mastered the way of Yang, you should embody the radiant and upright image of the righteous path. Yet, unexpectedly, you've come to understand the human heart. Hypocrisy and scheming come as naturally to you as breathing. The sovereign of Yin and Yang made no denial. Raising his eyes slightly to meet the figure's gaze, his tone grew slightly stern as he said in a deep voice, "I hope you're not lying to me. You and I are one and the same. How could there be any deception?" The figure shrugged. "You've verified it yourself. The Jiang Guild is indeed one of the spirit clans of the human realm, descendants of the ancient human race. Their veins flow with the blood of the spirit clans, imbued with the vitality and destiny of the ancient human race. As for those Jiang clan disciples, As long as their spirit clan bloodline concentration reaches 60, their efficacy to a certain extent is comparable to that of a supreme elixir. I've also told you before that, in my era, there were quite a few supreme beings who specifically hunted down Jiang clan disciples with a bloodline concentration exceeding 60, treating them as blood offerings to devour and refine, thereby enhancing their potential and extending their lifespans. The figure turned to the yin-yang sovereign and smiled faintly. You and I must fuse our yin and yang, becoming one, to fathom the great Tao. But as you well know, I am your past self, existing in the past while you are your present self, rooted in the present. Between us lies the shackle of temporal order. To fuse would be a perilous endeavor, with a 1 in 9 chance of survival. Since we cannot find the sacred elixir of creation, these spirit clan members of the Jiang family are the best option. There is one thing I do not understand. The yin-yang sovereign raised his eyes slightly to look at the figure and asked in a deep voice. Since the Jiang family belongs to the spirit clan and their bloodline contains the essence of creation, why are they so frail? The figure looked at the yin-yang sovereign as if he were a fool and couldn't help but sneer. The Jiang guild has a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, and you actually think they're weak? Who gave you that false impression? The yin-yang sovereign furrowed his brow, puzzled by the remark. The figure shook his head and laughed wryly. You must know that in my era, the Jiang family was so powerful that even the gods and demons from beyond the realm would fear them to some extent. Had it not been for the joint assault by numerous ancient powers, which led to the near total annihilation of the Jiang clan's powerful figures, the Jiang clan would likely still be the uncrowned king of the entire Shentian realm today. The yin-yang sovereign's heart skipped a beat, stunned by what his past self had said. After all, his past self had lived in ancient times, when the Shentian realm had not yet been sealed off, and the myriad realms had not yet fallen into decline. The multiple ancient powers, mentioned by his past self, must surely have been the most formidable Tao lineages rooted across the myriad heavens. Having endured such a catastrophic disaster back then, how had the Jiang clan managed to tenaciously survive for tens of millions of years and even retain its reputation for immortality? The spirit clan, is it truly that powerful? As if sensing the yin-yang holy ruler's thoughts, the figure shook his head and chuckled. The power of the spirit clan far exceeds your imagination. Do you know that these spirit clans, including the Jiang clan, are so powerful that even heaven and earth fear them, going so far as to impose divine retribution to curb their growth? And do you know that it was precisely because of this divine retribution that those ancient powers had the courage to unite and launch an attack against the Jiang clan? The heavens and earth themselves fear them? The yin-yang sovereign's eyelid twitched, and a look of horror spread across his face. The figure chuckled. No one knows the exact reason, but according to the research conducted by those ancient powers back then, disciples bearing the bloodline of the spirit clan generally have shorter lifespans than ordinary people. Moreover, the higher the concentration of the bloodline, the shorter the lifespan. In fact, prodigies with excessively high bloodline concentration will face the heavenly tribulation when breaking through to a new cultivation realm, even when merely advancing to the foundation stage. The heavenly tribulation? The yin-yang sovereign was stunned. It was well known that one did not begin to tap into the power of heaven and earth until reaching the Tianyuan realm. In other words, only those who broke through to the Tianyuan realm or higher would trigger the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Setting aside the shortening of lifespan, the celestial tribulation alone, the divine retribution of the spirit clan, is far too terrifying. In ancient times, when the strong were nearly wiped out and divine retribution befell them, the Jiang clan still managed to survive and has never lost its reputation for immortality. The figure cast a casual glance at the yin-yang sovereign and chuckled lightly. Now, do you still think the Jiang clan is weak? The yin-yang sovereign remained silent. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly and calmly. I admit I underestimated the Jiang guild, but it doesn't really matter. If Ken plays this move well, no matter how powerful the Jiang clan is or how deep its foundations run, it will still be unable to escape my grasp. The figure couldn't help but ask, I don't quite understand, why are you so fixated on Ken's move? The yin-yang sovereign smiled coldly. As long as Ken is at the helm of the Jiang clan will be my prison, a place that endlessly produces spirit beings for my use. Spirit beings are such a precious resource, I cannot afford to deplete the pond by fishing it dry. The figure cast a surprised glance at the yin-yang sovereign and smiled meaningfully. I'm growing more and more eager for the day when we merge as one. The way of yin and yang, encompassing both past and present, will surely overturn this world. Eastern Shenzhou, Southern Region, the 100,000 Mountains.
Pure Yang Guild.
The young clan leader of the Zhang Guild has been confirmed to be Xian, one of the four venerables. The pure Yang sword master sat high upon the sword platform forged by the sun god, looking down upon the elders of the sword palace and said calmly, "How do you propose we handle this matter?" The feud between the pure Yang Guild and the Zhang clan dates back to ancient times, its origins long lost to history. Especially over the past 1,000 years, the two sides have been locked in constant warfare, claiming the lives of countless prodigies. Even several Paragon stage powerhouses have perished in the conflict. The two factions had long been irreconcilable enemies, sworn to destroy one another. At that moment, the second elder, clad in a black sword robe, stepped forward. He clasped his hands in a bow, his expression grim, and said in a deep voice, "I report to the sword master. Recently, a disciple of the Zhang clan experienced a regression of their bloodline, triggering the divine shrine and causing a world-shaking phenomenon. Furthermore, a divine bone has emerged, truly an omen of great prosperity. If we do not respond promptly, given time, our pure Yang Guild will likely no longer have the strength to compete with them." Hearing this, the elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. Isn't that just a load of nonsense? This is also damn obvious. Who here can't see it? The pure Yang swordmaster looked at the second elder and said calmly, "Then, in the second elder's opinion, how should we respond? We must uncover the exact details of that demonic outcast with the ancestral bloodline regression and the divine bone as soon as possible, then rally our strongest warriors and eliminate them at all costs." The second elder lowered his gaze slightly and sneered. According to intelligence, Xian's cultivation is only at the spirit stage. He is clearly the weakest of the Zhang clan's four young lords. Yet now he has been appointed junior clan head. He is obviously being used as a scapegoat to shield those two monstrosities. I believe we can simply ignore him. Hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully. The speed with which the Zhang clan had appointed a junior clan head this time was truly too fast, and the whole affair reeked of something sinister. After all, in the past, when the Zhang clan appointed a young clan head, it would involve layer upon layer of trials and selection, pitting the four young masters against one another multiple times before finally determining the victor. This time, however, the entire process took less than 2 days. When combined with the appearance of those two prodigies in the Zhang clan, everything became crystal clear. So clear that they all began to have their doubts. Could a clan that had enjoyed immortality for tens of thousands of years really do something so foolish? Senior Elder, what do you think? The pure Yang sword master looked at the senior elder, whose face was streaked with gray. A gleam of wisdom shone in the senior elder's aged eyes. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "In general, this old man agrees with what the second elder said. We must find information on those two prodigies from the Zhang family as soon as possible and nip them in the bud. If necessary, we may even summon the demigod stage ancestor slumbering in the ancestral lands." Hearing this, everyone's spirits grew solemn, and their expressions turned grave. Mobilizing the demigod stage ancestor that would likely escalate the situation to an entirely new level. The slightest misstep could bring the entire pure Yang guild to its knees. The pure Yang sword master narrowed his sword-like eyes, equally shocked by the Grand Elder's words. Does the Grand Elder believe that those two prodigies from the Zhang family will threaten the very survival of our pure Yang guild? "It's not a matter of will, it's certain," the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. "Setting aside their divine bones, even just those prodigies with ancestral bloodline regression if allowed to grow, it's not impossible for them to attain the status of a saint, let alone a god. Don't forget the great era is about to dawn." At these words, a shudder ran through the hearts of everyone present, and they instantly understood the Grand Elder's concern. If they failed to nip the Zhang clan's revival in the bud, swept up by the tide of the great era, the pure Yang guild would inevitably be caught in the upheaval and might even be swept away by the torrent of the great era, shattered to pieces. After all, in the splendor of the great era, while some factions rise rapidly in power, standing still is tantamount to being left far behind. As for Xian, the Zhang clan's nominal young clan leader, we needn't pay him too much attention, but we can't ignore him entirely either. At the very least, we must respond appropriately to sow doubt within the Zhang clan and lull them into a false sense of security. Only then will we have a chance to track down those two prodigies. The Grand Elder's eyes were impassive as he chuckled lightly. "Let us follow the standard procedure. Offer a bounty for Xian consisting of 1 Dao level cultivation technique, 1 royal herb, and 100 rare medicinal herbs. Let the prodigies of our Pure Yang Guild go out and sharpen their swords on that Xian. The Pure Yang sword master nodded thoughtfully, glanced around at the assembled elders, and said softly, "Let us follow the Grand Elderess' advice. Offer a bounty for Xian, and let the prodigies of our sword palace enter the world to intercept him. I will personally travel to the sword tomb to seek the ancestor's guidance. If necessary, we will mobilize the full might of the sword palace to strike at the Jiang clan." The Pure Yang sword master narrowed his sword-like eyes, a cold, fierce killing intent surging within, and said icily, "A great era is approaching. We absolutely cannot tolerate the Jiang clan gaining any momentum." "Understood," the elders replied in unison. Additionally, the Pure Yang sword master pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "The 3 sword sons have been sealed away for multiple eras. It is time to awaken them. We must contend with the torrent of the great era." A stir arose in their hearts, and a hint of joy flickered across their previously somber expressions. Among the current generation of Pure Yang Guild disciples, talent was generally average while there were many prodigies. Not a single peerless prodigy capable of leading the charge into battle existed, let alone a demon prodigy. This was precisely why the Jiang clan's emergence of 2 demon prodigies had caused them such deep concern. However, if they could awaken those 3 sword sons, such concerns would naturally be resolved. The 3 sword sons were the most terrifying prodigies in the Pure Yang Guild's sword arts in nearly 1,000,000 years. One possessed a natural sword heart, another was the reincarnation of the Pure Yang sword master spanning 3 generations, and the third was even taught the way from afar by a sword immortal who severed time and space on the very day of his birth. All 3 once dominated an entire era, standing unrivaled in the Shantian realm. In pursuit of a broader future, to seize the opportunities of a great age, and above all, to push their Tao to its pinnacle, they chose without hesitation to go into hiding at the height of their power, sealing themselves within the Pure Yang energy deep inside the 100,000 mountains. If all 3 sword sons were to be awakened, even if those 2 prodigies from the Jiang family were to come of age, they would be no cause for concern. As soon as the Pure Yang Guild's bounty was announced, the number of sword cultivators emerging from the 10,000 mountains noticeably increased. Across the vast, boundless lands of East Shenzhou, spanning hundreds of millions of li battles between prodigies, once a rare sight even over the course of several months, gradually became more frequent. Some curious onlookers recorded a few of these events and were astonished to discover that the Jiang family's prodigies were present in every single one. As for the opposing prodigies, aside from the Pure Yang Guild, they included the Tai Dao sect, the Slayer Guild, the Moon-worshipping sect, the Tianyi Holy Land, and the Immortal Zhao clan, encompassing nearly 70% of Eastern Shenzhou's top Taoist lineages. It wasn't until several days later that cultivators across the land gradually pieced together the full picture. It turned out that all these top-tier Dao lineages had issued bounties specifically targeting Xian, the Jiang clan's newly appointed young clan leader. The bounty rewards were remarkably uniform. 1 Dao-level cultivation technique, 1 royal herb, and 100 high-grade medicinal herbs. Faced with this, the onlookers, both Dao lineages and powerful cultivators, could not help but harbor doubts. Such bounties were undeniably generous after all. The target, Xian, the young clan leader of the Jiang family, was merely at the spirit stage. However, for a top-tier Dao lineage to offer such a meager reward for the young clan leader of the Jiang Guild, wasn't that a bit too paltry? Not to mention, Xian was suspected of being a prodigy whose bloodline had regressed to the 95th level. Could it be that these top-tier Dao lineages believe the Jiang clan will exhaust all its resources to protect Xian, making an assassination attempt impossible? Have they already given up on the idea of posting this token, half-hearted bounty just for show? Southern Divine Continent, Desolate Guild. I humbly report to the Divine Maiden, according to news relayed by our disciples in the Eastern Divine Continent, that Xian has already seized the position of young clan leader of the Jiang clan. Furthermore, various Dao lineages across Eastern Shenzhou have already posted bounties on Xian in response to this. Steward Wang stood before Lola, reporting respectfully. He was in charge of most of the intelligence operations in Eastern Shenzhou and had been summoned by the goddess today to inquire about Xian. So he's already become the young clan leader. That was quick. Lola's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she murmured to herself. She had thought there would still be some time before Xian's rise, but she never expected his growth to be so rapid. It was changing by the day. It had only been a few days, at most half a month, and he had already leaped from junior venerable to junior clan head. After all, Xian's cultivation was still at the entering the divine realm, he hadn't even entered the soul stage yet. Lola held a letter in her hand, Xian's reply with the two characters, 1T go clearly visible. It seemed she would have to adjust her approach to winning Xian over once again. At this thought, a hint of worry involuntarily flashed across Lola's beautiful eyes. Now that he had become the young clan chief, his resources and power had reached the pinnacle among the younger generation. How could she win his favor in a way that clearly conveyed her sincerity? Steward Wang stood bowing to one side. Seeing the divine maiden looking so conflicted, he felt torn and filled with unease. No way. Could the divine maiden still be infatuated with Xian? Her earlier proposal for a political marriage had already sent shockwaves throughout the divine sect and beyond. Now that she'd been rejected, was she still unable to let it go? Could the divine maiden actually be Xian's sycophant? Deacon Wang felt a mix of emotions. As a lowly deacon, he naturally had no right to meddle in the divine maiden's affairs. But the thought of the divine maiden who was adored by everyone in the desolate guild being infatuated with some spirit stage kid. Admittedly, he had now become the young clan leader of the Jiang Guild, but according to the intelligence Wang possessed, Xian was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn thrust forward by the Jiang family to take the fall. How could such a minor figure possibly be worthy of the divine maiden? After much hesitation, Steward Wang steeled himself and bowed, saying, "With all due respect, I have some unconfirmed intelligence to report." "Speak," the divine maiden said indifferently. Nearly 70% of the top Dao lineages in East Shenzhou have placed a bounty on Xian 1 Dao level cultivation technique, 1 royal herb, and 100 rare medicinal herbs. Many prodigies have already entered the mortal realm, intent on hunting him down. 1 Dao level cultivation technique, 1 royal herb, and 100 rare medicinal herbs? Lola furrowed her beautiful brows slightly. Couldn't he help but let out a cold laugh, and uttered a remark that made Steward Wang's heart skip a beat. How stingy! She was absolutely certain that Xian was that prodigy whose bloodline had regressed to 95%. In fact, she suspected that the so-called other prodigy with divine bones was actually Xian as well. After all, in his previous life, Xian had been a supreme being whom the entire Shantian realm looked up to. It wouldn't be surprising for him to possess both ancestral bloodline regression and divine bone. For such a peerless prodigy, to offer only this measly bounty, what else could it be but stinginess? She just couldn't understand why the Jiang family would dare to display such a peerless prodigy so brazenly in the open. Could it be that they truly aren't afraid that hostile factions would flip the table and directly dispatch a void god ancestor to eliminate him? Does the Jiang clan truly possess absolute confidence? Or are they just too stupid? Lu Xinglan wondered to herself. Steward Wang muttered to himself, "It's over." Judging by the goddess's tone, she was undoubtedly Xian's sycophant. Without hesitation, he hurriedly continued, "Based on the reactions of the major Dao lineages, combined with the frequent strange phenomena recently reported from the Jiang clan, this subordinate suspects that Xian, the young clan leader, is merely a figurehead put forward by the Jiang clan to draw attention from all sides, thereby protecting the two newly emerged prodigies, the one with the ancestral bloodline, and the one with the divine bone. I implore the divine maiden to investigate this matter thoroughly. As for Xian," Steward Wang paused, clenched his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "He is most likely just a sacrificial pawn of the Jiang clan." The implication couldn't have been clearer. Lola spun around abruptly. Her beautiful eyes, which held the glow of stars, radiated a chill as she glared coldly at Steward Wang, her tone stern and icy. "Steward Wang, you should be well aware of your standing. Today, I shall overlook your thoughtless words. Should this happen again, go and atone for your sins yourself." This subordinate acknowledges his guilt. Steward Wang fell to his knees with a thud, drenched in cold sweat. In that split second, he had clearly sensed the divine maiden's intent to kill. His life or death hung on the divine maiden's whim. Lola nodded slightly, gazing at Elder Wang with an impassive expression. "Order the elder stationed in East Shenzhou to inform all major Dao lineages, in the name of the desolate guild, that they must revoke the bounties within 3 days. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation against our desolate guild, and they will bear the consequences." Xian's rise had been too rapid, and now that the invitation to the true goddess ruins had been rejected, she had to make a gesture to show her goodwill. Even if it meant angering the major sects of the Eastern Divine Continent, she was willing to pay the price. She clearly remembered that in the future, Xian would single-handedly crush the entire Shantian realm to the point where it could not even lift its head. Steward Wang suddenly looked up, staring at Lola in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. This is going too far, isn't it? Once this order is carried out, it is bound to enrage every Dao lineage in East Divine Continent. Admittedly, his desolate guild had grown increasingly powerful in recent years, showing signs of potentially dominating southern Shenzhou, but after all, it was merely a trend. They still had a long way to go before achieving success. Not to mention, they were the rulers of southern Shenzhou, not eastern Shenzhou. Eastern Shenzhou was widely recognized throughout the Shantian realm as a land of great wealth, where the major top-tier Taoist lineages all held a clear advantage over those in other Shenzhous. Especially, the Yin-Yang Guild, widely acknowledged as the #1 power in the Shantian realm, is based right here in the Eastern Divine Continent. Isn't the Divine Maiden's order simply too audacious? This? Steward Wang's scalp prickled. He was merely a lowly steward. He could not and dared not accept the Divine Maiden's command. Just then, ripples spread through the void, and an ancient, desolate aura surged as the Divine Lord of the Wasteland slowly stepped forward. His imposing figure was like a black hole, swallowing all the light in the world. We pay our respects to the Divine Lord. Lola and Steward Wang bowed deeply. Xinglan, do not act on impulse. The Divine Lord of the Wasteland looked at Lola, his tone complex, a hint of irritation in his heart. He had always been very pleased with Lola and held high hopes for her, sparing no effort in cultivating her as his heir. Lola had lived up to those expectations in recent years. She had excelled both in her own cultivation and in the management of the divine sect, even outperforming most elders in certain aspects. Consequently, he had entrusted her with the majority of the divine sect's affairs with confidence, while he himself went into seclusion to cultivate, attempting to break through to the next realm. But to his surprise, the once calm and composed Lola had, in recent days, seemed to become blind and confused whenever matters concerning Xian arose. To be honest, he was filled with concern. Lola, the divine maiden of the Desolate Guild, a peerless prodigy of exceptional talent and boundless potential, destined to attain divinity and even strive for immortality, couldn't he possibly have succumbed to romantic entanglements and become Xian's lapdog? Could she? Lola lowered her gaze slightly. She could naturally sense her master's reservations and concerns, but she couldn't explain the reason openly. If she were to state outright that Xian was destined to become the mightiest being to ascend to the heavens, her master would certainly not believe her. After all, reincarnation was simply too hard to fathom. Luo Xing. Lan pondered for a moment, then raised her beautiful eyes and said calmly, "Please trust Xinglan, master. Everything I do is for the future of my desolate guild. Going all out to win Xian's favor brings nothing but benefits to our divine sect." The desolate heaven divine lord was taken aback. After a brief silence, he asked in a deep voice, "I need a reason." Lola shook her head slowly. "Please forgive me, master, but Xinglan cannot reveal this just yet. First, even if she did, master wouldn't believe her. Second, she feared that speaking of it would trigger temporal disturbances and shifts in causality, which could very well alter the entire course of events from her past life. Then her precious memories, still sealed away, would lose their purpose, and her source of strength would be greatly diminished. In her past life, she had risen above the ranks of true gods and had begun to grasp the nature of causality. She knew all too well the terror of the butterfly effect. The desolate heavenly god lord gazed at Lola, his eyes growing increasingly profound. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly nodded and said calmly, "I shall allow you to be willful just this once. But there is one thing you must keep firmly in mind: the Desolate Guild is your foundation. I, along with the elders and even the ancestors, have high hopes for you and cherish you deeply. Do not let us down." A warm current surged through Lola's heart, and she nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, master. Xinglan will never forget this." It was precisely because of the divine sect's boundless care for her that, in her previous life, she had stood unwaveringly by the divine sect through thick and thin, until her very last drop of blood was shed. In this life, it was no different. Earlier, she had taken the initiative to form an alliance through marriage with Xian, and now, by standing up for Xian in the name of the divine sect, she was doing so for the sake of the divine sect's future, to cultivate a good relationship with Xian, in the hope that when the divine sect's great calamity strikes, Xian would be able to lend a helping hand. The divine lord of the desolate heavens nodded, then turned to Steward Wang and instructed, "Steward Wang, proceed as the divine maiden has said." "Yes, sir." Steward Wang replied respectfully. Soon, the desolate guild's warning spread throughout the entire Eastern Divine Continent. In an instant, it sent shockwaves through the land. Numerous lineages and countless powerful figures were all filled with confusion and astonishment. What on earth is the desolate guild up to? Come on. Your divine maiden proactively proposed a marriage alliance with the Jiang family's Xian, only to be harshly rejected and humiliated. It's one thing not to kick him while he's down, but now you're actually going out of your way to protect Xian? And you're even willing to anger 70% of Eastern Shenzhou's top Dao lineages? What's in it for you, the desolate guild? As a top-tier hegemonic power, are you really going to grovel like this to curry favor with the Jiang family? That's just pathetic. Soon, news of this spread throughout the entire Shantian realm. For a time, not only Eastern Divine Continent and Southern Divine Continent, but even the other major divine continents were left speechless by the desolate guild's move. However, the desolate guild's status was undeniable. It was a force that virtually dominated Southern Divine Continent. No one could ignore its voice, and if they truly angered it, the torrential fury that would follow would be something even the Yin-Yang Guild would have to think twice about. So, a few days later, with the exception of the Pure Yang Guild, the Slayer Guild, and the immortal Zhao clan, three lineages that had long harbored a blood feud with the Jiang clan, all other factions chose to back down and withdrew their bounties. Xian had never been their primary target to begin with. The so-called bounties were merely a ploy to mislead the Jiang clan, giving them a better chance to track down those two hidden prodigies. Now that the desolate guild was determined to protect Xian, they might as well go with the flow. It wasn't as if they had anything to lose. And so, the turmoil that Xian had stirred up in East Shenzhou gradually subsided in this dramatic fashion. Meanwhile, Eastern Shenzhou, on the frontier, Qingyang sect. By order of the young sect leader, I have brought 2 Dao-level inheritances for Miss Nangong. A powerful member of the Jiang family bowed as he handed Luna an inventory ring. Bei Qing, the sect master of Qingyang sect, stood to one side, his expression shifting between shock and awe. 2 Dao-level legacies. It must be understood that even among the top-tier Dao lineages, Dao-level legacies are extremely rare. Only prodigies are qualified to cultivate them. And within first-rate powers, Dao-level legacies are already considered the most essential forms of inheritance. Bei Qing knew his own clan's situation well. While his Qingyang sect had barely managed to rank among the first-rate powers, its foundations were extremely shallow, even inferior to many second-rate powers with 10,000-year-old legacies. For instance, his Qingyang sect possessed only 3 such precious Dao-level legacies in total. Young Master Xian Oh no. Now young clan leader Xian, his generosity was truly extraordinary, bestowing 2 Dao-level legacies at once. From this, one can naturally see Xian's pivotal status within the Jiang family. After all, the average person lacks the means to bestow 2 Dao-level legacies. Even if they did, the clan elders would never permit it. As for Luna herself, staring at the ring handed to her, she stood completely frozen in place. How could she not know what 2 Dao-level legacies signified? Her heart surged with emotion, and her beautiful eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Clutching the ring tightly, Luna said nothing. She simply turned and returned to her training hall to continue her cultivation. Recently, news that major Dao lineages had placed bounties on Xian's head, and that numerous prodigies had entered the mortal realm to hunt him down had spread throughout the entire Eastern Divine Continent. Although she had been cultivating within the Qingyang sect all along, she had still heard rumors of it. However, her cultivation was still too weak to offer even the slightest help. She now desperately longed to increase her strength, so she could help Xian, even if it meant stepping into the mortal world to slay a few of the prodigies seeking to hunt him down. After personally seeing off the Jiang family's powerful figures, Bei Qing looked toward Luna's training hall and pondered for a long time. Xian was a man of honor and loyalty who held Luna in high regard. This was not only a blessing for Luna but also a stroke of good fortune for his Qingyang sect. After all, under normal circumstances, his Qingyang sect would never have had the chance to establish a connection with the Jiang Guild. I must appoint Luna as the junior sect master as soon as possible. A gleam flashed in Bei Qing's eyes as his resolve solidified. This was the only way his Qingyang sect could forge a connection with Xian. Also, I need to go out and find some rare treasures to win over my disciple. Bei Qing muttered to himself, then summoned the blazing fire crow and flew out of the Qingyang sect. Meanwhile, Luna began training even more diligently. Having voluntarily stripped herself of her cultivation to start anew, and with the vast resources provided by Xian, her cultivation naturally soared like a rocket. Just a few days ago, she successfully reached the foundation stage. In other words, it took Luna less than half a month to progress from the body tempering stage to the foundation stage. Such speed is likely unmatched anywhere in the entire Shantian realm. At the same time, thanks to her mastery of the cultivation technique, Luna's postnatal fire Tao spirit body had also undergone a significant enhancement. Although it still falls within the category of acquired spiritual bodies, it is now on par with innate spiritual bodies. Moreover, her comprehension of the way of fire has made great strides, and her Tao intent has already reached the mid-stage. If the way of fire that Luna first grasped was merely a tiny flame, then now, it is a fiery beast. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's residence, Xian's training hall, Luna's essence of the way of fire has advanced to the mid-stage. You have received the corresponding feedback. Your essence of the way of fire has advanced to the mid-stage. The notification flashed before Xian's eyes. Layers of flames surged around Xian, coalescing into a sea of fire that raged and churned, scorching the surrounding area. Amidst the churning sea of fire, the shadowy forms of ferocious beasts even began to emerge, faintly grimacing and roaring. The essence of the great Tao gives rise to myriad living beings. This is the very key to breaking through to the soul stage. In other words, having mastered the essence of the Tao, Xian could actually enter the soul stage at any moment. However, he was in no hurry. What he sought was to shatter the three ultimate limits of his physical body, divine soul, and cultivation realm, thereby forging a supreme foundation. His physical body and divine soul had already transcended their limits during his previous cultivation session. Now, only his cultivation realm remained. He had originally intended to break through the limits of his cultivation realm in the ancestral lands, but unfortunately, a series of unexpected events disrupted his rhythm. During this retreat, Xian was in no hurry to break through, nor was he in a rush to shatter the limits of his cultivation realm. His most urgent priority now was to cultivate the heavenly derivation secret art and completely conceal his bloodline. He must lie low. Only by lying low first would he have any hope of seizing an opportunity to attain the status of a true god within 300 years. Therefore, even when the golden finger prompt appeared, Xian paid it no mind. He remained fully immersed in his contemplation of the heavenly derivation secret art. Mysterious Tao patterns rippled around him, and his aura shifted constantly, at times surging like crashing waves, at other times serene and intangible. As a holy level legacy, the power of the heavenly derivation secret art is beyond question. When cultivated to its peak, it can even derive the workings of heaven's mechanisms, conceal one's fate, and render one's true nature imperceptible to both gods and demons. But precisely because of this, cultivating it is naturally an incredibly arduous task. Moreover, Xian lacked the Tao energy associated with this legacy to aid him. He could only rely on his own insights, making the process naturally even slower. Meanwhile, during the time Xian spent in seclusion, the Jiang clan both inside and out was far from peaceful. On the Jiang clan's ancestral peak, within a magnificent hall, a group of elders had gathered. Their expressions varied, but their faces were all marked by confusion. The fact that 70% of the top Tao lineages in East Shenzhou had placed a bounty on Xian came as no surprise to them. In fact, they even felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that Xian had successfully served as a scapegoat. But unexpectedly, barely 2 days later, the desolate guild located far away in South Shenzhou issued a stern warning to all the major factions, vowing to protect Xian at all costs. This left them completely baffled. After all, Xian had previously flatly rejected Lola's proposal of a political marriage. Because of this, they had even feared they might have angered the desolate guild, prompting it to take action against the Jiang family. But they never imagined that Lola and the entire desolate guild would take such an unconventional approach. Not only did they show no sign of anger, but they even seemed to be adopting a more conciliatory stance. What on earth was going on? Had young clan leader Xian cast a spell on Lola? Grand Elder, given the current situation, is there still a need to keep pushing Xian to the forefront to draw everyone's attention? One elder asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, the other elders all turned their gaze toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked troubled. After a moment's hesitation, he said helplessly, "We'll proceed exactly as we have been. We must not let our guard down. Although the various factions have likely figured out our intentions, they can only speculate at best. As long as they haven't discovered the true identity of that monstrous prodigy with the ancestral bloodline, Xian will remain an effective decoy." Upon hearing this, every elder's lips twitched slightly. If even they didn't know who the monstrous outcast with the ancestral bloodline was, how could those outside factions possibly find out? I wonder what this monstrous outcast is thinking. Why does he insist on hiding himself all the time, even though he is a member of the Jiang family? The third elder muttered in exasperation. We're all members of the Jiang family, sharing the same bloodline. How could we possibly harm him? The elders all nodded in agreement, clearly troubled by the recent commotion surrounding this monster. The Grand Elder neither agreed nor showed any expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of puzzlement. He could actually understand the prodigy's feelings. After all, competition among the major branches of the Jiang clan was fierce, and since the prodigy had only recently undergone a return to ancestral bloodline, his cultivation hadn't yet reached a high level. Revealing himself too early would make it difficult to guarantee his safety. After all, according to the information he gathered, several branches had indeed been engaging in a lot of underhanded maneuvers lately. In fact, they were starting to cross the line. What he couldn't understand was this. With that prodigy's bloodline concentration at 95, why wasn't he actively vying for the position of junior clan leader? And why was the mountain ancestor covering for him, going so far as to push Shen forward as a scapegoat? After all, Shen was also a peerless prodigy with a bloodline concentration of 75, one of the Jiang clan's young lords, yet he'd been cast aside like a sacrificial pawn. Not to mention that Shen would be disheartened. His entire lineage, as well as many other prodigies, would likely be disheartened by this as well. To be honest, he couldn't understand it. But for the sake of the Jiang clan's grand strategy and its future, he had no choice but to follow the mountain ancestor's lead. The only thing he could do for Shen was to pour as many resources as possible into him, ensuring that this scapegoat junior clan leader would still possess the resources and status befitting his position. And just then, an anomaly appeared in the sky above the Jiang clan. Rumble. The vast sky suddenly shattered. Endless darkness surged forward like an ocean, obscuring the sun and swallowing the light. It was as if eternal night had descended. Inside and outside the Jiang clan, countless people stared up at the sky in shock. What was happening? At that moment, from a training ground somewhere within Shen's lineage, a dazzling divine radiance burst forth, piercing the eternal night and standing between heaven and earth like a pillar of the heavens. Heaven and earth are without compassion. They treat all things as straw dogs. Wave after wave of vast, sacred divine sounds suddenly rang out, reverberating for 10,000 li, causing the hearts and minds of countless Jiang clan disciples to tremble violently, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The senior elder and the others' expressions shifted slightly. They all flew out of the grand hall, standing in the vast sky as their divine souls probed the surroundings. There, they saw a child less than 3 feet tall, eyes tightly closed, with flowing white hair, standing upon the pillar of divine radiance, strolling upward. Within his body lay a segment of pure gold divine bone, emanating a sacred aura that made one's heart tremble. As the child walked, divine runes swirled around him, as if he were a newly born deity. Divine bone! Everyone's pupils contracted, and they cried out in astonishment. It was clearly already concealed. Why has this extraordinary phenomenon appeared again now? The Grand Elder stared at the child, his face clouded with worry. 10 days ago, the divine bone had come into being, giving rise to a world-shaking phenomenon that had stirred the entire eastern divine continent. Even the major lineages of the other divine continents within the Shantian realm had heard of it and were watching with keen interest. However, the divine bone, imbued with divine power, formed its own domain, blocking all attempts at detection. Even within the Jiang family, only a select few, including him, knew the divine bone's true identity. To ensure the divine bone's smooth growth, he had kept it a secret, secretly channeling resources to help it purify its essence and forge an unparalleled foundation. Yet he never expected that in just a few days, Xingu would once again unleash a world-shaking phenomenon. Moreover, this phenomenon appeared even more sensational than the last. That prodigy with the ancestral bloodline has taken cunning to the extreme. He doesn't even trust us yet. This prodigy, Xingu, keeps manifesting his divine power so frequently and so brazenly. The Grand Elder shook his head in resignation. Couldn't these two prodigies balance each other out a bit? They didn't have to be so extreme. At that moment, the child bearing the divine bone walked against the flow of the celestial pillar, each step blooming like a flower, giving rise to countless profound truths of the Tao that scattered throughout the entire Jiang clan. Countless members of the Jiang clan, deeply blessed by this grace, sat cross-legged and entered a state of profound enlightenment. Their auras surged, and each of them grew stronger. Among them were many prodigies on the verge of a breakthrough, as if awakened by a sudden epiphany. They shattered their constraints and leaped into the next realm in a single bound. Is this a divine being preaching the Tao, bestowing blessings upon all sentient beings? An elder recalled relevant records, his pupils contracting as he cried out in astonishment. The elders of the Jiang clan, as well as the many great powers concealed behind the void, were deeply shaken. The gaze they cast upon the child was tinged with awe and delight. A deity preaching the Dharma, bestowing blessings upon all beings. This child, who bore the divine bone, likely possessed a talent far surpassing their expectations. The Grand Elder's eyelid twitched as a deep sense of joy welled up within him. Up until now, he had certainly been convinced that this child, bearing the divine bone, was a prodigy destined to become the pillar of the Jiang clan in the future. Yet, subconsciously, he had still believed that his potential fell significantly short of that prodigy with a 95% ancestral bloodline. After all, a bloodline concentration of 95 was already on par with a second-generation ancestor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would inevitably rise to the heights of a second-generation ancestor and rule over the Shen realm. But he never expected that the divine bones this child possessed contained divine powers far beyond what he had imagined. The relative standing of these two prodigies may need to be reassessed, the Grand Elder thought to himself. And at that moment, the child, endowed with divine bones, had already reached the summit of the celestial pillar. Sitting cross-legged with eyes still tightly closed, he basked in the dazzling divine radiance. His movements, whether tense or relaxed, seemed to merge him with the heavens and earth with every breath. The great Tao of the universe flowed through him. Beneath the eternal night, the incredibly dense cosmic mana surged like a dark tide, gathering around the child and coalescing into a liquid sea of mana. The divine bones within the child's body quivered, radiating a sacred glow. It was as if a giant hand slowly reached out, grasped the sea of mana, and pulled it into his body. The entire process was brief and swift, brimming with a startling brutality and domineering force. The sea of mana collapsed and compressed, transformed by the divine bones, and merged into the Dantian. Boom! The child's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking the heavens. First level of body tempering. Second level of body tempering. Body tempering, 9th level. This jaw-dropping speed of breakthrough was unfolding in a remarkably serene manner within this child, who had been born just 10 days ago. Countless people watched, yet showed not the slightest trace of shock, not even the faintest emotional stir. It was as if this were only to be expected. Naturally, this should not be a normal reaction, yet under the radiance of that divine light, such a reaction seemed to be the only normal one. The power of the divine was, in a rudimentary sense, being demonstrated here. Even a single ray of light or a mere trace of divine presence was enough to silently alter everyone's perceptions and control their emotional states. Not even the Grand Elder, who had long since ascended to the Paragon stage, could escape its influence. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this display of divine power, the child, continued to advance in cultivation. All the mana within 1,000 zhang radius was devoured. Then, it began to devour areas 10 li, 100 li, and 1,000 li in radius. Wave after wave of mana seas was forcefully drawn into his body, merging with his Dantian and transforming into fuel for his cultivation growth. The child's aura grew visibly denser and more substantial. Behind him, a hazy divine silhouette gradually took shape. A heart-stopping divine majesty began to manifest. About half an incense stick's worth of time later. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar erupted out of nowhere between heaven and earth, like a majestic celestial sound reverberating through the inky black sky. Visibly, a hazy outline of a Tao foundation manifested at the child's Dantian, and a sacred aura slowly spread outward. Foundation stage. The child's profound aura instantly transcended, transforming into the foundation stage, its resonance enduring and profound. Reaching the foundation stage in 10 days, not to mention the Shen realm, but even across all the heavens and realms, is likely a one-of-a-kind feat. Even Luna, the chosen one of heaven who had retrained, would find it difficult to match. Of course, no matter which Tao lineage, the speed of reaching the foundation stage is not regarded as a standard for measuring the strength of one's innate talent. After all, if you pour in vast amounts of resources, even a pig could reach the foundation stage in a single day. The foundation stage is about quality and a solid foundation. The child had clearly progressed step by step toward perfection, entering the foundation stage realm as naturally as water flowing downstream. Moreover, through his sacred and profound aura, one could clearly sense that his foundation stage would surpass that of the vast majority of prodigies and exceptional talents in the world. Divine bones, how terrifying! Watching this scene, everyone couldn't help but utter such exclamations of awe. But this was far from over. The child, endowed with divine bones and resembling a newly born deity, continued to cultivate, as if the foundation stage were not the end of this journey. Meanwhile, another person was also breaking through. Xian. By now, Xian had successfully comprehended and mastered the heavenly derivation secret art. His entire being had become ordinary. Not only was his bloodline indistinguishable, but even his own aura seemed to have vanished entirely. He gave the impression of an ordinary person, the kind you'd never be able to spot if thrown into a crowd. At that moment, Xian pulled a spiritual herb from his inventory ring. Shaped like a lingji mushroom, it was streaked with a demonic, crimson blood. Its aura was defiant and domineering, radiating a faint dragoness might, and it was enveloped by layer upon layer of mysterious Tao patterns truly extraordinary. It was the reward for topping the points leaderboard, the Tao herb Dragon Blood Lingji. A single Dragon Blood Lingji should be enough to help me break through the pinnacle of my current cultivation realm, right? Xian murmured. Without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the essence of the Fire Tao, refined the Dragon Blood Ratio into a spiritual elixir, then swallowed it in one gulp, beginning the process of assimilation and breakthrough. If the ancient ancestor had witnessed this scene, he would likely have been horrified and intervened to stop him. After all, the terrifying potency of a royal herb is already beyond the refining capabilities of the earth stage, let alone a Tao herb. Tao herbs are formed by the power of heaven and earth and contain vast amounts of Tao energy. Even at the unity stage, one would dare only to refine them bit by bit in stages. Xian, still at the spirit stage, had swallowed the entire Tao herb whole. By all logic, he should have been instantly reduced to a pile of mincemeat by the Tao energy within it. But how could Xian be judged by ordinary logic? His indestructible thunder body activated on its own, with countless profound thunder patterns swirling around him, fortifying his physical form and withstanding the onslaught of the Tao herb's energy. The Jiang family bloodline, at a concentration of 95%, flowed vigorously. Beneath its brilliant crimson hue, profound Tao laws surged like a domineering, ferocious monster brutally devouring the Tao herb's spiritual essence, rapidly refining it and channeling it back to Xian, surging into his dantian. Within the dantian, Xian's Tao foundation, which had once been as smooth as jade, began to crack in countless places. The refined essence then surged madly into the cracks. Crack, crack, crack. A distinct sound of shattering echoed from the dantian. Xian's Tao foundation had shattered. This was the process of breaking through the limits of a cultivation realm. First, destroy the original Tao foundation, then forge a new, even more powerful one. Just imagine, how could a Tao foundation forged with the foundation of the body-tempering realm possibly compare to one forged with the foundation of the spirit stage? The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. However, this method is extremely dangerous. The slightest misstep could cause the Tao foundation to shatter, resulting in a backlash that not only wipes out one's cultivation but also damages one's innate talent, reducing one to a useless cripple. That was exactly what happened to Luna back then. However, Xian's foundation was simply too profound. What seemed like a perilous act of self-destruction was, for him, as simple as eating and drinking. After all, Xian had long since pushed both his physical body and divine soul beyond their limits. To him, the backlash from destroying his Tao foundation was like a mere tickle. As his Tao foundation shattered, chaotic energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, radiating in all directions. Yet Xian remained as steady as a mountain. Not even his fragile dantian showed the slightest tremor. Such is the terror of a physical body that has transcended the limits. At that moment, Xian channeled his transcendent divine soul to manipulate the chaotic energy, weaving and fusing it with the vast spiritual essence. He then swiftly wove and built upon it, constructing the outline of a new Tao foundation. Though it was merely an outline, it was more than 100 times larger than his previous Tao foundation. With the outline of the Tao foundation established, the next step was the process of filling and solidifying it. The Tao intent of fire, the sword intent, and the great Tao of thunder, all three great Taos were poured into it. The Tao foundation solidified instantly, its surface revealing the profound patterns of the three great Taos. The Jiang family bloodline, at a concentration of 95, was also poured in. The Tao foundation solidified completely, exuding an ancient aura and faintly revealing a sacred presence. The introductory Tianyan secret arts, the Tai Chi palace diagram, and the 5 elements reversal of the world sacred formation which I had only begun to grasp. Along with the combat insights of true destiny master, I poured them all in. The Tao foundation underwent another transformation. The numerous patterns on its surface, as if they were living beings come to life, formed a vivid and lifelike scene. A terrifying, mystical, and supreme aura surged and churned, overwhelming all directions. Were it not for the concealment provided by the heavenly derivation secret art, this aura alone would likely have awakened all the ancient ancestors slumbering in the ancestral lands. In fact, having reached this level, Xian had long since shattered the limits of his cultivation realm and forged a supreme Tao foundation. But Xian was not satisfied. He still possessed a wisp of the truth from the ancestoress legacy. Xian hesitated for a moment. Although he had mastered only a wisp of the ancestoress legacy and was still far from comprehending it fully given the sheer terror of the ancestoress legacy, surely it could strengthen his Tao foundation as well? Without further thought, he tossed it in as well. An unexpected scene unfolded. Crack, crack, crack. His supreme Tao foundation could not withstand even this sliver of truth. It shattered into countless cracks. Just like when he had self-destructed his Tao foundation moments before. Xian was stunned. Holy crap. He knew the ancestoress legacy was terrifying, truly supreme, but he never imagined that even a single wisp of truth could be this terrifying. Could his newly forged supreme Tao foundation really not withstand it? Xian hurriedly mobilized his divine soul to control the supreme Tao foundation, struggling to hold it off. But it had little effect. The supreme Tao foundation continued to shatter, terrifying energy spilling out everywhere. His dantian was powerless to resist, trembling violently as if on the verge of collapse. Even Xian's physical body began to waver under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. Xian's current situation was precarious. Damn it! Xian's face darkened, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Why did everything always take such a strange turn whenever it came to him? Just as Xian was at a loss, that wisp of truth from the ancestor's legacy underwent a transformation. Coiled at the center of his dantian, resembling a black hole and exuding an aura of space-time, it forcefully drew back all the spilling energy and the shattering supreme Tao foundation, absorbing them entirely. Then, it fell into dead silence, without the slightest fluctuation. For a moment, the dantian was completely empty, with only the black hole dominating the center, rippling out layer upon layer of obscure, peculiar waves that seeped through the dantian, permeated Xian's physical body, and rapidly radiated outward in all directions. Hungry, so hungry. This was the message the black hole conveyed to Xian. Xian was a bit dazed, but he still instinctively pulled out all the rare treasures from his inventory ring, a full 100 royal herbs, not to mention the potent and spiritual medicines, which were counted by the pile. He refined them all into spiritual elixirs, swallowed them whole, and sent them surging into the black hole. Hungry, still so hungry. How had things come to this? Xian felt a sense of helplessness. With his resources exhausted, he had no choice but to follow these peculiar ripples and absorb the manna of heaven and earth.
10 li, 100 li, 10,000 li.
The ripples quickly spread throughout the entire Jiang family estate, even encompassing the domain of the divine bone child. The pools of mana the divine bone had seized vanished instantly, all entering Xian's dantian. The child's closed eyes furrowed slightly in puzzlement, but he did not open them. Instead, he channeled his divine bone to seize the mana of the heavens and earth even more forcefully. But it was gone. He was still very weak, barely able to activate the divine bone to draw in the mana from the heavens and earth within a radius of 10,000 li. Yet the divine bone was now signaling that the mana within that radius had been devoured completely, and it would take some time for it to regenerate. The great era has not yet arrived, and the heavens and earth are barren. I suppose that's understandable, the child muttered. Very well. Then I'll draw upon the energy left in my divine bone from my past life to break through to the divine realm. That's right, he possessed the divine bone, and because of it, his past life memories had awakened. This was precisely why he had been able to complete the foundation stage in 10 days. Of course, with the boost of his past life memories, his goal was naturally not as simple as reaching the foundation stage in 10 days. He intended to Attain the divine realm in 10 days. In his past life memories, there were detailed descriptions of a true goddess secret realm, which contained the divine artifacts essential for cultivating the great divine power of this life. That true god was one he had slain in his past life, and his secret realm had also been formed under the guidance of that past life. Everything was done so that he could successfully cultivate this great supernatural power in this lifetime. On the day of his birth, when his memories awoke, due to celestial and terrestrial anomalies, he was able to briefly manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, thereby sensing the aura of that true mystic realm. In his perception, that true mystic realm had already emerged into the world and would open in a matter of days. Even though he was still in his infancy, possessing memories of his past life and endowed with divine bones, obtaining the necessary divine artifacts would not be difficult. The prerequisite was breaking through to the spirit stage. Only upon reaching the spirit stage could he begin to master his divine bones and utilize some of the methods from his past life. Immediately, the child activated his divine bones, and 10 strands of pure golden energy surged forth from within them. Though the quantity was small, its quality was exceptionally high. After all, this was the energy of a divine being. Using divine energy to break through the spirit stage even in my past life, I never indulged in such luxury. The child shook his head, muttering self-deprecatingly. Then, without further hesitation, he was about to draw upon a strand of divine energy, refine it, and infuse it into his Tao foundation. But just then, that wisp of divine energy vanished abruptly and mysteriously. The child froze, his closed eyes fluttered, and he almost couldn't resist opening them. Having inherited the memories of his past life, he had decided to cultivate the 10,000 Laws Celestial Eye, a great divine ability. Once mastered, this ability would be on par with a quasi-emperor level technique and might even become the foundation for his attainment of the Tao in this life. Of course, cultivating such a powerful divine ability was naturally fraught with difficulties and came with numerous restrictions. Not to mention the required divine artifacts, there were no fewer than 9 of them. The restrictions alone were enough to ensure that only those with great resolve could persevere. Do not open your eyes. Before the 10,000 Laws Celestial Eye was fully mastered, all the Tao energy it contained was concentrated within his eyes. Before it is perfected, opening one's eyes even once will cause all the energy to leak out, and the cultivation will be ruined. The divine energy from his past life vanished into thin air right before his eyes, nearly causing him to breach his defenses and open his eyes. The child told himself that if it weren't for his strong constitution, he would have already started cursing profusely. Who the hell did this? That's just despicable. Divine energy was certainly important and precious, but it was nowhere near as important as the great divine power he was cultivating, not even 1/10,000th as important. The child didn't bother investigating who had stolen his divine energy. Instead, he simply summoned another wisp and prepared to refine it. He knew how to prioritize. He would settle the score with whoever had stolen his divine energy in due time. But another unexpected incident occurred. The second wisp of divine energy also vanished into thin air. It happened completely out of the blue, without the slightest warning, exactly the same as what had just happened. The child was furious. Once is bad enough, but twice is too much. He activated his divine bones, bolstered his soul's perception, and began a search. Divine energy contained the essence of his past life. He could easily pinpoint its location. Not even a paragon stage cultivator could conceal it. But the situation seemed to have slipped beyond his control once again. His soul sense swept over the entire Jiang family estate, searching back and forth 3 times, yet found not a single trace, as if it had been completely devoured and digested. But that was absolutely impossible. That was the divine energy from his past life. Apart from him, not even a true god could instantly refine it. Who on earth? The child's eyelids twitched violently, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. After a fruitless search, the child had no choice but to give up for the time being. He summoned another wisp of divine energy. The result was the same. He summoned yet another wisp. It vanished just as abruptly. After a full 9 wisps, the child stared at the last wisp of divine energy within his divine bones, feeling numb. Wait. Has some senior figure set their sights on me? Is this how they're tormenting me? The child was furious yet helpless. He had to break through to the spirit stage now to gain the confidence to enter that mysterious realm and obtain the divine artifact essential for cultivating great supernatural powers. Giving up was out of the question. Sigh. The child let out a soft sigh, gritted his teeth, and summoned the final wisp of divine energy. Although his eyes remained tightly shut, his gaze was still fixed intently. Hooray! This time, it didn't vanish. The boy immediately let out a sigh of relief, and the resentment he felt toward whoever had stolen his divine energy dissolved considerably. As long as he broke through the spirit stage, the wasted divine energy was just that, wasted and not worth mentioning. Without a moment's hesitation, the child quickly began to refine the divine energy, channeling it into his dantian. A sacred radiance instantly burst forth from his body. His cultivation surged upward at breakneck speed, as if boiling. Second level of the foundation stage. Third level of the foundation stage. Ninth level of the foundation stage. He was just a step away from the spirit stage. Everyone from the Jiang family witnessed this scene. There were no gasps of astonishment, nor did anyone's jaw drop. They simply watched in silence. Was he about to reach the spirit stage in 10 days? Even if one were to comb through every ancient text in the Shantian realm, one would likely never find a case as terrifying as this. However, when they considered that he possessed a fragment of divine bone within his body, as if a deity had been reincarnated, it all began to make sense. A newly born deity attaining divinity in 10 days, is there anything wrong with that? Meanwhile, at Xian's training hall, we're all members of the Jiang family, sharing the same bloodline. We should at least leave him a little something, Xian mused, rubbing his chin. That's right, the mysterious disappearance of the child's divine energy was entirely due to Xian. To be precise, it was the black hole in his dantian that was responsible. Those hidden, peculiar ripples imbued with the power of space-time had recklessly plundered 9 strands of divine energy from the children's hands. There was no helping it. It was simply too hungry. Divine energy, and energy of the highest order, was something it naturally craved intensely. 9 strands of divine energy surged into the black hole. The deathly silent black hole finally stirred. At the center of his dantian, it rotated slowly, its layered ripples intertwining as if embodying some supreme order and truth. As the black hole began to spin, Xian's cultivation finally returned to his body. Soul stage. Second level of spirit transformation. Third level of spirit transformation. Sixth level of spirit transformation. Unremarkable, without the slightest fluctuation, his cultivation seemed to reach the 6th level of spirit transformation as naturally as water flowing downhill. It all felt too simple and effortless, as if he were merely going through the motions. Xian was a bit dazed. His divine soul sensed the black hole in his dantian, and his mind was filled with astonishment and doubt. Had he now forged a supreme foundation? I guess so, Xian muttered. This thing effortlessly crushed the supreme Dao foundation. It's incredibly powerful. After reluctantly accepting the fact that his Dao foundation had become a black hole, Xian recalled the entire process that had just unfolded and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Ancestor's legacy is truly amazing. I guess this counts as turning misfortune into fortune, huh?" Xian chuckled, but Xian seemed to have forgotten that his story had never been smooth sailing. The cursed totem between his eyebrows erupted with pitch-black divine light, shooting straight through him and into the heavens. Rumble. In the sky, still shrouded in eternal night, dark clouds suddenly gathered, amassing boundless thunder. A terrifying aura of destruction raged across the heavens and earth, startling the entire Jiang clan. Everyone looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. Is this a thunder tribulation? I don't think anyone in our clan has been about to break through to the Tianyuan realm recently, the Grand Elder mused, reviewing the clan's records, a look of confusion crossing his face. By an extraordinary coincidence, it was precisely at this moment that the child also completed his breakthrough. Sacred golden radiance shot through the heavens and earth, piercing the eternal night, illuminating the entire Jiang clan, and drawing everyone's gaze. There, the child's form suddenly grew to 5 qi, his entire body shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Countless runes and divine talismans swirled around him. He looked just like a supreme youthful deity, and his cultivation level had, to everyone's astonishment, reached the spirit stage. The child calmly stood up, slightly lifting his tightly closed eyes to gaze at the surging thunder tribulation. He furrowed his brow slightly. He had merely broken through to the spirit stage. Why had this triggered a thunder tribulation? Witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively realized the truth. It turned out, he was the one who had triggered the thunder tribulation. It must be noted that even the peerless prodigies of history only triggered a thunder tribulation when breaking through to the Tianyuan realm. Yet this young man, having merely broken through to the spirit stage, had already aroused the fear of heaven and earth, causing a thunder tribulation to descend. The terror of his divine bone was beyond imagination. The Grand Elder's heart trembled violently, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably, his mind filled with shock and joy. With such a prodigy possessing divine bones in the Jiang clan, why should they worry about not restoring their former glory and regaining control of the Shantian realm? The significance of divine bones must be further elevated. Perhaps it could even surpass that prodigy who underwent ancestral bloodline regression. The Grand Elder secretly resolved in his heart. Just then, Xian also stepped out. He channeled the heavenly derivation secret art to its fullest to conceal himself, ensuring no one noticed his presence, let alone detected anything unusual about him. A thunder tribulation? Xian gazed at the tribulation clouds obscuring the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. This damned bloodline curse was truly vicious. While others only trigger a thunder tribulation at the Tianyuan realm, he damned this curse had actually drawn one just by breaking through to the soul stage. Thank goodness I have the heavenly derivation secret art to conceal me, otherwise this tribulation would have exposed everything. Xian thought with relief. He didn't care about the thunder tribulation itself. With his current foundation, surviving a Hualing-level tribulation was as easy as pie. What worried him was that he might be exposed as a result. Breaking through to true God within 300 years was already a hellishly difficult feat. If others discovered his talent and countless powerful enemies sent forces to ambush him, he'd be truly finished. Without further hesitation, Xian soared directly into the tribulation clouds. The black hole began to operate on its own. Although it wasn't quite as hungry as before, it still wouldn't pass up a meal when it encountered one. Special ripples spread out. The thunder energy within the tribulation clouds vanished instantly. In fact, even the source of the tribulation essence suspended in the void, was uprooted and carried away entirely. Came quickly, and it left just as quickly. Xian was like an assassin, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the child was certainly surprised to have triggered the thunder tribulation, but he didn't dwell on it with his strength. Surviving a thunder tribulation was a piece of cake. Immediately, the child charged toward the thunder tribulation. But the very next moment, the thunder tribulation vanished. The child's movements faltered. He froze mid-air, looking utterly bewildered. What was going on? But in the eyes of the Jiang family members, this scene was the young divine being, radiating immense divine might, causing the thunder tribulation to cower in fear and retreat of its own accord. Everyone's hearts surged with excitement, and they were overcome with wild enthusiasm. Divine bone, that's incredible. The towering pillar of divine light slowly dissipated, and the child strolled down from mid-air. The eternal night shrouding the Jiang family's skies also came to an end. Light returned. The child became the center of attention for everyone in the Jiang family. Born with a divine bone, suspected to be the reincarnation of a divine being, he had reached the spirit stage within 10 days, and with such overwhelming divine might, he had even driven back the thunder tribulation. With such prodigious talent, his future was beyond imagination, dominating the younger generation of Shantian, remaining invincible for an entire era, seizing the opportunity of this great age, and attaining supreme fame. All were merely a matter of time. With him here, how could the Jiang clan possibly fail to restore its former glory and return to the pinnacle of Shantian? The Grand Elder and the other elders hurried to the child's side, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Their hearts were in turmoil, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. The child smiled calmly and bowed slightly. Zhang Hong, I greet you, elders. Having inherited the memories of his past life, his mind was naturally unlike that of an ordinary newborn. In fact, much of this was part of his plan. For instance, his earlier public display of divine power, a series of breakthroughs that propelled him straight into the spirit stage, was entirely intentional. The Fangjin mystic realm was about to open, yet he had been born only 10 days ago. Unless he demonstrated a truly extraordinary and prodigious talent, the clan would never approve of him leaving the Jiang clan, let alone dispatch a guardian to accompany him. He was confident that once inside the true mystery realm, he could control the entire situation. However, outside the true mystery realm, he was, after all, still merely at the spirit stage. Even with the abilities from his past life, he faced numerous limitations. Not to mention Paragon stage powerhouses. Even if a random Tianyuan or Unity stage expert were to appear, he would have no choice but to meet a bitter end. Therefore, a guardian was absolutely essential. Furthermore, only by displaying his prodigious talent could he persuade the clan to prioritize resources for him, giving him the chance to obtain the other essential divine artifacts required to cultivate the 10,000 laws celestial great divine ability. Divine artifacts are hard to come by, especially in the now barren Shention realm, where they are all the more precious. If he were to gather those artifacts on his own, who knows how long it would take? It might take an eternity. Of course, this isn't without its drawbacks. First, forcibly drawing upon the residual foundations from his past life to break through to the divine realm would inevitably leave his foundations unstable, requiring him to spend a great deal of time reforging them. Second, he would inevitably be exposed to the scrutiny of the major Dao lineages. In fact, given the monstrously exceptional talent he has displayed, he has likely already been placed on the must-kill lists of many lineages. He could foresee that assassination attempts targeting him would certainly be numerous in the days ahead. However, great wealth is sought through great risks. As long as he succeeds in cultivating the 10,000 laws celestial divine ability, it will all be worth it. Perhaps the only thing he hadn't anticipated was that 9 of the 10 strands of divine energy within his divine bones had been stolen. This had even triggered a thunder tribulation, which had been forced upon him. As the person directly involved, he knew better than anyone whether the thunder tribulation had been scared off by him. From his perspective, someone had clearly darted into the tribulation clouds at breakneck speed, devoured all the thunder energy within them, and then fled without a trace. That method of devouring the thunder energy was identical to the technique used to steal his divine energy. A demonic prodigy with ancestral bloodline regression?
Zhang Hong spéculatait inwardly.
He didn't really mind this. On the contrary, he was actually quite willing to take the blame, letting the entire Jiang clan believe that he was the one who had driven away the calamity cloud. This would be highly advantageous to his plans. As for the other party stealing his divine energy, he wouldn't make an issue of it for the time being. As long as they didn't obstruct his path in the future, he might as well consider these 9 strands of divine energy a gift to them. What harm could it do? As fellow disciples of the Jiang clan, both possessed prodigious talent and extraordinary potential. It was far better to be on good terms with him than to make an enemy of him. When the great era arrived and they faced the great calamity, they could lend each other a helping hand. The Grand Elder looked at Zhang Hong, his face flushed with excitement, grinning from ear to ear. To witness with his own eyes the emergence of such a prodigy from the Jiang clan and during his tenure as head of the clan. No less, how could he not be thrilled and moved? Without beating around the bush, the Grand Elder said bluntly, "The young clan leader has just been appointed, and given his unique circumstances, it is not appropriate to remove him now. In other words, aside from the position of young clan leader, you may ask for anything else, I will certainly grant it." It was highly likely that Zhang Hong was the reincarnation of a deity who had awakened memories of his past life. However, this was not a problem. In fact, throughout the history of the Jiang clan, it was not uncommon for newly initiated disciples to awaken memories of their past lives. As long as he did not commit acts of treason or moral depravity, he remained a member of the Jiang clan, sharing the same bloodline. The fact that Zhang Hong had given his name from this life rather than his past one already demonstrated his attitude. He accepted his identity as a member of the Jiang clan. Since he was one of their own prodigies, they naturally should spare no effort in cultivating him. The elders were initially taken aback, stunned by the Grand Elder's attitude. Such unreserved support, anyone unaware might think Zhang Hong was his own grandson, but soon, everyone came to their senses. Given the extraordinary talent Zhang Hong had displayed, he deserved whatever conditions were offered. It was a rare occurrence for the Jiang family to produce such a prodigy if they didn't pour every ounce of effort into cultivating him. Wouldn't they be fools courting their own destruction? Zhang Hong nodded calmly. "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your generosity. I do, in fact, urgently need a few things right now." Immediately, Zhang Hong used telepathy to inform the Grand Elder in detail of his needs. The Grand Elder carefully considered Zhang Hong's requests, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment's thought, he nodded and affirmed, "Your treatment and privileges may be on par with those of the young clan leader. As for the divine artifacts you need, there is one in the Jiang clan's secret treasury, but it is far too precious and rare. You'll need to make sufficient contributions to redeem it. Rest assured, I will keep a constant eye out for other divine artifacts as well. As soon as I hear of any, I will send someone to retrieve them. Additionally, I will head to the Ancestral Hall shortly to report to the Grand Elder and request a guardian to protect you as you enter the secular world. Thank you, Grand Elder, Zhang Hong said, bowing respectfully. The Grand Elder was very reasonable, or perhaps he had worked so diligently for the Zhang clan that matters proceeded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. And so, after reaching an agreement, Zhang Hong took his leave first, returning to the Taoist retreat to consolidate his cultivation realm. He was preparing to enter the true mystery realm. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder dismissed the others and set off alone for the ancestral shrine to request a Tao guardian for Zhang Hong. Peace returned to the Zhang clan once more. But the ripples caused by Zhang Hong's public display of divine power had only just begun. Like a storm, they radiated outward from the Zhang family as the center, gradually evolving into a raging tempest that swept across the entire eastern divine continent and even the Shen-Tian realm. Divine bones formed of their own accord. He was suspected to be the reincarnation of a deity. He attained the divine realm in 10 days. His divine might was vast and awe-inspiring, driving back the clouds of calamity. Could the Zhang clan have actually produced such an extraordinary prodigy? If he were allowed to grow unchecked, what would become of the world? They would likely all end up groveling at his feet. In the blink of an eye, forces from all quarters stirred, and Eastern Shenzhou was once again thrown into turmoil. Almost every Tao lineage sent out its strongest warriors, their might as fierce as a raging storm, shaking the heavens and the earth. Taoist lineages such as the Pure Yang Guild, which regarded the Zhang family as a mortal enemy, went so far as to awaken their demigod stage ancestors slumbering in their ancestral lands. They sought to nip the Zhang family's prodigy, born of divine bones, in the bud. Even the Yin Yang Guild, the foremost power in Shen-Tian, was making frequent moves, as if targeting the Zhang family and plotting something. One day later, an ancient array of slaughter rose over the divine peak of the Shen lineage. To be precise, the array of slaughter centered on Zhang Hong's training ground, enveloping the entire divine peak. The array stretched for 1,000 li, its malevolent energy filling the wilderness, as various techniques of slaughter rained down like countless stars. The vast void trembled violently, oozing with blood. One after another, the powerful figures who had come to assassinate Zhang Hong lost their lives, their corpses plummeting to the ground. You fools who don't know when to die. A clan elder of the Shen lineage snorted coldly. This was already the 7th wave of assassination attempts. In the span of a single day, various factions had orchestrated no fewer than 7 assassination attempts. Although these were merely frontline suicide squads, their strength had already reached the unity stage. This was merely a test. The upcoming assassination attempts would undoubtedly be even more ferocious, and the opponent's strength would certainly grow ever stronger. According to intelligence that had just come in, the demigod stage ancestor of the Pure Yang Guild had already left the ancestral lands, and his intentions were clear to all. The next few days would be the real battle. The clan elder stood in midair, gazing back at Zhang Hong's training ground. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, settling on Zhang Hong. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, dispelling the grand formation before returning to the ancestral hall. The many powerful figures who had been wreaking havoc dispelled the minor threats and then vanished from sight. As for the powerful figures of the Shen lineage, they exchanged glances and, in unison, made their way to the ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall, the clan elder looked at the 5 ethereal figures, all direct descendants of their lineage. The secret plot concerning the divine bone had been the result of their collective deliberation. Zhang Hong is the reincarnation of a divine being. Though he considers himself a member of the Zhang clan, we must remain vigilant. His loyalties may not truly lie with our clan. Moreover, this reincarnated divine being has already become a threat to Shen. The clan elder's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Our branch has already produced a young clan leader like Shen. We must spare no effort in supporting his growth and helping him take the reins of the Zhang clan. Rather than keeping this reincarnated deity an unstable element among us, we would do better to strip him of his divine bones and transplant them into Shen's body." Shen has already secured the position of junior clan leader through his own natural talent with the added power of the divine bones. He is sure to undergo a complete transformation. By then, even if a monstrous prodigy with ancestral bloodline resurgence were to emerge, Shen would be able to suppress it with ease. In the future, Shen will naturally be able to go even further, The five great powers nodded in agreement. After all, a reincarnated deity was an outsider, and no matter how high their talent, they were far inferior to one of their own. The grand formation has already been set up, and all the powerful figures from our branch will be rushing back in the coming days. At that time, we will strip him of his divine bones. A cold gleam flashed in the clan elder's eyes. Xian was clearly unaware of the clan elder's plans. In fact, at that very moment, he was already holding Nina's hand as they slipped out of the Jiang family estate. As a reincarnated deity, Jiang Hong had drawn the enmity of countless factions and had naturally become a priority for the Jiang clan's protection. Right now, the entire Jiang clan, from top to bottom, revolved around Jiang Hong. As the newly appointed young clan leader, his presence had already faded considerably. He even felt as though he had become a marginal figure. However, this suited him just fine. He was now heading to the true mystery realm in search of opportunity. He had no choice. The bloodline curse was still in effect. He had less than 300 years of life left, and on top of that, this damned curse would actually summon a thunder tribulation whenever he broke through to a major realm. Originally, breaking through to true God within 300 years was already an impossible feat. Now, it was even more damn difficult. All of this forced him to play it safe and develop his power on the sly, all while going out to fight on his own. The true God realm was his best option right now. After all, the Golden Finger had rewarded him with a key. He couldn't very well let it go to waste. Could he? So with Nina by his left hand and his guardian in tow, he slipped out of the Jiang family estate and set off for the true God realm. The true mystic realm was in the hands of the Desolate Guild, which meant it was located in South Divine Continent. The major divine continents of the Shen Tian realm were all separated by spatial turbulence. At Shen's current cultivation level, the only way to cross realms was through the teleportation arrays connecting the divine continents. As an immortal clan, the Jiang family naturally possessed its own cross-realm teleportation array. However, Shen didn't want to reveal his whereabouts, much less his purpose for traveling to South Divine Continent. Therefore, he chose to go to the Royal City first, then use the inter-realm teleportation array there to travel to the Southern Divine Continent. "Father, where are we going?" Nina asked curiously, clasping Shen's hand. The guardian, hidden in the void, also pricked up his ears to listen. He, too, was curious as to why the young clan leader wasn't staying put at the Jiang family estate, but had secretly slipped out. What could he possibly be up to? The nearby Eastern Divine Continent was far from peaceful lately. The bounties and hunts launched by various Dao lineages against the Jiang family's prodigy were still ongoing. Admittedly, due to the deterrent posed by the Desolate Guild, most top-tier Dao lineages had withdrawn their bounties on Shen, but that was all they had done. The conflict had already begun, and it wouldn't end so easily. Especially the Pure Yang Guild, the Slayer Guild, and the Immortal Zhao clan. These three top-tier Dao lineages are sparing no effort in their suppression of the Jiang family, and they're no longer even trying to hide it. Shen sneaking out into the world right now is incredibly dangerous. But Shen didn't explain this to him. He just chuckled. "Let us take you out for a walk." Meanwhile, at Ken's dojo, reporting to the young master, the junior clan leader has disappeared. The disciple tasked with monitoring Shen reported. Ken's eyes widened slightly. The energies of yin and yang intertwined within them, and his aura grew even more profound. It seemed as though the setback from the ancestral land trial had had no effect on him at all. "Were you able to track where he went?" Ken asked indifferently. "I failed in my duty. The young clan chief was right under my surveillance when he suddenly vanished," the disciple said with a trembling voice. "I see. You may go." "Yes, sir." The disciple bowed and left. Ken lowered his gaze slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. The Jiang family's territory wasn't that large. It was impossible for Shen to vanish without a trace for no reason. Clearly, Shen had already left the Jiang clan. At this critical stage, he actually dares to venture into the outside world alone? He truly doesn't know when to quit. Ken sneered, then relayed the news that Shen had left the Jiang clan to the Yin-Yang Guild. Upon receiving the news, the Yin-Yang sovereign quickly devised a countermeasure. An ambush targeting Shen slowly unfolded. The Royal City, situated in the heart of East Shenzhou, is a magnificent ancient city passed down from ancient times, jointly controlled by the three ancient clans: the Jiang Guild, the Eternal Wang clan, and the Immortal Zhao clan. The Wang clan of eternal life had long since announced their seclusion from the world 10,000 years ago. Only a small number of their members who remained active in the world were stationed in the Royal City. Meanwhile, the Jiang Guild and the immortal Zhao clan each maintained a branch within the royal city. Due to the long-standing feud between the two clans, the two branches frequently clashed, vying for control of the royal city. It can be said that although the royal city is extremely prosperous, home to nearly 10 million cultivators, beneath this facade of prosperity and peace, undercurrents swirl and danger lurks at every turn. 3 days later, Xian finally arrived at the royal city. Looking up at the majestic royal city spanning 30,000 zhang in all directions and soaring into the clouds, its gray-brown walls were etched with the desolate aura of the ages. Legend has it that the royal city was once the cradle of the human race. Countless human sages fought against powerful enemies from beyond the realms here, holding them off for a full 30,000 years before finally driving them all out of Shantian. Xian stared at the royal city and muttered to himself, "I wonder if this legend is true or false." After this musing, Xian took Nina by the arm and followed the crowded stream of people into the royal city. Within the royal city lay a vast protective array cast by ancient sages, forming a self-contained no-flight zone. Unless one had reached the Tianyuan realm, it was impossible to harness the power of heaven and earth and thus impossible to fly, leaving only the option of walking. This was intended to facilitate the management of the royal city, but it also served to restrain its inhabitants and prevent unrest. Arriving at the cultivation inn established by the Jiang family, Xian rented a cave dwelling and planned to stay the night. The cross-domain teleportation array in the royal city opened only once every 10 days. If one arrives too early or too late, they have no choice but to stay and wait. His luck was fairly good. The teleportation array would open again tomorrow. By this point, Xian had already used the secret art of heavenly transformation to alter his appearance and aura, disguising himself as an unremarkable independent cultivator. Not only did the cultivators passing by him fail to recognize him, but even the Jiang family members managing the cultivation inn did not identify him. After retrieving the cave residence token from the innkeeper, Xian prepared to enter the cave residence. But just then, a commotion outside caught his attention. It was clearly a group of people from several different factions who were surrounding and attacking disciples from a single faction. The sounds of battle were loud, spreading all the way from the outer city to the inn. In fact, they had even stormed into the inn. However, the innkeeper had driven them all out. It was clear the innkeeper was concerned for the disciples under attack, but perhaps due to certain rules, he could not intervene directly. Indeed, those under attack were none other than disciples of the Jiang family. The disciples from the other factions, meanwhile, belonged to various major Taoist lineages, led by the immortal Zhao family. The cultivators resting at the inn seemed to have grown accustomed to this. Not only did they not avoid the commotion, but they even began chatting about it with great interest. The immortal Zhao clan sure is generous, offering a bounty on the Jiang clan's prodigies. "The reward is so high, it's making my mouth water," said a middle-aged independent cultivator with a cheerful grin. "You're telling me," someone chimed in, "capture or kill any Jiang clan disciple, and you'll be rewarded with 3,000 mana crystals. Slay a prodigy, and you'll receive 100,000 mana crystals, a heaven-tier cultivation technique, and the opportunity to become a disciple of the Zhao clan, gaining their protection. Slay one of the 4 venerables, and you'll be treated as a core disciple, with the chance to study under a void god-level powerhouse. And if you slay a Jiang clan divine bone, you'll be directly rewarded with a Dao herb and a quasi-saint level legacy. With rewards like that, don't even say you're tempted. Who wouldn't be? But the Jiang Guild isn't one to mess with. With our meager abilities, forget about capturing or killing a Jiang clan disciple. If we go there, we'll probably just end up as cannon fodder." Another busybody chuckled. Who can blame the Jiang clan for being so in the spotlight lately? First, young clan leader Xian won Lola's favor, then a prodigy with ancestral bloodline reawakening appeared, and now a divine bone prodigy has emerged who is suspected to be the reincarnation of a divine being. With so many prodigies suddenly emerging from the Jiang clan, those ancient great sects and sacred lands certainly won't be able to sit idly by. Especially the immortal Zhao clan, they've always been mortal enemies of the Jiang clan. How could they possibly stand by and watch the Jiang clan grow stronger? This exorbitant bounty clearly shows they've been pushed to the limit by the Jiang clan. Didn't the Jiang clan use the same bounty to put the immortal Zhao clan and those other Dao lineages on notice? Another voice chimed in, but the Zhao clan has allied with several Dao lineages. The Jiang clan can't hold the fort alone. Xian furrowed his brow, turned to the shopkeeper, and asked coldly, "What exactly is going on?" Why was this innkeeper standing idly by while disciples of the Jiang clan were being hunted down from all sides? The innkeeper froze, a hint of displeasure flitting across his face. After all, he was a member of the Jiang clan, in charge of the inns in the royal city. Even the leaders of ordinary second-rate factions had to treat him with deference. How dare a lone cultivator at the soul stage speak to him in such a tone? Just then, Xian's face contorted, and under a mystical aura, he transformed into Kenneth's likeness. Even his aura was identical. When traveling far from home to kill and plunder, a false identity was the most effective strategy. Especially since Ken already held a grudge against him, using his identity came with absolutely no psychological burden. If anything went wrong, Ken would take the fall. After the ancestral land trial, although he never had the chance to kill Ken, being able to give him a taste of his own medicine now was absolutely perfect. Chen Kuan, young Master Chen Kuan. The innkeeper's face paled, his legs went weak with fear, and he hurriedly bowed deeply. Zhang San pays his respects to the young master. The entire inn fell suddenly silent. Everyone's gaze converged on Ken, filled with awe and reverence. Even the few who had been discussing the bounty moments ago were now drenched in cold sweat. With a thud, they fell to their knees on the ground. Young master, spare our lives. Young master, spare our lives. Xian cast a cold glance at the crowd, then fixed his gaze on the innkeeper. What exactly is going on here? Why did you allow these factions to surround and attack the disciples of the Jiang family? The innkeeper trembled and stammered. I report to the young master. There is a prohibition within the royal city. Cultivators at the soul stage or above are forbidden from engaging in private duels within the city, otherwise the city's protective array will automatically annihilate them. For now, it's merely a conflict among the younger generation. It hasn't escalated to involve the elder cultivators. Otherwise, a full-scale war, no faction could afford that. Xian's gaze turned cold. So, as long as it's soul stage or below, it's fine? Why, yes. That's correct. The innkeeper bowed his head. Xian was speechless. This ridiculous royal city edict was truly arbitrary. Immediately, without further hesitation, he transformed into a beam of divine light, burst out of the inn, and charged toward the various factions hunting down the Jiang family disciples. He was about to unleash a bloodbath. Xian was currently disguised as Ken. To avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't mobilize a single wisp of spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength as he slammed into a soul stage cultivator dressed in Zhao family robes. It was a plain, unadorned punch, devoid of any supernatural qualities. The Zhao clan disciple's inner alarm went off as he noticed Xian. Seeing that the opponent's cultivation was only at the mid-hualing stage, he couldn't help but sneer coldly. How ridiculous! Spiritual energy surged from within him, bolstering the water Dao intent he had mastered. In an instant, it transformed into an ocean of raging waves, crashing back at Xian. After all, he was one of the Zhao clan's prodigies. At just over 30 years of age, he had already reached the peak of the soul stage and mastered the way of water. He was a renowned figure throughout the entire royal city. For some kid who popped up out of nowhere to dare launch a sneak attack on him, it was nothing short of courting death. But just how strong was Xian? No one knew. Not even Xian himself had a clear grasp of his own strength. This was true even when it came to his physical prowess alone. First, he had initially forged the indestructible thunder body, then he had shattered the limits of his physical form, and now, having entered the 6th level of the soul stage, the sheer terror of his physical body had reached a level that defied quantification. At the very least, it had absolutely transcended the realm of the soul stage. A simple, unadorned fist slowly descended. Ripples spread through the surrounding void, causing the laws of heaven and earth to become chaotic and churn, as if forming a forbidden realm. Wherever the fist struck, all laws vanished. The vast ocean of water, derived from the Zhao family disciple's spirit transformation realm through the way of water, was no exception. It wasn't even a matter of being destroyed, it was more like an absolute, overwhelming crushing of a different order. It dissolved in an instant. The profound essence of the way of water also dissipated entirely. The fist struck. It landed squarely on the Zhao clan disciple's face. There was none of the violent aesthetics one might have imagined, nor was there a scene of a swollen face contorting or blood spattering. The moment was frozen in time. The Zhao clan disciple's eyes were filled with horror and dread in the face of death, and then they quickly lost their light. Cracks began to appear all over his body. It didn't look as though his body was shattering, rather, It seemed as though these cracks were encircling him. A gust of wind swept by, and the man vanished. Only a hazy mist of blood drifted away. Xian withdrew his fist. He had gained a rough understanding of his own physical form. At the soul stage level, a single punch was enough to take down anyone who wasn't a prodigy or a demonic genius with profound cultivation. Immediately, he calmly walked toward the next person. He threw a punch, taking out one person and leaving behind a cloud of blood mist. His pace wasn't particularly fast after all. There were many people surrounding and attacking the Jiang family disciples. At a glance, there were at least several hundred of them. However, Xian killed them quickly. One punch at a time in just a few breaths, Xian had put an end to the melee on the street. They were all dead. A few stragglers, terrified by Xian, fled in a panic, not caring which way they went. Xian couldn't be bothered to chase them, so he let those few escape with their lives. The death toll was quite high. Xian had killed many, but many disciples of the Jiang clan had also perished earlier while being surrounded and wiped out. The street, paved with blue stone, was now stained with blood. Beneath the bloodstains, corpses lay strewn about. The surviving Jiang clan disciples stared blankly at the scene, somewhat dazed. They had been surrounded and attacked by disciples from the Zhao clan and several other major factions. Fighting desperately for a long time, they were already mentally exhausted and on the verge of despair. Naturally, they found it difficult to come to terms with this sudden reversal. Xian bent down and picked up a spirit sword from the hand of a fallen Jiang clan disciple. The words Red Heart were engraved upon it. Red Heart. Xian looked at the Jiang clan disciple and read his name and information from the identity token at his waist. Red Heart. His name was Red Heart, and his sword was also named Red Heart. He must have been a pure sword cultivator. A sword cultivation prodigy of humble origins, he had worked hard for 10 years and finally earned the opportunity to join the Jiang clan's branch stationed in the royal city, becoming a member of the Jiang clan in name only. Before he could make his breakthrough and soar to greatness, he met his end here amid the chaos unleashed by the major sects of eastern Shenzhou as they turned against the Jiang clan. Perhaps this was his fate, the tragedy of a minor figure, and also the fate of the vast majority of cultivators in this realm. Especially in this era, as the great era approaches, the fate of cultivators like Qixin is playing out at every moment. Without background, heritage, or serendipity, one is naturally the first to be eliminated. Once these individuals have been weeded out, the next in line are the small clans, minor factions, third-rate, first-rate, all the way up to immortal clans like the Jiang family and the top-tier Dao lineages. The great era, a race for survival. Those who prevail will cross over those who do not, will, like Qi Xian, be crushed by the gears of fate and fall forever. Heaven and earth are indifferent, they treat all things as straw dogs. Xian recalled the divine words Zhang Hong had uttered when he reversed the flow of the celestial pillar, and couldn't help but let a faint smile cross his face. It seemed he had gained some insight. The black void within his dantian seemed to respond, trembling gently as it rippled with a wisp of mysterious energy. This energy naturally diffused outward, imbuing Xian with a unique aura. Vague, mysterious, and enigmatic, neither quite the Tao nor quite a god, neither quite a deity nor quite a god. As the way of the sword manifested, the icy sword energy gained an indescribable sharpness. Xian ran his hand along the blade of the Red Heart sword, feeling its sharpness, and smiled faintly. Then, turning to the crowd, he instructed softly, "Gather the bodies of the fallen Jiang clan disciples. I'm going to kill." And so, Xian, sword in hand, walked out of the street. The dozen or so surviving Jiang clan disciples stared in stunned silence, their minds reeling with horror. Could this be the young lord of Chengquan? Single-handedly, he had effortlessly slaughtered nearly 100 people, including disciples whose cultivation far surpassed his own. Such combat prowess was utterly terrifying. Just then, a dazzling sword light, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, sliced through the sky above the royal capital. Xian moved like a ghostly apparition, weaving through the scenes of chaotic battle. The frost-cold, razor-sharp sword energy, like snow in June, claimed one vibrant life after another. The sword sang fiercely, and the royal city fell silent. The razor-sharp sword intent infused the Red Heart sword, slicing through one throat after another. Wherever Xian went, corpses littered the ground. A single man, sword in hand, marched against the tide of the crowd, forcing the disciples of several major factions to retreat step by step, their faces pale with terror, until he reached the entrance of the Zhao clan's branch. A ringing. With a crisp, clear sword chirp, Xian beheaded yet another Zhao clan disciple. He gave the blade a sharp shake, sending the disciple's head flying into the Zhao clan branch. Xian raised his eyes slightly, gazing coldly at the group of terrified Zhao clan disciples who had already cowered inside the branch. He said in a chilling tone, "Within 1 hour, whoever steps out will die." Inside the Zhao clan's branch office, a Zhao clan steward whose cultivation had reached the Tianyuan realm was stationed. Xian clearly couldn't break in. But with the Royal City South edict in place, as long as he blocked the Zhao clan here, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. The moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in fury. The remaining Zhao clan disciples all glared fiercely at Xian. Yet, intimidated by his terrifying power, they dared not speak out despite their rage. The esteemed young master of the Jiang clan, yet he personally steps into the fray to deal with us mere prodigies. How utterly shameless. One Zhao clan prodigy snarled with hatred. Exactly. Perhaps assuming Xian wouldn't dare attack them in front of the steward, these Zhao clan disciples suddenly straightened their backs, glaring at Xian with righteous indignation as their curses continued unabated. Xian smiled, a flash of sharp sword intent flickering from the depths of his eyes. The edge of the sword intent sliced through the void with indescribable sharpness and blinding speed. Along with it, the head of the Zhao family prodigy who had been the first to hurl insults was severed. Silence. The Zhao clan disciples fell silent as if struck by a chill, their faces pale with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They never imagined that, right in front of the steward, Ken would actually dare to strike. Was the young master of the Jiang clan truly this domineering and reckless? "You're asking for death." The Zhao clan's steward's expression darkened as he glared at Xian, his eyes blazing with fury. To slay a Zhao clan disciple right in front of him wasn't just a slap in the face, it was trampling his dignity into the ground. Not only that, but if he failed to handle this properly now, he would likely lose his position as steward. "Kill him," the Zhao clan steward growled through gritted teeth. "Yes, sir." 10 men in black stepped forward, their eyes blank and lifeless, as if they were already dead. The only emotion visible was the murderous intent directed at Xian. Assassins. A full 10 soul stage peak-level death squads. There was a ban in the Royal City against private duels among those above the spirit transformation stage, so he would simply use soul stage death squads to overwhelm the opponent. At this point, he could no longer care about the unspoken rules observed by all the various factions. "Ken, you must die today." The 10 suicide warriors moved out, their auras of death intertwining to form a formidable battle formation, one whose power could not be underestimated. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flickering in their depths. This was supposed to be a contest among the younger generation, and yet, when they couldn't win, they resorted to suicide warriors? The Zhao family was truly fucking shameless. However, Xian didn't really care. With his current strength, if they sent 10 prodigies at the peak of the soul stage, he might have struggled to defeat them, but these suicide warriors, born only to die, were no different no matter how many of them came. But just as Xian was about to strike, ready to let his crimson heart sword drink the blood of a few more men, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Nonsense! A stern, angry rebuke came from beyond the heavens, forming a terrifying aura of pressure that loomed over everyone like a divine mountain, including Xian. Boom! Xian's body sank, even his formidable physique began to tremble, spurting droplets of blood, as if he could barely hold himself up. As the divine sound faded, a solemn-faced, black-robed elder appeared before the Zhao family's gate. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down at Xian with an indifferent expression, as if looking at a dead man. A vast, heart-stopping aura naturally radiated from his entire being. He seemed to have fused with the heavens and earth, and every movement of his hands and feet harmonized with the principles of the Tao. A unity stage powerhouse. Notably, standing beside the old man was a handsome young man. He, too, was clad in a black robe, his body rippling with a hazy aura of the Tao and shimmering with a faint immortal glow, as if he were a banished immortal. In conflicts between Tao lineages, we strictly adhere to the rules. How dare you arbitrarily violate them? The elder cast a glance at the Zhao family steward and rebuked him coldly. The Zhao family steward fell to his knees with a thud and said in a trembling voice, "This subordinate acknowledges his guilt. Please, elder, mete out punishment. Resign from your post, return to the clan to atone for your sins, and the law enforcement hall will determine your punishment," the elder said coldly. He certainly hadn't come to uphold fairness, but rules were rules. If they could use a horde of suicide soldiers to overwhelm Ken today, tomorrow the Zhao clan's prodigy might be crushed in the same manner. This was clearly a foolish approach. Yes, the Zhao clan steward's face paled as he replied bitterly. The Zhao clan disciples, however, wore expressions of joy with the elder's arrival. Their confidence soared. Moreover, accompanying him was the Zhao clan's peerless prodigy, Zhao Kuo. Possessing a Dao body, Zhao Kuo had reached the pinnacle of the soul stage half a year ago. His strength was so formidable that he could easily rank among the top 100 in all of East Shenzhou. With Zhao Kuo present, there was no way Ken would walk out of here alive today. At that moment, the old man turned his gaze toward Xian, intent on seeing through his true nature. Yet, even after staring for a long time and even employing his eye technique, he still couldn't make head or tail of it. In his eyes, this Ken seemed to be shrouded in a hazy Dao robe, blocking all his attempts to probe him. Quite interesting, the old man smiled faintly. Immediately afterward, he gestured to Zhao Kuo at his side and said calmly, "Dispose of him." Zhao Kuo nodded impassively, raising his eyes slightly. The gaze he cast upon Xian was filled with indifference, as if he were looking at a dying ant. In fact, that was exactly the case. He, Zhao Kuo, possessed a Dao body and was truly a peerless prodigy, one who had even earned the reputation of a demonic prodigy. Though his cultivation realm remained at the peak of the soul stage, his combat prowess had long rivaled that of a seasoned earth stage cultivator. If he were to unleash his trump card, defeating an earth stage cultivator would be no difficult task. Crushing Ken was as easy as flipping one's hand. Zhao Kuo calmly took a step forward, looking down at Xian, and said indifferently, "I hear that in the contest for young clan leader, you lost to Xian of the spirit stage? With cultivation at the soul stage at the very least, and yet you couldn't even beat someone at the spirit stage?" Zhao Kuo couldn't help but shake his head, rebuking him with a tone of contempt. "You have defiled the title of prodigy." Then he extended a single finger. The great Dao manifested of its own accord, divine essence swirling around him as it gave rise to a series of hazy, ethereal mountains. Enveloped in overwhelming might, they descended upon Xian, crushing him beneath their weight. Wherever the divine mountains passed, the void trembled, rippling as if it, too, could scarcely bear the force. Faced with Zhao Kuo's divine power, Xian's expression remained unchanged. If anything, there was a faint hint of disdain in his expression. "A peerless prodigy, you say? Too weak," Xian murmured with a smile. The sword in his hand moved. Fast. Extremely fast. So fast that none of the young generation present could see how Xian had drawn his sword. Zhao Kuo was no exception. A sword energy with a faint tinge of blood seemed to materialize out of thin air, rising from the ground toward the heavens to meet the towering immortal mountains crushing down upon him. Sword energy? How naive! Zhao Kuo let out a cold laugh. He had comprehended the way of the mountains. The essence of the mountains had manifested into immortal peaks, immense and boundless. Not only would this shallow sword energy be no match for him, but even the sharpest sword arts would shatter into a pile of debris under his divine power. Yet, the very next moment, as the sword energy touched the celestial mountains, everything changed abruptly. A sword intent of utmost sharpness surged skyward. Like a knife cutting through tofu, it sliced Zhao Kuo's divine power in two. The divine power of the celestial mountains instantly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the boundlessly sharp sword intent, infusing the sword energy, became unstoppable as it continued to strike toward Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo's expression shifted slightly. He hurriedly activated his Dao body, summoning layers of mountain-like patterns to shield himself. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. He barely managed to block Xian's strike. Zhao Kuo's face immediately darkened. He had nearly stumbled at the last moment. This Ken was by no means an easy opponent. Though his cultivation level appeared to be considerably lower than his own, his true combat prowess was likely on par with his own. With this thought, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but feel curious. Ken was clearly not weak at all. In fact, he was quite strong, even showing signs of being a prodigy. Why would someone like that lose to Xian, who was only at the spirit stage? He had once paid close attention to Xian and knew him very well. Aside from his 75% Jiang clan bloodline, his other natural talents were far from impressive, not even close. And given that his cultivation was still only at the spirit stage with such potential, he was destined to be nothing more than a junior venerable at best. Yet he had managed to outshine the other 3 junior venerables and become the junior clan leader. Now, compare that to the true combat prowess of this Ken standing before him. It was obvious that Xian's rise to junior clan chief was largely down to luck. But Xian probably never imagined that his position as junior clan chief was actually just a shield to block the attacks of those 2 prodigies from the Jiang family. Did he? So, in his eyes, Xian was just a unlucky guy. But Zhao Ku didn't he know that the unlucky guy he was looking at had already drawn his sword and was charging toward him. Xian's intention was simple: to kill this Zhao family prodigy who was showing off right in front of him. With the royal city edict in place, even if this unity stage elder from the Zhao family were watching from the sidelines, he couldn't stop Xian from slaying Zhao Kuo. Besides, he'd come out accompanied by his guardian. Not to mention now that he was disguised as Ken, he could act with complete impunity and feel no pressure whatsoever. The one-sided slaughter earlier, killing a whole bunch of people, to be honest, it was actually a bit boring. He simply couldn't gauge exactly what level his current strength had reached. This Zhao Kuo before him seemed to be the Zhao family's peerless prodigy. His combat prowess was indeed impressive. If he relied solely on the way of the sword, he'd probably only manage to barely hold his own against him. But then again, why on earth would he be so foolish as to rely solely on the way of the sword? He's here to kill, not to spar. Secretly activating the unbreakable thunder body, thunder patterns surged across his skin. His terrifying physical strength shook the heavens and earth, granting Xian unimaginable burst power and speed. Xian's speed was too fast, so fast that Zhao Ku didn't even have time to react. The red heart sword in his hand struck out once more. The sharpness of his sword technique remained as formidable as ever. Yet the overwhelming power wrapped around the blade was like a raging storm. Boom! Zhao Kuo's defenses crumbled completely. The mountain-like patterns covering his body had already turned to dust, and his porcelain-like physique was cracked in countless places. Vivid blood spattered everywhere. His life hung by a thread. The old man's eyes snapped open, and he roared furiously, "You upstart! How dare you!" His furious shout thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. At the same moment, the old man had already channeled the power of heaven and earth, striking out with a palm toward Xian. In the void, Xian's guardian was just about to step forward to intervene. The great defensive formation enveloping the royal city suddenly activated, and ancient, esoteric formation patterns instantly filled the sky. A vast, icy aura of slaughter surged and churned, bearing down upon the royal city. Immediately, a stark white divine light materialized out of thin air and shot toward the old man. Boom! The old man was sent flying backward, his body covered in blood. Seeing this, the guardian's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated back into the void. With the royal city south edict in place, this Zhao clan elder had no opportunity to attack the young clan leader, so there was no need for him to reveal himself. After all, if he were to appear, there was a high likelihood that the young clan leader's true identity would be exposed. At that moment, Xian had already struck his second sword. The first strike had severely wounded Zhao Kuo. The second naturally and effortlessly severed his head. Zhao Kuo's head rolled to the ground. His bulging eyes and expression of sheer terror remained frozen on his face, now set in perpetuity. The Zhao clan disciples who had been standing at the entrance to the branch office saw this scene. They swallowed hard, dared not hesitate for even a moment, and instantly fled into the branch office in a panic. If even Zhao Kuo, who possessed the Dao body, was no match for Ken in a single exchange, what hope did they have? It was plain to see that although these Zhao clan disciples were protected by the formation in the main hall, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, they had been utterly terrified. Xian cast a casual glance their way and shook his head. These Zhao clan disciples were now like stray dogs, and killing them further held no appeal. Immediately, he sheathed his sword and left. On the way back, Xian passed by a scholar. Xian paid him no mind. However, the scholar stopped in his tracks, turned to watch Xian's receding figure, and a hint of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the Zhao family branch, the elderly man from earlier Zhao, an elder of the Zhao clan, had rushed back despite his own injuries. He tremblingly cradled Zhao Kuo's head in his hands, his body shaking uncontrollably as a stream of tears flowed down his face. Zhao Kuo was his own grandson. There was no anger, no howling. Zhao simply said calmly to the crowd, "Issue the elder's decree. A bounty is placed on Ken. Whoever slays Ken shall be rewarded with 3 Dao herbs and 1 saint-level legacy. Upon hearing this, all the Zhao clan disciples were stunned. A bounty on Ken for 3 Dao herbs and a saint-level legacy? Has the elder gone mad? After all, even the bounties for those 2 prodigies from the Zhang family were only 1 Dao herb and 1 near saint-level inheritance. The news of the Zhao family's bounty on Ken spread throughout the royal city at lightning speed. In an instant, the entire royal city was in an uproar. Even the many powerful cultivators who had been secretly cultivating within the royal city were startled. They emerged one after another, eager to learn the details. 3 Dao herbs, a saint-level legacy. Even they found the offer extremely tempting. The already turbulent royal city instantly descended into even greater chaos. Everyone's gaze focused on the Zhang clan's branch office, and they began to stir with anticipation. This time, everyone took note of Ken, the young master of the Zhang clan, this prodigy of the Zhang clan. He single-handedly defeated numerous disciples from the Zhao clan and several major factions, and with just 2 sword strikes, he slew Zhao Kuo, the Zhao clan's peerless prodigy. Such combat prowess, even among the younger generation of East Shenzhou, would surely rank him among the top 10, wouldn't it? And yet, this dazzlingly talented sword prodigy is merely the Zhang clan's young master. What about the young clan head Xian, who stands above him, and those 2 prodigies? Just how terrifying must their strength and monstrous talent be? The Zhang clan is truly unfathomable. The setting sun, red as blood, bathed the royal capital. The royal capital, which had been in chaos for many days, found a brief respite from turmoil under Xian's sword. Yet beneath this calm, countless hearts were restless and filled with anxiety. The might of this generation of the Zhang clan far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Of course, more than anything, they were seething with restlessness, their thirst for blood unbearable. Among them, none was more so than the immortal Zhao family. With his grandson dead, Zhao was now terrifyingly cold. He was gradually descending into madness, consumed solely by the desire to kill Ken. Yet the royal city's protective array hung like a knife at his throat, leaving him utterly unable to act. And just then, the arrival of a mysterious scholar provided Zhao with a way to avenge his grandson. At the Zhang clan's branch in the royal city, Xian sat in the seat of honor, wiping the bloodstains from the blade of the Crimson Heart sword as he surveyed the assembly below and asked indifferently, "What are the losses?" Zhang, the steward in charge of this branch, hurriedly rose to his feet, bowed deeply, and replied in a trembling voice, "I report to the young lord of Chenkuan. The royal city branch originally had over 700 young disciples, including 53 prodigies. Now there are fewer than half remaining." The red heart sword trembled slightly, its resonance echoing through the hall. A chill, piercing sword intent swirled and coiled, as if a severed head were suspended in the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. "Why did you not report the situation here to the clan?" Xian asked Steward Zhang in a slightly cold tone. Steward Zhang's expression changed, terrified. He fell to his knees with a thud. "Your Highness, please understand, 3 days ago, I already reported this to the elder, but the elder did not respond." "Which elder?" "The 4th elder," Elder Zhang replied hastily. Xian lowered his gaze slightly, and a hint of wariness immediately welled up within him. The 4th elder belonged to the Ken lineage, and the timing of the report exactly 3 days ago coincided with the day he had left the Zhang family. He didn't believe this was merely a coincidence. After all, while he was within the clan, Ken's people had been watching him. However, since their cultivation was weak and their surveillance methods crude, he hadn't paid it much mind. He easily fobbed them off with a simple illusion. Combined with the events unfolding before him now, he couldn't help but read too much into it. In the ancestral lands, he had seized Ken's legacy. He didn't believe Ken would be able to swallow that humiliation. Perhaps, Ken had already guessed that he left the Zhang family and arrived in the royal city. The likelihood wasn't high after all. He had confidence in the Tianyan secret art, so his whereabouts shouldn't have been exposed. But even if there was only the slightest possibility, he had to be on his guard. That scoundrel Ken was a sly one. It must be a problem with the communication jade talisman. The 4th elder didn't receive the message. Xian, now impersonating Ken, spoke to Steward Zhang in Ken's tone. "Please report the situation in the royal city to the 3rd elder." "Yes, sir," Steward Zhang replied respectfully. "What else has been happening in the royal city lately? Why have so many independent cultivators gathered there?" Xian asked. The royal city was certainly a prosperous place, and with its open cross-domain teleportation array, many cultivators passed through daily. However, it was rare for such a large number of independent cultivators to gather there. After all, the cultivation path of independent cultivators was extremely arduous. They had to rely entirely on themselves for cultivation resources and simply didn't have that much time to waste. I report to the young master that the ruins of Jixia Academy, located 100 li outside the royal city, will open tonight. Steward Zhang reported respectfully. Jixia Academy was one of the foremost Taoist lineages of the ancient era. Although it was destroyed by powerful enemies from beyond the realm, its ruins still stand. Perhaps in accordance with the will of the Academy's master, the ruins open once every 10 years to randomly select those with a special connection from among cultivators under the age of 30, bestowing upon them the legacy of Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy? Xian nodded thoughtfully. Are there any records of the legacies bestowed by Jixia Academy in previous openings? Yes. Steward Zhang retrieved a jade talisman from his inventory ring. It contained all currently known information about Jixia Academy, including the legacies bestowed in past openings. As Xian read the information, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. The legacy bestowed 100 years ago was actually the enlightenment of a true god-level powerhouse. This undoubtedly struck a chord deep within Xian. He had secretly slipped out of the Jiang family and even crossed realms to travel to the distant true god realm in southern Shenzhou, all for what? It was precisely to break through to the true god realm within 300 years. He didn't want to die, and the enlightenment on attaining true godhood bestowed by the ruins of Jixia Academy was practically tailor-made for him. If he were fortunate enough to obtain it, his chances of breaking through to true godhood in the future would increase significantly. Almost instantly, Xian made up his mind. He had to go to the ruins of Jixia Academy. When will it open? Xian asked calmly, his expression unreadable. At the hour of the pig. Xian nodded, glanced around at the crowd and said calmly, at the hour of high, I will head to the ruins of Jixia Academy. You need not accompany me. Stay here and focus on your recovery. Do not engage in any further conflicts in the coming days. Wait until the clan sends representatives to arrive before making any decisions. The ruins of Jixia Academy randomly select those with a special connection to bestow their legacy. If all the Jiang clan disciples went, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce their chances. In other words, this was a lottery. If too many people entered the lottery, it would be difficult to win. Although the legacy of Jixia Academy this time might not necessarily be the enlightenment of a true god-level powerhouse, even if there was only a slight possibility, he was determined to secure it. So, how could he ensure he would definitely be chosen by Jixia Academy? Simple, he just needs to go alone. The others exchanged glances, puzzled. They couldn't understand why the young master wouldn't let them accompany him after all. If anything went wrong, with their strength, they could lend him a hand or two. But they dared not defy the young master's will and could only respond respectfully. We shall obey the young master's command. Meanwhile, at the Howren Terrace, 100 li outside the royal capital, the site of the Jixia Academy ruins. It was a single block of milky white jade, bare and exposed, stretching 1,000 zhong in every direction, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a soft radiance. Outside the Howren Terrace at that moment, many independent cultivators had already gathered and were waiting. Filled with deep longing, they stared intently at the jade, afraid of missing the moment it opened, even though there were still a full 2 hours before Jixia Academy opened. In this world teeming with sex and powerful cultivators, independent cultivators generally lead miserable lives. Cultivation resources are hard to come by, and superior lineages are virtually impossible to obtain. The vast majority struggle at the bottom their entire lives, wasting their years with no hope of reaching the pinnacle of the Tao. Even though many among them possessed natural talents no less remarkable than others truly deserving of the title prodigy, they had never been accepted into a major sect. Without the favor of fate, scarce cultivation resources, and relying on extremely rudimentary cultivation techniques, no matter how strong their innate talent, they were ultimately doomed to fade into obscurity. Therefore, Jixia Academy represented one of the few opportunities they could both hope for and actually attain. The ruins of Jixia Academy, upholding the Master's legacy, randomly select those with a destined connection and bestow the Academy's heritage upon them. This means that regardless of background, natural talent, or combat prowess, everyone has an equal opportunity, fair and impartial. However, no one noticed that dozens of people were actually standing on that bare jade slab, led by 2 men. One, wearing a feather fan and a silk headband, had the refined appearance of a scholar, with narrow lips curving into a caustic smile. The other was an elder of the immortal Zhao clan who had just arrived that day. Zhao, a powerful cultivator at the unity stage. Kuei, you are truly a divine being. Zhao turned to the scholar at his side and said with a touch of flattery, Jixia Academy was one of the top powers of the ancient era. Even though only a single ruin remains, it still holds boundless wonders. Our Zhao clan has ruled the royal city for tens of thousands of years, and we often had array masters come here, hoping to decipher the Jixia Academy ruins and claim them for themselves, yet none have been able to make a dent. I never imagined Kuei would be able to decipher it so easily and put it to use. I'm in awe, truly in awe. Kuei waved the feather fan in his hand and chuckled. Elder Zhao, you flatter me. If it weren't for the Swanee talisman in your possession, I wouldn't have been able to break through the ruins so smoothly. Jixia Academy, situated adjacent to the royal city, naturally harbors hidden secrets. It was only after being informed by the holy ruler that he learned the ruler of the ancient royal city was, in fact, a direct disciple of the master of Jixia Academy. The master had once bestowed upon this disciple 3 divine talismans: the Swanee talisman, the Bayan talisman, and the Fushi talisman. These 3 divine talismans could manipulate Jixia Academy's formations and served as the Academy's tokens of authority. Later, this disciple attained the status of an immortal. To defend against powerful enemies from beyond the realm, he rallied the strength of most of the human race in eastern Shenzhou to build this royal city, transforming the 3 divine talismans into royal decrees that governed it. With the end of the ancient era, the royal city fell into decline. Today, the royal city is controlled by the 3 great clans, and the 3 divine talismans have naturally fallen into their hands. The immortal Zhao clan holds the Swanee talisman. According to Kuei, if we gather all 3 divine talismans, we can fully unlock the ruins of Jixia Academy and retrieve its core legacy? Zhao asked, seeking confirmation. The core legacy of Jixia Academy is said to rank even higher than the saint level. If they could obtain it, the Zhao clan might not be able to cultivate a prodigy, but at the very least it would give several demigod stage ancestors who are nearing the end of their lifespans the possibility of breaking through to true god. Kuei cast a casual glance at Zhao and chuckled. That is precisely the case. I have no interest in the Jixia Academy's legacy. I only hope that Elder Zhao will spare no effort this time to ensure that Xian, the young clan head of the Zhang family, is eliminated once and for all. Rest assured, sir. The Zhao and Zhang families are sworn enemies. Even without your assistance, we would eliminate him at any cost. However, Zhao was somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but ask, May I ask, sir, how do you know that Xian of the Zhang family is in the royal city, and how can you be certain he will definitely come? But what Zhao was really thinking was, who cares about Xian, or can he must die? Kuei shook his feather fan, smiling without speaking. Zhao caught the hint and said apologetically, I was being presumptuous. Please don't hold it against me, sir. This Kuei, presumably a member of the Yin-Yang Guild, and apparently of no small standing, was absolutely not someone to be provoked otherwise. It might bring disaster upon the Zhao family. Kuei paid no heed, gently fanning himself as his indifferent gaze swept past the group of independent cultivators before him, who seemed no more than ants and fixed upon the majestic royal city. He knew for certain Xian was inside. Were it not for the prohibitions within the royal city restricted by powerful formations, he would have already struck and killed her on the spot, rather than going to such great lengths to use Jixia Academy as bait to lure her out for an ambush. According to the secret orders transmitted from the Holy Land, Xian had already left the Zhang family. The Holy Lord had therefore dispatched him to eliminate Xian. He hadn't expected, however, that this Xian was actually quite capable, possessing such profound concealment techniques that he couldn't even deduce the other's whereabouts. In the end, it was the Holy Lord who intervened, using his great divine powers to pinpoint Xian's location. That was how the current situation had come to be. Using the ruins of Jixia Academy as bait and the Zhao family as pawns, they would crush Xian. But why on earth was Ken in the royal city? He found this somewhat puzzling. However, Ken's presence in the Yin-Yang Guild was a top-secret matter, and his whereabouts were unpredictable, he surmised. It must also be related to the Holy Master's scheme. Immediately, he pushed the thought aside. All that mattered was eliminating Xian. In the blink of an eye, night fell. High in the deep, vast sky, a bright silver moon hung, casting a hazy glow through the dim night. Following a mysterious rhythm, the light flowed like a murmuring stream, converging on the Howran terrace from all directions. The silvery light flickered on and off, reflecting the fervent gazes of the gathered cultivators. By now, nearly 10,000 cultivators had gathered outside the Howren platform. The vast majority were independent cultivators, with cultivation levels generally at the soul stage or below. In fact, the overwhelming majority were only at the foundation stage. The fact that the ruins of Jisha Academy only selected those under 30 who were destined for this opportunity was, in itself, a major limitation. For independent cultivators with scarce resources, reaching the soul stage before the age of 30 is out of the question. Even those at the spirit stage are few and far between. Fortunately, this opportunity has nothing to do with cultivation level. Otherwise, independent cultivators like them would truly have no part in it. Of course, among these nearly 10,000 people, about 20% are prodigy disciples from various factions. The Pure Yang Guild, the Slayer Guild, the Blood Demon Sect, the Taitsong Holy Land, and so on. Although none of them are core disciples of these major lineages, they each possess unique abilities and strength that cannot be underestimated. Their cultivation levels generally reach the soul stage. It makes sense, really. If those core disciples who bear the reputations of peerless prodigies and prodigious talents were here, their time would be extremely precious. They'd be training day and night in preparation for the great struggle of the age, and they might not even deign to look at this modest legacy from Jisha Academy. Elder Zhao, time is almost up. We can begin. Kuei waved his feather fan and said to Zhao. Zhao nodded slightly, waved his hand, and said coldly, "Begin!" Immediately, he held up a miniature sculpture of an ancient beast in his palm. Its ferocious appearance, rendered in deep ink black, exuded a menacing aura. The Swanee Talisman. Yes, sir. More than a dozen Zhao clan powerhouses responded respectfully, then sat cross-legged and summoned their formations, linking the ancient grand formation of the Jisha Academy ruins with the Swanee Talisman at its center. The Howren terrace trembled slightly, and a milky white radiance, like silky satin, flowed back into the heavens and earth. Mysterious Tao patterns, dazzling divine talismans, and the noble spirit of Confucianism surged forth, gradually outlining the silhouette of a magnificent academy. It was none other than Jisha Academy, which had flourished during the ancient era. The academy rapidly solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the majestic aura of reverence for the sage surged forth, spreading in all directions. Light, milky white light. It dispelled the gloom within a radius of 10,000 li, illuminating the entire landscape as if it were broad daylight. Silence. Everyone stared intently at Jisha Academy, their eyes reddened and their breathing becoming rapid, their hearts consumed by a deep longing. In the eyes of the vast majority present, this was their only chance to defy heaven and rewrite their destinies. The heavy sound of a door opening slowly echoed. An elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a Confucian robe, emerged slowly from Jisha Academy, his back hunched. His aged, benevolent eyes swept over the crowd, and a faint smile appeared on his face. 10 years have flown by. Master of the Academy, we meet again today. As always, once I have finished reciting the Confucian classics, it will be time to select those with a destined connection. Having said this, the master sat down casually and began reciting the Confucian classics. There were no supernatural phenomena, no profound truths. It was unremarkable, just an ordinary lecture. Everyone watched the master, yet no one was truly listening patiently. After all, what they wanted was the legacy, not those long-winded, tedious, and utterly useless Confucian and Taoist classics spouted by the master. Of course, they didn't rush him either. The ruins of Jisha Academy had been opened many times before certain patterns had emerged, and everyone was well aware of them. Take the master before them, for instance. He was merely a fleeting image, carrying out his mechanical duties. Another example was the procedure for bestowing the legacy at the Jisha Academy ruins. First, the master would recite the Confucian and Taoist classics for about half an hour. Then, he would ask the crowd what they had gained from the lecture. Upon hearing the students' dull responses, he would shake his head, sigh, and say with a sense of loss, "This old man is at fault. I am unable to revive the way of literature." Immediately afterward, the master would randomly select those with a special connection and bestow upon them the legacy of Jisha Academy. Everyone present had long since memorized this entire routine. For now, the only thing they could do was endure the master's rambling and wait patiently. Of course, such a wait was undoubtedly agonizing. In the royal capital at the Jiang family S branch. "Young master, the ruins of Jisha Academy have been opened," Steward Zhang said respectfully. Xian opened his eyes, a flash of sharp sword intent gleaming in their depths. 2 hours of brief, focused contemplation had yielded significant gains. His mastery of the way of the sword had advanced considerably, and he was now not far from reaching the mid-stage of sword intent. It really is better to cultivate in the secular world. Xian drew the red heart sword, ran his fingers along its blade, and couldn't he help but sigh softly. This was just an ordinary spirit sword given his status. He could easily retrieve a whole pile of them from the Zhang family's storeroom. However, through this sword and its former owner, he had gained insight into certain truths, clarified his heart's path in the way of the sword, and defined its direction, all of which had further enhanced his cultivation in the way of the sword. This was a truly invaluable gain. His foundational strength and his methods were indeed vast. One could even say, without exaggeration, that they were unmatched in the Shentian realm. However, most of that had been obtained through external forces, such as a golden finger. In comparison, what he had grasped through his own insights, though seemingly insignificant, felt exceptionally solid and precious. Money found on the ground isn't as valuable as money earned through one's own efforts. Perhaps that's exactly the point. He looked forward to the future of his sword path with great anticipation, because his sword path carried immense weight. It was only after entering the mortal world that he truly understood. Faced with internal strife and external threats, he must stop the conflict through slaughter. His path made him an enemy to the entire world. If he were to reveal his identity outright, not only would other immortal lineages move against him, but even those within the Zhang clan itself would be unable to restrain themselves. Rumor has it that quite a few Dao lineages with grudges against the Zhang family have also arrived. If possible, he might as well take the opportunity to eliminate a few of them. Tonight, Xian's killing intent stirs. As a bonus, he can make Ken take the fall for it. Those who kill, what does that have to do with me, Xian? Understood. The wind is strong tonight. Tell everyone not to go out. After gathering his composure, Xian stood up, tossed out a cryptic remark, and, sword in hand, walked out of the Zhang family's branch office, out of the royal capital, and headed toward the ruins of Jixia Academy. Xian walked very slowly, each step seeming incredibly heavy. Yet he also moved very quickly, leaping 100 zhang in a single bound, as if the distance between here and there were as vast as the heavens. With every step, the sharp sword intent radiating from his body grew even more intense. One step, sword intent stretched a zhang, the sword sang fiercely, and the blood-red sword energy, bathed in moonlight, appeared icy cold. 2 steps, sword intent spanned 100 zhang, piercing the heavens from the ground, resembling a grim and deadly sword domain that sent shivers down the spine. 3 steps, the sword intent pierced the heavens, cleaving the world in two. Where he stood, a murderous intent surged beneath the surface. The sword energy vanished into the void, formless and intangible, obliterating all in its path. 4 steps, 5 steps, Xian arrived at the ruins of Jixia Academy, having returned to a state of primal simplicity, revealing not a trace of his former sharpness. Only his sword-like eyes remained bright, sharp, and aloof. Even the silver moon hanging high in the sky paled in comparison to those eyes. Nearly 10,000 cultivators were still staring intently at Master, completely oblivious to Xian's arrival. Or rather, even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. The Zhao family's bounty on Ken was, of course, extremely generous, but right now they craved the legacy of Jixia Academy even more. After all, they knew full well which opportunity was greater. Of course, quite a few prodigies had appeared today, including those from the Eternal Life lineage. This group had all come for Ken's bounty. Zhao, concealed within the Howren terrace, saw Xian disguised as Ken approach. His eyes instantly turned blood-red as murderous intent surged uncontrollably within him. A terrifying aura surged and churned, actually shaking the formation of the Jixia Academy ruins, causing them to tremble repeatedly. Even Jixia Academy itself shook, as if it might collapse and vanish at any moment. The man who killed his grandson was right before his eyes. How could he possibly hold back? Kuei wore a look of helplessness. With a wave of his feather fan, he calmed Zhao's agitated mind and said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhao, do not act impulsively. The greater cause takes precedence. It's not too late to slaughter Ken after we've ambushed and killed Xian." He didn't know why Ken had appeared here, and he was even more puzzled as to why Ken had acted so recklessly, going so far as to kill Zhao's grandson in a fit of rage, causing Zhao to hate him with a vengeance and yearn to kill him with his own hands at every opportunity. Was it related to the Holy Ruler's plans? That was the only conclusion he could draw. But since he still needed to use Zhao and his men to ambush Xian, there wasn't much he could do at the moment. He could only barely restrain Zhao from striking. Once Xian was ambushed and killed, everything would naturally become simple. At that point, if Zhao still didn't know his place, he would have no qualms about turning on him. After all, their relationship had always been one of mutual exploitation. The bloodshot glow faded from Zhao's eyes, and he finally came to his senses. He nodded calmly.
Qui resta suret.
I know my priorities. Ken deserves to die, but today's top priority is Xian. After all, Xian is still the Jiang family's nominal young clan leader. If they can capture him alive and use him as leverage, they're sure to obtain the divine talisman held by the Jiang family. Then, they'll exchange it with the Wang family of eternal life for the third divine talisman. The core legacy of Jixia Academy will then belong to the Zhao family. He was enraged by his grandson's death, but as a Zhao clan elder, he had to prioritize the clan's interests. Besides, once Xian was captured alive, Ken would still die by his hand. It would merely mean letting Ken live a little longer. He could afford to wait that little while. Just then, Xian moved. He swung the red heart sword in his hand, unleashing 1,000 zhong long sword energy that slashed down across the sky, carving a deep chasm between Jixia Academy and the nearly 10,000 cultivators. Xian took a single stride forward. Standing before the master with his back to the master and facing the crowd of cultivators, he gently wiped the red heart sword in his hand. His tone was flat, yet it carried an unquestionable air of dominance. I advise you all to leave this place. In one incense stick's time, within a 10-li radius, if there is even one of you left, I will kill him. Today, he was determined to claim Jixia Academy's legacy. With enemies all around, Xian naturally could not allow these people to stay here and wait for their chance. He intended to sever their path to opportunity and seize it for himself. Silence. An eerie silence. Nearly 10,000 cultivators, whose gazes had been fixed on the master, now all turned to Xian. Their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, resentment, anger, and even murderous intent. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to monopolize the legacy? Are you out of your mind? Ken, don't get too cocky. A sword cultivator stepped forward, his eyes blazing like fire, his body surging with a sword energy as fierce as the sun. Zhang Chongfeng, a prodigy of the Pure Yang Guild, possessed a sword body, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the soul stage. Within the Pure Yang Guild, he was among the top sword cultivation prodigies. He had even had a chance to vie for the position of Sword Son in the Sword Palace, but due to hitting a cultivation bottleneck, he had been stuck at the soul stage for over 2 years, struggling to break through to the earth stage. His reason for entering the secular world and coming here was precisely to draw upon the legacy of Jixia Academy and make another attempt at breaking through to the earth stage. Nearly 10,000 cultivators were present, all quietly abiding by the rules, waiting for the master to finish reciting the Confucian and Taoist classics and select those with the right affinity. So why, Ken? Did you have to act like a show-off and break this rule? You dare to try to clear the area and monopolize the legacy all by yourself. Where do you get the nerve? Just because you're one of the Jiang family's young masters? Ridiculous. Zhang Chongfeng stared coldly at Xian and said icily, Ken, don't forget you've just been added to the Zhao family's bounty list. 3 Dao herbs, a sacred level legacy. You're now a prize everyone wants to hunt down, and yet you still have the nerve to vie for the legacy? Zhang Chongfeng let out a cold laugh. If I were you, I'd seize this opportunity to hurry back to my clan and save my own life. Otherwise, the nearly 10,000 cultivators here will crush you to death. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhang Chongfeng had a point. Jixia Academy's legacy was indeed open to all on equal terms, but after all, there was only one copy. As for Ken's bounty, 3 Dao herbs and a holy level legacy if converted into mana crystals, that would be at least 10 million to start with. If they could join forces to kill Ken, even if they only got a small share, they'd still come away with a hefty haul of mana crystals, right? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Xian changed. They were like starving wolves eyeing a delicious prey. Xian gave a dismissive chuckle, not even bothering to respond. His figure flickered, already transforming into an afterimage as he charged toward Zhang Chongfeng. A sword strike of unparalleled sharpness slashed out with fierce intensity. It was fueled by the physical strength of his indestructible thunder body. The void swirled backward, and all magic vanished instantly. You're asking for death. Zhang Chongfeng snorted coldly, summoned his sword, and charged forward to meet the attack. Sword energy swirled, giving rise to blazing flames that shone like the sun, scorching the surrounding landscape. Zhang Chongfeng is the prodigy of the Pure Yang Guild. Said he is just a step away from becoming a sword master. His combat power has long been on par with the Earth stage. No matter how strong Ken is, he absolutely stands no chance against Zhang Chongfeng. Someone stated with absolute certainty. Ken is, after all, one of the 4 revered ones of the Jiang clan. He can't be that weak, can he? A prodigious independent cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. If this Ken really is all talk and no action, and gets crushed by Zhang Chongfeng, we be left with nothing? Nearly 10,000 cultivators watched the battle, their murmurs of speculation filling the air. Coincidentally, they all hoped both sides would be left battered and bruised, only then could they get a piece of the action. After all, the Zhao family's bounty on Ken was simply too tempting. Clearly, everyone including Zhang Chongfeng had overlooked one crucial point. Why the Zhao family had placed a bounty specifically on this Ken. They'd also forgotten that just that afternoon, Xian had slain Zhao Kuo of the Zhao family with 2 sword strikes. Although both Zhang Chongfeng and Zhao Kuo were at the peak of the soul stage, Zhao Kuo was the Zhao family's peerless prodigy. Possessing a Dao body, his combat prowess was clearly superior to Zhang Chongfeng's. Or perhaps it wasn't that they had overlooked it rather. Faced with such a tempting reward, they chose to delude themselves. And there was one more thing: the strength Xian had displayed might not even have been 1/10 of his true power. And so, without any room for reason, it was pure and utter domination. The raging flames, under Xian's sword, crumbled like a house of cards, vanishing completely in an instant. Crimson blood. It blossomed on Xian's crimson heart sword. Zhang Chongfeng's eyes bulged with deep astonishment as the light in them gradually faded, and he collapsed to the ground. An instant kill. Silence once again fell over the scene. Through his death, Zhang Chongfeng had jolted everyone present back to reality. How could Ken possibly be an ordinary figure, given that the Zhao family had placed a hefty bounty on his head? Xian glanced at the teeming crowd of cultivators, gave a cold smile, casually shook the blood off his sword, and then took out a stick of incense, placing it nonchalantly beside Master. He snapped his fingers, and a flame shot out, setting the incense alight. The timer starts now. No one noticed that the Master, sitting casually in front of Jixia Academy, had a noticeable pause in his tone. He cast a meaningful glance at Xian before quickly regaining his composure and resuming his mechanical recitation of Confucian and Taoist classics. Silence. The assembled cultivators stared at Xian, not daring to make a move. Their gazes clearly carried a hint of anxiety and apprehension, but what predominated was fervor and eagerness to prove themselves. When a single person faces a ferocious beast, they might feel fear and cowardice, fleeing without hesitation. 100 people might still be afraid, but they would also find the courage to band together and fend off the beast's attack. But when there are 10,000 people, that inner fear is infinitely suppressed, while ambition runs wild and what they think about most is surely what rewards this beast can bring them. That was exactly the situation now. They would not give up, nor could they possibly give up. Whether it's the legacy of Jixia Academy or the tempting bounty on Ken's head, both are worth fighting to the death for. Besides, with so many of them, if they really put their minds to it, why wouldn't they be able to overwhelm Ken? The incense was burning, yet no one at the scene moved to leave. In fact, the prodigies from the major lineages had already begun discussing tactics, intending to mobilize the strength of everyone present to join forces and crush Xian. The remaining 20 prodigies of the Pure Yang Guild, led by a prodigy named Lang, were setting up the Pure Yang sword formation. Violent sword energy surged upward, layering upon layer, gradually coalescing into a resplendent sun. Scorching flames rolled out, spreading like a sea of fire, scorching the heavens and earth. Lang, wielding a broad sword, stood at the center of the sword formation, merging with the great sun. Bathed in flames, he resembled a king amidst the fire. The violent energy of the Pure Yang sword formation continued to accumulate, and the sea of fire kept expanding. Lang, like a king amidst the flames, radiated an aura that surged at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Pure Yang sword formation, using swords as the formation, humans as the source, converging upon the great sun, channeling its power into a single body and manifesting the king of fire. One independent cultivator, aware of the Pure Yang sword formation's terror, murmured, gathering the power of 20 prodigies into a single body, transforming into the king of fire the accumulated. Strength is comparable to the mid-earth profound stage. Mid-earth profound? Every cultivator in the vicinity let out a gasp of astonishment. Transcending mortality to forge the spirit body allows the physical form to harmonize more closely with heaven and earth, reaching a state capable of bearing the power of the cosmos. The earth stage, on the other hand, involves beginning to tap into the power of the earth and actively absorbing the energy of the earth's veins. The earth's energy is profound and substantial. Earth-profound cultivators are no exception. Earth-stage cultivators, who can absorb the energy of the earth's veins, are virtually free from the worry of spiritual energy depletion. Standing upon the earth, they can continuously draw upon the earth's energy and transform it for their own use. In other words, the gap between the earth stage and the soul stage far exceeds that between the spirit stage and the soul stage. Most prodigies in the world, provided they possess sufficient foundational strength, have a chance to advance from the spirit stage to the spirit transformation stage. But those capable of advancing from the soul stage to the earth mystic stage are few and far between. They are almost always the very top-tier prodigies and prodigious talents. Clearly, Ken has certainly not yet reached that level. After all, during the Jiang clan's succession battle, he was defeated by Xian, who was at the spirit stage. I'd like to offer my humble assistance to help the prodigies of the Pure Yang Guild subdue Ken. A lone cultivator at the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage flew over to Lang and his companions. Facing Lang, who had transformed into the Fire King, he bowed respectfully and spoke bluntly. My demands are modest. 10,000 mana crystals will suffice. The bounty on Ken's head consisted of 3 Dao herbs and a holy tier inheritance, all priceless treasures. Even if measured strictly in mana crystals, they would be worth at least 10 million. 10,000 mana crystals really wasn't too much. But to pay that much for a single intervention by an 8th-tier spirit transformation level independent cultivator was actually a bit extravagant. After all, the lives of independent cultivators have always been cheap. Lang glanced at the man, pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Agreed. It wasn't that he was impressed by the man's strength. What kind of power could an 8th-tier spirit transformation independent cultivator possibly have? Not even enough to withstand a single sword strike from Ken. He intended to use this as a way to send a signal to the independent cultivators present. If they followed him, they'd all get a share of the spoils. 1 or 2 independent cultivators wouldn't amount to much, but 1,000 or 2 could coalesce into a considerable force. He didn't need them to do much as long as, when he slew Ken, these people didn't get greedy and try to snatch the kill from him. After all, having transformed into the King of Fire, his strength rivaled that of a mid-earth mystic cultivator. Slaying a Ken was nothing more than child's play. Sure enough, as soon as Lang's words spread, over 2,300 independent cultivators quickly gathered at his side. Seeing this, the Slayer Guild, the Blood Demon Cult, and the Taitsong Holy Land followed suit, promising the independent cultivators mana crystals and a share of the spoils. Soon, nearly 10,000 cultivators, led by the major factions, split into multiple opposing camps. Divine light flickered as Taoist arts, spellcasting, sword chi, and countless other lethal techniques filled the heavens and earth. The air was thick with murderous intent, all of it locked onto Xian, who stood before the gates of Jixia Academy. The inheritance ceremony at Jixia Academy was still more than half an hour away. Before that, kill Ken and make some quick cash. That was the thought running through everyone's mind. Xian showed no reaction to this. He didn't even deign to acknowledge it. He simply kept a silent countdown in his mind for everyone present. Meanwhile, on the Howren Terrace, Kuei, Zhao, and the others watched the scene unfold, completely baffled. What the hell is Ken doing? Does he want to die? Does he really think he can single-handedly drive out nearly 10,000 cultivators and claim the legacy all for himself? Holy shit. Even if he does possess the talent to be a demon prodigy and combat power that transcends his current realm, that doesn't give him the right to be this recklessly suicidal. Does it? Zhao couldn't make sense of it. He wanted Ken dead. He wanted to tear Ken to pieces to avenge his grandson. But the thought that his grandson, who clearly had the potential to become a demon prodigy, had died at the hands of such a brainless fool, well, it felt like his heart was being torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. Kuei felt the same way now. This is a fucking trap. The trap he personally set to ambush Xian. What the hell are you doing butting in here? Acting all one man can hold the pass against 10,000. Successfully drawing everyone's hatred as if you're afraid Xian won't notice you. Right? Right now, he desperately wants to walk out, point at Kenneth's head, and ask, "What the hell are you doing? What the hell do you actually want?" But he couldn't. He feared this might actually be a mission the Holy Lord had entrusted to Ken. If he stopped Ken and ruined the Holy Lord's plan, then even 9 heads wouldn't be enough to save him. Sighing inwardly, Kuei, though filled with helplessness, had no choice but to cover for Ken, continuing to placate Zhao and keep him occupied. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that Zhao wouldn't be able to wait any longer and would charge right out to smash Ken to death with a single palm strike. Elder Zhao, there's no need to rush. Just wait patiently for Xian to arrive. If this Ken insists on courting death, then let him. Go ahead and do it. Kuei chuckled lightly, adopting a tone that suggested he had Zhao's best interests at heart. Attempting to drive everyone away single-handedly, his only fate is death. There is no need for Elder Zhao to lift a finger, and it saves him from being accused of bullying the weak. What is not to like? Deep down, however, he was silently praying. Ken, go ahead and court death if you must, but for God's sake, don't actually get yourself killed. He knew full well that Ken was a crucial pawn in the Holy Lord's many schemes. If such a key figure were to die right in front of him, he'd likely have to go and answer to the Holy Lord with his head on a platter. What the hell is going on here? Kuei instinctively clenched his feather fan, a flicker of irritation passing through his eyes. He'd merely been ordered to eliminate Xian to clear away a minor yet significant obstacle for Ken. This was supposed to be a simple, trivial task. How had it suddenly escalated to this? Kuei has a point, Zhao said, nodding. Since Xian was tied to the core legacy of Jisha Academy, he still had enough patience to spare. Soon, the incense stick had burned more than halfway through. The eerie silence at the scene was finally shattered. The energy accumulated within the pure Yang sword formation reached its peak, and Lang, now transformed into the King of Fire, surged to the 6th level of the Earth Mystic Realm. It was time to claim Kenneth's head and collect the Zhao family's bounty. Boom! Lang slowly rose to his feet, his flame-clad body, a full 10 zhang tall, stretched out, shooting streams of sparks that pierced the void. From his chest, where the flames boiled, he drew the Sunlight Giant sword with measured, unhurried movements. Gripping the Sunlight Giant sword with both hands, Lang looked at Xian coldly. Ken, prepare to die. The more than 2,300 independent cultivators surrounding the Pure Yang Guild also had their auras surging as they glared coldly at Xian. They might not be able to offer much practical help, but cheering him on was certainly within their power. And then happily pocket 10,000 mana crystals, why not? Perhaps this was simply the way of life for independent cultivators. Xian paid them no mind, instead staring at the burning incense with a hint of exasperation. This incense, why is it burning so slowly? He was growing impatient. To Lang, this dismissive attitude was nothing short of contempt and humiliation. Rage surged within him. Lang roared in a deep, furious voice, swinging his sword with both hands and slashing at Xian. The mighty Sun Giant sword shone like the great sun itself wherever it passed. A sea of fire surged, scorching the void and leaving behind craters marked by searing heat. The terrifying heat wave forced the surrounding cultivators to retreat 100 zhang in a panic, their faces filled with terror. This power, comparable to that of the 6th level of Earth Mystic Realm, was more than enough to sweep away 1,000 troops and crush everyone in the arena. Ken is as good as dead, many declared with certainty. Only then did Xian react, turning his head to glance at the Fire King slashing toward him, and he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Channeling his innate Fire Dao spirit body and infusing it with his Fire Dao intent, which had already reached the mid-stage, he pinched his fingers together to conjure a tiny flame and flicked it toward the Fire King. Of course, this alone was certainly not enough. Xian secretly imbued the tiny flame with a hint of the special ripples generated by the rippling black hole. After all, this thing could even plunder the energy of deities. Dealing with a Fire King materialized from a sword formation was practically like a grown man wielding a knife to bully a child. But no one could know that. To everyone present, it looked as though Ken had simply flicked out a tiny flame, as if he were just playing around.
Lang Laukit.
The esteemed young master of the Zhang clan, are you giving up the fight already?
Lang.
Feng couldn't resist offering a taunt. But in the next instant, Lang's expression changed abruptly. The Sunday Giant sword struck the tiny flame. Not only did it fail to extinguish it, but it felt as though it had struck an incredibly hard defense, unable to make the slightest headway. The tiny flame then surged wildly. The pure essence of the Fire Dao, like chains of the great Dao, bound the Sunlight Giant sword. Special ripples spread out. An indescribable, predatory force devoured the sunlight giant's sword like a gluttonous beast. Although the entire process was clearly silent and still, Lang's mind echoed with the sound of crunch, crunch, crunch. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the sunlight greatsword was devoured completely. The tiny flame then set its sights on Lang, who had transformed into the Fire King. Lang's mind trembled violently. Though he was facing nothing but flames, he had the eerie illusion of being stared at by some ancient, ferocious beast as if he were already a delicious meal in its eyes. What the hell is this thing? Lang roared in terror within his mind. The tiny flame flew toward him, its pure essence of the fire Tao completely engulfing Lang. It happened so fast that Lang didn't even have time to flee, so fast that many hadn't even had time to react that Lang's Tenjong tall incarnation of the Fire King had already been devoured clean, leaving nothing but a ball of pure flame, a single tiny flame. And Lang, now reduced to a desiccated corpse, plummeted to the ground. The other 19 prodigies who had set up the pure Yang sword formation also suffered the backlash, spewing blood wildly before passing out. To the onlookers, this scene seemed like a supernatural phenomenon. Lang, whose strength rivaled that of a 6th-level Earth mystic cultivator, was dead just like that. How did he die? What on earth did Ken do? Those were now terrified. They cowered, not even daring to look Xian in the eye, but instead retreated in perfect unison, waiting for the right moment to flee. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. Now you want to leave. Too late. I don't want to wait any longer. Xian chuckled, waved his hand, and the incense stick half-burned instantly burned to ashes. Before his words had even finished, Xian was already brandishing his sword, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged forward. The tiny sparks transformed, evolving into a sky-high sea of fire that sent surging waves of flame sweeping out, blocking the Slayer Guild and other factions to prevent them from intervening and disrupting him at that moment. At the same time, a Tai Chi fish flew out from within Xian's body. The Tai Chi fish rapidly expanded, transforming into the Tai Chi palace diagram, which rotated slowly in the sky. The energies of Yin and Yang poured forth like a torrential rain, enveloping 100 zhong and forming a confined realm mysterious, hazy, and harboring hidden lethality. Having only begun to grasp the Tai Chi palace diagram he had seized from Ken, and having never cultivated the way of Yin and Yang himself, Xian could unleash only a limited portion of the power of this sacred level legacy. However, it was more than enough to create a confined zone and trap the independent cultivators before him who had sided with the Pure Yang Guild. The slaughter began. Xian weaved through the crowd of cultivators, his sword's light and shadow intertwining as he claimed the lives of one cultivator after another. Blood flowed ceaselessly. There were over 2,300 independent cultivators, a large number but very few possessed strength worthy of note. None of them posed any threat to Xian. Therefore, this was nothing more than a simple massacre. And it was over quickly. Moments later, the confined space formed by the Tai Chi palace diagram dissipated. With the concealment gone, Xian, sword in hand, returned to the entrance of Jixia Academy, standing beside Master. Master was still reciting the Confucian and Taoist classics. The spot where they had been moments ago had long since turned into a sea of blood. Silence, horror, fear. These were the emotions strikingly uniform raging within the hearts of the prodigies from the Slayer Guild, the Tai Tsong Holy Land, and other factions, as well as the independent cultivators who had sided with them. Everyone stared blankly at Xian, as if looking upon a demon. Xian looked at the crowd and grinned. I am right here. That's right. This head of mine is worth 3 Tao herbs and a sacred level inheritance. A very tempting reward. But which one of you dares to come and take it? Silence, a long, lingering silence. Not a single cultivator among them answered, nor did anyone dare to respond. When Xian slashed Zhang Chongfeng with his sword, they felt no fear because they outnumbered him when he instantly killed Lang. They were merely shocked and suspicious, but not overly afraid, because they were confident in their numerical superiority. But when Xian single-handedly slaughtered over 2,000 people, with blood flowing like a river, they were truly terrified, their very souls frozen with fear. This isn't human, he is a demon. A bloodthirsty demon who kills without mercy. No one dares to claim it? Xian gave a cold smile. The situation before him was exactly as he hoped. His smile faded, and his tone turned icy. Then get the hell out of here. As he barked the command, his sword sang of its own accord, and his sword intent already nearing the mid-stage broke through. Countless sharp sword energies surged forth, standing across the sky like a grim, deadly sword domain, as if suspended over everyone's necks, ready to fall at any moment and behead them all. Boom! They scattered in a panic. The group of cultivators, their courage shattered, fled in disarray, fleeing far from this scene of chaos. They wanted Ken's bounty, and they wanted Jisha Academy's legacy, but they wanted to stay alive even more. In the blink of an eye, within a 10-li radius, aside from the corpses strewn haphazardly across the sea of blood, only Xian remained. Xian smiled with satisfaction. Killing has never been the goal, it's a means to an end. Today, whether he wanted to or not, he had to take the blame for Ken. And as a bonus, he could claim Jisha Academy's legacy for himself. Hadn't he achieved exactly what he set out to do? Xian looked at the master, who was still reciting the Confucian and Taoist classics, and smiled. Now who else could the chosen one possibly choose but him? On the Howren terrace, Kuei and Zhao exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat at a loss. They never in a million years expected that such a scene would actually unfold. Ken, single-handedly, had driven everyone away and claimed the legacy of Jisha Academy all for himself. What the hell is going on here? Kuei was stunned. Ken couldn't he possibly have come here just for the legacy of Jisha Academy? Could he? Give me a break. This was a trap set to ambush Xian. With all this chaos, there's no way Xian's coming now. If you needed it, you could VE just said so once this is over, I'd even deliver it to you myself. Was it really necessary to come here in person and go on such a killing spree? The situation had spiraled out of control time and time again, leaving Kuei feeling utterly drained. His absolute confidence in ambushing Xian had plummeted. As a half-step Paragon stage cultivator, he could essentially walk all over eastern Shenzhou where no void gods were currently active, and dealing with a mere spirit stage kid was supposed to be a piece of cake. Yet here he was, hampered at every turn and repeatedly thwarted, all because of this Ken standing right in front of him. Especially since the plan was to strike at Jisha Academy, he wouldn't have to worry about Xian's protector, nor would he even need to step in personally. That was precisely why he'd been so confident. Through the barrier of the Howren platform, Kuei stared at Xian, his eyes brimming with resentment. If he hadn't known this guy was a key pawn of the holy ruler, he would have loved to crush this brain-dead fool with his own hands right then and there. Zhao was also feeling a bit at a loss now. Events had unfolded too quickly, throwing his thoughts into disarray. Ken must die, there was no question about that. But what was the purpose of their mission again? Oh, to capture and kill Xian, use Xian to force the Jiang family to hand over the divine talisman, and obtain Jisha Academy's core legacy. But what about Xian? They hadn't seen him once, from start to finish. Elder, should we move now? A Zhao family disciple in charge of Jisha Academy's grand formation couldn't help but ask. Xian was taking his sweet time, they probably wouldn't be waiting for him anymore. Now that only Ken was left, they couldn't let him escape. Earlier that afternoon, Ken had ambushed the entrance to the Zhao family's branch office, slaying Zhao Kuo and numerous Zhao family disciples with his sword. This immense humiliation must be avenged. Zhao didn't issue a direct order. Instead, he looked at Kuei with a questioning gaze. If Xian isn't coming, should I go ahead? Kuei remained silent. He was now in a no-win situation. Should he act? Ken was a true disciple of his Yin-Yang guild and a crucial piece in the Holy Lord's many schemes. Even if he had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare nod in agreement. Should he not act? Ken had blocked the entrance to the Zhao family's branch office and slain Zhao's own grandson, inflicting the ultimate humiliation. Could he really persuade Zhao not to take action? But just then, another unexpected turn of events occurred. Master, who was clearly just a projection, abruptly stopped reciting the Confucian and Taoist classics, patted his butt, stood up, glanced at Xian and chuckled. Why didn't you just do this sooner? Every time I have to recite a whole long passage from the Confucian and Taoist classics, it's exhausting. These kids these days, they don't know the first thing about respecting their elders and caring for the young. Selecting those with a karmic connection? In the world of cultivation, what inheritance is ever obtained simply by having a fated connection? If you're meant to have it, you have to fight for it. How can you not understand such a basic principle? The master glanced at the corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, shook his head, showing not a shred of mercy or compassion, only indifference, and immediately turned to enter Jisha Academy. At the same time, he tossed a remark over his shoulder to Xian. Gomein. Xian looked completely bewildered. Wait, something's off about this script. Isn't this old man just a projection? How come he actually possesses spiritual insight? And judging by the subtext of his words, hadn't he accidentally stumbled upon the correct way to obtain the legacy? Could Ken really be my lucky charm? Xian muttered to himself with a strange look on his face. His rampage and bloodbath had been, on the one hand, a direct and effective way to obtain the legacy, and on the other, a ploy to frame Ken by taking the fall for his own actions. Who would V thought? It actually had an unexpected benefit. Without giving it another thought, Xian immediately entered Jisha Academy. Meanwhile, on the Howren Terrace, Kuei, Zhao, and the others looked utterly bewildered and flustered. Hadn't they taken control of Jisha Academy? Wasn't it up to them to decide when the legacy would be passed on? How could this have happened? What's going on? Zhao snapped coldly. The faces of the Zhao family disciples paled, and they hurriedly reported, "Elder, this has nothing to do with us." The formation showed no signs of malfunction. It must be that the ruins of Jisha Academy have activated on their own. Kuei's eyes were deep, faintly glimmering with a mysterious light as he gazed at Jisha Academy and speculated. It seems this Jisha Academy still harbors secrets unknown to us. Although there was an unexpected twist in the process, the outcome remains the same. Ken has already entered Jisha Academy, so his life or death is now entirely in our hands. As long as he accepts the legacy and the grand formation activates smoothly, we can subdue him in an instant. Kuei fanned himself with his feather fan and chuckled softly. In his heart, however, he was pondering how to seize control of Jisha Academy and help Jiang Chengquan escape death. For the time being, he had no intention of falling out with Zhao. After all, the Zhao family was one of the three great clans that ruled the royal city. He was certain that Xian was in the royal city, and to successfully eliminate Xian within the city limits, he would clearly need the help of Zhao and the Zhao family. Zhao nodded, a chill flickering in his eyes. Although many of their plans had come to naught, being able to successfully kill Ken with his own hands and avenge his grandson meant the trip had not been in vain. Attack! The Zhao clan disciples' expressions turned solemn as they focused their minds on the grand formation, bracing themselves for battle. But deep down, they were filled with confusion. There's only Ken left. Wouldn't it be over if the elder just stepped in and killed him himself? Why go through all this extra trouble? But they dared not ask, much less question it. Whatever the elder said, they, as disciples, would do. Inside Jisha Academy, the master casually pulled over a meditation cushion, sat down, motioned for Xian to sit as well, and said with a smile, "Come on, keep this old man company for a bit." Xian stared intently at the master, his mind filled with shock and doubt, and a sense of caution gradually rising within him. Something's off, very off. According to this young master's usual script, behind any normal stroke of fate, there's bound to be danger and peril lurking. And what about this stroke of fate that already looks so abnormal? Just how dangerous could the danger lurking behind this be? But the legacy of Jisha Academy was of the utmost importance to him. He simply couldn't bring himself to give it up outright. After a moment's thought, Xian gave a dry laugh. "It's fine. I'm still young and my legs are still strong. I'll be just fine standing. If you have something to say, just get to the point."
I am listening.
Master's expression froze for a moment, and he cast a strange glance at Xian. Why did this kid's words sound so jarring? Never mind, I've been dead for so many years, why should I quibble with a child? Master offered himself a bit of consolation, stroking his beard as he gathered his thoughts, all the while contemplating whether to entrust the core legacy of Jisha Academy to this young man. This kid's talent is utterly extraordinary, unparalleled in his lifetime. Even he could only grasp the basics of it. He had served as the legacy projection at the ruins of Jisha Academy for millions of years, bestowing the legacy once every decade. He had seen countless prodigies, but in terms of raw talent alone, those who could compare to this one could be counted on one hand. Most crucially, this kid doesn't stick to the old ways. His actions are outrageous and unrestrained. Although the selection was supposed to be random, he swept through the entire venue, driving everyone away, even going so far as to kill over 2,000 people to instill fear. A demon? Such behavior is indeed demonic. But this is exactly the kind of person he is looking for. He will never forget the ancient times when powerful enemies from beyond the realm invaded. The human races of Eastern Shenzhou and indeed, the entire Shentian realm were crushed under the weight of overwhelming power, left feeling utterly helpless and desperate, as if their cries to heaven and earth went unanswered. And the root cause of it all was his own indecision. Out of concern for his compatriots holding off the foreign invaders within the spatial portal, he failed to destroy it in time, allowing the invaders to descend upon the Shantian realm. Although, in the end, they did emerge victorious, driving the foreign invaders entirely out of the Shantian realm. But the overall strength of the human race had clearly suffered a drastic decline after that battle and had yet to fully recover its vitality. If, back then, he had possessed this young man's resolve and made the necessary sacrifices in a timely manner, none of this would have happened. He knew full well that, given the ambitions of those foreign enemies, they certainly wouldn't let it go just because they'd been driven out of the Shantian realm. Once a great era dawns, they are bound to make a comeback, and this kid is ruthless and unrestrained, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Perhaps he could revive Jisha Academy and lead the human race to resist the powerful enemies from beyond the realm with even greater strength. As he reminisced about the past, a hint of guilt flickered in Master's aged eyes, and his entire being exuded an air of melancholy. Xian blinked, a sense of unease welling up inside him, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Wait, what are you brooding about? Just say it already." His train of thought interrupted. Master's face darkened. He shot Xian a glare and snapped, "What's the rush? If you don't even have the bare minimum of respect, why on earth should I pass on my legacy to you?" The moment Xian heard this, he exploded. "What? A lousy legacy? Does he really think this young master is going to beg you for it?" He'd already been on his guard, suspecting that this master wasn't a good guy and that the legacy likely harbored hidden dangers. He'd been hesitating about whether to make a quick exit. Well, now it was crystal clear, no need to think about it anymore. He had to get out of here. This old man wasn't even bothering to put on a show anymore. If he stayed any longer, this young master's life would probably no longer belong to him. This young master is done here. Xian stared at the master, speaking slowly and deliberately, then turned on his heel and strode out. The master was stunned. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. "Wait a minute," the master hurriedly called out. "I haven't passed the legacy on to you yet." Hearing this, Xian quickened his pace. He couldn't stop snickering inwardly. "So you finally slipped up, didn't you? You haven't passed on the legacy to me yet? If you really wanted to give it to me, why the hell would you have so much bullshit and so many demands? Besides, what kind of enlightened, noble elder would go out of their way to hand over a legacy? You say I have to respect you? It's all bullshit. You're clearly just trying to stall for time so you can take over this young master's body. I've seen this kind of dirty trick way too many times. If I fall for your tricks again, I'd be doing a disservice to all the bitter tears I've shed over the years." Seeing Xian slip away even faster, Master was now truly panicked. The great era was about to dawn, and the crisis posed by powerful enemies from beyond the realm was imminent. There was simply no time left for him to go looking for another prodigy capable of inheriting Jisha Academy. Besides, it was unlikely there would ever be anyone better than this kid. After all, over millions of years, this was the only one who had ever met his standards. Master hurriedly rose to his feet, waved his sleeve, and shut the gates of Jisha Academy, blocking Xian's path. Without the slightest hesitation, he looked at Xian with a grave expression and said earnestly and sincerely, "I wish to take you as my disciple and impart the core teachings of our lineage to you. I hope you will take charge of and revitalize Jisha Academy. Are you willing?" "No." Xian waved his hand decisively, without even turning his head. Staring at the locked gate, he felt a surge of impatience. The old man's soft approach hadn't worked. Was he now resorting to force? He drew the red heart sword and tried slashing at the gate. To his surprise, the gate shattered instantly. "What?" Xian froze for a moment, then couldn't help but curl his lip. How could this old man be so careless in his preparations for doing something underhanded? Without a second thought, Xian stepped out through the gates of Jisha Academy. Xian walked away without a moment's hesitation, leaving the master looking utterly bewildered and a bit dazed. Was he just rejected like that? Wait, you were willing to slaughter over 2,000 people and make enemies of the entire world for the sake of Jisha Academy's legacy, and now you're just giving it up like that? So decisive? So abrupt? A wave of regret instantly washed over Master. What the hell was I doing? Acting all high and mighty just because of my age. Damn it! I finally found a promising young talent, and I drove him away with my attitude. Inside the Howran Terrace, Kuei and Zhao wore equally bewildered expressions. They had to admit they were a bit lost. Ken, did he just refuse the legacy? Zhao was dumbfounded. No way, is this Ken just messing with us? He went on a killing spree for the sake of the legacy, repeatedly thwarting their plans, and now he has turned around and refused it? His refusal was so decisive and abrupt it was as if he knew there was a trap waiting for him. With that thought, Zhao's mind stirred. He turned to look at Kuei and said in a deep voice, "Could it be? Has Ken seen through our ambush?" Kuei lowered his gaze slightly, pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. That's unlikely. Even this master, with his spiritual acuity, didn't detect our presence. How could Ken, who's merely at the soul stage, possibly have noticed? Though Kuei said this, he was deeply suspicious in his heart. Ken must have known everything. Otherwise, there's no way he would have refused so decisively and left. But what the hell was the point of all this? With blood on his hands, having slaughtered over 2,000 people and intimidated everyone into retreat, even scaring Xian so much, he didn't dare show up. And in the end, he still refused the legacy. Could it be the Holy Lord's plan? Kuei could only speculate this otherwise. He feared he wouldn't be able to resist smacking Ken to death with one blow. Meanwhile, as soon as Xian stepped out of Jixia Academy, a notification from his golden finger popped up before his eyes. Congratulations on breaking a rule once. If you accept Jixia Academy's core legacy, you will be suppressed by Jixia Academy's grand formation and die on the spot. You have rejected Jixia Academy's core legacy. Reward: Jixia Academy. Xian froze for a moment. It wasn't because the legacy was a trap that was already obvious. Besides, having gone through this so many times, he was long used to it. It didn't faze him in the least. What surprised him was the reward from the golden finger. A reward for Jixia Academy? Jixia Academy had already been destroyed, leaving nothing but the bare ruins of the Howren platform. What good was that? Great. A whole night's work for nothing. What a bummer. Xian muttered under his breath as he soared away. He couldn't even be bothered to claim the so-called golden finger reward. What good was a bare Howren terrace? Carry it home to use as a cutting board? Don't be so abstract. 1 second, Xian was soaring away. The next second, the Howren platform shook violently, surging with a massive amount of Howren chi and bursting into a milky white glow that illuminated the entire world. Then, the Howren platform actually broke free on its own, taking with it the phantom image of Jixia Academy along with the master inside it, and together they transformed into a speck of light. They sliced through the void, chasing after Xian, and flew into his body. The master, sensing the current situation, was instantly filled with confusion, even more bewildered than before. How the hell did I end up inside this kid's body? Wait a minute, Jixia Academy. How did it automatically recognize a master? What's going on? What did this kid do? The master was completely baffled. But someone was even more baffled than he was. At the original site of the Howren platform, Kuei, Zhao, and the others who had been hiding within the grand formation also revealed themselves. After all, with the entire Jixia Academy gone, where was the grand formation that had been sheltering them? Everyone stood there in a daze, utterly baffled. What had they just witnessed? The Howren platform had swept up the ruins of Jixia Academy and actively followed Ken away? Can someone tell me how that kid Ken pulled that off? Zhao fell silent for a moment, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually surging. I've been waiting and waiting here, holding my tongue for ages, only to end up watching Ken slip away right under my nose and take the entire Jixia Academy with him. This is the last straw. Pursue him. Zhao's face hardened with murderous intent as he barked coldly. Tear Ken to pieces and reclaim Jixia Academy. Yes, sir. The Zhao clan disciples replied in unison. Kuei looked resigned as he stepped forward, blocking the group's path, and chuckled lightly. Elder Zhao, could you do me a favor and spare Ken? He wasn't sure exactly how Ken had managed to just uproot the entire Jixia Academy and move it away. But right now, he was really pissed off. Could you at least have given me a heads up? He'd already established a good relationship with Zhao, and if he could continue to deepen that connection, the Zhao family's control over the royal city would greatly reduce the difficulty of eliminating Xian. But now look at this: first you killed Zhao's grandson, and now, without a word, you've just moved the entire Jixia Academy away. You've made Zhao so furious he's about to explode. How am I supposed to handle this? Kuei was in a terrible spot. Whether it's his own status or Ken's importance, He has no choice but to cover Ken's retreat and confront Zhao head-on. But none of this mess had to happen in the first place. Ken, you really are a pain in the ass. Kuei couldn't help but curse under his breath. Seeing Kuei blocking his path, Zhao's expression immediately darkened. Kuei? I don't understand. His tone was icy, laced with a hint of suppressed rage. The terrifying aura of the Unity stage slowly surged forth, shaking the void and disrupting the heavens and earth, like a massive mountain looming overhead, crushing everything in its path. Kuei's face was filled with helplessness with a touch of awkwardness. He replied coldly, Ken is a direct disciple of our Yin-Yang Guild. His status is exalted, we cannot afford to lose him. Boom! Upon hearing this, Zhao exploded with fury. In an instant, he understood everything. No wonder this Kuei had sought his cooperation to eliminate Shen, no wonder he wanted to borrow the Zhao family Aswani talisman to manipulate Jixia Academy's grand formation, no wonder he repeatedly warned him not to act rashly against Ken, no wonder Ken was able to simply uproot the entire Jixia Academy. So that it an inside job, they'd been tricking him all along. He was beside himself with rage. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. First, his grandson had been slain by Ken, then he'd been deceived by Kuei and Ken working in cahoots, who pulled off an inside job to steal Jixia Academy. It felt as though he'd been toyed with at will by a circus clown. Zhao's eyes blazed with fury, murderous intent surging within him as energy raged around his body, his aura erupting like a volcano. Boom! Within 1,000 zhang radius, the ground instantly collapsed as if crushed by a divine mountain. You bastard! Zhao roared furiously, unleashing his slaughter-oriented Dao arts as he charged toward Kuei. Kuei was at a loss. As a half-step Paragon stage cultivator, he naturally had nothing to fear from Zhao, even killing him wouldn't be too difficult. But this wasn't supposed to happen. Kuei swung his feather fan, channeling the power of heaven and earth to transform it into yin and yang, and met Zhao head-on. In his heart, he continued to curse under his breath. What the hell is going on here? And so, the battle between two Unity Stage Supreme Masters began. Mysterious Dao principles blossomed across the heavens and earth, profound forces of the rules tore through the void for 10,000 zhang, resplendent divine might pressed down upon all directions, causing countless cultivators who had already retreated to cast astonished and bewildered glances their way. ISNT that the direction of Jixia Academy? How could Unity Stage powerhouses be fighting there? What on earth happened after they left? As powerful as the Unity Stage in today's Shantian realm, they are essentially among the top-tier powerhouses. A single individual's might is enough to crush all life in a region, and a single casual strike can unleash a natural disaster. Even the mere aftereffects of their battle are enough to destroy an entire realm. The vast plain bathed in moonlight had already been eroded by the raging energy, dazzling divine radiance, profound Dao patterns, and a chilling intent to kill surged like layer upon layer of raging waves, spreading outwards. This battle had raged on for a long time. So long that the silver moon had already faded, and the great sun was about to rise, bringing light. So long that the cultivators who had retreated earlier had learned the truth of what had happened, and were instantly beside themselves with rage, cursing Ken as a treacherous villain. So long that, within a million-li radius centered on the royal capital, countless lineages and factions had all come to know one thing. Ken, the young master of the Jiang clan and a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Guild, had colluded with the guild's powerful members to deceive the immortal Zhao clan and uproot the Jixia Academy entirely. Those cultivators who had been driven back by Shan's might, the prodigies and prodigious talents within the royal city, as well as the factions surrounding it all, were furious beyond measure, filled with hatred for Ken. They mobilized en masse, determined to capture and kill Ken and reclaim Jixia Academy. Of course, while this hatred for Ken was so intense that it stirred the indignation of both gods and mortals, the crux of the matter lay in the Jixia Academy that Ken now possessed. Within it lay all of Jixia Academy's legacies, including that core legacy that transcended even the saint level. Whether an individual or a faction, whoever could seize Jixia Academy would surely ascend to the pinnacle of the Shantian realm in the future. In the blink of an eye, countless cultivators set out, converging on the royal city. Dawn broke. It turned out that the area within 100 li of the Howran Terrace had become a vast expanse of ruins. The battle between Zhao and Kuei had also gradually subsided. I never intended to be an enemy of Elder Zhao, I hope you understand this, Kuei said calmly, fanning himself with his feather fan. His aura and condition were as stable as ever despite fighting all night. He seemed completely unaffected. In contrast, Zhao's aura fluctuated violently, and his body was stained with blood in many places clearly. His strength was considerably weaker than Kuei's. Zhao stared coldly at Kuei, saying nothing. He knew full well that Kuei's strength far surpassed his own had his opponent not held back at every turn. He would likely have perished by now. This matter will not be so easily forgotten. Zhao snorted coldly. Ken killed my grandson, he must die. Immediately, he soared through the air toward the royal city. As for the dozen or so Zhao clan disciples he had brought with him, they had long since been killed in the crossfire of the battle. Kuei watched Zhao depart in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly and growing more profound. After a moment's thought, he too soared toward the royal city. Today, no matter what, he would eliminate Xian. As for Ken, if the opportunity arose, he intended to have a serious talk with him and ask what on earth was wrong with him. Whether it was the various factions coveting Jisha Academy or Zhao and Kuei, they were all destined to come up empty-handed. The royal city, in front of the cross-domain teleportation array leading to South Shenzhou. Remember, if anyone asks about my whereabouts, tell them I've returned to the clan. Xian, supporting Nina, instructed Steward Zhang solemnly. Steward Zhang was taken aback. Somewhat puzzled, he didn't understand why the young master felt it necessary to make such a specific request. Even stranger was, in the early hours of the morning, the young master had returned, said nothing, and come straight here, waiting for the teleportation array to activate as if his life depended on it. At this thought, Steward Zhang's heart sank, and he was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. However, he dared not say anything and could only reply respectfully, "Yes, young master, please rest assured." Soon, the time came. The inter-domain teleportation array activated right on schedule. Xian, supporting Nina, stepped into the teleportation array and waited to be transported. Ken! Zhao's furious roar, like a ferocious beast in a rage, suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth, spreading from outside the royal city. A chilling intent to kill, like dark clouds obscuring the sky, weighed heavily upon the entire royal city. Xian's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly urged, "Hurry!" The teleportation array activated. Profound spatial laws surged, and Xian's figure vanished with them. Then, in the blink of an eye, boom! Zhao plummeted like a falling meteor, crashing to the ground. His blood-red eyes swept across the entire scene, finally settling on Steward Zhang. A terrifying aura of authority descended like a mountain. Thud! Unable to bear the pressure, Steward Zhang instantly collapsed face down on the ground, his face drenched in cold sweat as he trembled uncontrollably. "Where's Ken?" Terrified and shaken, Steward Zhang stammered, young master, he's returned to the clan." Boom! Zhao slammed his palm down, leaving a bottomless palm print beside Steward Zhang. Having only been wounded by the royal city's defensive array the day before, he naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to violate the prohibition again. He could only vent his anger in this way. Ken has returned to the clan? That's utter bullshit. Steward Zhang was right here, and the cross-domain teleportation array had just been activated. Everything was crystal clear. Ken had clearly used the teleportation array to head to South Shenzhou. Issue my elder's decree. All Zhao clan prodigies at the Soul Stage and Earth Stage who are not in seclusion are to head to South Shenzhou and hunt down Ken. Bring him back alive or dead. Zhao's face darkened as he roared menacingly. His icy voice instantly echoed throughout the entire royal city. The various forces arriving late, upon hearing Zhao's words, paled and seethed with silent rage. Damn it, we're too late. That bastard Ken got away. Outside the royal city, Kuei, who had been soaring through the air, suddenly came to a halt mid-flight, a look of confusion on his face. Ken went to southern Shenzhou? What on earth is he up to? Is this part of the Holy Ruler's plan? But he didn't recall the Holy Ruler having any designs on southern Shenzhou. And, I came all this way to help you take down Xian. But now you've run off on your own, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Kuei felt even more annoyed. Ken had fled, and Xian was nowhere to be found. After giving it some thought, Kuei turned and left. He had to report to the Holy Ruler first and ask him to intervene to recalculate Xian's location. Deep within a mountain range, Kuei activated the communication talisman to contact the sovereign of Yin and Yang. The energies of Yin and Yang intertwined, coalescing into a bronze mirror. The sovereign of Yin and Yang's hazy figure appeared and looked at Kuei, asking indifferently, "What is the matter?" Kuei knelt on the ground, looking deeply aggrieved, and cried out, "Your Holiness, I had already joined forces with the Zhao family elders to set a trap at Jixia Academy, waiting for Xian to take the bait so we could easily subdue him. But for some reason, Ken suddenly appeared, scattering all the cultivators and driving Xian away. I have no idea what method he used to move the entire Jixia Academy and take it to southern Shenzhou. Your Majesty, please understand. If it weren't for Ken's repeated interference, I would have captured Xian long ago. I dare ask your Majesty, was Ken acting on your orders?" Ken, the Yin-Yang sovereign, was taken aback. Wasn't he Ken in seclusion at the Jiang family estate? When did he go to the royal city? And was he acting on his orders? What was going on? Immediately, he sent a message to Ken to confront him face to face. Ken was in the midst of secluded cultivation. Upon receiving the holy ruler's message, he looked completely bewildered. "Greetings, Master. When did you go to the royal city, and why did you move Jixia Academy? Do you realize that your unauthorized actions have disrupted my original plans?" The holy ruler rebuked coldly. Ken was even more baffled now. "I report to you, Master, that I have been at the Jiang family's residence the entire time and have never gone to the royal city." Now not only was the Yin-Yang sovereign baffled, but even Kuei was completely flummoxed. "What's going on? Did I see things?" "Kuei, could you please give a detailed account of exactly what happened?" Ken asked calmly. Kuei nodded and proceeded to recount the events in meticulous detail. "The Tai Chi Palace diagram?" Upon hearing this, Ken's eyes widened in fury, and he growled, "Xian, it's Xian. During the ancestral land trial, Xian despicably stole my Tai Chi Palace diagram inheritance." Ken's eyes flashed with a cold light as he calmly analyzed the situation. "I also had the holy level inheritance of the Dao Tianyan secret art back then, and that was stolen as well. It now appears that Xian was behind it all. He used the Tianyan secret art to transform himself into my likeness, slashed Zhaoque with a sword, slaughtered over 2,000 people, drove out all the cultivators, and moved Jixia Academy. He intends to frame me to make me take the fall for him." Upon hearing these words, both the Yin-Yang sovereign and Kuei felt a chill run down their spines. Beyond the sheer absurdity of it all, they couldn't help but sense the gravity of the situation. Xian possessed a sacred-level concealment technique and was determined to remain hidden. Tracking him down and eliminating him would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, Kuei was already at the half-step paragon stage. Yet he still hadn't been able to see through the fact that Ken was actually Xian in disguise. One can only imagine just how terrifying this Tianyan secret art truly was, especially since the opponent showed not a shred of the arrogance or sense of honor expected of a prodigy. Not only was he exceptionally cautious, but he also had absolutely no scruples, casually assuming the appearance of others and acting with utter impunity. This scapegoat thrust forward by the Jiang family is far more cunning than they ever imagined. Kuei's face turned ashen. A surge of pent-up anger choked his heart, leaving him with an indescribable sense of anguish. The mere thought of that damned Xian who, right under his very nose, was not only alive and well but had also gone on a rampage and even moved Jixia Academy made the fire of rage raged within him, his soul trembling with fury so much so that he wanted to curse his mother. Most crucially, he had actually helped that bastard time and time again, and in the end he even covered his retreat by blocking Zhao. Otherwise, that Xian would have been killed on the spot long ago. Ken's heart was churning with even greater fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth itched with hatred. Xian used the secret art of heavenly transformation he'd stolen from Ken to impersonate him, slashed Zhaoque with a sword, and raged the immortal Zhao clan, went on a killing spree to intimidate thousands of cultivators, and finally moved Jixia Academy away before striding off triumphantly. Xian had taken all the credit for himself, while leaving all the hatred behind for Ken to shoulder the blame. "Xian, what a Xian! I humbly beg my master to once again divine Xian's location. This disciple must personally subdue and slay him to wash away the shame he has brought upon me." Ken knelt on the ground, bowing his head, struggling to suppress the overwhelming rage in his heart as he pleaded through gritted teeth. Kuei followed suit, speaking in a cold tone. "I humbly request that the holy ruler cast the oracle once more. Unless Xian is killed, this subordinate cannot swallow this humiliation." The holy ruler of Yin and Yang lowered his eyes slightly. A glow of black and white shimmered in their depths, as if he were divining and calculating something. A faint, unique energy of the Yin-Yang cycle shook the void, drawing the desired information from the profound laws of the universe. Within the Yin-Yang cycle constructed by the Yin-Yang sovereign, pure black and pure white intertwined, forming a distorted, illusory space mysterious and profound, as if containing everything between heaven and earth, yet as if everything in the cosmos were being stripped away and vanishing here. The soul mind of the sovereign of yin and yang searches here. One eye opens, the other closes, one embracing the profound, boundless black, the other giving rise to the supremely luminous, infinite white. In the blink of an eye, an eternity time here collapses, piles up, and intertwines in endless cycles, until, a certain moment, the open eye closed and the closed eye opened. Pure black and white were reversed, the cycle turned backward, and the illusory space instantly vanished, leaving only a single point of light, shifting between black and white, flickering on and off. "I've found you," the sovereign of yin and yang murmured to himself, extending his palm to grasp the speck of light representing Xian. The speck of light swelled instantly 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, like the great sun, like the stars, as if encompassing the entire universe and the Milky Way. This void of space immediately began to tremble violently. "How dare you?" An ancient, divine voice suddenly rang out, as if coming from the farthest reaches of time and space, rumbling ceaselessly. Accompanying the divine voice was a supreme aura beyond description, as if it contained the ultimate truths of time and space, or bore the very birth and death of the universe, crashing down heavily and assaulting the yin-yang sovereigness mind and spirit. The yin-yang sovereigness soul, as if a living being, coughed up blood. Only what he coughed up was his lifeblood. But this was far from over. "Are you courting death?" Within the void, it seemed as though a deity traversing the myriad heavens had appeared, roaring furiously as he struck out with a palm across the boundless starry river. It was not a physical attack, but the crushing pressure of a terrifying aura. But the yin-yang sovereign coughed up blood once more, spewing forth the blood of his lifespan. A vast, boundless continent suddenly materialized, its surface teeming with figures as if it were home to countless sentient beings, all glaring furiously at the yin-yang sovereign, their murderous intent washing over him. He coughed up blood for the third time. After that, wave after wave of illusory, towering figures appeared, some bearing the aura of the stars, others the yin-yang taiji, the true destiny-s divine mechanism, or the five elements array Tao. All of them directed their terrifying aura toward the yin-yang sage. This time, the yin-yang sage sensed it. This was the might of a sage who had attained eternal life and boundless vision. The crushing pressure of the sage's aura wasn't particularly severe for the yin-yang sage lord, but there were simply too many of them. The yin-yang sage lord coughed up blood for the fourth time, and his life-blood plummeted. His soul essence, which had once been as majestic as a deity, was now utterly withered, resembling nothing more than an empty shell, radiating weakness. And the illusory space he had created with his divine power could no longer hold, shattering into pieces. He was now somewhat dazed. Where on earth did Xian get so much mysterious energy swirling around him? What on earth was going on with him? Just these 4 instances of coughing up blood had cost him 1,000 years of his lifespan, and that was merely from calculating his location. This was simply outrageous. However, just as it was shattering, the yin-yang sovereign suddenly mustered his strength, seized the speck of light, and managed to catch a glimpse of information. The yin-yang sovereign opened his eyes, showing no sign of distress, and turned to Kuei, coldly ordering, "Southern Divine Continent, Tianlin Ancient City." To prevent that Xian from hiding in the ancient city and refusing to come out, return to the Holy Land first. Take 3 prodigies at the half-step Earth stage with you and head there together. You must eliminate him and bring Jixia Academy back. Kuei's heart sank, and he immediately grasped the Holy Lord's meaning. Xian deserved to die, but he was merely a slightly cunning ant not worth mentioning. The key was the Jixia Academy in his possession, which contained the bulk of the Academy's heritage. It was a mobile treasure trove. If brought back to the Holy Land's foundations would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. "I shall obey the Holy Lord's command," Kuei replied respectfully, then severed the communication talisman and shot through the air at breakneck speed, returning to the Yin-Yang Guild. As the foremost power in Shentian, the Yin-Yang Guild naturally possessed its own cross-domain teleportation array. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Ken suddenly came to a realization. With Kuei set on him, Xian was undoubtedly doomed, but the Jixia Academy he carried. A thought struck Ken, and he immediately knelt to pay his respects, saying respectfully, "With all due boldness, Disciple humbly requests the core legacy of Jixia Academy from Master. During the ancestral land trial, Xian stole all 3 legacies from me one after another, resulting in a significant gap between my current foundation and that of the other prodigies and peerless geniuses of the Jiang clan. Disciple cannot accept this and refuses to fall behind others step by step. If he could obtain the core legacy of Jixia Academy, he would surely be able to turn this awkward situation around and leave all the other of the Jiang clan far behind in one fell swoop. However, asking for something always comes at a cost. Ken knew this better than anyone, even if the person in question was his own master. So, without hesitation, Ken hurriedly continued, I have already made general arrangements within the Jiang clan and recruited quite a few clan members. Even the 3rd and 5th elders are now showing signs of interest. I believe they will soon fully support me. I am wholly dedicated to making the Jiang clan a vassal of the Holy Land and have been working tirelessly toward this goal. I hope my master will see this clearly. However, this disciple's current foundation is still rather weak. Even without counting those 2 prodigies, it would be difficult to compete with Xian, Zhang Haoming, and the others. The Yin-Yang sovereign cast a faint glance at Ken, chuckling inwardly. He hadn't made any substantial progress yet, and already he was thinking of asking for rewards? This disciple of his was truly a bit greedy. However, that's fine too. Only with self-interest can he be better utilized and controlled. The Yin-Yang sovereign pondered for a moment. Bestowing the Jixia Academy legacy upon Ken would further enhance his competitiveness within the Jiang clan. Setting aside the possibility of him immediately seizing the position of junior clan leader, or even the Jiang clan's supreme authority, it would be sufficient if he could win over more elders and recruit more members of the Jiang clan. As for the 2 prodigies of the Jiang clan, Xian, Liu, and the others, these prodigies and peerless geniuses who posed a threat to Ken, he would handle them one by one through his own behind-the-scenes maneuvering and by seeking out opportunities. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing, the Yin-Yang sovereign simply looked at Ken and said indifferently, You want the Jixia Academy legacy? I can give it to you. But what can you offer me in return right now? Well, Ken was at a loss for words for the moment. He couldn't think of anything he could do for his master. What is Liu's bloodline concentration? The Yin-Yang sovereign asked casually. Reporting to Master 72. Ken replied respectfully. Then a flash of insight struck him. Xian was as cunning as a fox and wouldn't be easy to eliminate, but Liu clearly wouldn't be that difficult. If he could eliminate Zhang Haoming first, he would undoubtedly be one step closer to seizing the position of junior clan leader and taking control of the Jiang family. Ken immediately understood his master's well-intentioned plan. On the surface, it appeared to be a trade, but how could a single Liu possibly be worth comparing to the legacy of Jixia Academy? Moreover, as the revered master of the Yin-Yang Guild, what use would Liu be to him? Ultimately, it was also that he could take control of the Jiang family more quickly, thereby ensuring the clan could weather the great calamity of the age more smoothly. Yes, master. Your disciple understands. Ken bowed respectfully, his voice filled with emotion as he said sincerely, This disciple will certainly live up to master's high expectations, eliminate Liu, and take control of the Jiang family as soon as possible. The Yin-Yang sovereign seemed very pleased that Ken had come to understand, and couldn't help but nod and smile with satisfaction. After all, you're a member of the Jiang family, and there are many inconveniences. You need only lure Liu out of the Jiang family. I will personally send someone to eliminate him. Ken felt even more grateful and bowed repeatedly. Master, your great kindness has moved me to tears. Then, cutting off the communication, Ken began plotting against Liu. After giving it some thought, he ended his seclusion, stood up, and walked out of the training hall to pay Liu a visit. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang sovereign closed the communication talisman. His eyes instantly dimmed slightly, and a few strands of white hair appeared at his temples. He had attempted to divine Xian, only to be injured by those terrifying energy fluctuations. His lifespan had been reduced by at least 1,000 years. Although he had long since reached the peak of the Paragon stage, with a lifespan measured in tens of thousands of years, the loss of 1,000 years was no great matter to him. But the loss of his lifespan was caused by that Xian. How could a mere soul stage cultivator cause him to suffer such a backlash, costing him 1,000 years of his lifespan? No one could accept this. The Yin-Yang sovereign lowered his gaze slightly, a layer of rage building in the depths of his eyes, casting a dark shadow over his entire being. Just then, the shadow from his past life stepped forward and exclaimed, with a touch of amusement, This Ken possesses a kind of pure-hearted foolishness. He must have vaguely guessed that we were plotting against the Jiang family, rather than the noble-sounding claim of helping them. Whether the crisis yet, he still expressed such sincere support and helped us without a second thought. The Yin-Yang sovereign, his face grim, replied coldly, "He is a prodigy after all. How could he truly be that foolish? He has simply chosen his own interests and chosen to strengthen himself. That's why he is pretending not to see." Hearing this, the shadow paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Then, turning to the Yin-Yang sovereign, he finally noticed something was off about the other man. After a moment's thought, he was suddenly startled. "You were divining Xian. How could you have ended up in such a sorry state?" The Yin-Yang sovereign shook his head, a pensive look in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Xian is nothing more than a pawn discarded by the Jiang family. Even if he possesses some hidden strength or secrets, he would never have put me in such a humiliating position, let alone caused me to lose 1,000 years of my lifespan. It must be because of Jixia Academy." Hearing this, the dark figure furrowed his brow. "So, that's why you're in such a hurry to move against Leo?" The Yin-Yang sovereign nodded and said calmly, "Xian moved the entire Jixia Academy. That was by no means a coincidence. In ancient times, Jixia Academy existed largely to ward off powerful enemies from beyond the Shen-Tian realm. Therefore I surmise that Jixia Academy must bear the destiny of the Shen-Tian human race. As the bearer of the human race's destiny, it is, to a certain extent, a sacred site of humanity. Such a relic of the human path must surely possess countless mysteries and marvels. That lad was merely at the spirit stage, though he is likely at the soul stage now. No matter how extraordinary his fortune may be, it would be absolutely impossible for him to uproot the entire academy without outside assistance." The dark figure immediately grasped the implication. "Are you saying that Jixia Academy chose Xian?" The Yin-Yang sovereign shook his head, his eyes growing increasingly profound. "If that were all, I wouldn't be worried. A great era is approaching. Those powerful enemies from beyond the realms may well return and invade the Shen-Tian realm once more. Under such circumstances, Xian has taken Jixia Academy away. I suspect." The Yin-Yang sovereign's tone grew noticeably graver. "It is the destiny of the Shen-Tian human race that has chosen Xian." Upon hearing this, the dark figure was instantly startled. His expression grew grave. After a moment's thought, he said in a deep voice, "It's not impossible. Your concern is well-founded. Let us speed things up." The dark figure analyzed calmly. "Leo possesses 72% spirit clan bloodline. If we refine it, it should be enough to support one attempt at fusion." The Yin-Yang sovereign nodded. "Begin preparations. Even if we only achieve a partial fusion, it should be enough to break through the demigod stage. In this era of decline, with the great age yet to arrive and the void gods remaining hidden, the primary reason was that those at the demigod stage had all decayed, their lifeblood nearly drained dry. Had he entered the demigod stage at the height of his power, he would undoubtedly have been invincible in Shen-Tian. At least on the surface that was the case. Meanwhile, in East Divine Continent, the news that Ken had relocated Jixia Academy and fled to South Divine Continent continued to spread like wildfire, sweeping through all factions like a storm. Countless prodigies were stirred into action, their hearts filled with ambition as they sought to capture and kill Ken and seize Jixia Academy. Moreover, peerless prodigies and prodigious talents from the most prestigious lineages awoke from their secluded cultivation, announced their return to the world, and set off for South Divine Continent. In the past, the legacies randomly bestowed by Jixia Academy, while certainly not inferior, were not particularly prized. Given the backgrounds and foundations of these peerless prodigies and prodigious talents, they would naturally have looked down on them. But this time, it is the entire Jixia Academy itself, something that simply cannot be ignored. After all, every lineage with even a modicum of heritage knows all too well what Jixia Academy embodied and represented in the ancient era. It was a sacred site that crystallized the essence of the Shen-Tian human race. It may even bear the destiny of the Shen-Tian human race. Of course, even without this factor, its core legacy, which surpasses the holy level, and its Confucian and Taoist traditions, as vast as a sea of stars, are enough to drive anyone wild with desire. It is no exaggeration to say that with the entire Jixia Academy in one's possession, rebuilding a first-rate power or even a top-tier lineage would be merely a matter of time. Thus, in the space of just a few days, the entire Eastern Divine Continent was already in an uproar. The cross-domain teleportation arrays, once nearly covered in dust, were now being activated frequently, carrying countless prodigies and exceptional talents to the southern divine continent. Their goal was unanimous. The young master of the Jiang clan, Ken, Eastern Divine Continent, Western Region. There lies a 10,000-li wasteland shrouded in a gloomy swamp. Within this wasteland lies a massive fallen star. The star's radiance is dim and flickering, alternately bright and dim, instilling a sense of unease. This is precisely where the immortal Zhao clan resides. Legend has it that the founding ancestor of the immortal Zhao clan was a prodigy by nature. After reaching the pinnacle of his power, he stepped out of the mystic heavens, struck a single blow at the vast starry sky, and brought back a star, which he cast into the vast wasteland, transforming it into the ancestral lands of the Zhao clan. Upon the star within the ancestral lands, in a training ground where starlight converged, a spirited young woman clad in a purple Taoist robe opened her eyes. Within them, obscure stars swirled slowly, radiating an intense, piercing brilliance. Fiona, the divine maiden of the Zhao clan. Why have you summoned me? Fiona looked coldly at the Zhao clan steward kneeling outside her training ground and asked in a frosty tone. Reporting to the divine maiden. The steward relayed everything regarding the royal city branch, Elder Zhao and Ken, then said respectfully, the clan chief believes that Jixia Academy may bear the destiny of the Shen human race, which would be of great benefit to the divine maiden. He has instructed me to report this to you, divine maiden, and await your decision. Jixia Academy, the destiny of the Shen human clan. Fiona's eyes sparkled with starlight, and she felt a faint stir of interest. On the day of her birth, she had awakened the 7-star Tao body, which resonated with the stars of her ancestral land, allowing her Tao body to undergo a metamorphosis and opening the possibility of advancing to a holy body. Later, as she cultivated the ancestor's legacy, the pace of her transformation accelerated significantly. However, the holy body defies the heavens once fully realized. The path to becoming a sage would be free of all constraints. Her journey to transform her Tao body into a holy body was, naturally, fraught with difficulties. Even with the support of the primordial ancestor's legacy and her ceaseless absorption of stellar energy from the ancestral land's stars day and night, she now clearly senses the constraints and barriers imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. She has come to a standstill at the half-step holy body stage and can no longer make even the slightest progress. If she could seize Jixia Academy and gain the blessing of the Shen human clan's destiny, perhaps she could break through those constraints and successfully transform into a holy body. Of course, even if Jixia Academy held no human clan's destiny, its core legacy alone would be enough to fuel a transformation in her combat prowess and a massive surge in her power. With that thought, Fiona had already made up her mind. She immediately stood up, walked out of the training hall, looked down at the steward, and asked coldly, "Where is Ken now?" "I report, divine maiden, that Ken has already departed for southern Shenzhou via the teleportation array." Fiona nodded slightly and ordered, "Have someone make the necessary preparations. I will depart for southern Shenzhou in half an hour. The legacy of Jixia Academy is of the utmost importance. I will personally intervene to reclaim it." Also, Fiona's eyes narrowed slightly. The obscure stars at the depths of her gaze rippled with profound stellar radiance, connecting to the stars of the ancestral land. They trembled in waves, drawing forth endless starlight like a torrential downpour that bathed the entire Zhao clan. Fiona spoke in a resonant voice, using the stars as a medium to address the entire Zhao clan. "Strip him of his status as Elder Zhao and make him get his ass back here immediately, that disgraceful wretch." Every member of the Zhao clan felt a sudden tightness in their hearts. They all froze in their tracks and bowed deeply. "We humbly obey the divine maiden's decree." Even the head of the Zhao clan did the same. Fiona's absolute authority within the Zhao clan was enough to send shivers down one's spine. In fact, this was the Zhao clan's deepest secret. Throughout the entire Shen realm, no power was capable of uncovering or learning of this top-secret matter. Only the members of the Zhao clan understood exactly what the divine maiden Fiona meant to them. Pure Yang Guild. Deep within the 100,000 mountains, a resplendent pure yang was folded within the void, emanating a chaotic aura where reality and illusion intertwined, as if this pure yang did not exist in this space-time at all. And within the pure yang, amidst the surging, endless gilded flames, 3 nearly invisible figures rose and fell with the flames. The gilded flames, imbued with the ultimate solar energy, repeatedly tempered their flesh and bones. With each inhalation and exhalation, The three figures exhaled and inhaled pure yang sword chi. Though disrupted by the chaotic aura, one could still clearly sense their terrifying might. One of them, through his crystalline physique, revealed a faint, ancient-looking small sword within his body, exuding a sharp aura of the way of the sword. A natural sword heart. The second, the essence of pure yang, was condensed into a tangible form, manifesting as three great suns that emitted and absorbed sword energy, circling around his body. The reincarnation of the third-generation pure yang sword master. The third, unadorned and unassuming, with no discernible aura, only a sword mark between his eyebrows, faintly revealing the terrifying ultimate truths of the way of the sword. It was none other than the world-shaking legacy transmitted across space by a sword immortal. Indeed, these three are precisely the prodigious sword disciples of the Pure Yang Guild, who had sealed themselves away to await the great era. At that moment, the figure of the Pure Yang Sword Master appeared here. A pair of deep, sword-like eyes gazed upon the three figures, revealing an expression of satisfaction. A great era is also a great calamity. Throughout the entire Xiantian realm, myriad Dao lineages, countless ancient great sects, sacred lands, and noble clans were all making frantic preparations to compete for survival. Many factions were even exhausting their resources to cultivate prodigies and prodigious talents capable of competing in this great era. But his Pure Yang Guild had no need for that. Call the Pure Yang Guild unlucky if you will, or accuse it of giving up and waiting to die once these three sword disciples before him emerge into the world. They will shock the entire Xiantian realm and strike fear into countless Dao lineages. In the struggle of this great era, the Pure Yang Guild will take its rightful place without hesitation. The Pure Yang Sword Master's mind ran wild with imagination, and he couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. Then, he used his soul mind to awaken one of them. Henge, wake up. The youth bearing the sword heart suddenly opened his sword-like eyes. Sealed memories surged back like a tide after a moment of sorting through them. His eyes grew clear and bright. He turned to look at the Pure Yang Sword Master, gave a slight nod, then rose and stepped out of the Pure Yang Guild, bowing respectfully. Henge, the 45th generation sword disciple, pays his respects to the current sword master. May I ask, sword master, by awakening Henge at this time, does this mean the great era has arrived? The Pure Yang Sword Master nodded in response. This era is indeed the great era, but it has not yet arrived. Henge's sword-like eyes narrowed instantly, and a look of displeasure crossed his face. If the great era has not yet arrived, why was I awakened? The Pure Yang Sword Master's expression stiffened slightly. He dared not be disrespectful. After all, this being S era predated even his own, strictly speaking, he would have to address the other as an ancestor. Of course, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and naturally, no one would acknowledge the so-called status of an ancestor. The Pure Yang Sword Master informed the other party of the recent events in East Shenzhou, with Ken at the center of the turmoil, and stated his thoughts in a solemn voice. The Jiang family and my Pure Yang Guild share an irreconcilable enmity. I absolutely cannot tolerate the Jiang family gaining any foothold. I have been keeping a close eye on those two prodigies from the Jiang family and have enlisted the help of a demigod stage ancestor. As soon as the opportunity arises, I will strike and eliminate them. But as for Ken, he has already fled to the southern divine continent. The Sword Palace has limited resources, and this generation of disciples is rather lackluster. We simply lack the capacity to deal with him. Therefore, I have awakened you, hoping you can travel to the southern divine continent, eliminate Ken, and seize Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy holds immense significance. Whether for the Pure Yang Guild or for you personally, it represents a tremendous opportunity and a powerful boost. What do you think? After all, Henge was a sword disciple who had existed before him, so the Pure Yang Sword Master gave him ample faith in his tone. Upon hearing this, Henge's sword-like eyes flickered slightly, and his resolve was already stirred. What is Ken's cultivation level? What is his innate talent? Henge was very confident in himself, but he was by no means arrogant when necessary. He still needed to get the facts straight first. His bloodline concentration is unknown, but it's at most just over 70. The Pure Yang Sword Master recalled a few details and said calmly, as for his cultivation level back when we were in the royal city, Ken was still at the mid-soul stage. Even if he's made some progress thanks to Jixia Academy, he's at most at the 7th level of the spirit transformation stage now. A bloodline concentration in the low 70s? and only at the 7th level of the spirit transformation stage. Henge was stunned, almost incredulous. With such limited natural talent and cultivation, he actually became one of the 4 venerables of Xian, and swept aside nearly 10,000 cultivators, even moving the entire Jixia Academy. After all, back in his day, even the weakest of the Jiang clan's 4 venerables possessed a bloodline concentration of at least 75, and their cultivation levels were all at the Earth stage. It seems, this Jiang clan, renowned as a clan of immortals, has fallen into quite a decline over the years. Very well, I'll pay them a visit. Henge replied calmly, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. He possessed a natural sword heart and was at the Earth stage. Dealing with a mere Ken wasn't that just a matter of a single sword strike? Turmoil was brewing in East Divine Continent. As numerous prodigies and extraordinary talents rushed toward South Divine Continent, it naturally alarmed the various Dao lineages and factions there. Filled with apprehension, they conducted repeated investigations, fearing this might be a prelude to an invasion of South Divine Continent by East Divine Continent. After all, wars between the divine regions had occurred throughout history. Not to mention, Eastern Divine Region's overall strength was indisputably the strongest among all the divine regions of the Shentian realm. Southern Divine Region, on the other hand, was clearly far weaker. Take the Desolate Guild, Southern Divine Region's uncrowned overlord, as an example. The Desolate Guild wields absolute, unchallenged authority in Southern Shenzhou. To put it bluntly, more often than not, all factions in Southern Shenzhou must act according to the Desolate Guild's whims. In Eastern Shenzhou, however, there are at least a handful of lineages whose strength and heritage rival that of the Desolate Guild. Not to mention that the Yin-Yang Guild, the most powerful faction in the Shentian realm, is also rooted in Eastern Shenzhou. Precisely because of these concerns, the situation throughout Southern Shenzhou quickly became increasingly unpredictable. Of course, as the instigator of all this, Xian was completely unaware of it. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared after all. He was wearing Ken's skin. All the bad things were done by Ken, the people were killed by Ken, Jixia Academy was moved by Ken. If anyone has to blame, go after Ken. What does any of this have to do with him, Xian? Still, Xian was deeply troubled right now, even to the point of wanting to curse. Using the cross-domain teleportation array, Xian arrived at the ancient city of Tianlin in southern Shenzhou. He had intended to head straight for the true mystery realm, but unexpectedly the ruins of Jixia Academy, inside his body that barren Howren Terrace had been trembling all along, continuously emanating a vast and majestic aura of human destiny. This thing was simply too conspicuous. With no other choice, he had to stay for the time being. He rented a cave residence to get to the bottom of the situation first. Inside the small cave residence, Xian sat cross-legged, the human race's destiny surging around him, radiating a faint golden glow that held an indescribable sense of sanctity and nobility. His mind and spirit were drawn by a certain supreme energy, plunging him into a hazy realm. Xian seemed to have transformed into a supreme being, descending upon an ancient and solemn human altar. Clad in armor and a helmet, he sat high upon a magnificent throne, his gaze radiating majesty as he looked down upon the world. Beneath the human altar stood a sea of people, billions upon billions of figures gazing fervently at Xian, bowing in reverence and shouting in unison, "We pay our respects, King of mankind." It was as if the destiny of an entire race had materialized, enveloping him. The vision suddenly shattered, and Xian's consciousness snapped back. Before he could process what had happened, a sudden, strange change occurred. Before his eyes, the cursed totem materialized between Xian's eyebrows. The malevolent pattern, like a ferocious beast snarling and roaring, gave rise to a thick, eerie black mist. Like a poison clinging to his very bones, it spread throughout Xian's body, slowly seeping into his flesh. As the malevolent curse energy surged, Xian's vital energy fluctuated wildly, rapidly dwindling. His entire being seemed to be eroded by time, aging at an alarming rate. His once handsome face became etched with a web of terrifying wrinkles. His 3,000 strands of black hair, once flowing freely, gradually turned into withered, lifeless white strands. The Howren platform continued to tremble, and the immense fortune of the human race kept pouring into Xian. Xian's life force, however, was rapidly dwindling along with it. A milky white light shot out from within Xian's body, gradually taking the form of a frail, hunchbacked figure. It was Master. Master gazed at Xian, his expression grim. He could clearly sense that Xian's lifespan was dwindling at a staggering rate. Normally, those at the soul stage have a lifespan of over 1,000 years, but Xian, his remaining lifespan was likely no more than the number of fingers on both hands. A bloodline curse. Master quickly identified the root cause and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! I never would have imagined that this kid actually carries royal blood. Jisha Academy embodies the will of humanity and the fortune of the human race. When Xian refined Jisha Academy, he naturally released all these blessings and bestowed them upon the other party. But he never expected such an unexpected turn of events. Nina stood to the side, glancing at her father, whose destiny was vast yet whose lifespan had been drastically shortened, then at Master, whose face was twisted with distress. Her large eyes sparkled with confusion for a moment. She couldn't tell whether the old man before her was good or evil. After a moment's hesitation, Nina held back and remained quietly in place. She planned to observe the situation further. If the old man truly harbored ill intent, it wouldn't be too late to act then. Her appearance had a natural ability to deceive, and coupled with the blessing of her dragon bloodline, her presence was virtually undetectable. At the very least, the old man definitely hadn't noticed anything unusual about her. A moment later, Xian opened his eyes, his gaze betraying unmistakable exhaustion. He was a total mess. What the hell is going on here? Xian glanced at the old man in front of him, then at the cursed totem darting back and forth across his body, frantically draining his lifespan. His face turned as dark as night, and he completely lost it. Are you fucking out of your mind? Do you have to force this so-called will of humanity and mystic heaven human race's destiny down my throat? I've got only 3 years left to live now. Are you satisfied? Master's ethereal form trembled, as if a mere breeze could blow him away. Faced with Xian's furious outburst, a sheepish smile spread across Master's aged face as he defended himself with a hint of grievance. I didn't know you were a disciple of the royal clan, burdened with a bloodline curse. As a sacred site of the ancient human race, Jisha Academy embodies the will of humanity and the destiny of the Shen human clan. Since you've assimilated Jisha Academy, these things can only be yours. The will of humanity and the destiny of the Shen human clan, these are precious treasures. Others might spend their entire lives without ever obtaining them. With the fortune of the Shen human clan bestowed upon you, it's as if you bear the fortune of the entire Shen human clan. You'll enjoy unparalleled blessings and opportunities that defy the heavens wherever you go. You'll stumble upon priceless treasures. Even if you encounter danger, you'll turn misfortune into good fortune, and opportunities will abound. As for the will of humanity, it is said that in the primordial era, this was an essential requirement for attaining the status of a human king. Possessing the will of the human path means you've attained the stature of a human king. In the future, you'll have the chance to glimpse the secrets of the human path, attain the status of a human king, and lead a faction of the human race. These are all immense blessings. At this point, Master let out a resigned sigh. I didn't know that the human race's destiny would intensify the curse on your bloodline and further shorten your lifespan. Xian jumped to his feet in a fit of rage, pointed a finger at Master's nose, and shouted angrily, Don't you think I know these are all good things? But before you gave these to me, you should have asked me first. Did you ask? I did. Master shrank his head back and muttered, No. Seeing Master with his white beard and hair cowering like a child who'd done something wrong, Xian was so exasperated he burst out laughing. He couldn't help but retort sarcastically, I really appreciate that. No, you're welcome, Master replied instinctively. Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Forcing himself to suppress his anger, he asked in a deep voice, Since you know about the royal family and the bloodline curse, you must know something else as well, right? Like, a way to lift the bloodline curse? I know a little. Master nodded. Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at Master with hope, waiting for him to continue. Master's eyes took on a reflective gaze. After a moment's thought, he said, According to the ancient texts I've read, the bloodline curse imposed on the royal clan seems to have been the work of a demon emperor from the demon clan. The Zongming demon emperor, Xian said calmly. Precisely because this bloodline curse was cast by that demon emperor specifically against the 8 great human kings, its essence is to restrict the development of the human race, and the human race's destiny is naturally included in that. This also means that having the destiny of the Shen human race bestowed upon you will trigger the bloodline curse, causing it to grow even stronger, Master analyzed. According to the notes left behind by a powerful figure from one of the royal clans, this bloodline curse was cast by a supreme immortal demon emperor at the cost of his own life. There is simply no way to eradicate it completely. Ha! Xian's eyes widened. Old man, are you messing with me? Master hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly continued. However, that powerful figure left behind two viable methods, stating that they can effectively delay the progression of the bloodline curse. What are these methods? First, find a human treasure and use it to suppress the curse. This can reduce 50% of the curse's negative effects. Master mused. Basically, it means if you currently have 3 years left to live, with a human clan treasure to suppress it, your lifespan could be restored to 6 years. Second, break through to the Tianyuan realm within 3 years. At the Tianyuan realm, the physical body and divine soul resonate with heaven and earth, allowing one to preliminarily harness the power of heaven and earth. Using that power to suppress the curse can also delay its effects. As for how much it can be delayed, that varies from person to person. A human race treasure. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Master and asked, Old man, as a master of Jixia Academy and a core figure in the ancient alliance between the Shen-Tian and human races, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you the leader of the human race, would it? You flatter me, you flatter me. Master chuckled softly and said humbly, It's all for the sake of the human race. I've merely done my part. Leader of the human race? I'm not worthy of such a title. Xian rolled his eyes. Who the hell was praising you anyway? Then do you know where the human race's most treasured artifact is? Xian pressed. Master shook his head directly and decisively. I don't know. The anger Xian had barely managed to suppress flared up again in an instant. A crisp, ringing sound of a sword echoed through the air. Sharp sword intent infused the red heart sword, which was now pressed against Master's neck. Xian said with a forced smile, Say that again. Seeing this, Nina's eyes lit up instantly. This old man must have been an incredibly powerful master in life even now. With only a wisp of his soul remaining, he possessed energy of the highest grade. In a sense, it was even more suited to her than the great Tao energy found in those legacies. If father really cut him down, she'd be in for a real feast. Nina couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, staring at the old man as if he were a delicacy already in the pot. Master felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him he was being targeted by something terrifying. But now was clearly not the time to investigate that. Xian's sword was still pressed against his neck. He was now nothing more than a wisp of a soul, possessing virtually no power. If he were to actually take a strike from Xian's sword imbued with that sword intent, it wouldn't kill him, but it would damage his wisp of a soul once more, likely plunging him into a deep slumber. Master looked at Xian and gave a sheepish smile. Calm down, calm down. I may not know where the human race's supreme treasure is, but you do. Master pointed at Xian. Ido. Xian was taken aback. You now embody the will of humanity. Through it, you can subconsciously sense the call of the human race's treasure. Moreover, if you were to find it, relying on the will of humanity within you, you could easily subdue it, Master explained patiently. Is that so? Xian looked pensive. Immediately, he sheathed the crimson heart sword, sat cross-legged, calmed his mind, connected with the will of humanity, and began to sense its presence. Seeing this, Nina pouted slightly in disappointment, but she held back her frustration, quietly lying down on one side and continuing to play the role of a well-behaved little girl. In just a moment, Xian had already sensed something. The hazy will of humanity materialized behind Xian, taking the form of a vast, ethereal continent. Upon it, it seemed as though a million figures were gathered, gazing at Xian with excitement and bowing respectfully, like devout believers. These were all members of the human race. Master watched the scene, a look of astonishment flickering in his aged eyes. According to ancient texts, when a prodigy attains the will of humanity, they assume the form of a human king. Such prodigies are known as young kings, the seeds destined to become human kings. During the human race's golden age, it was common for several or even dozens of young kings to emerge and vie for supremacy. The outcome of these contests often hinged on the number of humans who placed their faith in a particular young king. That is precisely the human figures materializing behind him. Ancient texts record that there once was a human king, revered as the War King, who, as the leader of a royal clan, launched a counterattack against the White Tiger clan. He routed them, forcing them to retreat across half the multiverse, until they were finally compelled to bow their heads in submission, announcing that their entire clan would go into seclusion and that the War King would never perish nor reappear in this world. It is said that when that War King was still a young king, he had won the loyalty of hundreds of millions of humans. The will of the human path manifested, with tens of millions of human figures bowing in fervent homage. Xian's manifestation of the will of the human path appears to consist of only 1,000,000 figures, a far cry from that of the War King. But one must remember that Xian has only just been imbued with the will of the human path. Once Xian matures further, given time, what kind of spectacle will that be? Surpassing the War King shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Master's heart skipped a beat. He had chosen this boy by chance. Could it be that he had actually selected a supreme human king? The will of humanity, the manifestation of the human race's destiny. Nina blinked her big eyes. Memories tied to her bloodline surged through her, and a look of surprise flashed across her face, quickly giving way to delight. Daddy is actually the young king of the human race? That is so awesome. Her big eyes darted about, filled with wonderful daydreams. Once Daddy becomes the human king, won't I be able to walk all over everyone? By then I'll be able to eat whatever I want. Nina's heart instantly filled with delight. Meanwhile, Xian was still using his human will to sense the human clan's supreme treasure. But the results weren't good. It was practically like looking for a needle in a haystack. In Xian's mind's eye, a semi-translucent continent emerged, its radiance dimmed as if plunged into deathly silence. The continent was divided into several plates by unique spacetime rules, each with a distinct shape and aura, some mystical, some scorching, some eerie. Xian was puzzled. He didn't understand what this meant, but he still followed the guidance from within and let his mind wander, searching each tectonic plate carefully, one by one. When his mind entered the largest of these plates, a familiar sensation washed over him, and Xian suddenly realized. This was Eastern Shenzhou. So is this continent actually a microcosm of the Shantian realm? Xian mused. His spirit continued its search. It wandered past towering mountains, spiritual retreats, and one mystical place after another. He had traversed the entire Eastern divine continent, yet sensed no response. The next section, the next divine continent. Still no response. And so, Xian's spirit wandered through one divine land after another, even penetrating a seemingly minuscule region, only 1/10,000th the size of Eastern divine land. It was shrouded in utter gloom, as if obscured by some sinister force, or as if sealed off by the laws of the great Tao. Xian was familiar with the basic information of all the major divine lands, but none of them matched this region. This time, it was extremely difficult for his spirit to enter. It took a full 10 times as long. After wandering around for a while, he found nothing. Xian's spirit withdrew. Something's wrong. Xian was startled. His spirit hadn't withdrawn of its own accord. He had been thrown out. He instinctively tried to recall the process of his earlier wanderings, but his mind was a blank. It was a blank in the literal sense. His memories of this mysterious sector had been obscured by an indescribable hazy white. Xian took a long, deep look at this dim, small sector and silently committed it to memory. This place undoubtedly held a great secret, but clearly, it was not something he could explore at this stage. Pushing the matter to the back of his mind, Xian continued his search. Starting from East Shenzhou, he had already made a full circuit of every region on the continent. This was now the final one. "Big brother, please give me some hope," Xian said, gazing at the last region. As his mind slowly entered it, a wild and untamed aura swept over him, as if he had been transported back to the primordial era when the human race thrived in the great wasteland. This is South Shenzhou, Xian realized. Compared to the other divine lands, the southern divine land was rather unique. Though not particularly bountiful, it was by no means barren. In fact, it was home to many remnants of great evils, rare and exotic beasts on the brink of extinction, and mysterious ancient ruins. Yet in this very divine continent, the various factions and Tao lineages rooted here, whether in their traditions, cultivation systems, or ways of conduct, appeared extremely peculiar, possessing an indescribable antiquity. No, ancient isn't quite the right word. It's more like primitive. The vast majority of factions here follow ancient customs and strictly observe ancient rites. Many lineages have even continued to practice the original cultivation methods of the human race. For example, the Desolate Guild. The Desolate Guild is actually a faction that emerged only in ancient times, yet its traditions, rules, and doctrines are all extremely primitive and ancient. Even today, the Desolate Guild still strictly adheres to the requirement of lifting 10,000 tripods when accepting disciples. It's important to note that this fixed standard of lifting 10,000 tripods was adopted back when the human race had not yet established a complete cultivation system. It dates back so far that its origins are now impossible to trace. Today, it has long been discarded by the vast majority of cultivation lineages. In fact, as far as he knew, the selection criteria for the Desolate Guild as Divine Maiden followed the same principle. Innate talent accounted for only a small part of the equation. What mattered most was the will of the Wasteland Heaven. As for who exactly this Wasteland Heaven was, that touched upon the Desolate Guild as core secrets, a mystery known to no one. As he recalled the information about southern Shenzhou, Xian simultaneously searched frantically, hoping to catch even the faintest trace of a response, for this matter concerned his very life. However, things were not going as smoothly as he'd hoped. His consciousness roamed meticulously throughout southern Shenzhou, yet still no response suggesting the presence of a human race treasure emerged. Xian's heart sank. Was he really going to have to rely on the second method to break through to the Tianyuan realm within the 3 years of life he had left? Breaking through 2 major realms in 3 years. Admittedly, he possessed considerable foundational strength now, and his talent was arguably at the very pinnacle even across the entire Shentian realm. Under normal circumstances, with some hard work and by venturing into a few secret realms to seek opportunities, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the Tianyuan realm within 3 years. But the bloodline curse was like a poison clinging to his bones, occasionally surfacing to throw a wrench in his plans. Under such mentally grueling conditions, he truly had no confidence that he could break through to the Tianyuan realm within 3 years. After all, every time he broke through a major realm, the bloodline curse would throw him an extra, celebratory, lightning tribulation. Surviving the heavenly tribulation upon breaking through the soul stage was indeed no great challenge. But what about the lightning tribulations for breaking through the Earth Xian and Tianyuan realms? Who knows what kind of trouble the bloodline curse might throw at him? At this thought, Xian's spirit wilted slightly, and a sense of despair began to spread through his heart. Oh well. Xian let out a soft sigh, hoping that the true mystic realm would yield some results and allow his cultivation to surge forward. Immediately, Xian's consciousness began to withdraw, and the translucent continent started to dissipate from the periphery toward the center, gradually crumbling into dust. Accompanied by a dim glow, it vanished without a trace. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The southern divine continent, which had been shattering, was suddenly frozen in place by a mysterious energy, as if it had come to a standstill. Xian was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by the change before him. The next moment, a dazzling divine radiance illuminated his mind, taking the form of an ancient divine edict, upon which a ferocious dragoness head was depicted, lifelike and vivid. The divine edict trembled gently, as if paying homage to Xian, then shot rapidly into a certain region of the southern divine continent. A mysterious, hazy glow rose from that region, and a faint aura of the human Tao diffused outward, sending a tender thought toward Xian, brimming with respect and joy. Young prince. As if blocked by some barrier, the tender thought conveyed only 2 words before abruptly vanishing. Yet, those 2 words alone sent a jolt through Xian's mind, filling him with intense delight. A treasure of the human Tao. He had finally found it. Rumble. With his mind returning to the present, Xian opened his eyes. Before him, an ancient divine token was floating of its own accord. Xian broke into a smile, feeling a great sense of relief. After a string of frustrating events, he finally had something to cheer him up. His journey to southern Shenzhou had truly been worth it. That's right, this divine token was the very key to the true mystic realm. The human race's supreme treasure lay within the true mystic realm. Have you found the human race's supreme treasure? Seeing Xian's smile, Master breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the human race's treasure had been found without incident. Otherwise, had he channeled the will of the Tao and the fortune of the Shentian human race into Xian, thereby triggering the curse in his bloodline and causing his untimely demise, he would truly have become a criminal in the eyes of the human race. Even if he were to perish completely, he could never forgive himself. For in his heart, he was already convinced that once Xian matured, he would surely attain the rank of human king and revive the human race. Xian nodded slightly, but didn't he give Master a friendly look? If it weren't for this old geezer, none of these headaches would have happened. Although they now located the human race's treasure, getting their hands on it would certainly be no easy task. After all, That thing was inside the true mystic realm. As one might imagine, once the true mystic realm opened, countless prodigies and extraordinary talents would rush in, and among them, there would likely be no shortage of Earth stage cultivators. Of course, he had an advantage as well. Xian waved his hand to grasp the divine decree. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With the key in hand, he could open the true mystic realm ahead of schedule and be the first to enter. A step ahead means an advantage at every turn. He still had a very good chance of obtaining the human race's supreme treasure and even seizing numerous other opportunities. Seeing this, the master gave an awkward smile. He knew Xian harbored resentment toward him, but there was nothing to be done about it. He hadn't expected this shitty situation to arise either. Seizing the human race's supreme treasure will undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. I can help you. Master cleared his throat twice and offered a sheepish smile. Also, the core legacy of my Jisha Academy, a Confucian Taoist tradition that transcends the saint level, I can pass it on to you now to enhance your strength. He desperately needed to mend his relationship with Zhang. Xian, after all, he was counting on Xian to inherit his mantle and take the helm of Jisha Academy. If Xian continued to be wary of him, then all of that would be for nothing. No need. Xian coldly refused. This old geezer with his human Tao will and the Shen-Tian human clan's destiny had already whittled down his remaining 300 years of life to just 3 years. If he let him meddle any further, who knows how many days he'd have left to live. Immediately, Xian waved his hand, summoning Master back into the Howren platform. He controlled the ruins of Jisha Academy. Master's remnant soul relied on Jisha Academy for its existence, so it naturally fell under his control as well. Could be said that if Xian were to go all out and destroy the Howren platform, that old geezer would vanish into thin air along with it. However, he also knew that Master truly harbored sincere goodwill toward him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such divine blessings, the will of humanity, and the fortune of the Shen-Tian human clan without asking for anything in return. It could only be said that his life's script was inherently cursed. The better the things were, the less fortunate he was to enjoy them. Come on. Daddy'll take you to eat something delicious. Xian gave Nina a gentle nudge. Ever since they left the ancestral lands, the little girl had been constantly complaining to him that she was hungry and wanted something delicious to eat. Ever since Nina had repeatedly and domineeringly plundered Kenneth's legacy, he'd come to realize that what this little girl considered delicious was actually high-quality energy, especially Tao energy. The Zhang family's secret treasury naturally contained divine artifacts imbued with Tao energy, but could he really let her eat them? Given this little girl's appetite, it wouldn't be long before she'd devour the entire Zhang family's secret treasury. So, he had repeatedly warned her in no uncertain terms not to touch anything. He'd let her eat her fill once they reached the true mystery realm. Yay! Nina, who had been pretending to be a good girl, suddenly widened her eyes and cheered with delight, then quickly scrambled to her feet and reached out with her chubby little hands to grab hold of Xian. Xian glanced at Nina with mixed feelings. He'd always been convinced that this little girl was the reincarnation of that ancient dragon monster. So he'd kept his guard up, fearing she might regain her past life memories at any moment and devour him. But she hadn't shown the slightest sign of that so far, leaving him unsure of exactly what her situation was. Still, better safe than sorry. Just like that old geezer, he might genuinely mean well, but for Xian, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. As this thought crossed his mind, Xian's expression froze in surprise. Without even realizing it, he'd somehow ended up with 2 ticking time bombs by his side. What kind of mess was this? A wry smile played at the corners of Xian's mouth. Immediately, without giving it another thought, he stepped out of his cave residence, activated the heavenly derivation secret art to change his appearance, and set off for the true mystery realm. That Ken disguise was definitely no longer needed. The ancient city of Tianlin was now teeming with prodigies and prodigious talents from the Eastern Divine Continent. Needless to say, they had undoubtedly set their sights on the Jisha Academy in his possession. To avoid trouble, changing his appearance was the best course of action. This time, the face he assumed was that of Qi Xian, that genius independent cultivator, half a member of the Zhang family, who had helped him gain enlightenment regarding his own sword path. In a sense, Qi Xian held great significance for him. Not only had he facilitated the advancement of his sword cultivation, but more importantly, through the experiences of that brief life, he had helped Xian grasp certain profound truths, allowing him to clarify and strengthen his Tao heart. Xian, now in the guise of Qi Xian, calmly made his way past one after another of the prodigies, all clearly dressed in the attire of the Eastern Divine State and going against the flow of the crowd, walked out of the ancient city of Tianlin. The guardian of the Tao remained hidden in the void, following close behind Xian. Watching Xian, who had once again changed his appearance, a ripple of emotion stirred within him, though he was no longer surprised by it. Earlier, back in the royal city, when Xian had transformed into Ken, it had truly taken him by surprise. As a Paragon Stage Supreme being, he hadn't been able to detect Xian's transformation technique at all. In fact, had he not witnessed Xian turn into Ken with his own eyes, he would have suspected that something was wrong with his own mind, that he followed the wrong person. As he witnessed Xian's one bold move after another, his mindset gradually calmed, and his resolve to protect Xian at all costs grew ever stronger. Everyone was wrong. Xian S&T Sampan, the mountain ancestor put forward as a scapegoat at all, he clearly seized the position of junior clan leader through his own natural talent, strength, and cunning. The protector sighed to himself time and time again. Of course, that didn't stop him from silently grumbling when he saw Xian's series of maneuvers leave Ken to take the fall. Young clan chief, you're such a scoundrel. And just as Xian was rushing toward the true mystery realm, someone from the Jiang family was also preparing to set out for the same destination. That's right, it was none other than Zhang Hong, the divine bone. At Zhang Hong's training ground, the dazzling divine aura, which had shrouded the sky like mist, slowly contracted and surged into Zhang Hong's body. His divine bone trembled slightly, and a profound aura flashed briefly before fading back into tranquility, almost as if he had returned to a state of primal simplicity, making it difficult to perceive the true extent of his power. Zhang Hong's eyes were tightly closed, yet a dazzling divine light emerged from within him, stirring layer upon layer of turbulence in the void, a truly extraordinary and mystical sight. The time for the true mystic realm to open must be approaching, Zhang Hong thought to himself. Immediately, he rose and walked out of the training hall, heading toward the ancestral hall of his branch of the clan. Greetings, clan elder. This disciple wishes to set out for southern Shenzhou to obtain a divine artifact for cultivating divine abilities. I seek your permission, Zhang Hong said slowly, explaining his purpose. The clan elder nodded with a smile. The grand elder has already informed this old man in advance. Moreover, he has arranged for a grand elder to serve as your guardian on the path. You may proceed directly to southern Shenzhou, there is no need to report to me. Thank you, clan elder. Zhang Hong said no more. He bowed respectfully, then turned and left, preparing to use the cross-domain teleportation array to travel to southern Shenzhou. After reaching the spirit stage a few days prior, he had already made all his needs known to the grand elder, who had arranged everything for him. His visit today to report to the clan elder was merely a matter of courtesy, a formality. After all, he belonged to this branch of the clan. If he wished to win over its members, he naturally had to make his intentions clear. Of course, on a deeper level, he had vaguely sensed something amiss and wanted to test the waters. The deadly formation the clan elders and others had set up in his training ground did not seem so straightforward. It felt as though there were some hidden secrets behind it. As members of the same clan and lineage, he was unwilling to assume the worst of them. But one must always remain vigilant. If the clan elders and their associates truly harbored malicious intent, then he wouldn't blame himself for setting aside the bonds of blood. Shortly after Zhang Hong left, numerous powerful figures from this branch began to emerge. Their expressions were solemn, tinged with concern. It seems Zhang Hong sensed something amiss, a powerful figure said in a deep voice. The clan elder stroked his beard with a faint smile, gazing in the direction Zhang Hong had departed. His eyes were cold as he remarked indifferently, "It matters not. Even if he did notice, so what? Without concrete evidence, the grand elder cannot assist him, and he won't be able to stir up any trouble." The others nodded thoughtfully. Once he returns from the true mystic realm, his divine bone should be fully stabilized. Then will begin the bone extraction. The clan elder pondered for a moment before saying coldly. But one of the great powers hesitated for a moment, then said helplessly, "That kid Xian, we have no idea where he has run off to." The clan elder froze, his expression darkening instantly. Why does this kid keep causing trouble? He rejected the desolate guild's offer of an alliance, and now that they were preparing to help him transplant his divine bones, he actually vanished again. Hurry up and find him, the clan elder barked in a deep voice. Half a day later, a dazzling, gilded divine radiance sliced through the skies above southern Shenzhou, and a grim, menacing aura spread out, overwhelming the entire region. Countless factions and powerful figures were startled, casting looks of astonishment and suspicion. There, a massive, ancient war chariot stood suspended between heaven and earth, racing forward bathed in the dazzling divine light. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged wildly, trampling upon the laws of the universe and leaving two tracks in the void that lingered for a long time. Is that the Zhang Guild from East Divine Continent? Many factions recognized the war chariot and cried out in shock. What on earth is happening? Why has the Zhang clan come to South Divine Continent? As for the prodigies and exceptional talents who had come from East Divine Continent, upon witnessing this scene, they instantly realized the truth. The Zhang clan had clearly come to retrieve Ken. They all grew anxious at once. They absolutely had to find Ken before the Zhang clan did and seize Jixia Academy from his hands. At that moment, Xian was also on his way to the true mystery realm. His destination was the same as that of the Zhang clan's chariot, so it soon swept past him overhead, leaving two tracks that lingered for a long time. "Daddy, I want to eat that." Nina pointed at the chariot that had already vanished into the distance, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. She could sense the extremely dense, ancient energy contained within that chariot. It would be of immense benefit to her in unlocking her bloodline seal. Xian followed her gaze, but instead of responding to Nina, he pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, "What a damn show-off!" He had already sensed the aura of the figure inside the chariot. It was clearly Zhang Hong, the divine bone. Youth is such a blessing, not a shred of fear of death. Xian sighed sarcastically.
Zhang.
Possessing the divine bone, he had long been on the hit lists of every major faction. Under these circumstances, instead of staying put at the Zhang family estate, he actually dared to show up in southern Shenzhou. Wasn't he afraid that hostile factions would send powerful assassins to take him out? However, Xian merely grumbled a bit before pushing the thought to the back of his mind. After all, he couldn't even protect himself right now. How could he possibly have the energy to worry about Zhang Hong? He then continued his journey toward the true mystery realm. As the dominant power in southern Shenzhou, the Desolate Guild controlled an extremely vast territory. The entire western region, stretching nearly 10 million li in all directions, was almost entirely under the Desolate Guild's control. Within its borders, there were no fewer than 3,000 immortal mountains and divine peaks suitable for cultivation. With just a little modification, any one of them could become a new sacred site for cultivation. The true mystic realm that Xian was now heading toward lay within the Desolate Guild's territory, guarded and controlled by the Guild's powerful experts. Its exact location was inside a desolate natural cave. Perhaps by the whims of heaven and earth, this natural cavern appears unremarkable on the outside, merely a barren mountain devoid of vegetation, yet its interior holds a world of its own, a hidden realm akin to a miniature dimensional world. Moreover, outside the cavern, within a 10,000 li radius of the barren mountain, a gravel storm imbued with the laws of heaven and earth swirls year-round. Any ordinary cultivator caught in its path would be reduced to nothing but bones. By the time Xian had made his way through the gravel storm and arrived at the entrance to the celestial terrestrial cavern, 2 hours had already passed. Before him stood a profound array gateway, 1,000 zhang high, exuding a heart-stopping, primordial aura. It was the passageway to the true mystic realm, opened by the Desolate Guild. In other words, only those who entered the gateway were qualified to enter the true mystic realm. Before the portal sat an elderly woman clad in the robes of the Desolate Guild, cross-legged in midair. Her aura ebbed and flowed in harmony with the cosmic laws of the void, and every movement she made radiated a terrifying, all-encompassing cosmic might. She was, without a doubt, a paragon stage powerhouse. Below her hovered the ancient Zhang family war chariot. Bathed in divine radiance, Zhang Hong stood before the old woman, clasping his hands in a bow. Judging by his cold expression, he had evidently been stopped. "I come from the Zhang family of East Shenzhou. I humbly ask you, senior, to grant me some leniency," Zhang Hong said, neither servile nor arrogant. The old woman cast a faint glance at Zhang Hong and shook her head. "I'm sorry, but the true mystic realm is under the control of my Desolate Guild. We've only allocated a limited number of spots to certain lineages in South Divine Continent. The true mystic realm is a matter of great importance. Without an admission talisman, I cannot make an exception." The old woman's demeanor was relatively gentle, but her words carried an air of absolute finality. Zhang Hong's expression grew slightly cold, and his tightly closed eyes flickered. He was clearly seething inside. He had gone so far as to draw upon the reserves from his past life to forcibly reach the spirit stage, all for the sake of that divine artifact within the true mystic realm. The true mystic realm was, of course, fraught with danger, and he had made thorough preparations for it. But he never imagined that what would block his path wouldn't be the perils of the true mystic realm itself, but those damn people from the desolate guild. If he couldn't even enter the true mystic realm, wouldn't all his preparations go down the drain? Jiang Hong's guardian, the old sea, stepped out of the void, the vast energy of the heavens and earth enveloping him as the might of the Paragon stage radiated of its own accord. Lao Hai performed a Taoist bow and said with a smile, "The Jiang clan has long-standing ties with the Desolate Guild, and we have always cherished this friendship, deep in our hearts. Today, this junior has come for the true mystic realm. I humbly ask you to grant us passage. In the future, should the Desolate Guild ever need the Jiang clan's assistance, we will not hesitate to help in the slightest." The Jiang Guild, though gradually declining and no longer possessing the prestige of yesteryear, still firmly held its place among the top tier in today's Shantian. To put it bluntly, regardless of which faction it was, as long as there was no conflict of interest, they would have to give the Jiang family some face. The Desolate Guild was no exception. The old woman raised her eyes slightly to look at Old Hai, a flicker of displeasure passing through her aged gaze. In the past, what harm would it have done to grant the Jiang family a favor? But now, not a chance. A month ago, that yellow-haired brat Xian from the Jiang family rejected her, Lola's, proposal for a marriage alliance, humiliating the Desolate Guild. And now he dares to ask her to grant him a favor and make an exception. The Divine Lord gave the order personally. I dare not disobey. The old woman replied indifferently, giving Old Hai not the slightest hint of a friendly expression as she flatly refused him. Old Hai's expression froze instantly, and a flicker of anger welled up within him. But since he was on her turf, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. He could only snort coldly before his figure faded into the void. "You'd better go back to wherever you came from." The old woman cast a glance at Jiang Hong and said indifferently, "The true mystery realm is open only to a select few prodigies with designated slots, without a quota talisman. Even if you were the reincarnation of a human king, I couldn't let you in." Jiang Hong's expression shifted slightly. Filled with intense resentment, he stepped back onto the Jiang family's war chariot. However, he didn't rush to leave. If all else fails, he'll simply snatch a spot from one of the latecomers. He had been reincarnated into this world solely to cultivate the divine power of the 10,000 laws celestial. He could not allow any mistakes to occur. Jiang Hong was turned away? Xian froze, his mind immediately filled with doubts. If even Jiang Hong under the Jiang clan's banner couldn't get in, how was he supposed to get in? Suddenly, Xian remembered something and pulled an object from his inventory ring. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be that he was going to use this? It was a jade pendant as deep blue as water, with a phoenix carved in ice jade on the front. On the back, the characters Xinglan were engraved. That's right, this was Lola's personal jade pendant, a symbol of her status. Back then, Lola had sent him a message inviting him to enter the true mystic realm together, and she included this jade pendant as a gift. He hadn't taken it seriously at the time and had casually destroyed the message. But this jade pendant was quite mysterious despite all his efforts. He hadn't been able to leave even the slightest mark on it, let alone destroy it. Since it couldn't be destroyed, he kept it and tossed it into his inventory ring. Who would thought it might actually come in handy today. Thinking back on how he flatly refused Lola's invitation, only to sneak in here on his own later and now had to rely on her token to enter the true mystic realm, Xian couldn't help but scratch his nose in embarrassment. If she recognized him inside the true mystic realm, he'd be mortified. But since the Tianyan secret art was so powerful that even a Paragon stage cultivator couldn't see through him, surely the goddess wouldn't be able to either? After giving it some thought, Xian nonchalantly pinned the jade pendant to his waist. Who cares what she thinks? She only met him a few times, and already she was throwing herself at him for no apparent reason. She probably didn't have any good intentions. After all, his story wasn't like Dragon Overlord. It wasn't as if he could just unleash his domineering aura and have the Empress, the Goddess, and the Holy Maiden all go crazy for him and climb into his bed of their own accord. Even if, by some long shot, that Lola was truly smitten with him, so what? Just because someone fancies him doesn't mean he has to reciprocate, does it? There are so many people who admire this young master. What's one divine maiden worth? Nina was moved, her eyes stared intently at the jade pendant, sparkling with eagerness. She sensed an extremely pure form of Xian-yin energy within it to her. This was even more alluring than the energy of the Tao. Daddy, can I eat this? Nina pointed at the jade pendant, her big eyes sparkling with longing. Smack! Xian gave Nina a light tap on the head and glared at her. What are you talking about? Eating it? We need this to enter the true mysterious realm. Once we're in the true mysterious realm, there'll be plenty of good stuff in there. I'll let you eat it then. Oh, Nina pouted. Xian nodded in satisfaction, took Nina by the arm, and slowly walked toward the portal. Zhang Hong sensed something. With his eyes tightly shut, he turned his attention to Xian and roughly assessed the other's aura. His cultivation was at the soul stage, but it was very ordinary. He wasn't even considered a prodigy. Moreover, he couldn't detect any powerful traces of a lineage from the other person. It was as if he were a lone cultivator, although he himself was only at the spirit stage, relying on the vast resources from his past life. He should have more than a 90% chance of successfully subduing him and seizing his quota spirit talisman. Zhang Hong pondered for a moment but still felt uneasy. He subconsciously activated his divine bones to enhance his divine soul and conduct a deeper investigation. After all, as the Desolate Guild's expert had said, the true mystery realm was open only to a select few prodigies and exceptional talents who held spots. If this person were truly just a lone cultivator, how could he possibly possess such a precious spot? His soul sense swept over the man, revealing nothing unusual. He was just an ordinary lone cultivator, the kind you wouldn't be able to pick out in a crowd. But why did he sense the Zhang family's bloodline aura emanating from this man? Although it was extremely faint, with his keen perception enhanced by his divine bones, he was absolutely certain. Zhang Hong couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A disciple of the Zhang clan? If he were a disciple of the Zhang clan, he shouldn't be this weak. Could it be a collateral bloodline of the Zhang clan that had been lost to the outside world long ago? As an immortal clan with a heritage spanning tens of thousands of years, it was only natural for some bloodlines to have scattered abroad. After all, no one could guarantee that one or two wayward members of the clan wouldn't have wandered off to sow their seeds far and wide. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Hong realized that this person had likely just come to try their luck and didn't actually possess a spirit talisman granting entry. Meanwhile, Xian remained impassive, feigning indifference as he strode toward the gateway. Strangely enough, the old woman didn't make the slightest attempt to stop him. In fact, she even descended from mid-air, landing on the ground, and bowed with clasped hands, as if respectfully welcoming the other party inside. Zhang Hong's eyelid twitched, and a strong sense of disillusionment welled up within him. He possessed divine bones and was, after all, a prodigy of the Zhang family, arriving with the family's goodwill, yet he had been coldly turned away at the door. Yet the other party wasn't even a member of the Zhang clan, just an ordinary independent cultivator, and yet the old woman didn't put up the slightest resistance. She even bowed to welcome him. Zhang Hong was now somewhat bewildered. As for Zhang Hong's guardian, Old Hai, though he had vanished into the void at that moment, his bewilderment was no less than Zhang Hong's, because just now he seemed to have sensed the presence of his senior brother, Tian. As fellow grand elders of the Zhang clan who knew each other inside and out, Tian had left the ancestral hall slightly before him to serve as a guardian for the Zhang clan disciples. However, he wasn't sure exactly whom Tian was guarding. After all, as guardians, they were required to remain hidden most of the time so as not to interfere with the prodigy's natural growth. But why was Tian here? And why did he just follow them inside? At that moment, feeling a pang of disappointment, Zhang Hong, refusing to accept this, stepped down from the war chariot once more and approached the old woman, asking, "May I ask, Senior, why was he allowed to enter without a quota talisman?" The old woman cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Hong and replied coldly, "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve an explanation from this old woman?" The person from earlier wore the goddess's personal jade pendant around his waist, clearly a trusted confidant of the goddess. Why would he need a spirit token for entry? It's said that the goddess has recently been making extensive preparations for the true mystery realm. It doesn't seem to be merely for the elixirs and legacies within the true mystery realm, but rather as if she is plotting something far more mysterious, as if it concerns the future of the Desolate Guild. This generation's divine maiden possesses the abyssal physique and unparalleled natural talent. It is only a matter of time before she reaches the pinnacle. There is even a significant chance she could attain the title of immortal in one fell swoop. She is truly the pillar upon whom the future of the desolate guild rests. Moreover, this generation's divine maiden was personally appointed by Wasteland Heaven and holds a pivotal position within the divine sect. In a sense, she is second only to the divine lord. Since that young man was involved in the divine maiden's plans, she naturally dared not interfere in the slightest. In fact, she had to actively cooperate with him to ensure his identity remained concealed. As for this young man from the Jiang family standing before her, the old woman lowered her gaze slightly. Since he had witnessed the entire process, he was bound to become suspicious. If he were to actually obtain the quota talisman and enter the true mystery realm, it might interfere with the divine maiden's plans. With this thought, the old woman immediately formulated a plan. Without the qualification talisman, you have no right to enter the true mystery realm. Since you lack that right, why haven't you left yet? The old woman stared coldly at Zhang Hong and snapped, I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to regard this as a provocation by the Jiang family against my desolate guild. Zhang Hong's expression changed, and he was about to explain. The old woman, her face dark with anger, had already mobilized the great forces of heaven and earth to intimidate Zhang Hong. She barked coldly, I give you 3 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise don't blame me for killing you right here. As the forces of heaven and earth crashed down, Zhang Hong's body instantly began to creak and crack, on the verge of being crushed to pieces. Lao Hai's expression changed drastically. He hurried forward, waving his hand to dispel the old woman's oppressive might and shield Zhang Hong. Turning to the old woman, he snorted coldly, I have now witnessed the desolate guild's tyranny. Further words are pointless. We'll settle this another day. Immediately, he drove the Jiang family's war chariot away, taking Zhang Hong with him. With his strength, he naturally had no fear of his opponent. But if they were to actually clash, it would be difficult for him to spare the attention needed to ensure Zhang Hong's safety. As Zhang Hong's guardian, his primary duty was to protect him, not to engage in combat. After the Jiang family's war chariot had traveled 100 li away from the heaven and earth cavern, it came to a stop in a desolate valley. Zhang Hong stood on the war chariot, his eyes tightly shut as he stared intently in the direction of the heaven and earth cavern, his expression shifting between anger and confusion. He still couldn't figure out how that kid had managed to get inside. Neither of them had a qualification talisman, and both possessed the Jiang family's bloodline, yet he had been coldly rejected and even kicked out outright. Yet that kid had walked right in with ease. What the hell does this mean? Even if the desolate guild practices preferential treatment, they can't be this biased, can they? I sensed senior brother Tian's aura. He might be that kid's guardian, Hai Lao said to Zhang Hong. In truth, he was just as baffled as Zhang Hong, because he hadn't sensed any trace of the Jiang family's bloodline emanating from that kid at all. In other words, even if that kid were a member of the Jiang clan, he was definitely not one of the Jiang clan's prodigies. Not a Jiang clan prodigy, yet Tian was protecting him? Very strange. Zhang Hong was taken aback. Tian was protecting him? Moreover, his aura was concealed, making it difficult to discern. His divine bones trembled, bursting forth with sacred radiance. From his tightly closed eyes, dazzling divine flames instantly seeped out, and a profound, supreme aura slowly rippled outward. Suddenly, all the divine energy surrounding Zhang Hong dissipated completely. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He might have figured out who that kid was. Xian stepped through the portal, experiencing a brief sensation of weightlessness. After a flash of dazzling light, a vast, boundless expanse came into view. Against a backdrop of pure gray, a desolate aura swirled slowly, forming a mysterious barrier that prevented anyone from discerning the true nature of the space. Gigantic boulders of various shapes floated and drifted at will. Upon each one stood the figure of a young man. Some were bathed in divine radiance, others were surrounded by raging seas of fire, still others were enveloped in swirling sword energy or flashing bolts of lightning. They were, without a doubt, the most prodigious talents and extraordinary geniuses from all corners of the realm. Though their auras were as varied as they were enigmatic, there was no question that they were all incredibly formidable, enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Xian arrived and landed at random on one of the boulders. Instantly, gazes from all directions turned toward him, some icy, some chilling, some indifferent, some surprised, perhaps having discerned the cultivation realm Xian had revealed. These gazes came as quickly as they departed. A soul stage cultivator as ordinary as they come, without the slightest trace of a powerful lineage. Even if he'd been fortunate enough to arrive here, he posed no threat to them. Xian, of course, understood the thoughts of these prodigies. He chuckled, completely unfazed. In fact, this played right into his hands. He had come for the human race's most precious treasure, and he also needed rare and wondrous artifacts to advance his cultivation, and even if possible, he wanted to claim the entire true goddess ruins for himself. These prodigies present were all destined to be his enemies. The fact that he was able to lie low so smoothly now meant his chances of striking them from behind later would be even greater. There was no logic to it. To stay alive, he was capable of anything. However, the Desolate Guild's resources were quite impressive. The entry requirements for the True God Ruins stipulated that candidates must be under 100 years old and possess exceptional innate talent. Yet, inside there were even geniuses who had just entered the Earth stage. Keep in mind that in other eras this would already be considered top tier. For example, the four greats of the Jiang clan, if they followed a normal cultivation path, they likely have reached the peak of the Earth mystic realm around the age of 100. But here, he could sense several Earth mystic cultivators who were nearly 100 years old. There were quite a few second-tier prodigies. And there were also quite a few at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, their cultivation forced by spiritual pills and precious medicines. At his current late-stage spirit transformation level, he might not stand a chance. "Daddy, there's something yummy in there." Just then, Nina tugged at Xian's sleeve with her chubby little hand, pointed in a certain direction, and whispered. Following Nina's gesture, Xian looked over. It was a smooth stone pillar. To call it a stone pillar might not be entirely accurate. Describing it as a celestial pillar would perhaps be more fitting. With no top in sight and no bottom in sight, it seemed to support this gray space. Its mottled surface was covered with obscure patterns, containing profound cosmic laws. Xian stared at the celestial pillar, lost in thought. This must be the passage to the true mystic realm. But why did Nina say there was something delicious inside it? Desolate Guild. Lola's training hall. I humbly report to the Divine Maiden. Most of the prodigies from all quarters have already entered, and the true mystic realm is fully prepared. By the Divine Lord's decree, the true mystic realm will be opened in 3 days. A middle-aged man stepped out of the void, landed on the ground, clasped his hands in a bow, and reported, The opulent yet austere training hall shook violently as a surge of extreme energy suddenly gushed forth. Instantly freezing the heavens and earth, everything within 1,000 zhang radius was transformed into a frozen wasteland. A wisp of nether blue divine radiance swept across the training hall, now shrouded in frosty white. As the divine radiance faded, Lola's figure appeared before the middle-aged man, her expression indifferent, her voice cold and detached. "Have all the prodigies of my sect arrived?" Reporting to the Divine Maiden, 300 spirit transformation prodigies, 50 at the peak of spirit transformation, and 10 earth mystery cultivators all are in position. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. "They have all been equipped with the tokens you instructed us to forge, ensuring that even within forbidden zones, as long as the distance does not exceed 100,000 li, they can establish instant communication." Lola nodded slightly, offering her praise without hesitation. "Well done." As her strength grew, the memories from her past life which had been forcibly sealed began to resurface. Among them were the events of this encounter in the true mystery realm. In her previous life, the Desolate Guild had been betrayed. Nearly all the prodigies who entered the realm were killed or injured, directly leading to a generational gap and severe depletion of the Guild's strength, which was also a contributing factor to the eventual downfall of the Divine Sect. With that lesson in mind, she certainly could not allow such a disaster to happen again. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Lola's eyes. Since those petty villains had schemed against them, she would turn the tables on them and strive to wipe them all out. It is this subordinate's honor to alleviate the Divine Maiden's concerns. The middle-aged man replied eagerly, a hint of joy in his heart. This Divine Maiden had been personally appointed by Desolate Heaven and bore his will. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to assume control of the Desolate Guild and become a peerless divine ruler whose fame would resound throughout the Shen-Tian realm. Being able to serve her, as he had said, was indeed an honor, and it might even propel him to greater heights in the future. Lola nodded. Then, as if a thought had occurred to her, asked softly, "Has anyone from the Jiang family come?" The middle-aged man paused, instantly realizing that the Divine Maiden must be asking about Xian, the young clan leader of the Jiang family. He immediately thought of the rumors circulating recently within the divine sect regarding the divine maiden. The divine maiden is Xian's lapdog. Could those rumors really be true? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, but out of reverence, he dared not show the slightest sign of unease on his face. After carefully recalling the reports he received, he replied, Zhang Hong of the Zhang family arrived in a war chariot, but since he lacked an admission talisman, he was turned away by Mi Pa, the gatekeeper. As for the others, there's no news yet.
Zhang Hong.
Lola narrowed her eyes slightly. That divine bone from the Zhang family? It should be him. He hasn't even fully matured yet, and he dares to enter the mortal world so brazenly and even cross realms to do so? Lola looked astonished and murmured, Isn't he afraid of being ambushed by hostile forces? That I do not know, the middle-aged man replied, bowing his head. But Lola clearly had no intention of probing further. From her inventory ring, she retrieved a letter. The word "will not go" was clearly visible on it, perhaps even a bit too glaring. Her slender fingers brushed against the letter, and as if a thought had occurred to her, a faint, nether blue glow began to emanate from her eyes. Suddenly, she turned to the middle-aged man and asked, Is Zhang Hong from the Xian lineage? The middle-aged man's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The goddess surely not? But he had no choice but to steel himself and reply, Yes, goddess. Lola nodded with a smile and ordered, Send a message to Mi Pa and grant Zhang Hong a spirit talisman for a spot. And tell Zhang Hong that this spirit talisman is granted out of respect for Xian. The middle-aged man thought to himself, Just as I thought, and immediately felt a deep sense of helplessness. The rumors were actually true. What kind of love potion had that Xian given the goddess to make her so smitten with him, to the point of doing something so obsequious? This subordinate obeys your orders, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Lola cast a casual glance at the middle-aged man. She could naturally see through his thoughts, but she didn't care. This scheme was designed to break the deadlock and better prepare for the desolate guild's impending catastrophe. Her decision to spare no effort in currying favor with Xian was based entirely on this. In fact, she had a vague premonition that even if this plan succeeded, it might not be as useful as winning Xian's goodwill and securing his assistance. It was merely a single enrollment talisman. But if it could draw Xian's attention to her goodwill, thereby dispelling his wariness and opening the possibility of further rapport, then it would be a deal well worth making. Half an hour later, outside the Heaven and Earth Cavern. Upon receiving the order, Mi Pa looked surprised, but without giving it much thought, she walked straight out to the barren hill where Zhang Hong was standing and said calmly, By order of the Divine Maiden, and for the sake of Xian, the young clan leader of the Zhang family, I bestow upon Zhang Hong a quota spirit talisman. Zhang Hong froze, his face filled with astonishment for Xian's sake. He possessed divine bones and was one of the Zhang family's two prodigies. Was his influence really less than Xian's? Come on, that young clan leader Xian is nothing but a figurehead. Isn't this practically out in the open? Mi Pa tossed a qualification talisman to Zhang Hong, then turned and left. The qualification talisman was a dull yellow, neither quite gold nor quite wood, and was engraved with profound patterns, giving it a rather extraordinary appearance. Zhang Hong clutched the spirit talisman, his eyes tightly shut, and instinctively gazed toward the Heaven and Earth Cavern. He had already roughly guessed that the Zhang family member who had just entered was likely that prodigy with ancestral bloodline regression, though he wasn't sure why the other party had been able to pass unhindered. But a strange smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Zhang Hong's mouth. You probably wouldn't have guessed this, would you? Our shared shield actually carries more clout than either of us. Elsewhere, in the eastern region of southern Shenzhou, the 10,000 mountains rose and fell in endless succession, while vast, majestic immortal peaks stood side by side. Immortal mist shrouded the landscape, clustering and winding like silk. Rare birds and beasts, imbued with the bloodlines of great calamities, could be seen everywhere, soaring over the immortal peaks and mountain ravines. Moreover, all manner of wondrous and mystical sights unfolded ceaselessly. It was as if one had entered the realm of the immortals, a place that captivated the heart and mind. But what was most striking was that, amidst this endless immortal mist, lay a broken sword spanning 10,000 zhang in length. Its shattered blade was covered with ancient immortal runes. These wondrous patterns radiate a vast, awe-inspiring aura. The Deluo immortal sword, It is said that this was the sword wielded by the Deluo immortal renowned throughout the 10,000 realms in the early ages of antiquity when he cleaved through the heavens with his blade. Its value is beyond estimation. And beneath the Deluo immortal sword lies the Deluo Holy Land. Inheriting the immortal arts of the Deluo immortals, the Deluo Holy Land has stood majestically in southern Shenzhou for nearly 10 million years. Its terrifying depth of cultivation and formidable strength rank among the very best even in the Shantian realm. However, during the ancient era, the Desolate Guild emerged unexpectedly, overwhelmingly surpassing the Deluo Holy Land to become the undisputed overlord of southern Shenzhou. The Deluo Holy Land has long harbored a grudge over this, launching numerous bloody battles and campaigns in an attempt to crush the Desolate Guild's arrogance and reclaim the throne of southern Shenzhou. Yet the Desolate Guild is simply too mysterious and too powerful. Even a powerhouse like the Deluo Holy Land has suffered repeated setbacks, with more defeats than victories. Inside the Deluo Sanctuary, the true mystery realm will open in 3 days. Are you all ready? The Deluo sovereign asked indifferently. Before him lay a dim, distorted, and chaotic light screen that naturally exuded an evil, chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Ripples spread across the dim light screen like the surface of water, and a deep voice resounded. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will shatter this realm's barrier and send the prodigies of my clan into the true mystic realm. I hope you keep your word. The Deluo Holy Lord's expression remained impassive. This is our first collaboration. I hope to see your sincerity. As long as every prodigy of the Desolate Guild perishes within the true mystic realm and Lola is captured alive, I shall agree to our cooperation, proceed to unlock the spatial passage, and gradually guide you all into the Shantian realm. It's a deal. As the deep voice faded, the dim light screen slowly dissipated. The Deluo Holy Sovereign gazed at the fading light screen, his hazy eyes growing a touch more profound. It must be noted that had he not emerged from seclusion early this time and sensed the ancient aura emanating from the Desolate Guild, the true goddess ruins would have been swallowed whole by the Desolate Guild. Now, led by the Deluo Holy Land and joined by the other 2 Dao lineages, they had barely secured a few spots to enter the ruins. This Desolate Guild is far too mysterious now, with various lineages manifesting their powers and Lola's domineering presence. It must be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Deluo Holy Land would be in grave danger. At that moment, a voice announced from outside the sanctuary, "Your Holiness, the representatives from the extreme Dao sect and the ancient Ming Holy sect have arrived." Understood. The Deluo Holy Ruler acknowledged the report, his eyes lowering slightly. Although they had guaranteed they would fulfill his demands, it was always best to have a backup plan. On the surface, he would ally with the extreme Dao sect and the ancient Ming Holy sect. Behind the scenes, he would rely on that other party's assistance. With this two-pronged approach, even if the Desolate Guild possessed abilities that defied the heavens, their entire delegation of true mystic realm cultivators would face certain annihilation. A cold smile instantly spread across the face of the Deluo Holy Ruler. He then stepped out of the Holy Hall and made his way to the main hall where the meeting was to be held. Inside the main hall, the elders of the extreme Dao sect and the ancient Netherworld Holy sect, along with the prodigies from their respective factions joined by the prodigies of the Deluo Holy Land, stood divided into 3 groups. Overwhelming auras naturally radiated and converged, creating an utterly terrifying atmosphere. Moreover, the eyes of every prodigy seemed to contain a chilling, murderous intent. The Deluo Holy Ruler stepped into the main hall. The elders from both sides and the prodigies all clasped their hands in a bow. "We pay our respects to the Deluo Holy Ruler. Mm. The Deluo Holy Ruler nodded in acknowledgement, turned to the elders from both sides, and asked calmly, "Are all preparations complete?" "We report to the Deluo Holy Master that all preparations are complete, and we are ready to proceed to the true mystery realm at any time," the elders from both factions replied in unison. However, the elder from the extreme Dao sect hesitated for a moment before saying in a solemn tone, "There is one matter that seems peculiar. It may require careful consideration." "What is it?" According to reports from our sect's disciples, a prodigy from the Jiang Guild in East Shenzhou arrived seeking to enter the true mystery realm, but was driven out by Mi Po of the Desolate Guild, the elder of the extreme Dao sect said gravely. "Over a month ago, the Desolate Guild's divine maiden took the initiative to propose a marriage alliance with Xian of the Jiang family, only to be coldly rejected. Relations between the two factions likely aren't very cordial. It's only natural that the Jiang family's prodigy was driven out. But after all, The Jiang family is an immortal clan of the Eastern Divine Continent. Their strength cannot be underestimated. The Jiang family's prodigy traveled thousands of miles to cross over here. We must not overlook his true intentions. Upon hearing this, the Deluo holy ruler narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment's thought, he slowly shook his head and said in a solemn tone, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. I'm more inclined to believe that the Desolate Guild has already formed an alliance with the Jiang family. What you've described is most likely a deliberate ploy on their part. A smokescreen designed to mislead us." The elders from both sides exchanged puzzled glances. If they had already formed an alliance, wouldn't it have been simpler to remain hidden and wait for the right moment to reveal themselves? Why go to such unnecessary trouble? Was this a case of putting one's fingers in one's ears to steal a bell? Did they think everyone was a fool? The Deluo holy ruler's expression turned cold as he said sternly, "I suspect the Desolate Guild has already learned of our plans, which is why they enlisted the Jiang clan's assistance. But the Jiang clan sent only one prodigy. No matter how powerful that prodigy may be, he alone cannot turn the tide," said an elder of the ancient darkness holy sect, puzzled. If they had truly formed an alliance, would the Jiang clan have sent just one prodigy? The Deluo holy lord scoffed. Well, the elders from both sides' expressions shifted slightly, their hearts filled with unease. If it were just the Desolate Guild, the three factions' prodigies joining forces would naturally have absolute confidence in trapping all of the Desolate Guild's disciples within the true mystery realm. They could even seize control of Lola in one fell swoop, use it to blackmail the Desolate Guild, and ultimately extract the secret of Wasteland Heaven. But if the Jiang family were to get involved, their operation would likely not go as smoothly as they had imagined. After all, the Jiang Guild was an ancient clan with a heritage spanning tens of thousands of years. Although it had been in gradual decline in recent years, it still possessed profound reserves that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. Its terrifying strength far surpassed that of the extreme Dao sect and the ancient Ming holy sect, and was almost on par with the Deluo Holy Land. Not to mention, the Jiang clan has recently produced two prodigies of extraordinary talent. If those two prodigies were to also appear in the true mystery realm, the consequences would be unpredictable. The Deluo Holy Ruler, however, was unconcerned. He had a contingency plan, so even if the Jiang clan did show up, the outcome would not change in the slightest. Casting a casual glance at the elders from both sides, the Deluo Holy Ruler said calmly, "There is no need to worry too much about the Jiang clan. With the prodigies of our three factions joining forces, even if a prodigy from the Jiang clan were to appear, they would face certain death." After that, the Deluo Holy Lord cut short the pleasantries, surveyed the crowd, and said in a solemn voice, "I trust that the sect master of the extreme Dao sect and the patriarch of the ancient darkness sect have already briefed you on the purpose of this operation. I, too, will not beat around the bush. The Desolate Guild has been growing increasingly powerful of late and already harbors ambitions to dominate southern Shenzhou. We must not let our guard down. On this journey to the true mystic realm, seizing the opportunity is certainly of the utmost importance, but that is the concern of the prodigies from various factions. Your primary mission is to hunt down the disciples of the Desolate Guild and ambush Lola. If the opportunity arises, capture Lola alive to uncover the secrets of the Desolate Guild's Wasteland Heaven." Nearly 200 prodigies from the three factions responded in unison with solemn voices, "Yes." In the ashen gray void, Xian produced the key to the true mystic realm. The menacing dragoness head on the surface of the divine decree flickered with light, alternately brightening and dimming, radiating a subtle, enigmatic energy as if responding to something. Running his fingers over the divine decree, Xian stared intently at the celestial pillar, deep in thought. Should he open it now? With all the Desolate Guild's prodigies gathered here, opening the true mystic realm now might not necessarily give him the upper hand. But if he didn't open it now, wouldn't the key in his hand be a complete waste? "Daddy!" Nina tugged at Xian's sleeve, her big eyes sparkling with mischief, and whispered, "Give me the key. I'll take Daddy inside." Xian glanced sideways at Nina, his expression instantly becoming somewhat complicated. It was no wonder he'd been wary of her all along, suspecting she was the reincarnation of that old monster. After all, who could believe that such a cunning true dragon cub was only a month old? As for her claim that she had a way to take him inside, he wasn't overly skeptical. After all, this little girl was a true dragon cub. Her bloodline contained the heritage and legacy of the entire dragon clan. It was only natural for her to possess some supernatural abilities. After giving it some thought, Xian chose to trust her and handed the divine decree key to Nina. In fact, having spent time with her so far, she had never behaved inappropriately, which had greatly allayed his reservations and wariness. Nina held out her 2 chubby little hands, took the divine decree, and casually snapped it in half. Xian's eyelid twitched. This divine decree was as hard as a divine artifact. Even he, having pushed his physical body beyond its limits and forged an indestructible thunder body, could hardly be sure he could snap it in two. Truly, as the offspring of a true dragon, her physical body was simply terrifying. Nina then stuffed half of the divine decree directly into her mouth, chewed it a couple of times with a crunch, and swallowed it whole. As for the other half, it swiftly melted into a pool of spiritual essence within a deep, intense flame that surged from her palm. The spiritual essence shot out and merged into Xian's physical body. The lightning patterns covering his body manifested on their own, clearly radiating an additional ancient golden glow. Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom what Nina was up to, but Nina simply tugged at Xian's arm and said with a grin, "Daddy, it's done. We're the key now, we can go right in." Swallowing the divine token to become the key, would that really work? Xian was skeptical, but clearly, there was no other option now. With the keys gone, they had no choice but to give it a try. So, Xian supported Nina as they walked on air toward the celestial pillar. The gathered prodigies naturally all noticed Xian's actions, but none paid it much mind. He was just an impatient youngster. After all, the true mystery realm wouldn't open for another 3 days. Anything they did now would be futile. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Xian, supporting Nina, walked toward the celestial pillar. When he reached it, he encountered no resistance whatsoever, as if passing through a veil of light, and stepped directly inside. He was gone. In an instant, all the prodigies sprang to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief. The true mystic realm was clearly still 3 days away from opening. How did he get in? Quite a few prodigies immediately flew forward, approaching the celestial pillar, intent on entering in the same way. The intricate patterns on the celestial pillar instantly flickered with a dim glow, forming a mysterious barrier that blocked everyone in their tracks. Some, refusing to accept this, unleashed divine abilities at the pillar. Boom! The glow surged, erupting with a terrifying, primal aura. Their divine abilities were instantly shattered and obliterated. The prodigy who had unleashed the divine ability suffered a backlash, spewing blood wildly as his vital energy instantly waned. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. What on earth was going on? But the upheaval had only just begun. As Xian entered the true mystery realm, the celestial pillar with no top and no bottom began to topple at a speed visible to the naked eye. A heavy, primal aura crashed down like a divine mountain. The entire gray space shattered and collapsed like a mirror, vanishing into nothingness. But that was not all. Rumble! The entire space shattered, and even the celestial cavern began to collapse rapidly. Dull divine light shot out in all directions, clearing the entire sky. Profound laws spread like a surging ocean, rolling out and pressing down upon the 4 quarters. One ancient vision after another appeared in a flurry. The desolate battlefield of the great wasteland, where icy war chariots raced, blood-stained weapons clashed, and savage, monstrous beasts ran amok. The scene of a barbaric, chaotic age emerged vividly within the heavens, its terrifying aura of slaughter sending shivers down the spine. And in the wake of these visions, that indescribably majestic celestial pillar was exposed between the heavens and earth of southern Shenzhou, still standing tall and firm, as if propping up the entire world. It continued to topple at a speed visible to the naked eye. The falling pillar sliced through the boundless sky, leaving a gash that would take a long time to heal. Dark, turbulent currents in the void swirled backward in silence within their depths. It seemed to harbor a terror that made one's heart skip a beat. Is this the true mystic realm? In the southern divine continent, all living beings looked up. Unaware of what was happening, they gazed in utter astonishment at the scene in the sky that seemed like a celestial cataclysm. The location of this extraordinary phenomenon appeared to be within the Desolate Guild's territory. Could it be that the Desolate Guild had unlocked some secret realm? In an instant, various Dao lineages previously unaware of the situation summoned their prodigies and exceptional talents and rushed to the scene. They could not stand idly by and let the Desolate Guild monopolize the secret realm. They had to force them to open it up so they could claim their share. On a desolate hill somewhere, Jiang Hong stood atop a war chariot, clutching the admission talisman in his hand as he gazed at the celestial cavern now reduced to ruins by the crushing force of the heavenly pillar, 100 li away, his expression shifting between anger and resignation. The true mystic realm had opened prematurely, and its scale far exceeded his expectations. This had undoubtedly disrupted his plans, and many unforeseen complications were now inevitable. After all, the extraordinary spectacle before them was simply too astonishing. It was bound to attract even more prodigies to venture inside. Within the Deluo Holy Land, the Deluo Holy Lord and the others were startled awake, casting stunned glances around with expressions of disbelief. Wasn't the true mystic realm supposed to open in 3 days? How could it have suddenly opened early? Desolate Guild. What on earth are they up to? The Desolate Guild's sudden early opening of the true mystic realm clearly indicates they've learned of our plans and are attempting to throw us off balance. The Deluo Holy Lord said coldly, analyzing the situation with composure. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two elders shifted slightly for a moment. They felt a sense of unease, as the early opening of the true mystic realm had completely disrupted all their preparations. No need to worry. Proceed as usual. The Deluo Holy Ruler gave a cold smile. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. There's no time to waste. I shall escort you there. Immediately, the Deluo Holy Ruler waved his hand, lifting everyone into the air and slicing through the sky at the speed of a rift. Tianlin Ancient City. Chunyang Jianzi Henge stood atop a pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by swirling sword energy, while the pure yang qi surged like molten lava. His eyes sharp yet subdued gazed at the strange phenomenon of the celestial pillar toppling in the sky as he asked calmly, "Where is that? Which faction's territory is it?" In reply, Sword Master, "It should be within the territory of the Desolate Guild." Ripples rippled through the void behind Henge, followed by an aged voice. "The Desolate Guild." Henge nodded slightly. After a moment's thought, he said softly, "Let us go take a look. Ken is way too good at hiding. Tianlin Ancient City alone is this vast, searching every corner for him isn't a viable solution. Besides, as a prodigy of his caliber, I'm sure he wouldn't miss out on this secret realm either. If we can run into Ken there, seize Jixia Academy, and then enter the secret realm to claim the opportunities within, that would naturally be the best-case scenario." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Henge's mouth, and immediately, Henge set off from Tianlin Ancient City, heading toward the true mystery realm. Meanwhile, on a divine peak 1,000 li away from Tianlin Ancient City, Fiona, the divine maiden of the Zhao clan, gazed intently at the extraordinary phenomenon. Her eyes narrowed slightly as a dazzling flash of starlight flickered across them, and a cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "I didn't expect that on this journey, having failed to find Ken, I'd first stumble upon the opening of a hidden realm. Very well, let us go take a look. What secrets lie within a hidden realm capable of unleashing such an earth-shaking phenomenon?" "Let us go," Fiona ordered coldly. Instantly, the Zhao clan's powerful cultivators steered the immortal vessel, slicing through the sky as it transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Just like Henge and Fiona, the prodigies who had come from East Shenzhou, having searched in vain for Ken, were all filled with delight upon witnessing the astonishing phenomenon in the sky. They could hardly believe that such a secret realm had opened in South Shenzhou, and that they had happened to arrive just in time. Immediately, they all set off with great enthusiasm. There was no other choice that Ken was far too elusive. They couldn't find even the slightest trace of him. Rather than continuing to search for a needle in a haystack, they might as well check out this hidden realm. If they could enter it and seize the opportunity, their journey to South Divine Continent would not have been in vain. Desolate Guild. Rumble. An ancient, desolate aura rolled out in waves as the Divine Lord of the Wasteland stepped out with a look of urgency. He first approached Lola's training ground, swept her up, and then strode forward with long, swift strides, leaping across. As this thought crossed her mind, the figure of that person involuntarily surfaced in Lola's mind. If it were him, it would make perfect sense, Lola murmured to herself. Outside the ruins of the Heaven and Earth Cavern. By the time the God Ruler of the Wasteland and Lola arrived, thousands of figures had already gathered there. Powerhouses and prodigies from various lineages stood shoulder to shoulder, filling the sky. Terrifying auras piled up and surged, like the overwhelming might of the heavens and earth, crashing down upon them. Mipa and the prodigies of the Desolate Guild were struggling to hold their ground and were already showing signs of collapse. "How dare you!" The desolate, heavenly sovereign's expression darkened as he roared in anger. A terrifying aura of desolation condensed into a tangible form, creating a vast wasteland that suppressed and dispersed the auras from all sides. Divine Lord of the Wasteland, your desolate guild may indeed be powerful, but to claim the secret realm for yourselves alone is hardly realistic. The sovereign of a holy land rebuked coldly. Exactly. Open the secret realm and allow us prodigies to enter, otherwise do not blame us for being ruthless. The leaders of various factions echoed in unison. The divine lord of the wasteland surveyed the assembly with a cold expression, offering no immediate response. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the divine lord of Deluo and asked calmly, "Divine lord of Deluo, in your opinion, what should be done?" The divine lord of Deluo chuckled softly. He had, of course, discerned the underlying meaning in the divine lord of the wasteland's words. The true mystic realm was controlled by four major factions: the Desolate Guild, the Deluo Holy Land, the Extreme Dao Sect, and the Ancient Ming Holy Sect. On its own, the Desolate Guild would indeed struggle to withstand the pressure from all sides, but with their support, the situation would naturally become much easier. But why should he help? The more chaotic the true mystic realm became, the more advantageous it was for him. After all, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. The Deluo Holy Sovereign cast a glance at the desolate Heaven Divine Sovereign and said indifferently, "So what if we allow the prodigies from all sides to enter the secret realm? When it comes to the opportunities for supreme treasures, it's a matter of individual merit. The Desolate Guild is, after all, the foremost powerhouse in southern Shenzhou. Could it really have so little confidence in its own prodigies?" Upon hearing this, the desolate Heaven Divine Sovereign's expression immediately darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Lola also learned of the situation in the gray space at the time. She lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, a flash of annoyance crossing her gaze. She could say with absolute certainty that the person who had been the first to enter the true mystic realm and who had triggered its premature opening was none other than Xian, the young clan leader of the Jiang family. She had extended a sincere invitation to him, only to be coldly rejected, yet now he had secretly sneaked in and entered the realm. "Am I really that unwelcome to you?" Lola clenched her teeth, filled with resentment. After taking several deep breaths to steel herself, Lola raised her eyes slightly and surveyed the crowd of prodigies present, numbering in the thousands. Many possessed formidable auras, and there were even dozens at the Earth stage. If she allowed these prodigies to enter, it would indeed disrupt her original plans. However, Lola narrowed her beautiful eyes, a chill flickering in their depths. No matter how many there were, she was confident she could take them all on. Immediately, Lola sent a telepathic message to the Divine Lord of the Wasteland. "Issue the admission talismans. Let them in." The Divine Lord of the Wasteland paused, then replied in a deep voice, "Are you confident?" "It's no problem." Lola nodded slightly. "It's better to let them in than to block them. They're just a bunch of clowns, they won't cause any trouble." While the situation outside was in turmoil, a completely different scene unfolded within the true mystery realm. Xian, supporting Nina, entered the celestial pillar without hindrance. What met their eyes was an endless expanse of grayish-white, just like the gray-white space they had been in moments before. But the difference was that the celestial pillar, which supported the heavens and the earth, now stood right in the center of the space. It formed an ancient, solemn and boundless path, overgrown with weeds and strewn with withered, decaying trees. Looking down the ancient path, they could not see its end. Only a dim, grayish-white hue revealed a sense of desolation. Xian and Nina landed on the ancient path. A heavy, desolate aura washed over them, as if they had stepped into a wild, untamed wilderness. A flood of information immediately surged into their minds. It turned out, they had already been inside the true mysterious realm all along, because the gray-white space they had just been in was, in fact, the true mysterious realm. Or rather, it was a part of the true mysterious realm, its reverse side. This peculiar world was like a mirror, containing both a front and a reverse side simultaneously, with the celestial pillar serving as the bridge connecting the two. However, this world had now shattered. The reverse side had been obliterated, forming the gray-white space they had just witnessed. The front side was the true mysterious realm he was heading for. "Interesting," Xian murmured in surprise. But when he noticed what Nina was doing, Xian's face immediately darkened. Nina was pulling up handful after handful of weeds and stuffing them into her mouth. Xian couldn't help himself and kicked Nina. "Are you that hungry?" Nina winced in pain, turned to look at Xian with a dazed expression, still chewing the weeds. After swallowing the weeds in her mouth, Nina plucked another handful and handed it to Xian, saying with a grin, "Daddy, these are all good things." Xian was taken aback. How could a handful of weeds be anything special? He instinctively took the weeds and sensed their essence. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? Xian murmured in disbelief. It was clearly just a handful of weeds, the kind used to feed cattle in the mortal world, yet it contained an incredibly vast and pure supply of mana. It was already on par with spiritual herbs found in the outside world. Even weeds have been transformed into spiritual herbs? Xian's heart sank, and he instantly gained a clear and profound understanding of the blessings of this true mystic realm. After all, even the sacred lands of the most prestigious Taoist lineages didn't possess such divine providence, the ability to transform weeds into spiritual herbs. Immediately, Xian led Nina forward along the ancient path, plucking every weed they came across along the way. Not a single one was spared, and stuffing them all into Nina's belly. Although the mana contained in these weeds was of very low grade, the sheer volume more than made up for it. The ancient path was littered with them. Nina devoured them with great relish, sweeping through them like a whirlwind, making rapid progress. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, other vegetation finally appeared before them, amidst the lush weeds. A withered tree, with lightning flickering across its surface. It seemed as though several lightning patterns were faintly etched into it. Lightning struck wood? Xian paused for a moment, sensed it briefly, and wore a look of astonishment. Outside, lightning struck wood isn't considered a precious spiritual herb, but here it's actually transformed into a major medicinal herb. Its potency must have increased more than tenfold, right? Father, you have a thunder path constitution, don't you? This lightning struck wood that's transformed into a major medicinal herb will be good for you. Nina devoured the patch of weeds clean, then looked at the thunderstruck wood. Instead of taking a bite, she reached out with her little hand, wrapped her arms around it, and pulled it out of the ground. Buzz. The moment the thunderstruck wood was pulled out, the ancient path suddenly began to tremble. Swirling vortexes emerged from the gray-white landscape, forming an ancient, desolate aura of pressure that bore down like a divine mountain. Unlike the weeds, the theft of the thunderstruck wood had clearly triggered some rule of the true mystery realm. Nina's eyes widened, and she immediately snapped angrily, "What's with the attitude?" Accompanied by Nina's angry rebuke, the true dragon bloodline within her surged and roared, radiating a golden, amber-colored glow that illuminated the heavens and earth, staining the entire gray and desolate landscape crimson. The sacred, defiant, and supreme might of the true dragon surged like raging waves, instantly shattering the oppressive pressure of the true mystery realm. Boom! The ancient path trembled even more violently. In fact, the entire desolate, gray world began to shake as well. Yet when this scene manifested in the outside world, it presented an entirely different spectacle. The celestial pillar spanning the sky shook violently, and a desolate, heavy, primordial aura surged in all directions, shattering every strange phenomenon and sending ripples through the void. Upon seeing this, the Deluo holy ruler narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly sensing a bad omen. He let out a cold laugh. "Divine ruler of the wild heavens, what a clever move, trapping us here to buy time, so your divine sect's prodigies can enter early and sweep up all the treasures in the true mystery realm? Is that it?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the leaders of all the factions changed, and anxiety immediately welled up in their hearts. "Divine ruler of the wild heavens, if you do not open the secret realm immediately, do not blame us for storming in." The ruler of one sacred land erupted with divine radiance. The laws of the Tao enveloped him, and his grim, overwhelming might shook the heavens. The leaders of the other factions followed suit, each unleashing their own formidable auras to pressure the divine lord of the wasteland into backing down and opening the true mystic realm. The divine lord of the wasteland remained impassive. He glanced at Lola and asked telepathically, "Is everything in order?" Lola nodded slightly. "All the admission talismans have been crafted. You can let them in now." "But..." Lola lowered her gaze slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she said slowly, "Let us delay it a little longer. If we back down now, it will only cause these factions to look down on my desolate guild." If her guess was correct, it was Xian who had triggered the disturbance in the true mystic realm. She didn't mind buying him a little more time. Her plan had never been about the opportunities within the true mystic realm to begin with. Rather than letting others have them, she might as well give them all to Xian. The desolate heaven divine lord nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the various factions and said calmly, I am willing to make a concession and provide each faction with 20 admission talismans, that is, 20 entry slots. Furthermore, crafting the admission talismans takes time, so we must wait another half-hour. Upon hearing this, the various factions weighed their options and accepted the Divine Lord of the Wasteland's arrangement. They were well aware that the half-hour the Divine Lord of the Wasteland spoke of was nothing more than a delaying tactic, intended to give the desolate Guild's prodigies a little more time to seize opportunities. But so what? Just because they secured an opportunity didn't mean they could bring it out alive. They had absolute confidence in their own prodigies and prodigious talents. But they were confident they could overpower their opponents, seize their opportunities, and claim every opportunity and treasure within the true mystery realm for themselves. Even if they only had 20 spots, it would be more than enough. In the face of absolute power, numbers were utterly meaningless. Just as the various factions reached an agreement, on the boundless ancient path, Xian and Nina were sweeping through the area, literally leaving not a blade of grass standing. They plundered at breakneck speed, racing forward. 2 sticks of incense later, the end of the ancient path finally came into view. By this point, Xian was grinning from ear to ear. In his inventory ring alone, he now had a full 5,000 high-grade herbs and as many as 500 royal herbs. He even had 10 Dao herbs. And this was the haul after Nina had already consumed most of it. Keep in mind that for most prodigies from major factions, a month's worth of cultivation resources likely amounts to just a single superb herb. This shows just how precious superb herbs are. Not to mention royal herbs and Dao herbs. Xian still remembered how, during his last trial in the ancestral lands, he had to work himself to the bone, to earn over 1,000,000 points just to obtain a single Dao herb. But today, with just a little effort, he already bagged 10 Dao herbs. I haven't even entered the true mysterious realm yet, and I've already reaped such a huge harvest. Just how many treasures must lie within the true mysterious realm? Xian gazed toward the end of the ancient path, where a patch of daylight marked the entrance to the true mysterious realm. He was now brimming with anticipation for the true mysterious realm. Nina felt the same way. She had swept through the area all the way here, and aside from the potent elixirs, royal herbs, and Dao herbs whose energy resonated with her father's constitution, she de-stuffed everything else into her belly. As always, while the quality of this energy was far inferior to that of the great Dao, the sheer volume was simply overwhelming. As a result, Nina had put on a whole new layer of weight. Her chubby body was constantly oozing mana. She had simply eaten far too much. In fact, even with her dragon lineage and physique, her body couldn't keep up with the process of refining it all. But she never felt full. Nina stared at the entrance to the true mystery realm, her chubby face brimming with longing. She sensed dense energy, so much of it. She even detected several strands of extremely high-grade energy, far surpassing the energy of the great Dao. Daddy, hurry up, I want to eat. Xian nodded slightly, took Nina by the arm, and stepped into the light screen that shone as bright as day. An indescribable sensation of inversion swept over her, filling her entire being. From her physical body to her divine soul, she felt as if she were being forcibly torn apart and turned upside down, unable to adapt, yet compelled to do so, an inexplicable discomfort. It was as if his entire being had undergone complete dehydration, only to be forcibly rehydrated and filled to the brim. All 5 senses were intensely stimulated, leaving him unable to stop. Fortunately, the process was brief. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived in a new realm. This world's front face was the true mystery realm. The dense, desolate aura so thick it seemed to have condensed into water swept over them, evoking a primal sense of living off raw meat and blood. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a vast expanse of gray, endless barren mountains, desolate hills and wasteland, with withered white bones scattered everywhere. It was much like the gray-white space apart from the vast, solid earth stretching endlessly before them. There seemed to be little difference. Of course, if one doesn't count the vast expanse of sky overhead. Xian gazed up at the sky, his eyelid twitching as he struggled to conceal the shock surging through him. The entire sky was an inky black, like a starry night, profound and enigmatic. Streaks of starlight swirled in vortexes, tracing profound, mesmerizing paths that seemed to draw one in. And within this profound expanse of sky, a corpse lay starkly exposed. The size was beyond description. The barren mountains soaring into the clouds appeared as tiny as a single hair before it. The vast, endless wasteland seemed like nothing more than a small patch of necrotic skin in its presence. This awe-inspiring scene gave one an immediate impression. This vast sky was merely a shroud for this corpse. This entire world was merely the coffin in which this corpse was laid to rest. This is likely far more than just the true mystic realm as Sentiat, Xian murmured softly. In today's Shantian realm, a true god at the peak of their power is more than capable of ruling over all living beings, even unifying the entire Shantian realm. Yet, no matter how powerful a true god may be, there are still limits to their power. As for the remains of a true god, let alone a corpse like the one before him, which had taken the heavens and earth as its coffin after death, even resisting the erosion of the heavens and earth is an extremely difficult task. Between the two, there is a chasm as wide as the heavens. This is a god, a true god. At that moment, Master's aged voice rang out within Xian's mind, tinged with a distinct tremor and horror. A god! Xian's heart stirred, and a look of confusion spread across his face as he silently asked, "What is the difference between a god and the illusory gods and true gods we know of?" "The difference is enormous. They're not even in the same league. For heaven's sake," Master muttered irritably before explaining, "illusory gods and true gods are merely levels of attainment. They are named after the divine soul. An illusory god is one whose divine soul can freely detach from the physical body, roam the heavens and earth, and draw upon the power of the cosmos. A true god is one whose divine soul can fuse with the great Tao and command the power of the great Tao within the cosmos. As for a god, they are bestowed a title by heaven and earth, enjoy the fortune of a realm, and wield authority over the Tao. It can be said that as long as the world endures, a god lives forever. A god lives forever." Xian froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at the corpse, and asked strangely, "You call this eternal life?" Master's tone faltered. He let out a soft sigh before saying slowly, "He has indeed perished, but he is not dead. When this world revives, the great Tao reappears, and authority is bestowed upon him. He will awaken on his own. Just as the mighty figures of antiquity reversed the cycle of reincarnation to live a second life. However, while the odds of an ancient powerhouse reversing the cycle to live a second life are minuscule, his awakening is merely a matter of time." Xian's heart sank, and his expression instantly grew solemn as he looked at the goddess corpse, showing a sense of reverence. "I was just joking earlier, don't take it seriously, old man. He certainly didn't want this god to wake up, recall his past life, and notice him, to be on a goddess radar." Xian shuddered instinctively. He'd already had more than his fair share of misfortune. If another god came after him, he'd be completely screwed. "Daddy, I'm so sad." Nina tugged at Xian's sleeve, her face a picture of sorrow and grievance. Xian glanced at Nina and was instantly taken aback. Just a moment ago, she'd been noticeably plump, with mana overflowing from her body, but now it had all been fully refined, and she'd returned to her porcelain doll appearance. That speed truly befitting a true dragon cub. "What's got you so sad?" Xian ruffled Nina's hair. Back on the ancient path, if it hadn't been for her dragon aura, he might not have been able to handle the rule-based pressure of the true mystery realm so easily, given his own strength. If Ken was his lucky charm, then this little girl right in front of him was his VIP pass. With her around, many rule-based restrictions were no longer restrictions at all. Nina raised her chubby little hand, pointed at the goddess corpse in the sky, and said through a sob, "That thing tastes really good, but I can't eat it." Xian's face darkened instantly, and he silently withdrew his hand from Nina's head. "Child, eating just anything will only harm you." Master was also startled by Nina's words. He couldn't fathom this little girl. He had even overlooked her presence at one point, but he knew full well that she possessed something extraordinary, either a peerless constitution, or she was the descendant of a supreme being. Nina's series of actions on the ancient path were proof enough of that. According to his speculation, Nina's voracious appetite and ability to eat so much must be due to her constitution or bloodline, which required vast amounts of energy. But he never would have imagined that she would even dare to covet a god. Master immediately slipped back into the Howren Terrace without a word. Given such an affront to a god, there was no guarantee the god wouldn't notice. Once awakened, it was wiser to play it safe and stay out of it. Although he was already dead, he still wanted to live another 2 years. "Let us go." Xian patted Nina on the head and said exasperatedly, "Know your limits, understand? That's a god, you know?" Xian thought for a moment, then whispered to her, "If you want to eat it, wait until you're older." Nina nodded earnestly. "Got it, Daddy." Immediately, the two set off toward the barren mountain ahead. The will of the human realm had signaled to him that within those barren mountains, the human treasure he sought might lie. And just then, roar! Accompanied by a ferocious roar, several waves of malevolent energy swept toward them. 5 wolves, appearing out of nowhere, suddenly leaped forward, swinging their razor-sharp claws as they pounced on Xian and Nina. A terrifying demonic aura radiated from their bodies, accompanied by astonishing energy fluctuations. All at the peak of the spirit transformation realm? Xian furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. 5 ferocious beasts at the peak of the spirit transformation realm posed little threat to him after all. With his foundation, his combat prowess had long been on par with that of the earth mystic realm. What surprised him was that these 5 wolves were all just very ordinary ferocious beasts, possessing no special bloodlines, let alone powerful bloodline legacies. Outside this realm, such ordinary wolves wouldn't even qualify as demon beasts. They'd be nothing more than common wild animals. The true mystery realm, it truly is a treasure trove in every corner. Xian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. On the ancient path, even weeds can contain mana comparable to spiritual herbs, and ordinary spiritual herbs can transform into potent elixirs. And here, even ordinary wild beasts could rely on mana to grow all the way to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Of course, the growth of demon beasts is subject to absolute limitations. Without a powerful bloodline, these wolves, having reached the peak of the soul stage, had clearly hit a wall. Unless they encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck, it would be impossible for them to break through to the earth mystic realm. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Though Xian was still marveling, his hand had already gripped the Crimson Heart sword. The sharp sword intent pulsed as he prepared to finish off these wolves who had picked the wrong prey with a single strike. But Nina was faster than him. Or rather, Nina's actions were simpler and more brutal. "Good boys, come on in." Nina's eyes sparkled as she pulled a huge iron cauldron out of her inventory ring. She set the cauldron down. Then, a fire blazed up. Nina briefly channeled her bloodline. A domineering dragoness aura flashed by, crushing down upon the 5 wolves. Thud! The 5 wolves' legs gave way. They collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes, which had previously been cold and vacant, were now filled with deep fear and anxiety. Having grown up as wild beasts, these wolves weren't particularly intelligent to begin with. Now, sensing the dragoness might a bloodline pressure that completely overwhelmed them, the fear buried deep within their souls erupted instantly. They didn't dare offer even the slightest resistance. They let out a wail. Very obediently, they crawled into the pot, to be boiled alive. They've got fur, they won't taste good. Nina muttered disdainfully, casually summoning a flame to singe all the fur off the 5 wolves before happily adding water and bringing the pot to a rolling boil. Then, under Xian's astonished gaze, Nina deftly pulled out salt, scallions, chili peppers, a whole array of seasonings, and tossed them into the pot. "Wait!" Xian's mind went blank for a moment, and he tapped Nina on the shoulder. Nina turned around, a look of confusion in her eyes. "What's wrong, Daddy? Where did you get all these things?" Xian pointed at the seasonings in Nina's hands. Nina thought back, her hands moving methodically as she spoke. "Back when we were in the royal capital, Daddy, you went to Jixia Academy. I had nothing to do, so I asked Steward Zhang to take me to buy these things. Steward Zhang said that eating is a major part of life and shouldn't be taken lightly. So I bought a little extra. Anyway, I'll definitely need them for cooking later on." But what Xian might not have known was that Nina's "a little extra" actually meant she'd cleaned out 10 shops. Although these were just seasonings, they were meant for cultivators, so naturally, they were all spiritual herbs. To cover the cost, Steward Zhang had spent his entire year's salary. Out of fear of Xian, who was impersonating Ken, Steward Zhang didn't dare utter a single word about the matter and could only swallow his grievances in silence. Xian was instantly blown away. Soon, the meal was ready, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Xian sniffed the air, his appetite whetted. "Daddy, shall we eat?" Nina pulled out a bowl, chopsticks, and a fork, and handed them to Xian. Watching Nina's practiced movements, Xian paused for a moment, then accepted them without hesitation. He took the utensils and began to eat heartily. In truth, having reached his level of cultivation, he had long been able to abstain from grain and subsist on manna, which was far more beneficial than grains and legumes and did not taint the physical body. But who could resist the temptation of a delicious meal? While Xian and Nina were enjoying their meal, the prodigies outside finally set out for the true mystery realm. Prodigies and prodigious talents from all quarters, numbering a total of 3,000, all held their qualification talismans in hand as they flew toward the celestial pillar spanning the sky. Mysterious patterns rippled with a dim glow, and just like Xian before them, the crowd entered the interior of the celestial pillar, the ancient path, without the slightest obstruction. Standing on the ancient path and absorbing the information of this world, they raced forward at breakneck speed without hesitation. But after traveling for only a short while, they realized something was wrong. The oppressive pressure of the rules here. Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? Everyone's speed visibly slowed down. It was as if a massive mountain were pressing down on them, making every step a struggle. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level, the heavier the oppressive pressure they felt. Jiang Hong stood among the crowd with his eyes tightly closed, keeping a low profile, but inside, he was filled with confusion. He had a deep understanding of the true mystery realm. The rule-based pressure on the ancient path only appeared when the path's original form was disrupted, but they had only just entered it. Why had such a powerful pressure erupted? He instinctively scanned both sides of the ancient path. Jiang Hong instantly felt like cursing. Wait, who was it? Didn't they even spare the weeds? Although they were just weeds, they were still part of the ancient path. Now, every last weed along the path had been completely stripped away. No wonder the rule pressure had appeared. The group of prodigies braced against the pressure and moved forward slowly. The pressure of the rules grew ever stronger, forcing a large number of prodigies still in the spirit stage to come to a halt in frustration. They couldn't go any further. If they continued, they'd likely be crushed into mincemeat by the pressure of the rules before even reaching the true mystic realm. Faced with a choice between opportunity and life, they rationally chose life. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, the group of prodigies arrived at the spot where Xian had previously pulled out the thunderstruck wood. A pit neither too large nor too small still held the intense aura of thunder from the thunderwood. The prodigies all fell silent at once. The answer was already obvious. Someone had gone ahead of them and scavenged everything along the ancient path. Leaving nothing for them was one thing. But the crucial point was, that person had also triggered the pressure of the rules, forcing them to bear the consequences. A deep sense of resentment welled up in everyone's hearts. Many of the prodigies and prodigious talents even shot questioning glances at Luo Xinglan. Was that really necessary? By delaying for half an hour and letting the desolate guild's prodigies scoop up the rewards first. Look what has happened now. You're suffering too, aren't you? They had covered at most 1% of this boundless ancient path. The pressure is already this terrifying. Who knows just how much it will surge by the time we reach the end. It'd be quite amusing if, in the end, even you can't make it through. Lola remained expressionless, unfazed. It was just a bit puzzling. Given that person's terrifying talent and haughty nature, how could a few mere upstarts possibly catch his eye? The journey continued. Of the more than 3,000 prodigies and prodigious talents, fewer than 1,000 remained. The spirit stage prodigies, in particular, had all been eliminated by the terrifying pressure of the rules. After all, at the spirit stage, one's foundational cultivation is, relatively speaking, still quite shallow. Jiang Hong was the exception. He was very familiar with the true mystery realm and possessed secret techniques to manipulate it to some extent. For instance, the rule pressure now descending upon him like a deluge was actually only 30% effective. Therefore, even though he was only at the spirit stage, he was still handling the situation with ease. However, he was in a bad mood. Among the prodigies still present, he was the only one at the spirit stage standing out like a crane among chickens, far too conspicuous. Having caught the attention of prodigies and prodigious talents from all sides and become an object of their apprehension, this would undoubtedly pose a major obstacle to his upcoming quest to claim that divine artifact. Damn it! Jiang Hong cursed silently to himself, harboring deep resentment toward the one who had led them into this place. The general situation now was, the various Dao lineages had formed independent cliques, relatively exclusive and eyeing one another warily, while Jiang Hong, Fiona, Henge, and the other prodigies and prodigious talents from East Shenzhou had gathered together to support one another. Of course, although they were supporting one another, they were also secretly sizing each other up and probing one another's intentions. But the more they probed, the more perplexed they became. With such an earth-shattering secret realm opening, could Ken really have held back and not come? To be so afraid of death isn't that a disgrace to a prodigy? Besides, back then, for the sake of a random inheritance from Jisha Academy, you dared to slaughter over 1,000 people and make enemies of all sides. Yet now, just to save your own skin, you don't even dare to show your face? That doesn't fit your persona. Ken, the prodigies from all sides, each with their own agenda, pressed onward. Another half-hour passed. They finally reached the end of the ancient path. The entrance, as bright as daylight, lay right before their eyes. At this moment, the auras of all the prodigies were in turmoil, and divine radiance flickered. Some were even worse off, their bodies already cracked and covered in blood. There was no helping it, the oppressive pressure was simply too terrifying. The vast majority of the prodigies had been forced to give it their all just to barely withstand the pressure and make it this far. Lola cast a glance at the crowd, her eyes lowering slightly as a sense of helplessness washed over her. Of the more than 3,000 who had come, fewer than 700 remained. Even her own desolate guild had eliminated nearly half of its prodigies. She knew better than anyone present who was truly behind this. But she couldn't say it, and she wouldn't. However, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lola's lips. She could use the enmity that person had stirred up to weed out some of the people right in front of her. I'm sure you've all seen that someone has gone ahead of us, plundering the spiritual herbs along the ancient path. Among them, there are even Tao herbs. As soon as these words were spoken, blazing fury flared in everyone's eyes. That damned scoundrel. He scooped up all the good stuff for himself, yet left them to endure that terrifying pressure. He truly deserved to die. The rule pressure of the true mystery realm is constant. Since that person has to both withstand the pressure and gather spiritual herbs, his speed must be far slower than ours. Therefore, he can't have been in the true mystery realm for very long. Lola said calmly. So, if we enter now, there is a very good chance we can catch up to him, crush him and claim his haul for ourselves. Hearing this, the group's eyes flashed, and their hearts immediately burned with excitement. If they could seize that man's haul, even if this journey yielded no other opportunities, it would still be well worth the trip. Immediately, the group of prodigies, without much hesitation and even disregarding their own injuries, stepped through the light barrier and entered the true mystery realm. It wasn't that no one suspected the truth behind Lola's words, but none of them paid it much mind. Those who had made it this far were all peerless prodigies, or even prodigies of extraordinary talent with deep-rooted foundations and formidable combat prowess. They possessed absolute confidence in themselves. Even if Lola harbored ulterior motives, it was nothing to worry about. In the face of absolute power, everything else was futile. One after another, the prodigies entered. The smile on Lola's lips grew noticeably wider. She had crafted the entry talismans herself. How could she possibly lack any means of countermeasure? She was certain that after more than 700 prodigies entered, at least half of them would lose their lives immediately. As Zhang Hong passed by Lola, he cast a subtle glance her way, harboring a degree of wariness. Clutching the entry talisman in his hand, he had already manipulated some of the local rules before stepping inside with confidence. Once Fiona, Henge, and the others had all entered, only Lola remained. Lola narrowed her eyes, a chill radiating from her, and immediately crushed the admission talisman in her hand. A unique energy surged forth, merging with the rules of the true mystery realm. The so-called admission talisman was, in fact, merely a decoy. Even without it, one could still enter the true mystic realm and be randomly transported to a location. However, with the quota spirit talisman, the location that would otherwise be chosen at random would instead become a specifically designated one. That's right, a location she had deliberately chosen for these people. Just imagine if a prodigy were to land directly in the territory of a group of Earth Shen-level powerhouses, what would become of him? Within the true mystic realm, the dangers for the younger generation are immense. Do they really think they stand at the pinnacle of the younger generation? However, this scheme was originally intended for the Deluo Holy Lands of South Shenzhou. I never expected that, by accident, it would attract so many prodigies from various lineages. Immediately afterward, Lola also stepped into the realm. Under the influence of the quota spirit talismans, these prodigies did not enter the true mystery realm immediately. Instead, they remained trapped for a long time in a state where their physical bodies and divine souls were completely disoriented. After all, point-to-point teleportation takes time. Meanwhile, after Xian and Nina had enjoyed a hearty meal, they set off for the desolate mountains. They traveled for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Upon entering the desolate mountains, the primal, untamed aura grew even more intense. There was even a faint, ancient sensation, as if they were standing in the ancient lands of the human race. Daddy, there's more good food up ahead. Nina's eyes lit up again, and she took off running, leaving a trail of afterimages in her wake. Her speed was so astonishing, even Xian was left speechless. Nina's speed was, at times, on par with that of a earth mystical cultivator. Could her current strength actually be stronger than mine? Xian couldn't help but whistle in amazement, then quickened his pace to catch up. After passing through 2 sets of crumbling ruins, a smooth canyon suddenly opened up before them. The canyon stretched for several li, though not particularly large. It contained 2 rows of stone houses arranged in a harmonious, staggered pattern, as if someone lived there. What was particularly noteworthy was that right at the entrance to the canyon stood a stone stele nearly 10 zhang tall. The bluish-brown surface of the stele was as smooth as a mirror, radiating a faint glow. It exuded an ancient, weighty aura, giving the distinct impression of a sacred artifact from the ancient past. Nina stared intently at the stele, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Without a word, she lunged forward and bit down on the stele. Crack! A crisp, metallic sound rang out, followed immediately by Nina's cry of pain. Ouch! Nina hopped down from the stone stele with a pained expression, looked at Xian, and protested, Daddy, it's so hard. Can't you just smash it to pieces? If you do, I'll be able to eat it. Xian's lips twitched slightly, but he ignored her and instead walked over to the stone stele to examine it closely. Perhaps because he had drawn near, the stele began to tremble ever so slightly. On its mirror-like surface, intricate, profound patterns emerged, ancient, sacred, and faintly inviting. Xian's human will surged in response, as if resonating with the stele. The human race's destiny within him also flowed out faintly, merging into the stele and intertwining with it. This thing seemed to be the human race's ultimate treasure. Xian fell deep in thought, suddenly overcome by a sense of unreality. The whole process seemed a little too easy. Didn't he it? He had been fully prepared to fight tooth and nail for the human race's most precious treasure. Yet he never expected to find it the moment he stepped inside. Is my luck finally turning? Xian murmured in astonishment. Just then, Master emerged of his own accord, materializing as a faint apparition. He stared blankly at the stone stele, his aged face etched with shock and disbelief. Human core. Impossible. Impossible, how could there be a human core here? What kind of place is this? Master cried out in shock, his expression uncontrolled, as if he'd lost his mind. Xian looked at Master in astonishment. Hey, old man, what has gotten into you? You said it's a human core. So what if it's a human core? Master ignored him, still in a daze. Hey, you old geezer. Daddy's asking you a question. Nina's eyes widened. She leaped up and landed a powerful punch. Empowered by her dragon bloodline, she didn't hold back at all. Master's ethereal form wavered, and he was nearly obliterated on the spot. This finally snapped him out of it, but he lost half his life force in the process. Master glared at Nina, his beard bristling. Don't you know to respect your elders and care for the young? Right, respect the elders and care for the young. I'm the young one, so you have to give in to me. Nina argued with righteous conviction. Master's tone faltered. He was completely at a loss for words. After processing the shock from the human core, Master looked at it, his eyes still filled with complexity and horror. His voice deep and solemn, he said slowly, the human core was forged by the human emperor from 3,000 rare stones of heaven and earth, embodying the fortune and destiny of the human race. It is a symbol of the human race's fate. A sage of the human race once said, if the human core shatters, the human race will perish. If the human core shatters, the human race will perish? Xian's eyelid twitched violently, and his face drained of color. Old man, don't joke around. This human core has clearly already shattered. According to what you're saying, the ancient human core bore a distinct cut mark at its top. Clearly, this was only one fragment. Master's expression was extremely somber as he said in a solemn voice, I cannot confirm whether the words of the human sages are true, but there is no doubt that this is the human core forged by the human emperor, the one that bears the destiny of the human race, and it has indeed shattered. The human treasure you sensed is undoubtedly this object. However, if you wish to use it to suppress the bloodline curse, you will likely need the complete human core. Xian nodded slightly. As he drew closer to the human core, the curse totem between his eyebrows dimmed slightly, but the curse's suppression of his bloodline showed no significant weakening. If he wanted to use the human core, the supreme treasure of the human race, to suppress the bloodline curse, it clearly had to be intact. Of course, he would definitely take this fragment with him first. Xian's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the interior of the canyon. He lowered his eyes slightly, hoping that the creatures here would be a bit more reasonable. All this constant fighting and killing was such a waste of disguises. In fact, he didn't even dare to use Ken's disguise anymore. But before Xian could make a move, a group had already emerged from the canyon. Riding ferocious beasts and wielding sharp weapons, they stared at him warily, their bodies surging with powerful spiritual energy. There were women, the elderly, and children among them, all dressed simply, looking like ordinary mortals from the secular world. That wasn't the point, though. The point was their cultivation levels. Xian looked at them, his eyelid twitching as a sense of alarm welled up within him. Soul transformation stage. Every single one of them was at the soul stage. Even the children, roughly the same age as Nina, possessed cultivation levels on par with the foundation stage. Even the ferocious beasts beneath them were quite extraordinary. He could sense that each one harbored the surging aura of a great fiend's bloodline. Descendants of great fiends. Nina stared intently at these beasts. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, she couldn't wait to pounce on them and feast to her heart's content. The beasts seemed to sense Nina's strange gaze startled. They instantly cowered, their ferocious eyes now filled with fear. "Outsiders, our village does not welcome you," the woman leading the group snapped coldly. Well, Xian was a bit dazed. He gazed into the depths of the canyon, glanced at the 2 rows of plain stone houses, then withdrew his gaze to look at the group of elders, women, and children before him. Jiang family village? This is a village? But how could a village possess such terrifying power? After all, even his own Jiang family, a clan of immortals with a lineage stretching back tens of thousands of years, didn't reach the level of having every member at the spirit transformation stage. After all, prodigies were, after all, an extremely rare occurrence. Even within his Jiang family, despite their bloodline heritage, every generation inevitably produced many clan members who were unable to cultivate. And, in fact, they were the majority. Every member at the spirit transformation stage, if this were known to the outside world, it would likely shock the entire Shantian realm. Not to mention all these descendants of great fiends. Forget ordinary factions, even his own Jiang clan didn't seem to have this many pure-blooded descendants of great fiends. Xian fell silent, feeling somewhat torn. He certainly couldn't outcompete them in a fight. He didn't care about the spirit transformation cultivators right in front of him, but he sensed several remarkable earth stage auras emanating from those stone huts. Although he had recently broken through to the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm thanks to the fortune bestowed upon the human race, he truly had no confidence that he could wrest a human core from the hands of several Earth Xian realm cultivators. But if he didn't try to take them, these people were clearly hostile toward him, leaving no chance for communication. Just then, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from within the stone huts. Immediately afterward, an aged voice rang out. "An honored guest has arrived, do not be negligent. Bring the honored guest to the ancestral hall." "Yes." The woman in charge quickly nodded, waved her hand to signal everyone to sheathe their weapons, and then said to Xian, "Honored guest, please." The sudden turn of events left Xian somewhat bewildered, but upon further reflection, he realized that taking the human core to meet the group's leader was clearly the most feasible course of action. Immediately, he followed the group into the canyon and arrived in front of the stone house. Only then did Xian notice that the seemingly simple stone house actually concealed a hidden mystery, faintly emanating an ancient aura of bloodshed that sent a chill down his spine. In the center of the 2 rows of stone huts stood a house that was noticeably older, exuding a musty, decaying scent. Yet it also held a faint, unique vitality, as if imbued with the power of creation truly extraordinary. Boom! The door swung wide open. It was pitch black inside. The scene within was impossible to make out. An aged voice rang out once more. "This old man suffers from a chronic ailment and cannot come out to greet you. I hope you will not hold it against me, honored guest. If you are willing, please step inside for a moment's conversation." Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a sense of caution rising within him. This scene felt so familiar. Could this be another trap? No need. This is fine just as it is. If you have something to say, just get to the point, Xian said indifferently. Ah, a weary sigh drifted out. I understand your unease, honored guest. In that case, I shall come out to meet you myself. As he spoke, half of his body slowly crawled out of the pitch-black room. A skin and bones old man, with only his upper half remaining, as if he'd been severed at the waist. This, Xian's eyelid twitched, and a chill ran down his spine. He was not only startled by the old man's terrifying appearance, but even more so by his aura. Although he could clearly sense that the old man was at the earth stage, there was a chilling sensation as if he were staring into the abyss. The old man's true strength was far from what it appeared to be. The woman and her companions all turned their faces away, unable to bear the sight of the old man. The old man crawled to the threshold, propped himself up with both hands, and sat up. His cloudy eyes turned toward Xian, and he offered a weary smile. If this old man's senses have not failed me, it was you, honored guest, who triggered the human core at the village entrance just now, was it not? Xian looked deeply at the old man and nodded silently. Yes. Upon receiving Xian's affirmative reply, the smile on the old man's face grew a little brighter. I have a humble request. I'd like to use our clan's secret art to sense your bloodline. I hope you'll grant me permission. Xian pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, simultaneously releasing the concealment of the Tianyan's secret art. The old man's cloudy eyes swirled, forming mysterious vortexes, and a flash of ancient, sacred energy flickered through them. Soon after, the old man's eyes regained their clarity, though they now held a clearly visible sense of excitement. Royal blood, it is indeed royal blood. Zhang Heng of the Guardian lineage, along with the members of the Guardian lineage, pays his respects to the young king. The old man bowed with clasped hands. Possessing such highly concentrated royal blood and capable of resonating with the human core, the person before him was undoubtedly the young king. Upon hearing this, the people of Zhang village also bowed to Xian, though their eyes still held confusion and disbelief. Could it be that the Zhang family's mission was true after all? Did the royal bloodline truly still exist? This sudden turn of events left Xian completely bewildered. The Guardian lineage? The Zhang clan? Perhaps sensing Xian's confusion, the old man suppressed his excitement and said with a smile, "This old man knows the young king has many questions. Please allow me to explain everything in detail. The human emperor forged the human core to bear the fortune and destiny of the human race, making it a sacred artifact of paramount importance to humanity. Therefore, the human emperor specifically appointed a mountain god to safeguard the human core and protect the destiny and fate of the human race. That mountain god was none other than the founding ancestor of our Zhang clan. As descendants of the mountain goddess bloodline, our Zhang clan upholds the mountain goddess will and, together with the mountain god, safeguards the human core. This is the Guardian lineage. At the end of the primordial age, the human emperor vanished. The 8 great human kings, along with the 8 great royal clans, were ambushed by the Zhangming demon emperor. Their bloodlines declined and withered, and the human race across the heavens suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. To ensure the safety of the human core, the mountain god took a portion of our Zhang clan and brought the human core to this world to escape natural disasters and human calamities. However, when the ancient catastrophe struck, this world was exposed, and powerful enemies invaded. The mountain god fought alone against the hordes. Though he annihilated the enemy forces, he himself perished from exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Xian froze for a moment and instinctively looked up at the sky. This god, whose shroud was the sky itself and whose coffin was the heavens and earth. The old man followed Xian's gaze toward the sky, gazing at the goddess' remains. His eyes brimmed with reverence and sorrow as he lamented, "That's right. He is the progenitor of our guardian lineage, the mountain god." The mountain god spent his entire life protecting the human core, fighting until he was spent. Xian stared blankly at the goddess' corpse, a deep sense of reverence welling up within him. He had devoted his entire life to the human race. Then why did the human core shatter? Why is your guardian lineage here? And what exactly is this place? Xian turned back to the old man, pouring out all his questions at once. The old man gave a bitter smile. "Young prince, please allow this old man to explain it to you slowly. This world is called the Shenguang world. It was originally a newly formed realm. When the mountain god discovered this place, it was still in a relatively primitive state. Life was scarce, but the manna of heaven and earth was extremely dense, and the laws of the Tao were clearly manifest, making them very easy to comprehend. As a result, the overall strength of our guardian lineage has also seen a significant boost. However, compared to the powerful enemies that invaded during the ancient cataclysm, our numbers were still far too few. It was simply impossible to hold them off. To protect the human core from being seized by these powerful enemies, and to preserve our guardian lineage, the mountain god sacrificed himself to unleash a mighty divine power that annihilated all the foes. However, the terrifying aftereffects also corroded this world, causing it to shatter into multiple fragments, leaving the heavens and earth incomplete and the great Tao fragmented. With the loss of the forces of heaven and earth, all cultivators at the Tianyuan realm and above gradually perished under the erosion of the chaotic cosmic laws. Since then, no one has been able to reach the Tianyuan realm. The human core, too, was shattered into 5 pieces amid the chaos of the world's collapse and fell into the hands of our Jiang clan. Xian lowered his gaze slightly. 5 pieces. It won't be easy to retrieve them all. The old man's weathered face bore an expression of sorrow and resignation as he continued. Although the mountain god has perished, he remains there nonetheless. With the mountain god watching over us, our lineage has remained steadfast in our mission, never daring to harbor the slightest dissenting thought. We established the 5 ancient cities to offer the 5 fragments of the human core, preserving and passing them down through the generations. The 5 ancient cities gradually split into 5 lineages. Though there were many disagreements, they generally remained united. But human hearts are unpredictable. Over time, the rifts between the 5 lineages grew wider and wider, and voices of treason and defiance against the mountain god even began to emerge. The old man's emotions clearly flared up, his tone laced with anger, the anger of a faith being trampled upon. Among those 4 lineages, especially their newly emerged prodigies, in their 30s and 40s, who had reached the Earth stage dissatisfied with being trapped here for life, unable to make any progress, and feeling their talents were being wasted, they began to harbor thoughts of abandoning their mission, leaving this place, and pursuing their own paths. By abandoning their mission, they have defiled the guardian bloodline flowing through their veins. The old man's words were fierce, yet they were tinged with helplessness and sorrow. But this proposal has gained the support of the majority of the Jiang clan. Although my branch vehemently opposes it, our influence is too slight to stop them. We've even faced their rejection and hostility, and were collectively driven out of the ancient city, leaving us no choice but to go into hiding here. Xian's expression froze. He couldn't bring himself to judge. To be honest, he didn't think there was anything wrong with those people's choice. In this broken world, clinging to a mission with no visible future, generation after generation, anyone would start to have second thoughts. Especially those prodigies blessed with extraordinary talents, barely 30 or 40 years old, yet already having reached the Earth stage. One must realize, such a terrifying cultivation speed even in the Shantian realm, it might take over 10,000 years to produce just one such individual. Such peerless prodigies are naturally brimming with ambition. How could they willingly allow their paths, which were originally filled with infinite possibilities, to be completely cut off by an elusive ancestral mandate? If he were to ask himself honestly, if the situation were reversed, he would likely have the same thoughts and make the same choice. But, since this realm is a fragment of the Shenguang world and the dwelling place of the guardian lineage, why is it called the True God realm? The cosmic laws of this realm are chaotic and fragmented. Even those at the Tianyuan realm cannot set foot here, so how could a true god possibly be born here? The old man's next words cleared up Xian's doubts. Once every 100 years, the 4 lineages send their most prodigious talents out of this realm using the power of the human core. The old man's eyes glowed blood red, and his voice was hoarse. Their betrayal of their mission has finally brought about their retribution. It was roughly 30,000 years after our lineage was exiled. The prodigy who had once left one of those lineages has returned. He has already attained the status of a true god. Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this is the origin of the true god's mysterious realm? But if the true god returned home in glory, how could he have met his end? When the true god returned, those lineages were overjoyed. It only strengthened their conviction that their choice was right, and they went out of their way to mock and ridicule us for our ignorance. A trace of derision flashed across the old man's face. They even wanted to go a step further to have that true god help them relocate their entire clan to the Shantian realm. But none of them knew that true god had long been targeted. Some powerful figures in the Shantian realm had long since realized he possessed the guardian bloodline and had been deceiving them all along, hoping to use him to locate this realm and seize the human core. On the very day that true God opened the passage to the Shention realm, hundreds of powerful figures descended and stormed in. Only then did that true God realize he had been deceived. He fought back in fury, vowing to resist to the death. But one fist cannot fight four hands in the end. That true God met his end at the hands of his enemies, falling in this realm. Those four lineages hadn't even reached the Tian Yuan realm, so they were naturally no match for the invaders, suffering countless casualties. In the end, had it not been for human core, who awakened the residual will of the mountain goddess remains and unleashed overwhelming divine might to annihilate the invading enemies, human core would likely have long since fallen into the enemy's hands, and the 5 clans would have ceased to exist. This was the mountain goddess' punishment for their betrayal. As the old man spoke these words, his face flushed red, his tone filled with both anger and sorrow. He was furious that they had abandoned their ancestral teachings and mission, bringing disaster upon themselves. At one point, the human core had nearly fallen into the hands of the enemy. But as fellow members of the Jiang family, sharing the same bloodline, he felt their suffering as his own and was naturally filled with sorrow. Xian remained silent. Wealth and riches tempt the heart, and how much more so the human core, a sacred artifact that holds the destiny and fate of the human race? This situation was, in fact, quite understandable. After all, the human heart is the most complex thing of all. When Xian looked at the old man again, his gaze held an added sense of respect. Precisely because such understandable situations were so common, their steadfast commitment stood out all the more as precious and noble. While he certainly did not understand their stubbornness, their unwavering dedication upholding the ancestral mandate and mission, guarding this place through generations of hardship solely to protect the human core and safeguard the human race's destiny and fate, the spirit of sacrifice and devotion. As a member of the human race, he must express his heartfelt admiration and gratitude. Xian fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. "You have worked so hard." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately filled with tears. He stretched out his withered hands, lowered half his body to the ground, and bowed deeply to Xian, declaring with a voice that rang out clearly, "With the young king's words, our lineage has not lived in vain. This old man I bow in gratitude to the young king." The old man's body trembled uncontrollably. Declining Xian's offer to help him up, he surveyed his fellow clan members and said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, assemble." Wave after wave of deep, unadorned energy surged forth as one figure after another emerged from the stone huts. A middle-aged man, his body covered in wounds from fighting over cultivation resources, elderly men nearing the end of their days, shuffling along with Cain's women who had recently given birth, cradling their infants and pre-teens with innocent yet resolute expressions. From the old man's hut emerged 2 more Earth-stage elders. Like him, their bodies were ravaged, skins stretched over bones, a terrifying sight. Were it not for their exceptionally powerful cultivation levels far beyond what one could imagine, the scene before him would have looked exactly like that of a mundane village that had suffered countless hardships. Under the whims of fate and the ravages of calamity, they struggled to survive, clinging to a faint yet tenacious spark of life. Led by the old man, the group followed silently behind him. Their expressions remained largely unchanged, neither joy nor sorrow. They walked out of the village, heading toward the human core. Xian stared blankly at the scene. An indescribable sense of awe and emotion surged through his mind, shaking the very core of his Tao heart. His Tao heart trembled. The way of the sword manifested of its own accord, yet its razor-sharp sword intent was now slowly melting away, drop by drop, 2 drops. Master's ethereal form stepped forward, looking at Xian, who had fallen into a strange state, filled with astonishment and doubt. This kid, has he attained another sudden enlightenment? No, even the legendary enlightened holy body couldn't possibly achieve sudden enlightenment at the drop of a hat. Could it? Besides, no great truths of the Tao have manifested yet. How did this kid achieve enlightenment? Little girl, how is your father doing? Master couldn't help but look at Nina. He had more or less figured it out. This child must be bearing some ancient legacy that requires a massive amount of energy to break the seal and inherit it. Perhaps, through her legacy, he could discern the root cause of Xian's enlightenment. Meanwhile, Nina was staring at the ferocious beasts, drooling, her mind racing with thoughts of how she could sneakily eat them. Disturbed by Master, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Then, Nina glanced at Xian, looked away and muttered, "So much for Master." Can't you even tell? Daddy-s meditating on his own sword way. Master's pupils contracted, and he gasped in disbelief. He-s only at the soul stage, how could he have already forged his own sword way? He hadn't even considered this possibility before he simply assumed Xian had entered a state of enlightenment. It wasn't until Nina's reminder that it dawned on him, and a storm of shock and awe immediately swept through his mind. Xian had actually forged his own sword path. Although it was still in its infancy with a long way to go before it was fully formed, it was nonetheless an unimaginable leap. After all, only those who reach the unity stage have the chance to attempt forging their own path. And even then, it's merely a chance. In reality, the vast majority of unity stage powerhouses are absolutely incapable of doing so. In fact, some of the mightiest Paragon stage masters, those who tower above others and are revered as celestial sovereigns, are so honored precisely because they have forged their own path. In other words, Xian, having only just reached the spirit transformation stage, had already displayed the potential of a celestial sovereign. Master stared at Xian in astonishment, watching as his sword intent transformed into water, and a gentle, soothing fluctuation of the sword path radiated from his body, as if imbued with a special kind of vitality. He was deeply shaken, unable to put it into words. A sword is a weapon of death, endlessly sharp, unmatched in slaughter. When has it ever displayed a state of vitality? Xian, what kind of sword Dao has he truly grasped? Don't make such a fuss. Nina couldn't help but roll her eyes at Master's dazed expression. Could her father possibly be an ordinary person? Isn't it perfectly normal to attain enlightenment in one's own sword art? And calling him master, he has never seen the world. After that, Nina paid no further attention to this old geezer, continuing to stare intently at the ferocious beasts as she plotted how to devour them. Meanwhile, the old man, leading the entire village, had already arrived before the human core. Thud. They all knelt in unison, bowing their heads in reverence. The old man gazed intently at the human core. Tears glistened in his aged eyes as he, without hesitation, slit both wrists. Blood gushed forth, and with the bloodline of his own guardian lineage, he wiped the human core. As the blood seeped into the human core, mysterious patterns emerged on its mirror-smooth surface, radiating a brilliant glow. A vast, boundless energy surged forth, like clouds and mist, yet possessing an indescribable weighty presence, as if an ancient mountain were pressing down upon space and time. This boundless energy surged toward the heavens, merging into the mountain goddess remains. The vast and profound heavens seemed to brighten slightly, and the vortex woven from starlight rotated ever so slightly. The old man and the others all looked up at the heavens together, gazing at the mountain goddess remains. His aged voice, hoarse with suppressed emotion and tinged with a touch of heartrending sobs, declared, "We, the descendants of the guardian lineage, humbly pledge our allegiance to the mountain god. Our lineage upholds the mountain goddess legacy, keeps our mission to protect firmly in mind, and has never wavered for a single moment, generation after generation. Even though the 5 lineages have been scattered, forced to live far apart, and are merely eking out an existence here, even though survival is harsh, resources are scarce, and we lack the strength to carry on." The crowd immediately burst into tears, and the grievances that had filled their hearts gushed forth. Huddled in this place, they had endured far too much suffering. Even simply raising their children and ensuring their descendants grew up safely was incredibly difficult. They had to remain constantly vigilant against attacks by wild beasts, watch out for energy storms generated by the chaotic laws of this shattered world, and guard against the occasional harassment and persecution from the other 4 lineages. It had been a million years since the 5 branches of the ancient Jiang clan had fallen apart, and their branch had been forced out of the ancient city. A million years ago, their branch had numbered nearly 10,000. Now, counting the elderly, children, and women together, only 52 remained. As if sensing their grievances, the mountain goddess remains trembled ever so slightly, and a faint glow of starlight descended from the heavens, surging into the bodies of the people. It was as though an invisible, giant hand were gently comforting his descendants, whose hearts were filled with sorrow. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes instantly. In the presence of the mountain god, they were all children who had suffered endless grievances. A moment later, the elder wiped away his tears. A smile appeared on his weathered face as he bowed his head once more. "I report to the mountain god. Now that the young king has arrived, I wish to continue upholding our lineage's mission. I will lead my descendants to follow the young king and help him restore the glory of the human race." We beseech the mountain god to bestow guidance. They had safeguarded their lineage, protected the human core, and preserved the fortune and destiny of the human race now. Following the young king would naturally serve the same purpose. The young king embodies the will of the human path and is the spark of the human king. If they were to protect him as he successfully attains the status of human king, they would be fulfilling their mission to safeguard their lineage. After all, the human core is merely an inanimate object, but if this young king attains the status of a human king, he will surely lead the entire human race toward revival, return to the pinnacle of the myriad heavens, and restore the glory of the human race from the ancient and even primordial eras. Of course, there was one more point he was acutely aware of. If they continued on this path, constrained by the limitations of this fragmented realm, the extinction of their lineage would be only a matter of time. Had this young king not appeared, they would naturally have upheld the mountain goddess legacy, remained steadfast in their mission, and continued to cultivate here until their dying breath. But the young king's arrival had given them hope. He knew this was the mountain goddess' reward for their unwavering dedication to their mission. To follow the young king and safeguard his path to enlightenment, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to serve a rising dragon. The elder was clearly a figure of great virtue and prestige, trusted and revered by all. The group had not the slightest doubt about his decision. Without hesitation, they bowed their heads and chanted in unison, "O mountain god, bestow your guidance." The profound heavens were instantly filled with swirling winds and billowing clouds. The starlight swirled in reverse, and streams of light filled the sky in indescribable splendor. Rumble! The human core began to tremble violently, and a vast, ancient energy surged forth, enveloping the entire desolate mountain. An ancient radiance flickered, diffusing wisp after wisp of the human race's sacred destiny, flowing toward Xian. Xian was largely oblivious to this at that moment. He was deeply immersed in a profound and mysterious realization. His sword path was about to undergo another transformation. A few days earlier, in the royal capital, Qi Xin's life story had touched his Dao heart, imbuing his sword Dao with something unique, making it even sharper and more incisive. This time, perhaps inspired by the spirit of the elders and catalyzed by the will of the human race, he had gained new insights, and his sword Dao was transforming once more. A vitality that should not have appeared in the sword Dao. Vitality. Once this realization concludes, his sword art will reach the pinnacle of sword intent. More importantly, he has a vague intuition that he will forge his own unique path of the sword. The fortune of the human race surged into Xian's body, and the will of the human way manifested accordingly. A hazy continent appeared, teeming with countless figures, all gathered around an ancient, sacred altar of the human race. Upon the human clan's altar stood a magnificent throne. Seated high upon the throne was a towering figure, a burly, armored figure whose entire body was shrouded in a hazy radiance. His gaze was filled with majesty as he looked down upon the world. As the destiny of the human race surged forth from the human core, it flowed into Xian's body. On the hazy face of this towering figure, a distinct corner of an eye gradually came into view. Needless to say, everyone instantly realized that this clear corner of an eye must belong to the young king, Xian. The members of the Zhang clan, guardians of the lineage, led by the elder, felt a surge of intense emotion well up within them. The manifestation of the human king's portent further confirmed that Xian was indeed the young king chosen by the human race's destiny and fate. Immediately, they all bowed in reverence. Just then, beyond the desolate mountain, a section of the void rippled like the surface of water, forming layer upon layer of ripples. 5 prodigies clad in pure yang sword robes emerged. Before they had a chance to assess their surroundings, they noticed the extraordinary scene unfolding within the desolate mountain and sensed the sacred fortune of the human race. Looks like we're in luck. We've only just entered the true mystic realm, and we've already stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. One of the prodigies smiled, his tone light and tinged with contentment. They were from the Pure Yang Guild and had followed Sword Master Henge to southern Shenzhou. Their original plan was to capture and kill Ken and seize the Jixia Academy from him. But that bastard Ken was as sly as a fox. He was way too good at hiding. The other 4 prodigies laughed as well. Instantly, they all transformed into streaks of sword light and raced toward the desolate mountain at breakneck speed. Behind these 5, ripples once again spread through the void, and another youth with his eyes tightly closed strolled out. It was none other than Zhang Hong, the divine bone of the Zhang clan. Ha! Something's definitely off. Zhang Hong sneered coldly, casually crushing the quota spirit talisman in his hand. Fearing the spirit talisman might be a trap, he hadn't used it. Instead, he had manipulated certain cosmic laws to perform a random teleportation. However, he was still affected by the talisman, which delayed him for a while before he finally succeeded in entering. Jiang Hong raised his tightly closed eyes slightly. A divine radiance, like gilded gold, flickered as he used it to determine his current location and sensed the approximate whereabouts of the divine artifact. He sought the mountain-shaking cauldron. To think I've been teleported all the way here. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow slightly. This place was quite a distance from where the mountain-shaking cauldron was located. Immediately, Jiang Hong turned his gaze toward the desolate mountain. He, too, had sensed the peculiarity there. A stroke of luck? The mountain-shaking cauldron is far away, so there's no rush. Since an opportunity imbued with the human race's destiny has emerged, I might as well investigate it. If there's potential, it would be a bonus to claim it along the way, Jiang Hong mused. He then set off toward the desolate mountain at a steady, unhurried pace. With others leading the way, there was no need for him to rush. Reaping the rewards without lifting a finger would be far better. Besides, his cultivation was, after all, only at the spirit stage. Even though he possessed the means to temporarily manipulate the rules of this realm, there were still many limitations. If he remained hidden in the shadows, he could naturally reap the benefits with ease. But if he became the target of everyone's attention and was singled out by those Earth-stage prodigies, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he'd be powerless to turn the tide. At that moment, the 5 prodigies from the Pure Yang Guild had already reached the entrance to the canyon. They were immediately drawn to the extraordinary phenomenon manifesting behind Xian. Their pupils contracted, and they cried out in shock. The human king's phenomenon? Immediately, they turned their gaze to the human core, which was surging with the fortune of the human race. Jumping to conclusions, they instantly concluded that Xian was receiving the legacy within the human core. The human king's legacy. The 5 prodigies' hearts burned with excitement, their eyes gleaming with greed. The old man and his companions naturally noticed these prodigies. Their expressions turned slightly cold as they moved forward, brandishing their weapons and blocking the 5's path. "You are not welcome here. Please leave at once," the old man barked coldly. The 5 prodigies turned to face the old man at his words, their faces instantly contorting with contempt. How dare a cripple with only half a body left shout orders at them? "Let me tell you this. We're from the Pure Yang Guild in East Shenzhou." The leader of the prodigies was full of arrogance, his gaze already sweeping past the old man and his companions to rest on Xian. Though he couldn't gauge the other's true strength, Xian's attire clearly marked him as a newly arrived prodigy, most likely from some faction in the southern divine continent. Therefore, he chose to address Xian directly, snapping coldly, "I'm giving you some friendly advice. Stop accepting the legacy immediately. Otherwise, losing your life would be a real shame. Besides, our Pure Yang Guild Swordmaster has come in person this time. If you don't hand over the legacy now, once we report this to the Swordmaster, it won't just be you who dies. Let me tell you this, our Swordmaster was invincible in the last era. Born with a sword heart, he has long since entered the Earth stage, and his mastery of the Sword Tao has reached the mid-stage of sword intent." This prodigy cast a contemptuous glance at the old man and the others, snorting derisively. "With the Sword Master's terrifying combat power, he could slaughter all of you without even needing a second strike." Smiles spread across the faces of the other 4 prodigies as well. In fact, the current generation of prodigies from the Pure Yang Guild generally possessed weaker innate talent, falling far short of those from other top Tao lineages. As a result, they were often mocked and teased by members of various lineages, leaving them filled with humiliation yet powerless to do anything about it. It wasn't until Genzi Henge emerged that they finally felt they'd turned the tables naturally. They intended to return the insults they'd once endured twofold. To put it bluntly, all 5 of them were now acting like petty people who had suddenly come into power. However, they were relying on the Sword Sun Henge, not on themselves. The old man and the others remained unmoved, merely staring coldly at the 5, as if looking at reckless clowns who didn't know when to stop. As for Xian, he was still contemplating his own Sword Tao and naturally paid them no mind. The 5 prodigies froze for a moment, speaking to themselves with no one paying them any mind. The situation left them undeniably embarrassed. Instantly, their shame turned to rage. "Stubborn fools!" The 5 growled angrily under their breath, then summoned their spirit swords and charged at the old man and his companions. Although they were merely petty individuals riding high on their success, these 5 prodigies of the Pure Yang Guild were actually quite powerful. All possessed cultivation at the late spirit transformation stage and practiced the Pure Yang Guild's formidable sword techniques. While their combat prowess might not be unmatched among those of the same realm, the combined strength of the 5 could barely hold their own against an ordinary Earth stage cultivator. However, against the old man and his companions, they were clearly no match. Dispose of them thoroughly, do not disturb the young king. The old man ordered calmly. Yes, sir. The group replied in unison. Immediately, they all brandished their weapons and charged forward. To minimize the battle's energy fluctuations, to end the fight quickly, and above all, to avoid disturbing the young king, the Jiang family mobilized all available forces at once excluding the old man, the only 2 Earth Shen cultivators and 10 spirit transformation cultivators. The 10 spirit transformation cultivators joined forces to summon a vast killing array. Its murderous aura was contained, vast as an ocean, yet concealed with deadly intent. In an instant, it enveloped the 5 prodigies. They did not use the formation to suppress or slaughter them. The sole purpose of the killing formation was to trap their opponents, preventing the battle's aftershocks from escaping and disturbing the young king. Immediately afterward, the 2 Earth Stage elders entered the formation. Their battered bodies suddenly erupted with a ferocious, primal aura like a storm, like surging waves. The 5 prodigies' eyes bulged, their faces contorted with terror. 2 Earth Shen cultivators? Only then did they snap back to reality as if doused with cold water. So they had been courting death all along. No! Amid the 5's successive cries of despair, the battle came to a swift end. The outcome was all too obvious. As the formation dissipated, the blood-stained corpses of the 5 prodigies lay scattered across the ground. However, the 2 Earth Stage elders did not withdraw. Instead, they turned their gaze toward the other side, their eyes cold and sharp, brimming with murderous intent. The 10 spirit transformation cultivators were no different. Their expressions were solemn as they stood ready for battle. The elder floated over as well. His aged eyes held undisguised murderous intent as he said coldly, "To this friend who wishes to be the one to reap the rewards, I advise you to abandon such petty schemes." Under the icy stares of the crowd, a dazzling divine radiance flickered atop a massive boulder. Zhang Hong's figure slowly materialized.